while the rest of the player base was stuck watching the boring, introductory cinematic. This guy. He slammed the skip button without a second thought. He free fell straight into the novice village and instantly locked in a legendary gamer tag, Jiang Han. But his first mission in this awakening manhwa world: eliminate slimes. These weaklings were literally everywhere, the classic fodder for beginners. The brandy looked at Jiang Han like he was trash, igniting a fire in our main character to prove this old man wrong. But plot twist. These weren't your average weaklings. These slimes were swole, and Jiang Han's starting inventory, empty, except for a pathetic withered stick. That useless twig dealt a measly 5 damage, barely tickling the monster's health bar. Instead of dying, the slime just got pissed off. The creature countered instantly. Boom! 50 HP gone in a single hit. Since when does a starter monster deal 10 times the damage of the player? What kind of broken system is this? Survival comes first. Jiang Han scrambled away, running for his life before that blob could rearrange his face. Cowering in a corner, he pulled up his status window. It was tragic. Glass cannon health, noodle arm, attack power, and 0 defense. The other players were definitely still stuck in the tutorial cutscenes. He needed a strategy to hit level 2 and leave them in the dust before the server got crowded. Spotting a novice village guard who looked to be at least level 5, Jiang Han approached with a friendly smile. "Hey, big guy, mind lending a hand?" No. The rejection was cold as ice. Jiang Han ground his teeth in frustration. Why was every NPC in this starter village such a toxic jerk? From the brandy to the guards, nobody had an ounce of hospitality for new adventurers. "Newbies like you should figure out how to survive on your own," the guard scoffed. "Let me be clear, I wouldn't help you even if you offered me 10 gold coins." But Jiang Han was sharp. He caught the hidden greed in those words. "Adventurers, look around, buddy. I'm the only one here. I'll pay 1 gold coin. Not a copper, more. If you refuse, I'll take my business elsewhere." The guard froze sweat, suddenly forming on his brow. The brandy had promised a flood of newbies, and these NPCs planned to price gouge them. But he had been standing there all day, and Jiang Han was the only soul in sight. Sure, he bluffed about 10 gold and Jiang Han lowballed him to 1. But in this economy, that was still a fortune. This guy's monthly salary was only 50 silver coins. 1 gold was worth 100 silver. He couldn't let this whale swim away. "Wait, come back." Under the guidance of the guard, Jiang Han unlocked 2 crucial skills: basic swordsmanship rank D and the basic combo rank C. The passive swordsmanship boosted his attack by 5 points. The active combo, a double strike dealer, first hit 75% damage. Second hit 80%. Training complete, Kale put his hand out for payment. But Jiang Han, fresh off the spawn point, was broke. Time for a binding contract. He had 1 week to cough up the gold coin, or Kale would legally be allowed to skewer him. "By the way," Jiang Han smirked, "I'll owe you another coin if you give me all your gear right now." After some pestering, Kale actually folded. Moments later, Jiang Han was decked out in the guard's equipment. It was just basic white-tier armor and an iron sword, but his stats finally looked respectable. In this leveling manhwa landscape, white is the bottom of the barrel. Then it climbs bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, earth spirit, and the god tier heavenly rank. Trash tier, or not, those slimes were about to get wrecked. Just then, the sky rained players. The rest of the server had finally finished the intro. Jiang Han wasted no time. He sprinted to the hunting grounds and unleashed his new combo. Slash. The damage numbers were beautiful compared to the stick. The slime raged and rammed him, but thanks to Kale's armor, it felt like a mosquito bite. With a final strike, the monster dissolved. 10 experience points secured. Seeing that critical hit of 66 damage pop up. Absolute euphoria. Adrenaline pumping, Jiang Han went on a rampage. Level up, attack, and defense rose by 1, and his HP pool expanded by 100. 2 hours later, he strolled back to the village. The new players were crying, getting absolutely bodied by the slimes. The brandy was shaking his head at the weaklings, calling them trash under his breath. Then he saw Jiang Han returning already level 3. Jiang Han dropped a heavy sack of slime cores at the old man's feet. The brandy grunted. "Seems at least one of you has the IQ of a normal human." Jiang Han clenched his jaw. This NPC really knew how to push buttons. Time to fire back. That quest was child's play, old man. Got anything that actually requires effort? Oh, the brandy grinned wickedly. "Go slaughter the 10 great demon gods." "Do you dare?" A triple S rank mission. For a rookie, this was a suicide note. The Skyfall continent was torn between light and darkness. The 10 demon gods were the apex predators of the dark faction. Success meant infinite glory, a tier 1 city, mountains of gold, and the brandy's mysterious family heirloom. But failure, total ruin. Minus 50 levels, a loss of 100,000 reputation, and a 10,000 gold fine payable to the brandy. And the kicker, a 1-month time limit. Anyone with a brain could see the old man was setting him up. What's the matter? The brandy sneered. Lost your nerve? I guess you're just like the rest of the trash. Jiang Han swallowed the bait hook, line, and sinker. Fine, I accept. But the penalty is too harsh. So, hand over that heirloom right now as collateral. The old man agreed instantly, a wide smile on his face. But inside, he was laughing at this fool. With negative reputation, the light faction would hunt the boy down. The brandy was already counting that 10,000 gold in his head. Jiang Han accepted the quest and immediately secured a legendary S-rank scroll, the Wrath of the Fire God. This wasn't just random loot. It was the village chief's most precious ancestral treasure. Tearing this seal unleashes a forbidden hellscape. Every enemy within a 200-meter radius gets obliterated by 5 million points of fixed damage. The catch: it's a one-time consumable. With this single trump card, Jiang Han began his desperate 30-day sprint to slay the demon god. His journey kicked off against level 5 gray wolves. Compared to those squishy slimes from earlier, these beasts were absolute tanks. It was a messy fight, but Jiang Han finally dropped one. The reward? A measly 80 experience points and 3 copper coins. Regret washed over him. No wonder that old geezer handed over the heirloom so easily. It was a single-use nuke. At this grinding speed, slaying a demon god in a month was purely delusional. Jiang Han just wanted to log out of this trash-tier reality, but the system seemed to have a direct line to his thoughts. A friendly warning popped up. He had signed a debt contract for 10,000 gold coins. If he quit now, he'd have to pay up with real-world assets. Calculations raced through his mind. With the exchange rate at 600 yuan per coin, he owed nearly 6 million. For a fresh graduate used to an 8,000 yuan salary, this was financial ruin. Jiang Han forced his breathing to steady. In front of him, a wolf pack closed in. On his shoulders, a debt heavy enough to crush his soul. He turned and bolted. Fighting 10 at once was suicide. He needed to isolate them. Spotting a straggler, he lunged in for the kill. After 2 hours of guerrilla warfare, he hit level 7. He even scored a drop wolfskin gloves, boosting his defense by 2 points. Just as he cleared the pack, a massive shadow loomed over him. The demonized Wolf King had arrived. According to the system, this beast was once an ordinary wolf, but a fleeing injured mage had corrupted it with a forbidden spell, mutating it into a powerful guardian. Level 12. Bronze rank, 25,000 HP, and thick high defense. Thankfully, Jiang Han's attack power was just high enough to pierce its skin. He planned to grind small fry, but desperation called for high risks. With no other players around to steal the kill, this was his shot to break the status quo. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Han charged straight at the monstrosity. The Wolf King roared its sound wave, shaking the air as it launched a vicious counterattack. One claw swipe stripped 200 HP from him, with only 700 total health, and dealing a pathetic 9 damage in return. This looked like a swift death sentence for a rookie. Suddenly, a level 5 mob ambushed him from behind. Fangs sank into his wrist, draining another 78 health before he could react. Fighting through the agony, Jiang Han grabbed the small wolf by the scruff and thrust it toward the boss. The king's claws froze instantly in midair. Bingo! Even monsters have soft spots. Using the cub as a meat shield, Jiang Han unleashed a barrage of basic combos. While the boss hesitated, the Wolf King howled in impotent fury, but with its offspring in the line of fire, it didn't dare advance. Chipping away at less than 10 damage per hit, it took 2 grueling hours just to shave off half the boss's health bar. The beast's eyes turned bloodshot, with push-to-the-limit rage. Jiang Han's gut twisted. Was this thing evolving? Evolution, the ultimate variable, mentioned in every leveling manhwa guide for the eternal world. Even trash mobs can evolve 3 times to boost their stats, but for a boss monster, the odds of a power-up skyrocket. 9 times out of 10, that red aura meant trouble. Sure enough, the system flashed a danger warning. The Wolf King was evolving. The boss activated Bloodthirst. It sacrificed a fraction of health per minute for a massive boost in attack and speed. What kind of broken mechanic is this? Jiang Han wanted to scream. First the slimes, now a roided-out Wolf King. This system was actively trying to kill him. Before he could plan the beast, unleashed King's aura, crippling Jiang Han's speed and attack power by 10% for 30 seconds. Then came the claws. But they weren't aiming for Jiang Han, they were slashing down at the hostage in his hand. Evolution had wiped out its maternal instincts. The king slaughtered its own kin, just to remove Jiang Han's leverage. However, the recoil from that savage strike left the boss stunned for 5 precious seconds. Jiang Han spammed attacks, but it was like hitting a tank with a toothpick. The moment the stun faded, the boss retaliated. 300 damage instantly. His health bar flashed red at 91 out of 700. Staying here was suicide, and Jiang Han was no fool. He tried to flee, but he couldn't outrun a boss. 2 bounds and the monster was breathing down his neck. He frantically combat rolled to the side. 1 more hit meant game over. The miss only fueled the monster's rage. Wait. He saw a pattern. He was weaker, sure, but he was more agile. If he could kite it, hit, and run without getting touched, he had a chance. For 5 agonizing hours, he danced with death, relying solely on basic swordsmanship and starter combos. Finally, the boss's HP hit 0. Jiang Han collapsed, utterly drained. That was pure hell. But the rewards were sweet. 2000 XP sent him soaring up 3 levels. Plus, the first bronze boss kill achievement granted him bonus stats, huge reputation, and the unique Heaven's Blessing bead. The system prompted him, "Do you wish to announce this victory to the entire world channel? 10,000 reputation points just for bragging?" Except instantly, the server exploded. While others were stuck in the tutorial, someone had already slain a boss. Jiang Han's notification feed crashed under a tsunami of friend requests. He shut them all down cold. "Listen, I'm just looking to live a quiet life like a pebble by the roadside. Don't bother paying attention to me." With the nuisance gone, Jiang Han returned to the beast's corpse. Just as he reached for his spoils, a voice cold as the grave sent shivers down his spine. "Who dares destroy the puppet I spent so much effort creating?" Emerging from the shadows was the very Necromancer who twisted the Wolf King into that monstrosity. The moment his eyes landed on Jiang Han, his rage erupted. "A insignificant bug of an adventurer. Go meet your ancestors, you wretch." Cold sweat drenched Jiang Han's brow immediately. No matter how he looked at it, this undead mage radiated a terrifying aura of death. This monster introduced himself as a dark gold rank powerhouse of the continent. He was merely half a step away from ascending to the spirit rank realm. Since Jiang Han had obliterated his masterpiece, the Wolf King, the mage's hatred was bone deep. To think a dark gold powerhouse was lurking in a tiny novice village. The situation was absolutely hopeless. Jiang Han tried to offer a sincere compliment to de-escalate, but to the twisted Necromancer, it sounded like pure mockery. His fury only blazed hotter, even though the mage was heavily wounded and in poor condition. It was obvious that the power gap between them was like heaven and earth. Jiang Han quickly adopted a submissive posture, bowing his head. "Before I die, could you grant this humble one a tiny request? Speak your last words." Intrigued by Jiang Han's unnatural calmness in the face of death, the mage paused. Jiang Han seized the moment. "Please allow me to view your status window." He calculated rapidly. If his health points are under 500, I have a fighting chance. But the Necromancer was no fool. His current state was critical. Showing his stats would be exposing his throat to the enemy. He ignored the request and raised his staff to strike. But that split second of hesitation, Jiang Han caught it. Jiang Han instantly flashed a forbidden scroll. "Stop right there while you still can." The tables turned instantly. Fear flickered in the mage's eyes. He never imagined a lowly adventurer would possess such a catastrophic item. Seeing the mage waver, Jiang Han pressed his advantage aggressively. "Show me your stats and hand over all your treasures." Heavily injured or not, the Necromancer refused to be humiliated by a bug. He roared back, "Don't think I don't know your game. You're betting that my remaining health is lower than that scroll's damage, aren't you? Trying to loot a burning house. Go ahead, tear it. That scroll is a one-time consumable anyway." He was certain this was just a bluff, but he underestimated just how crazy Jiang Han was. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He started tearing the scroll. The first rip echoed like a thunderclap. Ice-cold terror gripped the Necromancer's heart. At his peak, he would have laughed at a forbidden scroll. But in his crippled state, this was a death sentence. Even an NPC clings to life. "Wait, stop." At the mage's desperate plea, Jiang Han froze his hand, hovering over the seal. "Speak, what is it you want? Hand over all your gear and items, and I'll spare you." Jiang Han coldly restated his terms. "I cannot give an adventurer my personal equipment. It violates the fundamental laws of this world." The Necromancer's expression turned grim as the grave. He scrambled for a loophole to save his own skin. "There is another way. I will make an exception and take you as my disciple. I will teach you the sword arts of the dark faction." Jiang Han hesitated. This wasn't a simple choice. Becoming Daniel's disciple meant betraying the light faction completely. It would cost him 100,000 fame points instantly. He suspected Daniel was scheming. Once he stepped into the abyss, there was no turning back. He would be tied to this villain, like a grasshopper on a string. Furthermore, his current class was Warrior. It was a perfectly balanced class with all 4 attributes at a stable 3 stars. Jiang Han didn't care for some petty dark sword tricks. But Daniel, sensing the rejection, decided to go all in. He raised his hand and swore a soul oath to the gods. If you agree, I will pour every ounce of my power into making you the one and only Dark Swordsman. The Dark Swordsman is a hidden class, 3 attributes at 5 stars, and attack power at a legendary 6 stars. In the annals of the Eternal Continent, the Dark Swordsman is recorded as the strongest entity in history, cold-blooded, tyrannical, despotic, pure evil. Jiang Han grinned. Those words were music to his ears. Being a self-righteous White Lotus hero was boring anyway. He'd much rather be a maniac obsessed with slaughter. Without a second thought, Jiang Han shook Daniel's hand. The pact was sealed. He officially joined the Dark Faction, embracing his path in this dark leveling manhwa. System alert transformation complete. Unique hidden class Dark Swordsman acquired. Instantly, a surge of energy rewired his very DNA, altering his appearance. Basic swordsmanship evolved into dark swordsmanship. Basic combo mutated into frenzied chain slash. He even received a rare item, the Ring of the Undead. There was just one problem. He looked absolutely hideous, Daniel explained. It is the overflow of evil aura. Once you are strong enough to control it, you will return to normal. For now, the mage cast a disguise spell to hide Jiang Han's true form. This will only last for 3 days, he warned. Jiang Han let out a heavy sigh, immediately complaining. Hey, I'm a unique hidden class now, but my master is just a measly dark gold necromancer. I'm seriously worried about my future prospects here. Daniel shook with rage. To be roasted by his own disciple. You ungrateful brat. But your ambition is commendable. In the Dark Faction, strength is the only law. If the day comes when you surpass me, you can go seek apprenticeship under the 10 great demon gods. Hearing that Jiang Han's fighting spirit ignited, Daniel then issued a class advancement test and A-rank difficulty quest. Prove your loyalty to the darkness, he commanded. The objective: slaughter 100 adventurers and NPCs from the light faction. Jiang Han felt the blood drain from his face. The Dark Faction doesn't mess around. Eliminating 100 targets. This wasn't just hard, it was insane. He wanted to refuse, but the system gave him no choice. Daniel needed 3 days to heal, and that was exactly how long Jiang Han had to finish the job. But the true nightmare lay in the fine print. Since he joined the darkness, the goddess of life had abandoned him. If he died now, there would be no resurrection in the novice village. It was game over. Daniel dropped a bombshell. Jiang Han had lost the goddess of life's blessing, but in exchange, the ancient demon god now watched over him. But power comes at a price. To understand the true nature of this dark protection, Jiang Han had to complete a hellish trial first. As Daniel vanished, our protagonist was left in a storm of complex emotions. He had turned his back on the light faction, a heavy sin in this leveling manhwa. Yet, he now possessed a unique hidden class and skills that could evolve. Was this a curse, or the ultimate jackpot? Fate provided an immediate answer. A pack of gray wolves prowled into view. Perfect test subjects for his new dark powers. The difference was night and day. Dark energy surged, and with a single swing, the entire pack was obliterated. The drop rate wasn't bad either, filling his inventory with loot. He headed back to the village to cash in, but the path of a hero is never smooth. An arrogant adventurer stepped out to block his way. Listen up, pal. This territory belongs to us now, the thug sneered, his face twisted in a mock threat. Go grind somewhere else, unless you have a death wish. Jiang Han sighed. It was the classic guild tyranny found in every system manhwa, using numbers to bully solo players and monopolize resources. He calmly activated the recording function. If they wanted trouble, he'd make them famous on the World Channel and let the keyboard warriors deliver justice. Seeing the camera, the thugs lunged. They tried to overwhelm him with numbers, but their blades bounced off Jiang Han's armor like toothpicks against steel. Jiang Han barely exerted any force, yet he sent both of them straight to the respawn point. His stats had exploded after the class awakening. Even he was shocked. He had insta-killed them, and then the system notification chimed. As a member of the Dark Faction, killing players now granted experience points. Seeing their leader drop, the rest of the party roared in anger and charged at once. They thought they were taking revenge, but in Jiang Han's eyes, they were just walking XP potions. It was the perfect chance to speedrun his trial quest. The slaughter began. Jiang Han unleashed a frenzy of attacks. Bodies hit the floor one after another. In a heartbeat, 17 players were deleted from the map. After wiping the floor with them, Jiang Han returned to the novice village. Whispers erupted immediately. Everyone recognized the first player to slay a boss monster. He dumped his loot. Even low-level gear was a treasure trove at this stage of the game. The market square instantly turned into a chaotic auction house. Bids flew everywhere. One wealthy player offered 10,000 credits for a set and extended an invitation to join his guild. Jiang Han politely declined. "I work alone," he said. Joining a light faction guild now that he was a dark disciple, that was suicide. Since he couldn't recruit him, the buyer from the Dragon Clan settled for a friend request. He wanted first dibs on any future high-tier loot Jiang Han found. Deal. Jiang Han accepted the request and logged out of Eternal. The transaction was instant cash. Hit his real-world account in seconds. 40,000 credits richer, Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction. Now for the cherry on top, he uploaded the footage of the Supreme Guild bullying him to the forums. The forum exploded. In this Manhwa recap, public opinion is a weapon. Hordes of players who hated the bullying guilds rallied behind Jiang Han. The news reached the Supreme Guild's leader, Chaos Lord. Furious, he issued a server-wide command: mobilize every member in the novice village immediately. The order was absolute: hunt down Jiang Han. The bounty on his head, a staggering 50,000 credits. Chaos Lord demanded a raid party of at least 100 players. He didn't just want Jiang Han dead. He wanted him erased from the game. The scale of the army surprised Jiang Han, but fear no. He smiled. They weren't enemies. They were a massive delivery of experience points. The Supreme Guild didn't disappoint. The mob descended on him. They fought for the bounty. Jiang Han fought to awaken his true power. The clash was inevitable. Steel flashed. Jiang Han's sword swept through the air, claiming 2 lives in a single brutal stroke. The frontline faltered, faces pale with shock. They realized too late why the guild had sent so many experts. This guy was a monster. Death for light faction players meant losing levels, and stats a nightmare for anyone grinding in an awakening manhwa. The mob began to hesitate. Seeing the morale crumble, Chaos Lord shouted over the din, his voice dripping with desperation and authority. "Don't back down. I'll compensate every death. Kill him, and his legendary gear is ours. Think of the power." Jiang Han laughed, a cold, chilling sound. "You think you can loot me? You're welcome to try." Chaos Lord's army was pathetic. These guys struggled against blue slimes, and they brought 0 mages or archers. It was a melee-only suicide squad. Against Jiang Han, they had 0 chance. It was a buffet of XP, and he was starving. He danced through their ranks, a whirlwind of destruction. Every swing of his blade harvested souls. Their counterattacks, pitiful. They dealt single-digit damage scratches on a tank. For 20 minutes, they chipped away, finally dragging his health down to 20%. Victory seemed close, until a golden light engulfed him. Level up. Level 11 achieved. HP fully restored. The attackers froze, staring in absolute despair. All that effort undone in a second. Chaos Lord screamed commands, forcing his men back into the meat grinder. Perfect. Jiang Han needed fresh bodies. The more they charged, the faster his trial progressed. The kill count ticked up relentlessly, 74 souls, harvested by his dark blade. 15 minutes later, the system chimed. Quest complete. He could have stopped there, but the fools kept coming. Why waste a once-in-a-lifetime grinding spot? Jiang Han grinned. The Supreme Guild, however, was descending into total panic. They were exhausted, gasping for breath, while Jiang Han fought with the stamina of a god. He was tougher than any dungeon boss they had ever faced. Just as they whittled his health down again, flash, another level up, another full heal. The Supreme Guild finally realized they were trapped in a nightmare. The onlookers couldn't wrap their heads around it. How was Jiang Han leveling up by slaughtering other players? None of them realized the terrifying truth: he had already sworn allegiance to the Dark Faction. Assuming it was some overpowered artifact dropped by the Bronze Boss, the guild leader of Chaos World made a calculation. Preserving their strength was paramount, so he barked the order to retreat. The adventurers didn't need to be told twice. They scattered like frightened rats. After this display of cowardice, the Hero Guild was destined to become the laughingstock of the entire internet. Jiang Han casually opened his status window to check his experience points, but a frantic system notification flashed before his eyes. Daniel was in a desperate situation, teetering on the brink of death. As his disciple, ignoring this plea wasn't an option. If he let his master die now, he would lose 50,000 reputation points within the Dark Faction instantly. The main character cursed under his breath. What kind of useless mentor was this? The guy was nothing but a walking disaster. Locking onto the coordinates, Jiang Han rushed back to the rescue. It turned out some glory hound was trying to capture Daniel to claim a bounty and climb the ranks of the light faction. But when Jiang Han arrived at the scene, the enemy looked suspiciously familiar. That face. It was the brandy of the novice village. However, the system interface now identified the old man by his true class, the Flame Mage. Just like with Daniel, aside from the name, his stats were a sea of question marks. The brandy immediately sensed the dark aura radiating from Jiang Han and realized the boy had fallen into the demonic path. "What are you talking about? I'm just a law-abiding citizen who follows the rules." Jiang Han tried to play dumb, but the ominous energy swirling around him betrayed his words. The brandy's lips curled into a sinister grin. He decided to capture both Daniel and Jiang Han. Bringing them both in would guarantee a massive reward and a meteoric rise in status. "Can we win this?" Jiang Han whispered, turning to Daniel with a grim expression. "Before you arrived, I wasn't sure. But now that you're here, we'll just lose faster." The situation was dire. "So what's the plan?" Daniel revealed his only option. He needed to secretly cast a teleportation circle to whisk them away, but there was a catch. Jiang Han had to hold off the old monster for 20 seconds. Jiang Han was willing to play along, but business was business. If he was going to risk his neck, this favor needed to be converted into a system quest with a juicy reward. Daniel was speechless at the greed, but he had no other choice if he wanted to survive. The game system immediately recognized the bargain and generated a new emergency quest. The objective was simple yet deadly. Hold off the Flame Mage brandy for 20 seconds so the Necromancer could activate the teleportation array. It was a classic setup for a high-stakes system Manhwa scenario. "Heh, you really have no credibility as a mentor, do you? Just watch me." Jiang Han accepted the quest and stepped forward, positioning himself as a human shield for his master. "You brat, do you think I'm invisible?" Whispering schemes right in front of me, Brandy gritted his teeth and raised his staff, preparing to incinerate both of them where they stood. "Don't move a muscle, or I won't be polite," Jiang Han shouted once again, pulling out the forbidden scroll from his inventory. Outwardly, Brandy scoffed, claiming a measly scroll couldn't harm him, but internally he was kicking himself for ever giving that item to Jiang Han in the first place. Jiang Han didn't hesitate for a second. He ripped the scroll open, unleashing a scorching inferno that roared like a beast, hungry to swallow Brandy whole. The mage could do nothing but focus all his power on defense. At that exact moment, Daniel's teleportation formation finally activated. Master and disciple were sucked into the vortex and vanished instantly. Immediately, a new system notification was broadcast to every player on the server. The announcement was damning. Player Jiang Han had betrayed the light faction and joined the darkness. Anyone who eliminated him would receive a unique item and a legendary hidden class. The portal dumped them in a desolate wasteland. Jiang Han's map identified it as the Gale Plains. The ironic bounty notification flashed before his own eyes as well. Jiang Han's expression darkened. The system's bounty was way too generous. From this day forward, countless adventurers would be dreaming of taking his head to claim that reward. Furthermore, saving Daniel came with heavy consequences. Jiang Han had officially violated his contracts with both the soldier Kale and Brandy. The penalty was catastrophic, minus 100,000 reputation, with the light faction, a reduction of 50 levels, and a fine of 10,000 gold. The problem was, Jiang Han didn't even have that much money to lose. Tragically, his level and attributes were reset to the starting line. With no other option, Jiang Han turned to Daniel to demand compensation for his sacrifice. After all, he had taken this hit because he chose to stand by the Necromancer. Daniel promised he wouldn't mistreat Jiang Han, and for once, the NPC wasn't just paying lip service. The reward for holding off the Flame Mage was 100,000 experience points and a rare S-rank skill called the Evil Kick. In true leveling Manhwa fashion, Jiang Han shot up from level 1 straight to level 14. To be honest, the skill's raw damage wasn't exactly top tier. However, the move involved kicking the opponent squarely in the face, causing massive emotional damage and shattering their dignity. For that reason alone, Jiang Han decided he could begrudgingly accept this so-called evil kick. Daniel emphasized that this was a long-lost art he had discovered, while grave-robbing a powerful entity. Since his mage body wasn't built for physical combat, he had held onto it, waiting for the right successor, Jiang Han. The evil kick has been lost for ages. There are countless powerhouses in the dark faction who have begged me to teach them this technique, Daniel boasted. Daniel was trying hard to hype up the reward. "All right, master, I get it. But do you have anything else for me?" He was still unsatisfied. Daniel snapped, "Don't be so greedy. Do you really think trading a one-time use scroll for a lost S-rank skill is a bad deal?" It wasn't a loss, but Jiang Han was desperate to regain his strength quickly. Unfortunately, Daniel was stingier than expected and refused to cough up any more gear or skills. The Necromancer was in a hurry to move. The Gale Plains were not under the jurisdiction of the Dark Faction, making it a risky place to linger. They traversed steep cliffs for an hour until they reached a desolate wasteland. Daniel decided to camp there. His injuries required 2 days of meditation to fully heal. He tossed a potion to Jiang Han, telling him to go grind some levels nearby. Apparently, the monsters in this wasteland weren't too overpowered. Jiang Han caught the bottle. It was a potent recovery potion capable of regenerating 500 health points every single second. A moment later, a C-rank difficulty quest from Daniel popped up. Jiang Han accepted immediately and set off to farm monsters in the wasteland to regain his power. The first mob Jiang Han encountered was a demon lizard. It was a standard level 18 monster with a health pool of 20,000. Jiang Han hesitated for a split second. This lizard was a glass cannon low health, but its attack and defense stats dwarfed even the Wolf King he'd faced before. However, Jiang Han's strength had also skyrocketed since that duel. As long as he didn't get swarmed by the pack, this was manageable. In fact, it was the perfect stage to test his new skill, the Vile Stomp. Jiang Han surged forward with massive strides, launching a surprise attack on a drowsy lizard. Bam! The kick obliterated nearly a third of its HP bar, inflicting a suppression effect that locked the beast in place for 2 whole seconds. Immediately, he followed up with his active skill, Frenzied Slash. He maximized every millisecond of those 2 seconds. But the moment the stun faded, the lizard went berserk, sinking its fangs deep into Jiang Han's right leg. A damage number of 400 floated up. A nasty wound, sure, but with his current stats, it was nothing more than a scratch. With a swift thrust of his blade, Jiang Han finished the beast, harvesting 500 experience points. But the commotion had drawn attention. 3 or 4 more lizards were closing in fast. Jiang Han engaged in hit-and-run tactics, carefully managing the distance to avoid being encircled. The strategy was flawless. Within minutes, the entire pack lay dead at his feet. Suddenly, a holographic interface materialized. But this wasn't a standard notification you'd expect in a typical system manhwa. It was a message from Dragon soaring his contact from the Dragon Clan Guild. "Brother, you're becoming quite the celebrity. The major forums are buzzing with talk of assassinating you." Jiang Han couldn't care less about internet fame. His eyes were glued to the meager loot dropped by the lizards, 2 measly silver coins and a couple of coppers. Truly pathetic earnings. As if reading his mind, Dragon Soaring suddenly made a bold proposition. "Brother, how about selling your own head?" The plan was simple. They would collude. Jiang Han would let Dragon take his head to claim the bounty, and they'd split the massive reward. But there was a fatal flaw. Jiang Han had joined the Dark Faction and lost the Goddess of Life's protection. Resurrection was impossible. He flatly refused, even when Dragon typed, "I can offer 20 million. That number made Jiang Han freeze. 20 million. In the real world, that was an astronomical sum. Even if it meant a permanent account ban, that money would set him up for life, instantly propelling him to the peak of society. But that was the old Jiang Han talking. Now, he was the one and only dark swordsman in the world of Eternal. 20 million was a lot, but his ambition was far greater. He rejected the offer a second time. Seeing Jiang Han's resolve, Dragon Soaring didn't push it. He simply offered a friendly warning. Right now, every player in the server was hunting him down. If you miss this deal, Dragon implied getting killed for free won't net you a single cent. "Relax," Jiang Han replied. "I have my own value." "Fair enough," Dragon wrote back. "Happy grinding." Jiang Han unloaded some fresh gear to the Dragon Clan Guild for 30,000. Dragon Soaring accepted immediately. With the finances settled, Jiang Han returned to his true calling, slaughtering lizards for XP. His experience bar filled at a terrifying rate. In the blink of an eye, he hit level 15. Suddenly, Jiang Han's body began to spasm and shift. This wasn't just a level up. He was evolving. Ding. The system announced that the latent potential of the Dark Swordsman had awakened. A new passive skill unlocked Power of Death. According to the skill description, he now walked the razor's edge between life and death. His regeneration capabilities were now horrific enough to terrify onlookers, rendering even holy light punishment ineffective. It worked like an out-of-body state. While active, he regenerated a staggering 0.5% of his HP every second. Even in combat, it maintained a 0.1% recovery rate. Jiang Han grinned from ear to ear. He could recover 30% of his health in a single minute. Now he could fight, flee, and return to full strength in under 4 minutes. He was a perpetual motion machine of death. A notification pinged. Dragon Soaring had transferred the 30,000 to Jiang Han's account. Jiang Han stashed the sold gear in a hidden spot in the wasteland, sent the coordinates to his partner, and resumed his massacre. In a flash, 500 demonized lizards fell to his blade. Among the loot lay a pair of bronze-tier leather boots with a 2% movement speed buff. Sadly, they required level 16. He was just shy of equipping them. After a while, his stomach growled in protest, forcing a logout. But while Jiang Han enjoyed his meal in the real world, the Alliance Guild was frantically plotting their revenge. Jiang Han stuffed his face and jacked back into Eternal. But the moment he spawned in the wasteland, a massive tail whipped him, blasting away over 1,000 hit points. This was no ordinary mob. Towering before him was the level 20 demonized Lizard King, boasting a health bar of 100,000. A true boss battle had begun. Burning with fighting spirit, Jiang Han charged. He leaped into the air momentum building and unleashed his signature Vile Stomp. The impact shaved off 1,073 HP, but the stun lasted a measly 0.3 to 5 seconds. Jiang Han was shocked. The small fries stayed down for 2 seconds, but this boss barely flinched. To make matters worse, the contact infected Jiang Han with the Lizard King's neurotoxin. He was losing 50 health every second for 10 seconds straight. He wanted to save it, but he had no choice. He downed the precious healing potion from Daniel. The liquid had barely touched his lips when the Lizard King launched its next assault. Fueled by the rage of wasting a valuable item, Jiang Han's attacks turned vicious. The beast tried to crush him with its massive heavy tail, but Jiang Han refused to give it the satisfaction. First step, sever the weapon. With a clean cut, the tail went flying, followed instantly by a relentless combo of strikes. Minutes later, the demonized Lizard King collapsed, its skull split open by Jiang Han's blade. The loot explosion was dazzling. Jiang Han was practically drooling with anticipation. The results exceeded his wildest dreams. A suit of armor and a scepter shimmered on the ground, both radiating powerful stats. Unfortunately, Jiang Han wasn't a mage, but he knew exactly who to call. Dragon Soaring was the perfect customer. At first, Dragon Soaring hesitated. The gear required level 20 a tier his guild members hadn't reached yet. But Jiang Han was a master negotiator, insisting it was a necessary investment for the future. After some intense haggling, Dragon Soaring caved and offered 50,000. Jiang Han closed the deal instantly. Same method, cash first, pickup later. In just a few days, he had raked in 100 grand. The earning potential in this leveling manhwa reality was absolutely terrifying. He knew this hunting ground was a goldmine for his growth. Just a few more of these lizards and the grind would finally be complete. Jiang Han slaughtered the rest to equip those sand boots. His gear set was finally looking decent. Time to log off and recharge. Stepping out of the world of eternal hunger struck. A text from Wang Kai popped up. BBQ time. They had been gaming brothers since their university days, bonded by sleepless nights of grinding. Even after graduation, their brotherhood remained unbreakable. Wang Kai greeted him with a massive grin. The food, clearly just an excuse for the meeting. The real agenda: Wang Kai wanted to recruit him. He was offering Jiang Han a shot at becoming a professional player in this lucrative industry. With Jiang Han's god-tier mechanics, a normal job would be a crime against humanity. Conveniently, Wang Kai was now working for the Eternal Game Corporation. If Jiang Han joined, they could dominate together again. But Jiang Han just chewed on a skewer, shaking his head. Pass. Wang Kai thought his bro was suspicious of a scam. He immediately started listing the corporate perks: massive salary, full insurance, and free housing. A gamer's paradise. Seeing his friend ramble on, Jiang Han finally dropped the bomb. I'm already running my own operation. So that's why you turned me down, Wang Kai laughed. It made sense. Eternal wasn't just a game. It was the hottest leveling manhwa phenomenon on the planet. The simulation was so perfect, they called it the second world. For a hardcore gaming addict like Jiang Han, resisting it was impossible. Wang Kai asked for his character name, eager to party up. But Jiang Han hesitated. I can't tell you. Let's just say, the entire server wants my head on a platter. Even with his best friend, caution was key. In this cutthroat system, manhwa information was dangerous. Silence was safety. Wang Kai rolled his eyes at the dramatic secrecy. What are you, being hunted by a guild or something? Crap, he nailed it. Jiang Han waved it off nervously. Wang Kai dropped it, leaning in to whisper a developer secret instead. Listen, once players hit a certain threshold, a hidden, secret realm opens up. Even Wang Kai didn't know the exact launch time. It's connected to the player's innate talent awakening. The developers hate the idea of RNG lottery systems. They want power to be earned. You have to pass a trial to determine if your talent is trash or god tier. Pure insider trading info. After finishing the feast and the gossip, they parted ways. Back home, Jiang Han dove straight into the capsule. Daniel, the dark NPC, raised an eyebrow. Back so soon? You're efficient. Cut the chatter, give me the loot. Daniel chuckled and handed over a massive 25,000 XP and a silver-grade storage ring. Boom, level 17 instantly. And that ring, a lifesaver. His inventory space just expanded by 20 slots. Remembering Wang Kai's intel, Jiang Han tested the waters. Master, tell me about the adventurer's talent awakening. Talent? Daniel paused. It was a valid question. Jiang Han was a newbie in the Eternal Continent still, without a true awakened ability. It was time for a lesson. Daniel leaned on his staff, his voice dropping an octave. When an adventurer's power rivals that of a native NPC, the secret realm opens. Inside, a special trial awaits. Pass the trial, and you get 60 minutes to snatch a talent. They float around like colored orbs of destiny. You pick the one that calls to you. Jiang Han blinked. Wait a whole hour to choose. It sounds generous, Daniel scoffed. But 90% of them are trash. You'll mostly see rank C and D garbage floating around. Take the Sword God of the Light faction. His talent is Sword Heart. It boosts damage with blade weapons by a staggering 80%. That is an SS rank talent. The absolute peak of power on this continent, beings with SS rank talent are rarer than dragon's blood. The hierarchy is cruel, S, A, B, C, and D at the bottom. Seeing the hunger in Jiang Han's eyes, Daniel snorted. Don't get greedy, kid. That S-rank evil kick I gave you is already a miracle. Jiang Han ignored the lecture. Master, how do I reach the NPC standard I want in? Daniel gauged him. You need to hit the silver rank threshold. The system judges you based on your raw power growth. Some geniuses enter at level 21. Others take until 30. But enough talk. Daniel's eyes glowed. Your body is ready. It is time to bestow the demon god's protection upon you. Jiang Han held his breath. This was the moment. Would this ancient blessing replace the infinite respawn privilege players usually had? Daniel raised his staff, chanting in a forgotten tongue. Crack. A bolt of black lightning exploded from the tip, slamming directly into Jiang Han's chest. It felt like being dipped in molten lava, but the agony vanished as quickly as it came. Jiang Han stood there smoking like a burnt piece of toast. Ding system. You have received the demon god's protection. Title unlocked. He looked at his new status. Title, The Fallen. The mark of one who has betrayed the light. The buff was insane, maximum HP increased by 100%. He had officially evolved into a bronze tier boss entity. No wonder bosses were such damage sponges. The light faction players relied on infinite respawns, sacrificing levels to cheat death and keep grinding. But the dark faction, they didn't respawn easily. Instead, they became unkillable tanks. Jiang Han smiled. The path of the traitor suited him perfectly. After joining the dark faction, his power leveled up at an insane speed. He was practically immortal now. You could say Jiang Han wielded the ultimate dual-class power, the black and white twin walkers. Jiang Han Shui, my beloved disciple, how does it feel? Daniel's voice echoed. Are you awestruck by the absolute protection of the demon god? Daniel was buzzing with energy, a grin stretching from ear to ear like a madman. Master, where do we strike next? We can't just wander the wilderness forever, can we? Daniel nodded, his aura flaring. Now that his wounds were fully healed, the days of skulking in the shadows were over. Listen closely, Daniel said, his voice dropping an octave. My true identity is far more profound than your mortal mind could comprehend. Daniel tried to sound mysterious, but Jiang Han just let out a hollow O to humor him. He figured the guy was just stroking his own ego again. And so their new legendary saga began. Before long, they crossed into a new zone, the City of Gloom. In a past life, this was the sacred territory of the Light faction, the City of Heavenly Light. But crushed under the heel of the 10 great demon gods, it was corrupted into a fortress of darkness. Yet lying so close to the enemy, this leveling Manhwa setting became a brutal meat grinder of constant war. The moment Jiang Han and Daniel set foot at the city gates, a thunderous voice boomed through the air. The city lord has returned, open the gates, welcome him. Jiang Han froze, his brain short-circuiting. Wait, Daniel wasn't just bragging. His identity was truly terrifying. He was the supreme ruler, the city lord of the City of Gloom. I ascended to the throne 6 months ago. Few know this secret. Daniel smirked with arrogance. It was the resources of this city that allowed me to shatter my limits and break through to the spirit rank. Jiang Han was still reeling. This defied all logic. According to the lore of this system, Manhwa cities were ranked in 5 strict tiers. From the bottom up, Grade B villages, Grade 3 towns, Grade 2 cities, Grade 1 metropolises, and the apex the super cities. Daniel just reached the spirit rank. Before that, he was merely a dark gold boss. How could he possibly conquer a Grade 1 city? You need at least Earth rank power to even scratch the walls of such a fortress. Seeing their master, the skeletal soldiers clattered with joy. Even the Vice City Lord stepped forward to welcome the returning king. It was the golden undead knight Cantor. Just like with Daniel and Brandy, Jiang Han's eyes could see nothing but a name. His stats were completely masked by overwhelming power. Cantor leaped from his mount and knelt in absolute submission. Daniel raised him up, gesturing toward his disciple. Meet the future. This is my newly accepted disciple, Jiang Han Shui. Cantor bowed. Greetings. I sense a terrifying hidden evil dormant within you. Your path to greatness is limitless. Jiang Han didn't know if the undead knight was kissing up or being serious, but hey, flattery sounds sweet to anyone's ears. The emotional reunion finally ended. Safely inside their private quarters, Jiang Han finally voiced the fear gnawing at his gut. Master, the City of Gloom is on the doorstep of the light. When the war starts, we'll be the first to burn. Are you not afraid? Fear, Daniel laughed. I am a necromancer. Death is an old friend. To rule as a city lord even for a moment. That is a destiny worth dying for without regret. Seeing Daniel so zen about dying, Jiang Han mentally cursed. You crazy bastard. The master might be ready to rot, but Jiang Han hadn't lived nearly enough yet. As if reading his mind, Daniel's expression darkened. Strictly speaking, necromancers are outcasts. We don't truly belong to the dark faction. Even the high-ranking Dark Lords fear us. They dread the possibility of another calamity of the undead sweeping across the world. On the Eternal Continent, all living things despise the dead. My fate is sealed. One day the world will come for my head. But I have claimed this throne. I have one final ambition remaining. Once achieved, I can embrace the void with a smile. Death meant nothing to him before. But now, fate had tethered him to a burdensome tale. Jiang Han, I have a duty now, he declared. I will not drag my disciple into hell with me. While I sit on this throne, I will use every ounce of my power to shield my people. Darkness and light were sharpening their blades. But for now, a fragile silence held. The calm before the apocalyptic storm. Before the sky falls, I will forge you into a weapon. As City Lord, I grant you access to resources that will make you a god. Daniel's hand rested heavy on Jiang Han's shoulder, his voice trembling with sincerity. Jiang Han was stunned. He'd stumbled blindly into a master with a treasure trove of power. The emotion was so raw, so human. For a moment, the line between NPC and reality blurred. But Daniel was still Daniel. Since the system forbade handing out gear for free, he threw Jiang Han back into the fire to forge his own strength. The mission? Exterminate the wild rats. But these weren't ordinary vermin. They were corrupted by demonic energy terrorizing the patrols. Jiang Han paused. Wait. If they're corrupted by darkness, aren't they on our side? Why slaughter our own kind? The logic didn't add up. Daniel shook his head. Beasts consumed by demonic energy lose all sanity. They tolerate only their own pack. To anything else, they are berserkers who fight until their hearts explode. He urged Jiang Han to evolve fast. Because to the light faction, Jiang Han's dark swordsman class wasn't just an enemy. It was an abomination. The moment his identity is exposed to the light's paragons, he will be hunted to the very ends of the earth. There will be no escape. Mission accepted. Slaughter 500 demonized rats. But Jiang Han wanted more. He wanted the source of the corruption. He stepped out into the barren wasteland. Grabbing a random skeleton by the collar, he interrogated it for intel. The answer, the south. The nest lay that way. Jiang Han marched toward destiny. It didn't take long. A sea of red eyes stared back at him. The swarm was endless, a living carpet of fur and fangs. The problem? Each rat was level 22. Their attack power rivaled his own, but their health bars. Monstrous tanks with double his vitality. Fighting 10 easy. Fighting this ocean of claws, he'd be mincemeat. Cold sweat drenched his back. He braced to flee, but suddenly the rats turned tail and ran. Jiang Han stood there, utterly baffled by the situation. I haven't even moved yet. So why are you running away? Thankfully, the system chimed in to explain this strange Manhwa recap phenomenon. These demonized rats possessed a survival instinct sharper than a blade. they detected a terrifying evil aura hidden deep within Jiang Han, causing them to flee for their sheer lives. He never expected his dark aura to act as a natural deterrent against monsters. But regardless of the reason, this was a golden opportunity he couldn't waste. Jiang Han launched himself into the chase. He unleashed his wicked stomp to suppress the swarm, followed instantly by a barrage of frenzied slashes to reap the harvest. Since the enemy had chosen cowardice, they no longer posed a threat to him. Wiping out the entire colony was now just a matter of time. However, the sheer volume of these pests was overwhelming. It took 2 grueling hours to finish the grind. His reward: a pair of iron arm guards granting a 3% defense boost. But just like the armor from before, this gear required level 20 to equip. Jiang Han tossed it into his inventory for later use. Just as he finished, a world announcement flashed across his vision. A player named God's Forbidden Zone had awakened a B-rank agility talent, becoming the first adventurer to do so. Jiang Han was shocked, and then a wave of anxiety hit him. To think someone had already unlocked a talent this early in the leveling Manhwa game. Top-tier gamers were everywhere in this world. But there was no time to panic. A new challenge was already brewing. Having slaughtered the minions, he knew the boss monster would inevitably spawn. And there it was, the demonized Rat King, a silver rank boss. This fight wasn't going to be a walk in the park. His current attack power could barely scratch its defense. The monster was a tank, massive size, bottomless HP, and devastating striking power. Even without seeing its stats, Jiang Han knew he was outclassed. But this young man had always possessed more guts than brains. As the first silver boss in the server, he couldn't let anyone else steal this kill. Brave thoughts are one thing, but reality is brutal. His wicked stomp only stunned the king for a measly 0.2 seconds. In return, a single bite tore away half of Jiang Han's health bar. If not for the healing potions Daniel gave him, he would have been instant toast. He swung his sword, dealing a pathetic 1,000 damage per hit. But he didn't give up. After an hour of kiting, the Rat King's health finally dropped to 50%. Jiang Han's nerves were taut as bowstrings. In any system Manhwa, when a boss hits half health, a second phase is guaranteed. Right on cue, the Rat King reared its head and screeched. Suddenly, an endless tide of smaller rats surged from every corner. The numbers were suffocating enough to bury him alive, yet the moment the minions locked eyes with him, they began to shake uncontrollably. Just like before, instinct took over and they scattered in terror. Both Jiang Han and the Rat King stood frozen in confusion. Eventually, fear gripped even the Rat King. Following its minions, it decided that running away was the best strategy. But Jiang Han wasn't about to let that juicy pile of experience points escape. Seeing the beast dive into a burrow, he lunged forward. Grabbing its tail, he unleashed a frenzy of slashes as they were dragged down. They plummeted into the abyss. Suddenly, the Rat King's health bar fully regenerated. At the same time, Jiang Han sensed an immense ancient power pulsing in the darkness. He realized instantly this was the source of the demonic energy corrupting the rats. Before he could react, massive crystals nearby erupted with light. A torrent of raw energy blasted straight into his body. He braced for an attack, but it was a blessing from the violet lightning gem. The evil power within him resonated, activating a temporary state. All stats skyrocketed by 1,000% for 60 seconds. 1,000%. That was absolute madness. Even with just 1 minute, the Rat King was dead meat. With this insane cheat code activated, Jiang Han charged. A casual swing of his sword now dealt over 20,000 damage. 5 hits. That's all it took to send the beast to hell. As a silver boss, it dropped a massive 180,000 XP. Jiang Han instantly leveled up to 19. The rewards didn't stop there. 1,000 reputation points, 20 free attribute points, and a rare item energy bias. It was a scroll with a broken effect. Unconditionally upgrade any B rank or lower skill by 1 level. Talk about overpowered. Jiang Han couldn't believe his luck. As usual, the system asked if he wanted to announce his victory to the world for 10,000 reputation points. He hit yes without hesitation. In this awakening Manhwa, he was already a rising star. There was no point in hiding his strength anymore. The moment the notification went live, the entire player base erupted into chaos. Most players were still struggling at level 5. Yet Jiang Han was already solo killing silver rank bosses. His power gap was simply terrifying. The rival guilds were fuming, still stuck fighting trash mobs while he soared. Ignoring the drama, Jiang Han leisurely checked the Rat King's corpse for more loot. Suddenly, a critical alert appeared: talent trial initiating in 3 minutes. It came out of nowhere. Jiang Han was stunned, but ecstasy quickly took over. He even had 3 minutes to prepare. fate was smiling on him today. Daniel had warned him that items and equipment were banned in the trial. However, he never said anything about skills. If victory depended on technique, he had to go all in. He immediately used the energy bias scroll to upgrade his dark swordsmanship. The system processed the evolution instantly. His skill transformed into the A-rank art of slaughter. Previously, his base damage was only 50. Now, base damage skyrocketed to 200. It also granted a 20% stacking damage buff and increased attack speed by 50%. The power spike was beyond his wildest imagination. The skill's efficiency had quadrupled in a heartbeat. Suddenly, the surrounding crystals hummed again, condensing into a physical object. Jiang Han caught it an A-rank consumable. It was capable of forcibly unlocking the body's hidden potential for a short burst. The stronger the user's foundation, the more explosive the power boost. But for the weak, the effects would be barely noticeable. The usage limit was 3 charges, and Jiang Han had just burned through 1. He clicked his tongue, frustration evident. If only he could use the violet lightning gem inside the trial to forcibly boost his stats, like before, this would be a breeze. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes vanished. The system chimed in warning Jiang Han to prepare for the talent trial commencing in 10 seconds. As the countdown hit 0, his figure dissolved into light, vanishing from the cave. When his vision cleared, he had been thrown into the heart of an ancient sprawling forest. The first trial mission appeared: annihilate the enemy within 10 minutes. Success meant his potential talent rank would increase from D to C. Failure meant stagnating at D rank trash. Jiang Han scanned the mission brief and looked around for his opponent, only to spot a solitary, pathetic wild hare. This thing was level 1 with a meager 100 HP. Its attack and defense were laughable. Jiang Han's face darkened. This rabbit's stats were even lower than a starter slime. Starting a legendary trial with this difficulty felt like a direct insult to the player. But just to be safe, he pulled up his status window to check the variables. The results were shocking. Jiang Han had been D-leveled to level 1 for this trial. Fortunately, his free attribute points from system rewards carried over, and his enhanced skills remained unlocked. With a cold sneer, Jiang Han unleashed a vicious dark kick, instantly obliterating the rabbit with a single brutal strike. The system immediately spawned a new challenger. This time, success would push his talent range from D to B. Standing before him was a level 10 skeleton warrior. To keep things fair, the system instantly scaled Jiang Han's level up to 10. In a trial like this, equality in base stats was the absolute minimum requirement. This undead soldier was definitely tougher than the clueless rabbit. However, for someone of Jiang Han's caliber, it barely required any real effort. One punch. That's all it took to send the skeleton back to the afterlife. The third enemy materialized instantly, a level 20 demonized wolf lunging with feral hunger. He sighed, disappointed. He was expecting a worthy opponent like a Wolf King boss. This trash mob wasn't even boss tier. It didn't stand a ghost of a chance. The gray wolf struck first, but Jiang Han drifted back like smoke, dodging effortlessly. Catching it off balance, he drove a fist into its ribs, making the beast howl in agony. Jiang Han followed up with a flurry of strikes, ending the fight in seconds. His talent potential successfully rose from D to A rank. Honestly, this felt a little too easy. Jiang Han couldn't tell if the game was broken or if he was just too overpowered, a classic trope in a leveling manhwa. Regardless, the subsequent enemies fell before him like wheat before a scythe. His talent potential had now skyrocketed to the C to S rank range. Jiang Han mused, surely SS rank was next. But destiny never serves the best rewards on a silver platter. The next opponent was a nightmare. A violet-winged tiger descended, a dark gold rank boss. Jiang Han's level was boosted to 40 and his attack power surged to match the escalation. Striking first to gain the upper hand, he launched an assault. But this beast was a true boss monster. It wouldn't go down as easily as the cannon fodder before it. Seeing the tiger spread its wings, Jiang Han executed a dark stomp, successfully suppressing it. But in the same breath, the monster's lightning tribulation struck him instantly, evaporating 6,700 health points. Even though he was seconds away from becoming human barbecue, Jiang Han didn't dare stop his offense. With his HP critically low, he landed the final blow, slaying the violet-winged tiger. Yet after such a grueling battle, his potential only shifted to the B to S rank range. The system was merciless. The next target was another dark gold boss. Despite being mid-trial, Jiang Han received 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he dumped them all into attack. Violence was the only answer here. Immediately, the next challenger manifested, a water killin, an immortal tier boss. Jiang Han felt a headache coming on. Was this difficulty spike even legal? Only by defeating this mythic beast could he guarantee an A or S rank talent. It seemed he had to clear this impossible hurdle to even dream of the legendary SS rank. The water Keelan before him was a creature of legend rarely seen in the vast oceans. Ordinary mortals wouldn't catch a glimpse of such a being in 10 lifetimes. Its appearance was usually an omen of fortune. Born with perfect mastery over the water element, the Keelan was a ruler of the tides. This was an immortal tier, practically a god-rank entity surpassing the spirit, earth, and sky realms. Even though Jiang Han was scaled to level 50, facing a creature of this divinity felt like an ant trying to fight a tsunami. In a flash, the Keelan fired a high-pressure hydro cannon. Jiang Han barely scrambled to the side, looking pathetic as he rolled to safety. The system kindly reminded him that was the Phantom Tide skill. Getting hit meant his speed and attack power would be halved for 10 agonizing seconds. This debuff was a death sentence. Before Jiang Han could even regain his footing, the water Keelan was already closing the distance with terrifying strides. It slammed its front hooves down on Jiang Han. It looked like a basic physical attack, but the damage was astronomical. Jiang Han was completely pinned, totally controlled by the beast. If the trial ended now, he'd secure a talent between B and S. With luck, he might roll an S. But for a man with his ambition, settling for good enough was unacceptable. In his desperation, a devious, shameless idea sparked in his mind. Seeing the Keelan roaring with its mouth wide open, Jiang Han gathered his saliva and spat right into its throat. The divine beast recoiled in absolute disgust, jumping back while frantically spitting, trying to purge the filth. Jiang Han grinned wickedly, but the system cut his celebration short. The notification blared. The water Keelan's hatred value had just spiked by 1,000 points, and it was unleashing its ultimate, the ocean domain. Suddenly, a torrential flood erupted from the void, surging toward Jiang Han with the force of a collapsing dam. This wasn't just water. Every drop carried lethal, crushing damage. Panic set in against an area of effect nuke like this. There was nowhere to hide. But at the precipice of death, a dormant power deep within his soul shattered its seal. In the heat of battle, Jiang Han unlocked his potential, comprehending the S-rank skill Dark Samsara. The protagonist's halo never fails to shine darkest before the dawn. Jiang Han felt the malevolent energy in his veins, screaming, tearing through his previous limits. Fueled by an unquenchable thirst to be the strongest, he refused to fall here. He would not be just another corpse in this dungeon. The Dark Samsara skill was a double-edged sword. Upon activation, all attributes exploded by 50% for 5 minutes. The cost: a permanent penalty of 10 levels. The price was steep, but in this life-or-death crisis, Jiang Han grabbed onto it like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. Levels could be grinded back, but he had already pledged himself to the dark faction. He only had one life. Dying here meant deletion. Game over. Thinking fast, Jiang Han immediately activated Dark Reincarnation to skyrocket his power. Across the field, the water Keelan flinched, suffocated by his sudden, overwhelming aura. Your power. It reeks of evil. Who are you? Jiang Han froze. The beast could speak. Then again, in this system, Manhwa, a fairy-grade boss shattering the rules wasn't impossible. Admit defeat, and maybe I'll tell you. Those words dripped with arrogance, sending the water Keelan's rage into the stratosphere. Seeing the beast refuse to yield, Jiang Han decided actions spoke louder than words. He blurred into motion, unleashing Vile Stomp. But against a monster of this caliber, the suppression effect would only last a measly 0.5 seconds. Without missing a beat, he followed up with Frenzied Slash. If only he had a blade, the devastation would have been legendary, but his bare hands would have to suffice. The water Keelan was battered senseless. It never expected a rookie to master the lost art of the Vile Stomp. Humiliated and slapped in the face, the beast's fury hit critical mass. Ocean Domain activate. A massive pillar of water erupted, teeming with ferocious sea beasts hungry for blood. Their target was singular, Jiang Han. This terrifying skill would last for 3 whole minutes. Trapped in the vortex, a spike of danger pierced Jiang Han's gut. He had to end this now. If this dragged on, he'd be ground into fish food. But before his fist could connect, a venomous sea serpent shot from the waves, sinking its fangs deep into his arm. Damage indicators flashed wild. 500 health lost every second for 10 seconds. 5,000 damage total. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he charged through the pain. Suddenly, a frog's tongue lashed out, binding his left leg. Jiang Han ignored the torment, pouring every ounce of speed into rushing the main boss. He vaulted onto the water Keelan's back, raining down a chaotic storm of punches. The damage was chip damage, but the insult to the Keelan clan's pride, that was critical. The beast completely lost its mind. Jiang Han wondered how a holy symbol of luck could have such a gangster temper. He just wanted to distract it, not trigger a berserk state. The killing intent radiating from the Kirin was suffocating. One wrong move, and he was dead. Calm down. Rage blinds you in battle. Watch your cooldowns. A mysterious voice echoed from the water, catching Jiang Han off guard. Someone from the game world was spectating his trial, and this must be the water Kirin's name. The beast's fur bristled as the water churned violently. Jiang Han reacted instantly, stomping down hard and canceling the cold water sweep just as it began to cast. The suppression window was microscopic. Jiang Han didn't waste a single frame. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, whittling the boss's health bar down to 10%. The path to victory was open. Jiang Han pushed his offense to the absolute limit. But the ocean domain wasn't done yet. A colossal shark burst from the vortex. Jiang Han was forced to scramble, dismantling the shark before refocusing on the Kirin. His limbs felt like lead detached from his body. But finally, the enemy collapsed. Victory. He had successfully evolved his talent potential range from A to S rank. He'd nearly lost half his life, but for a leveling manhwa protagonist, the risk was worth the reward. The system granted 10 free attribute points, instantly teleporting him to the talent selection phase. You are strong. A pity you chose the wrong faction. The enigmatic voice returned. Jiang Han remained calm. Joining the light faction doesn't mean your heart belongs to it. He didn't regret taking Daniel as his master, but he had no desire to make enemies here either. As the presence faded, the real test began. The scenery shifted, dissolving into a new dimension. Just as Daniel predicted, countless orbs floated like balloons in the void. Each bore a letter, indicating its rank, mostly A-grade trash. Jiang Han tapped one. Even an A rank was absurdly strong. This one offered a final defense boost of 20%. Useless. To him, offense was the ultimate defense. As a dark swordsman with 6-star attack attributes, he needed firepower. Choosing a non-offensive talent would be a crime against heaven. Time was plentiful, but the sheer number of orbs was a nightmare. One glance was enough to induce a migraine. He began drifting through the space, hunting for treasure. Garbage. All A-rank garbage. He beat a fairy boss for this. Where was his S-rank reward? 10 minutes passed and he found nothing. 20 minutes gone. Just as he was about to curse the devs, his hand brushed against something different. Finally, the S-rank he'd been starving for. The orb contained the undying talent, regenerating 0.3% health every second in combat. And out of combat, it surged to 2% per second. That was broken. He could fully heal in under a minute after a fight. But it wasn't enough. He craved destruction, not survival. He grabbed the S-rank orb as a backup and kept hunting. If time ran out, he'd settle. But at the 50-minute mark, destiny smiled upon him. Another S-rank. It was now or never. The talent was Berserk. Final defense reduced by 20%, but attack power increased by 40%. A double-edged sword, but in his hands, devastating. As his base attack leveled up, that percentage boost would become god tier. Jiang Han locked it in. The evolution process ended. Though a pang of regret lingered, he never got to see a mythical SS rank talent. Announcement. He was the second player in the entire server to awaken a talent. Rewards, 1,000 fame, 5 attribute points, and a talent grade up. Wait, talent grade up, that was the key. In a flash of light, his S-rank Berserk evolved into the Tyrannus SS rank. The rule said, talents couldn't grow. Well, this system just broke the laws of the universe. Who would have guessed the game would be this generous to the second person to clear the talent trial? It seems the first clearer only got a B-rank talent initially and had to grind to upgrade it to A rank later. Jiang Han was practically vibrating with excitement. This was a massive haul. In a flash of light, he was teleported back to the cave that had been swarming with wild rats earlier. The rats, having witnessed his power, scattered like they had seen a ghost. But Jiang Han ignored them. The first thing on his agenda was opening his status panel to check the goods. This dominating talent was absolutely broken. It boosted final attack power by 50% without lowering his defense, unlike the Berserk skill. It was a dream ability for anyone in a leveling manhwa. Honestly, this talent didn't just rival the sword heart of that self-proclaimed sword god from the light faction. It completely overshadowed it. Jiang Han couldn't contain the surge of emotions. He threw his head back and roared, "System, I freaking love you." With the talent sorted, he finally remembered to check the loot dropped by the Rat King. Talk about double happiness knocking on the door. The 3 items were all silver tier equipment: the Golden Star Helm, the Rat King's sword, and the Golden Star War Boots. The only downside was the level restriction. The sword needed level 25, and the boots required level 30. Jiang Han was only 27% experience away from hitting level 20. This was the perfect chance to test drive his new overpowering talent. With a single swing of his sword, the entire pack of rats took devastating damage that would make any player's jaw drop. Just like before, Jiang Han chose to broadcast his battle achievements to the entire server to farm fame points. This time, the server's reaction was even more explosive. The gap between the previous record holder's A rank and Jiang Han's SS rank was like the distance between heaven and earth. In the minds of the other players, S rank was supposed to be the absolute ceiling. What the hell is this guy, the system's illegitimate son or something? Everyone said getting a high-level talent was impossible. Every player in this system Manhwa world froze in their tracks, their eyes glued to the World Channel announcement about Jiang Han. At that moment, the guild leader Soaring Dragon slid into his DMs with congratulations. But asking about Jiang Han's welfare was just a formality. His real goal was to uncover the secret to obtaining high-grade talents in the trial. Naturally, Soaring Dragon was a businessman. If Jiang Han spilled the beans, he was ready to pay a very fair price. Jiang Han smirked. This wasn't a big deal to him. Since Boss Dragon was willing to be generous, why should he hoard the information? He revealed the key factors. It all depended on the star-level growth of your skills and profession. To be specific, before entering the trial, you needed to max out your strongest skills. That was the only way to increase your winning odds in the trial. Secondly, having a profession with high star attribute growth potential was crucial. This was directly linked to the range of talents you could roll. Ideally, you wanted a hidden class, but that part was pure luck. If you didn't have it, you were out of luck. Thirdly, he dropped another nugget of wisdom: speed was everything. The first few players to awaken a talent received a bonus reward that could upgrade the talent's tier. For example, both the first clearer and Jiang Han received this upgrade. In Jiang Han's case, it pushed him all the way to the legendary SS rank. For revealing just those few basic tips, Soaring Dragon instantly transferred 100,000 yuan into Jiang Han's account. Jiang Han was speechless. This guy was filthy rich. Thanks, boss. Soaring Dragon replied, my passive skills are maxed out. I figured that part out early, but I had no idea about the profession star attributes. I assume your profession's growth stars are pretty high. Then Jiang Han played the humble card. Not really, they are all just 4 stars. Usually 5 stars was considered terrifyingly strong. If he revealed that his profession's attack attribute had reached 6 stars, it might bring more trouble than it was worth. Suddenly, a new notification popped up on the World Channel. It was an announcement from Soaring Dragon. He was offering to buy hidden class accounts from players, starting at prices in the 7 figures. If it was a unique hidden class, the offer went up to 8 figures. Jiang Han was once again blinded by the sheer wealth of this whale player. Players could shout on the World Channel, but it cost 100 gold coins per shout. Since the cash shop hadn't opened yet, the value of a single gold coin was astronomical. Just that one announcement likely cost Soaring Dragon millions in real-world currency. But the guild leader didn't care about the cost. If he could secure a hidden class, no price was too high. The star-level growth of a profession was that important. With every class advancement, the star gap would widen, leaving normal players in the dust. Soaring Dragon decided to stop power leveling for now. His priority was finding a hidden class, preferably a unique one. The entire Dragon Clan guild was mobilized to gather intelligence for him. An hour later, Jiang Han finished his quest to exterminate the rats and headed back to Daniel to claim his reward. He had also hit level 20, meaning he could finally equip the Rat King's sword, or so he hoped. When he returned to the gloomy city, Jiang Han made Daniel's jaw hit the floor. When he left, his attack attribute was barely over 200. He returned only 1 level higher, yet his attack had skyrocketed to 750. Seeing his master's reaction, Jiang Han decided to keep his SS rank talent a secret. If the old man knew the truth of this manhwa recap-worthy moment, he might just die of shock. Daniel was ecstatic. Even without Jiang Han saying a word, he knew his disciple had awakened a monstrous talent. There was no need to pry into the details. Feeling generous, he asked Jiang Han what equipment he wanted as a reward. Jiang Han didn't even know choosing his own reward was an option. Taking Daniel as his master was the best decision he had made since logging into this game. Daniel had promised to use all his resources to groom him, and clearly that wasn't just talk. Seeing this, Jiang Han dropped the politeness. He admitted he wanted a powerful weapon, but the good ones always had level requirements that were too high. He wanted a way to lower those restrictions. Jiang Han then presented the high-tier sword that required level 25. Turns out, Daniel had the perfect item for this situation. He gifted Jiang Han 150,000 experience points, instantly boosting him to level 21. He also handed over a special item called the Orb of Bestowal. This masterpiece, created by Daniel, reduced the level requirement of silver tier equipment by 10 levels. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. He immediately used the item Daniel gave him. The requirement for the Rat King's sword dropped to level 15 instantly. Now, Jiang Han could wield it with ease. He then pulled another item from his bag, the Heaven's Blessing Orb, ready to enhance his gear. Daniel's eyes widened in disbelief. Where on earth did you acquire an artifact like this? Jiang Han simply shrugged, playing the luck card to deflect suspicion. Daniel, however, wasted no time questioning the origins of power. He was ready to enhance the weapon. In this world, the Heavenly Blessing Orb comes in many tiers. The one currently sitting in Jiang Han's palm wasn't exactly a top-tier divine treasure, but it had potential. Sacrificing it to ascend a silver-grade king's sword was hardly a loss. It was an investment. With a nod of encouragement from his master, Jiang Han activated the enhancement process. The results shattered all expectations. The blade evolved into the golden-grade Cold Cloud sword. Even better, the level requirement dropped to 20, a perfect fit for his current stats in this leveling manhwa. Jiang Han slashed the air, the steel singing a symphony of destruction far superior to his old gear. Sensing this spike in power, the system immediately recalibrated. Jiang Han was no longer just a player. He was now a silver rank boss. His title evolved from the Fallen to the commanding ruler of darkness. New attributes flooded his status screen, with his attack power skyrocketing to terrifying new heights. Looking at the damage numbers, Jiang Han realized he could probably one-shot himself if he wasn't careful. To balance the scales, his health points surged by a massive 150%. The protection of the ancient demon god was proving to be a rival to the goddess of life's blessing. In the early game, this passive skill had been dormant, a sleeping giant. But now, as his stats compounded, the light faction would find him nearly immortal. Daniel smirked. "Kid, it seems you've awakened a talent skill that defies the laws of nature." Seeing Jiang Han beam with pride, Daniel felt a moment of satisfaction. However, his veteran eyes spotted a fatal flaw. The boy was a glass cannon. His offense was god tier, but his defensive gear was trash. To patch up that weakness, Daniel issued a new directive, a quest with rewards that could turn the tide. Shadows were moving. Recently, the gloomy outskirts of the city had been infested with sneaky adventurers, acting like rats in the dark. Their motives were irrelevant to Daniel. If they belonged to the Light faction, they were trespassing on death's door. Jiang Han's mission was simple: purge the intruders. Usually, the grind involved mindless monster farming. But this was PvP warfare. The objective: slaughter 500 players. Jiang Han accepted the quest, but tried to hustle his master for some free healing potions. Daniel shook his head coldly. He was an NPC bound by the system's code, not a charity. The previous freebies were part of the tutorial script. If Jiang Han wanted to survive now, he had to pay up. The only perk: a 70% disciple discount on recovery items. Even with the discount, the price stung. Jiang Han checked his pathetic wallet: 5 gold, 70 silver, and 10 measly copper coins. He was broke, but you can't put a price on survival. Gritting his teeth, he drained his funds to buy 5 health potions and 4 antidotes. As he stepped out of the citadel, a massive shadow eclipsed the sun. A dragon roared overhead. The rider exuded dominance, definitely a high-level NPC, since no player could possibly tame a beast like that this early in the game. As the dragon rider swept past, Jiang Han froze. A wave of pure, unadulterated evil aura washed over him, chilling him to the bone. That kind of suffocating pressure usually belonged to a demon god. Fortunately, the entity seemed focused on its own mission and didn't bother glancing back at a lowly slime like him. Jiang Han watched the dragon disappear into the clouds, eyes sparkling with envy. One day, he vowed he would be the one looking down from the heavens. But dragon riding was endgame content, a distant dream. Snapping back to reality, his senses tingled. He wasn't alone. A stealthy rogue was lurking nearby, but the moment he saw Jiang Han's status, the color drained from his face. Holy crap, it's One River Cold Water He's already evolved into a silver rank boss. Seeing the player tremble, a devilish idea popped into Jiang Han's head. He stiffened his posture and mimicked a robotic NPC voice. "Foolish adventurer, state your purpose for stalking this lord." The rogue froze, his brain short-circuiting. He clearly had a player gamertag floating above his head. Yet Jiang Han was addressing him with the generic dialogue of a scripted character. Doubts crept in. Was One River Cold Water actually an NPC all along? No, impossible. If he were just code, there wouldn't be a server-wide bounty on his head. Plus, the viral footage of him slaughtering 100 members of the brilliant guild was still trending on the forums. No basic NPC possessed that kind of malice. Drop the act. One river, the rogue shouted, greed, overtaking fear. Taking your head yields a legendary bounty. Every player in the game is hunting you. You think people play fair in a survival game? The player stepped forward, eyes burning with avarice, lecturing Jiang Han on reality. Jiang Han didn't waste breath on words. He simply drew his sword. Shing. In a fraction of a second, the rogue's health bar evaporated. One basic attack and he was sent express delivery back to the spawn point. Standing in the resurrection circle, the rogue stared blankly at the screen. How? How could an early game player possess such godlike damage? His guildmates saw the death notification and went into a frenzy, demanding Jiang Han's coordinates immediately. The rogue, aka Crewcut, broadcasted the location to his entire clan. Watch out, he deals over 1,000 damage per hit. The chat exploded in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Our top DPS only hits for 176. One river must have found a divine artifact. There's no other explanation for that damage output at his level. The coordinates leaked like water through a sieve. Major guilds began mobilizing armies. Against a Zerg rush like this, even a gold-rank boss would be ground into dust, let alone a silver one. Jiang Han scrolled through the chaotic world channel, reading the bounty on his own head. He decided discretion was the better part of valor. Standing there waiting for an army was a fool's game. His head was worth a fortune, and that kind of money would attract the real whales and pro players, not just small fry. While most NPCs weren't as dim-witted as Brandy, who had handed him a forbidden spell scroll on a silver platter, Jiang Han couldn't rule out the possibility of players having trump cards. If someone showed up with a tactical nuke item, even his new stats wouldn't save him. 10 minutes later, the horizon darkened with approaching players. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Han watched the circus arrive. The mob scanned the area desperately, but their target was a ghost. Leading the pack was none other than Crewcut, eager for revenge. I swear he was right here 10 minutes ago, Crewcut insisted. The guild leader, a warrior named Bladestorm, narrowed his eyes and barked orders to fan out and search every pixel. The group split up, thinning their numbers. A cold smile played on Jiang Han's lips. They were playing right into his hands. Moments later, the guild chat lit up with a frantic message. Ambush. He's at coordinates 7, 8, 4, 5, 4, 8. We're getting slaughtered. Bladestorm roared, leading the main force to the rescue. But by the time they arrived, the only thing left was the wind. Jiang Han had vanished into the darkness once more. Another notification screamed out. Jiang Han struck again. His power was overwhelming his speed, like a phantom haunting the battlefield. They didn't even stand a chance to retaliate. The guild leader Bladestorm ground his teeth in pure fury. Was this bastard mocking him with a deadly game of hide-and-seek? But this was all part of Jiang Han's master plan. Facing 1,000 enemies head-on was suicide, but if they split up, none could match his might in a one-on-one duel. Brothers, he's moved again. The notifications rang out like death knells. Jiang Han was tearing their formation apart, leaving nothing but chaos in his wake. They were convinced he was using hacks, but Bladestorm knew the bitter truth: he had already lost. He'd spent a fortune on special items to trap Jiang Han for 10 minutes and drain his stats, but it was all for nothing. Jiang Han was playing 4D chess while they were playing checkers. He dismantled their trap isolating squads and slaughtering them one by one. Bladestorm's guild was bleeding out. If they didn't pull back now, total annihilation was inevitable. Swallowing his pride, he ordered a full retreat. Meanwhile, Jiang Han squeezed every last second of chaos to his advantage. As expected in this leveling manhwa, farming players yielded way more EXP than monsters. In a blink, he hit level 22 and completed the adventurer hunting quest from his master. But this storm of blood and chaos didn't go unnoticed. The Light faction turned its gaze toward the gloomy city. The higher-ups of the Light faction accelerated their plans to crusade against the darkness. 1 week. That's all the time left before the invasion began. Jiang Han stared at the system notification in shock. A siege battle. The first large-scale server event was finally here. A brutal test of guild unity and coordination. Mobilizing an army and sustaining a siege wasn't just a game mechanic. It was a logistical nightmare requiring absolute discipline. Suddenly, a personal system alert flashed before his eyes. He wasn't just a participant. The system had designated him as the boss monster for the defense. If he dared to skip it, a penalty of 10 levels and 1,000 permanent attribute points. It was the worst news he could possibly receive today. Launching the event early was bad enough. but kidnapping him to play the villain and making it mandatory. Jiang Han realized the gravity of the situation. The system was out for blood. In these massive events, the Light faction was scripted to win. The entire player base was on their side, while Jiang Han walked this lonely path of darkness alone. Even with his strength, fighting against the system's will seemed impossible. Gloomy City was just a Tier 1 settlement. The Light faction would surely deploy a legendary NPC to crush it. Cornered and out of options, Jiang Han rushed back to consult his master. Daniel listened intently. Even he was surprised that the balance of the Eternal Continent now hinged on these players from another world. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Han's spine. Daniel's words felt too emotional, too aware of the world's hidden rules. He didn't sound like a programmed NPC anymore. Seeing his disciple's anxiety, Daniel softened his voice, offering a rare moment of comfort. "Disciple, fear not. I won't let you fall. When the moment comes, I will intervene. Once you break free from the rules, I'll teleport you to safety myself." Jiang Han stood frozen. Could an NPC really say such things? Daniel spoke with the complexity and heart of a living, breathing soul. "But Master, what about you? I am a necromancer." Daniel smiled sadly. "I do not fear death. My mission is complete. Passing on would be a liberation." Mission Jiang Han had 1,000 questions, but Daniel offered no answers. He simply promised that one day, Jiang Han would understand. The siege battle was 7 days away. But first rewards, Jiang Han had completed the quest, and like a good student, he asked for new kicks. Daniel generously granted him 200,000 EXP and a pair of silver tier speed boots. The level requirement was exactly 22. Jiang Han equipped them instantly, feeling the power surge. Aside from his bronze tier gauntlets, he was now decked out in mostly silver gear. His attack stats were decent, but his defense, it was reaching legendary tank levels. With this kind of armor, normal players couldn't even scratch him. He was becoming a walking fortress. Daniel didn't assign another fetch quest. Instead, he wanted his disciple to grow stronger. He penned a letter of introduction and pointed Jiang Han toward the ghost swamp. A ghost swordsman awaited him there to teach secret techniques. Jiang Han took the letter only to realize he had no idea where the ghost swamp was. This hardcore game didn't provide map markers. Players had to explore the world blindly. Even in the dark faction, there was no hand-holding. Daniel's directions were vaguely helpful, just head north. So, the journey continued. Before long, a system chime announced his arrival. "You have entered the Ghost Swamp." A silver crescent moon hung overhead, while eerie fireflies provided the only light. But that dim glow revealed a gruesome sight: piles of rotting bones scattered everywhere. They were common monsters, their levels and defense hidden in the fog. But Jiang Han's intuition told him he was the apex predator here. The rotting skeletons sensed the intruder. With hollow rattles, they went berserk and charged. Jiang Han didn't flinch. He drew his blade. Following the textbook combo, evil kick, to stun followed by frenzied slash, to obliterate them. Swords flashed in the dark, but suddenly pain shot through his left wrist. A skeleton had bitten him, but with his defense maxed out at 252, their teeth barely left a mark. It was nothing more than a nuisance. A flurry of strikes, later 3 skeletons crumbled to dust. He bagged over 6,000 EXP. They were weak, but the experience yield was delicious. Jiang Han crunched the numbers like a true pro of this system. Manhwa. Just 300 more skeletons to slaughter and he'd hit the next level. Such a golden opportunity to power level could not be wasted. Jiang Han tore through the swamp, hunting every beast in sight before his target even appeared. 30 minutes of carnage later, level 23 achieved. Now it was time to hunt down the elusive undead swordsman. But aside from the corpses of common monsters, the swamp was empty. In this vast, desolate map, finding a single soul felt impossible. Frustrated, he pulled up the system interface. Wait, the description said, this NPC possessed self-awareness. He wasn't just a mob, he was the true lord of the spirit swamp. So why was he searching blindly like a headless chicken? Jiang Han took a deep breath and let his voice thunder across the marsh. Undead swordsman, I come as a disciple of Mage Daniel. Before the echo faded, a voice pierced the silence. You called. Jiang Han spun around. A purple-haired man sat casually on a boulder, polishing his blade as if he'd been there for centuries. What business does Daniel have with me? Jiang Han froze. That rock was empty a second ago. To appear like a ghost. This man's power was unfathomable. Jiang Han handed over the letter sealed with Daniel's mana. My purpose is written within. The undead swordsman stood up slowly, then vanished. In a blink, he was right in Jiang Han's face. That speed. It defied the laws of physics. He scanned the letter and let out a chilling laugh. I was wondering why a human reeked of such terrifyingly evil energy. A dark swordsman, huh? It seems this chaotic era spawns not just heroes of light but pests of darkness too. Pest. That stung. But Jiang Han swallowed his pride. This man was his ticket to power, his new master. Daniel wanted him to pass on the undead sword arts. But like Daniel, this entity was bound by the ironclad rules of the system. Skills couldn't just be gifted. They had to be earned through quests. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. This NPC spoke with the same complex emotion as Daniel. It was as if these high-level characters knew the true nature of this leveling manhwa world. Perhaps the admins shackled their AI to prevent the game from collapsing. But what exactly were these invisible chains? He voiced his question. The swordsman shook his head. I cannot define them. They have existed since the birth of the eternal continent. Absolute laws that even the 10 great demon gods cannot break. Let alone a humble swordsman like me. Has anyone ever tried to shatter those chains? Jiang Han pushed his curiosity, burning like a fever. The swordsman gave a grim smile. The rules would erase my existence before I could even lift my blade. Enough. You are too weak to ponder such truths. Become a calamity that shakes the heavens first. Then, seek your answers. He snapped back to business. Your trial begins now. Purge the rotting skeletons infesting this swamp. Bring me the dust of 1,000 enemies. 1,000, that was triple his earlier grind. Jiang Han felt a headache coming on. How long would that take? He was desperate for new skills, not manual labor. The undead swordsman seemed to read his impatient soul. Your damage output is decent, but your foundation is crumbling. You need the discipline of a massacre. Prove you are worthy or leave. Fine. Jiang Han gritted his teeth and accepted the quest. Good. Call my name when the deed is done. With that, the swordsman dissolved into the mist, gone as mysteriously as he arrived like a phantom in the night. Jiang Han checked the time. 11 p.m. The city siege event was looming. Every second counted. Tonight, there would be no sleep, only the grind. Rotting skeletons were trash mobs, but 1,000 of them. That was a stamina nightmare. The slaughter was monotonous. Jiang Han became a whirlwind of steel, maximizing his AoE to clear the herd. A rare staff dropped useless for him but good for the auction house. 5 grueling hours later, the golden notification finally flashed. Quest complete report to undead swordsman Sarin for rewards. Victory tasted sweet. He was inches away from level 26, but suddenly his face began to crack. His eyes dimmed into a hollow abyss. Daniel's concealment spell had expired. The monstrous skeletal form of the dark swordsman was revealed to the world. Before he could shout, Sarin materialized from the shadows. The master looked at his monstrous disciple with approval. I've been watching. Your destruction surpasses your level. Even an ocean of skeletons is no match for you now. Take this. 200,000 experience points. And now, you have earned the right to inherit my sword arts. Boom. The EXP bar filled instantly. Drop the formalities, kid. If Daniel vouched for you, you're stuck with me. Yes, Master Jiang Han replied, obedient as a puppy. Sarin waved his hand, opening a skill shop menu that dazzled the eyes. Don't get too excited. Your current power is pathetic, so your choices are limited. Limited. Jiang Han stared at the screen. Every single icon radiated the golden glow of a legendary class skill. He clicked a few. The descriptions alone were enough to make a player tremble. Absolute devastation. But then reality hit. Level requirement, extreme. Cost, astronomical. He looked at his wallet. A measly 6 gold coins. So this was the limitation Sarin meant. A feast for a king sat right in front of him, and he was too broke to take a single bite. Just when he thought this trip was a total bust, Jiang Han struck gold. He found a skill that fit his budget perfectly. The A-rank ability Evil Spirit Grip for the low price of 2 gold coins. It surged with power, capable of boosting his internal energy. More importantly, it could bind any enemy within a 10-meter radius, rendering them immobile. The duration was 3 seconds with a cooldown of just 1 minute. Next up was the B-rank skill Death Spirit Slash. This bad boy dealt 250% damage. It also inflicted a 10% speed reduction on the opponent for 2 seconds triggered by his own attacks. The price tag was a single gold coin, and the cooldown time was a lightning-fast 15 seconds. It wasn't exactly a heaven-defying cheat code compared to other legendary skills. But in the early stages of this leveling manhwa world, these 2 abilities were enough for Jiang Han to absolutely dominate the virtual realm. Seeing that Jiang Han had mastered the skills, Jaren immediately showed him the door. He didn't forget to remind him to come back only when his power had truly awakened. Jiang Han bowed respectfully to the master before logging out. Back in reality, it was already 3 in the morning. At 12 noon the next day, Jiang Han was jolted awake by a call from Wang Kai. He was calling to drop intel about the upcoming Siege War event. The rewards for this activity were insanely generous. We are talking super gold rank equipment and items. As his sworn brother Wang Kai wanted to leak this hot news to Jiang Han first. Although the reward details hadn't been announced on the system yet, Wang Kai had the inside scoop through his internal employee channel. Hearing this, Jiang Han woke up instantly. The sleep vanished from his eyes as his mind raced, plotting how to snatch those event rewards. To repay Wang Kai for leaking military secrets, Jiang Han blew a sloppy air kiss into the phone before hanging up. It sent shivers of disgust from Wang Kai's neck down to his toes. Jiang Han immediately logged back into the game. There was no time to lose. He had to find Daniel to negotiate a strategy. When he returned, the Dark Mentor was engrossed in brewing some mysterious potion. When Jiang Han claimed he had a way to resist the Light faction and defend the stronghold, Daniel didn't seem too interested. "Oh, let's hear what you have to say. You know us adventurers aren't bound by the rules of this world. Although we came to the Eternal Continent to fight for the Light faction, there are many people like me, choosing the side of light or darkness. Honestly, no one can control our behavior. We go where the benefits are." Daniel immediately understood Jiang Han's drift. He wanted to offer a high bounty to recruit warriors. The Light faction had always looked down on adventurers. The village chief in the novice village treated newbies like trash. So, the Dark faction just needed to do the opposite. If they could charm the adventurers, they would fight for the darkness without hesitation. Ever since his days in the novice village, Jiang Han sensed the resentment players felt toward the arrogant NPCs. They were itching to change the game's storyline. He wanted to exploit that anger to pull them to his side. But Daniel thought Jiang Han was being too naive. The Dark faction wasn't a place just anyone could join. Jiang Han switched tactics. How about posting a massive bounty? And for the #1 ranked player, the prize would be a chance to join the Dark faction. Daniel remained firm against letting outsiders in. Back then, he only compromised with Jiang Han to protect himself. The Dark faction wasn't a tourist spot for adventurers. From the moment they stepped onto the Eternal Continent, they were under the protection of the Goddess of Life. They were destined to fight for the light. It was a contract that couldn't be betrayed. However, that didn't mean the prize for the top player couldn't be a ticket to join the Dark faction. Jiang Han stood his ground, confident in his scheme. Daniel pondered for a few seconds, and then realization dawned on him. "You cunning brat. If you secure the top spot yourself, then the grand prize of joining the Dark faction is nothing but a blank check to everyone else." Jiang Han nodded furiously. Finally, the mentor understood the assignment. Daniel nodded in approval, realizing the disciple he trained had become just as sinister as him. With Daniel's approval, Jiang Han's plan was set in motion. The system immediately broadcasted a new announcement to every player in the server. The content was explosive. The Dark faction is recruiting adventurers with massive rewards. Anyone interested should report to the undead knight cantor guarding the outside of the City of Darkness. Immediately after, the system opened 2 leaderboards, one for siege points and one for defense points. These corresponded to the achievements of players from both the Light and Dark factions. Jiang Han didn't forget to draft an additional announcement regarding the rewards. Specifically, the first place winner would join the Dark faction and receive the hidden class Undead Swordsman. Second place would get a random Dark Gold rank equipment and a rare S rank item. Third place would receive 2 random Gold rank equipment sets and a rare A rank item. As soon as this announcement dropped, the internet went into a meltdown. Most players were already burning with the desire to defect to the dark side. Having stirred up chaos in the player base, Jiang Han remembered something crucial. He begged Daniel to cast the disguise spell on him again. If he went out in his hideous skeleton form, he wouldn't dare show his face in public. Daniel waved his hand, and Jiang Han's clean human face returned. This time the effect would last for a whole month, thanks to Daniel's power increasing and his injuries fully healing. "Have you met Sarin yet?" Daniel asked suddenly. "Yes, I have. I even learned 2 new skills." He said, "Once my power is sufficient, I should return to learn more." Good. It seems he really has no intention of returning to the Light faction. He can provide us with more strength. Jiang Han was shocked. Daniel's words implied that Sarin used to be a member of the Light faction. Seeing Jiang Han deep in thought, Daniel continued his instructions. In the letter, he made it clear. If one day Daniel crosses to the other side, Sarin will be the one to take over and guide this young leopard Jiang Han. But the more he spoke, the more uneasy Jiang Han felt. Even though Daniel was just an NPC, he had guided him through so much. Jiang Han owed his achievements to this mentor. Following me, you won't go far. Besides, death is not the end for beings like me. Remember this, if I leave one day, do not grieve. As long as you live long enough, our paths will cross again in the future. This statement left Jiang Han even more stunned. It seemed Daniel's identity was far more profound than he imagined, to the point where death was just a revolving door. That is the true freedom of a necromancer. You are still too weak. Become stronger. I hope when the points are tallied, you will be the one standing at the top. Jiang Han knew exactly what Daniel meant. He wanted to test his strength in the upcoming siege. Sure enough, an S-rank quest window popped up, demanding Jiang Han take the #1 spot on the defense leaderboard. Success promised untold rewards, but failure. That meant being stripped of the ancient demon god's protection forever. Jiang Han stared at the screen. There was no accept or decline button. It seemed this system Manhwa logic was forcing his hand, bypassing the instructor entirely. The system clearly wouldn't sit idly by while he derailed the main plot without dishing out some serious punishment. Next up, a B-rank quest directly from Daniel. The objective: slaughter every human soldier and crush the boss stationed southeast of the gloomy city. Daniel had placed a heavy bet on Jiang Han, and our MC had no intention of letting him down. Quest accepted. Jiang Han headed southeast, crossing into a new map zone, the Sunlight Forest. The enemy encampment loomed ahead. According to the briefing, these troops were plotting a preemptive strike to cripple the gloomy city's military might. The perimeter guards were common mob Star Moon soldiers with 100,000 HP. But their level and attack power, just a terrifying row of question marks. This was going to be tricky. As a rookie in this leveling manhwa, his inspection skill was useless against enemies more than 5 levels above him. Since he couldn't scout their stats deeply, he had to change tactics. Isolate and eliminate. Jiang Han crept up on a lone sentinel. He unleashed Grip of the Undead, locking the target in place for a crucial second, followed instantly by a devastating Death Spirit / 24,765 damage exploded from the soldier. The strike slowed the enemy by 10%, but the soldier shook off the stun and screamed, signaling an ambush. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He activated Frenzied Slash, sending the soldier straight to the afterlife. The combo of crowd control and burst damage was absolute perfection. But the commotion was too loud. A massive squad of Star Moon soldiers began charging his way. Suspecting a boss might be lurking, Jiang Han tactically retreated. Yet barely 3 steps away, he overheard the soldiers shouting, "Where is the general? Get him now." The general took his mistress out for a stroll. Hearing that, Jiang Han slammed on the brakes and spun around with a predatory grin. If the big boss was absent, these soldiers were nothing but ants to him. The unit clustered together, activating Star Cloud formation to boost their attack by 15%. But even buffed in Jiang Han's eyes, they were just walking experience points. It took 10 minutes to turn the entire squad into mincemeat. He expected an army, but it was barely a few dozen men. Disappointing. While he was collecting the meager silver drops and sighing at his bad luck, a booming voice shattered the silence. Who dares cause this destruction? Speak of the devil. The Star Moon General Kun Dun had arrived. A silver rank boss with a massive health bar of 250,000. Aside from HP, his stats were unreadable. 1. Jiang Han Water. I know you. You're the rat, killing my men. Jiang Han let out a surprised "oh." Seems his infamy was spreading if even a silver boss knew his name before the fight started. Kun Dun eyed him like a juicy steak. It made sense. In the faction of light, Jiang Han was a walking bounty. If I take your head, I'll have endless wealth. I could have any woman I desire. Any woman? With your looks, Jiang Han scoffed. I doubt you could even last a minute in bed. That insult struck a critical hit on Kun Dun's ego. Enraged, the general roared, charging forward with dual axes to cleave Jiang Han in two. Jiang Han stuck to the script. Wicked kick. It dealt over 10,000 damage, but disaster struck. The level gap was too wide. The stun effect failed completely. Kun Dun countered instantly. In just a few exchanges, Jiang Han's health bar plummeted by 25%. This was looking bad. Jiang Han had the damage, but his defense couldn't tank a boss of this caliber. If he couldn't win with brute force, he'd have to play dirty. He switched to kiting tactics, fighting while retreating. When his health hit the danger zone, he chugged a potion and cast Grip of the Undead again. This time it worked. Kun Dun froze for 0.8 seconds. With wicked kickoff cooldown, Jiang Han shaved off another 10,000 HP. But then, Jiang Han did something the boss didn't expect. He turned tail and sprinted. Kun Dun tried to chase, but his speed was no match for our MC. Just as the general gave up to return to his mistress, Jiang Han popped out of the bushes again. He had only run away to wait for his HP to regenerate to full. Kun Dun's face turned purple with rage as he charged again. Jiang Han rinsed and repeated the cycle. Unleash combo, sprint away, chug potions, return at full health. It was the ultimate cheese strategy. This shameless kid had no martial honor. After several rounds of this torture, Kun Dun was losing his mind, and his health bar was down to 50%. Yet again, as Kun Dun tried to leave, Jiang Han emerged from the shadows, wearing the most provocative expression imaginable. Running away just because you're losing, how pathetic, Jiang Han taunted. Kun Dun stammered in shock. The sheer audacity of this guy to accuse him of running was mind-blowing. Jiang Han didn't give him time to argue. Exploiting his superior agility, he launched another offensive. Kun Dun's defensive stance shattered under the kick. He swore to drag this brat to hell with him, his axes swinging with desperate fury. A silver boss was no joke. Kun Dun unleashed a whirlwind skill, a literal tornado of steel. Just grazing it stripped chunks of Jiang Han's health. Jiang Han downed another potion and danced around the perimeter, waiting for the boss's skill duration to expire. The moment the whirlwind died down exactly as predicted, Kun Dun was left exhausted. Jiang Han struck. An axe flew from Kun Dun's grip. Disarmed and defeated, the boss stared at the sky, unable to comprehend how Jiang Han still had full health after such a battle. You can ask the devil in hell, Jiang Han replied, with a voice as cold as ice, before unleashing a devastating ultimate skill. Gordon had been completely annihilated. With the enemy camp destroyed, the mission was marked complete. The rewards arrived instantly, 600,000 experience points and 1,500 reputation points. In a flash of golden light, Jiang Han skyrocketed to level 28. From the corpse, 2 gold coins and 2 silver tier items dropped to the ground. It was the Rockwall armor and Gordon's signature weapon, the thunder-suppressing axe. The armor wasn't bad, but the axe couldn't compare to the Cold Cloud sword currently in Jiang Han's hand. He decided to turn it into cold hard cash. Immediately, he messaged Soaring Dragon. However, the thunder-suppressing axe had a level 35 requirement. The highest level player Soaring Dragon knew was only at level 23. Jiang Han insisted on the deal regardless. Since he had joined the Dark Faction, he had lost access to the standard warehouse storage function. Loot had to be sold immediately. If he failed a mission, both his character and his gear would vanish into the void. It would all be for nothing. After some intense haggling, he closed the deal with Soaring Dragon for 200,000. The transaction method remained the same. Suddenly, Jiang Han noticed Gordon's concubine, still trembling in fear in the distance. A twisted thought suddenly crossed his mind. He had long heard that NPCs in this system Manhwa were incredibly realistic, and here was a perfect target to test that theory. Jiang Han wanted to try something out, but before he could even lay a finger on her, the system flashed a crimson alert. Jiang Han's behavior was flagged as beastly conduct. If he forced his way through the system, would record the crime and issue a kill order from both factions. Jiang Han froze instantly. As expected, the developers wouldn't let players run wild with such degeneracy in the game. Whatever. Jiang Han lost interest in the woman anyway. Instead, he gave her a mission. She was to deliver a message to the Light Faction. 1 River Cold Water awaits you in the Dark City. Anyone who doesn't show up is a coward. The concubine nodded frantically and scrambled away like a frightened rabbit. With the task done, Jiang Han rushed back to meet Daniel. This time, the reward he demanded was the Orb of Blessing. Daniel agreed without hesitation. Jiang Han immediately used the orb on the Rockwall armor to bypass the level requirement. Once equipped, his defense stats became absolutely terrifying. Just as he finished, a notification chimed. Jiang Han's strength had qualified him to unlock the Dark Faction power ranking. He eagerly opened the interface to check his standing. The top 10 spots were dominated by the 10 great demon gods. He searched for his own in-game name only to find himself sitting at rank 99,995. As the self-proclaimed Minister of Optimism, Jiang Han consoled himself. At least the number of entities stronger than him in the Dark Faction didn't exceed 100 million. It seems you've learned the names of the demon gods, Daniel said. Though they are invincible across the Tienh High continent, do not lose heart. In the future, you may have a chance to stand among that top 10. Jiang Han knew Daniel wasn't just offering empty comfort. His words held the weight of prophecy. This could become reality. After all, Jiang Han possessed the unique hidden class, Dark Swordsman. According to Daniel, the previous Dark Swordsman was one of those very demon gods who once shook the world. Hearing this, a question gnawed at him. If that predecessor was so powerful, how did he end up dead? Daniel offered no explanation. As always, he simply said Jiang Han would understand once he became stronger. Changing the subject, Daniel updated him on the recruitment plan. Over 200,000 adventurers had already signed up with Cantor. When the Horn of War blows, they will fight for the glory of the Dark Faction. Jiang Han knew exactly how this would play out. In a leveling manhwa, players follow their own path. There is no such thing as absolute justice, only self-interest. Since they spawned in the Light Faction's novice village, they were bound by superficial moral codes. Without those chains, nothing could restrain their true nature. Therefore, as long as they do not appear, we can truly hold the City of Darkness, Daniel said with eerie optimism. But who exactly were they? You understand, don't you? Why play dumb? Daniel asked. Jiang Han seemed to grasp the truth. But as for me, I'm still in the dark, so let's keep following the story. Daniel waved away the distant future. For now, he had a mission for Jiang Han: train the skeleton soldiers, the city's main defense force. Jiang Han accepted the quest, but his stomach growled in protest. It was time to log out and order some food before he starved. Just then, Wang Kai called, inviting him out for hot pot. The two friends headed out. Of course, once they reached the restaurant, it wasn't just about eating. Wang Kai enthusiastically asked if Jiang Han was facing any difficulties. As a game developer, he might be able to pull some strings to help out. But Jiang Han declined. He had already solved his problems, and for now, he wasn't ready to reveal his true identity. What level are you right now? Wang Kai asked, curiously. Between bites, Jiang Han replied, level 29. Wang Kai froze in shock. That level would put him at the very top of the leaderboards. Wang Kai himself was only level 19, yet he ranked 39th under the name Victorious King. Wang Kai couldn't contain his curiosity anymore and pestered him for his in-game name. Jiang Han thought for a moment before deciding to come clean. Brother, I'll tell you, but keep your mouth shut. Do you really doubt me? Actually, I am One River Cold Water. Wang Kai spat a mouthful of noodles across the table. Even in his wildest dreams, he couldn't connect Jiang Han to the infamous One River Cold Water. Wang Kai asked again to be sure, and Jiang Han confirmed it with a confident nod. Finally, he understood why his friend had been so secretive. If you're really him, you must hide your info. Too many people want you dead. Don't worry, brother, I'll take this secret to the grave. I trust you. After filling his stomach, Jiang Han logged back into the game. But the moment he spawned, bad news awaited him. Because so many adventurers were defecting to darkness, the Light Faction's heavy hitters were alerted. They decided to advance the siege by 4 days of blitzkrieg strategy. Moving it up 4 days meant the war started tomorrow. Jiang Han was thunderstruck. This was supposed to be a fixed timeline event in this awakening manhwa, yet it had changed. Then he remembered a pre-launch email. It stated that every NPC possessed their own story and independent AI script. They could actively alter the plot. Before, Jiang Han thought it was just marketing hype from the developers to trick players. He was dead wrong. But looking at the current situation, a chilling thought struck him. It seemed the NPCs in this system manhwa world possessed a terrifying level of autonomy. Or, perhaps, he was just overthinking it. The accelerated siege timeline reeked of developer interference. It was clearly a desperate ploy to stop players from flocking to the Dark Faction by shaking up the meta. Regardless of the reason, the odds were stacking against him. Jiang Han knew he had to act fast. First order of business, complete the troop training quest assigned by Daniel. Although the in-game world was shrouded in the dead of night, he didn't hesitate. He summoned every single skeleton soldier in the city to the plaza. Once the undead army assembled, Jiang Han began his lecture. According to the system prompts, he could demonstrate active skills for the skeletons to mimic and learn. However, their aptitude was pitifully low. It looked like Jiang Han would have to grind out these demonstrations repeatedly to see any results. The first technique Jiang Han decided to impart was the infamous wicked kick. He demonstrated with a fluid motion. See that? The essence of this art is the footwork. When you face the enemy, especially those hypocrites from the Light Faction, put your back into it. Stomp their faces into the dirt until they log out permanently. Jiang Han drilled this into their hollow skulls with utter seriousness. For some reason, imagining these skeletons spamming the wicked kick on adventurers, tomorrow got his blood pumping. My lord, could you demonstrate one more time? We missed the nuances. A mindless skeleton spoke up. The system wasn't kidding. These guys were dense as bricks. With a sigh, Jiang Han patiently executed the move again, emphasizing the chaotic energy of the strike. Round 2 yielded results. 13 skeletons grasped the rank D version, while 3 prodigies managed to learn rank C. It seemed even the undead had varying levels of enlightenment. Luckily, the crowd control effect mirrored his original wicked kick perfectly. The only downside was a significant drop in raw damage output. Jiang Han continued the loop, a one-man army instructor. After a grueling session of repetition, the quest notification finally chimed. Complete. With time running out, Jiang Han sprinted back to Daniel's location. He found the mentor sitting outside the city, gazing at the moon. But something about his silhouette screamed melancholy. The reward for his hard work, an item of unknown grade simply called the Shattered Moon Shard. Its effect was God-tier unconditional immunity to one fatal blow, a literal extra life. The only catch was a 1-month cooldown. Jiang Han couldn't believe it. A rank C quest dropping a legendary life-saving artifact. Daniel was being far too generous. Seeing Jiang Han's joy, the mentor offered a warm smile. Fate works in mysterious ways, Daniel murmured. But his smile faded into a heavy sigh as he began to pour his heart out under the moonlight. He revealed that he had originally used the shard's power to barely escape the relentless pursuit of the Light Faction's elites. Before the cooldown could reset, he met Jiang Han by chance. He took him in as a disciple and was now passing the torch. Jiang Han's instincts flared. This felt like a goodbye. His gut was right. Daniel confessed that his mission was complete. His time in this mortal realm had reached its end. I'd rather this treasure fall into your hands, Daniel declared, than let those hypocrites from the Light Faction claim it. Wounds can be avoided, but remember, my words survive. If you live long enough, our paths will cross again. Jiang Han felt a sting in his eyes. Daniel's hand on his shoulder felt as heavy as Mount Tai. Master, who exactly are you? Jiang Han asked. The answer was cryptic as always. When your strength matches your ambition, the fog will lift. Daniel waved his hand and vanished into the night, leaving one final warning: survive tomorrow's siege. Jiang Han took those words to heart. The grand assault was scheduled for 10 a.m. To ensure peak performance, he decided to log out and get some real-world rest. 9:30 a.m. Jiang Han logged back into the leveling Manhwa world. He was greeted by a sea of players and a fresh system notification. The defense of the Dark City commences in 30 minutes. Simultaneously, the Guardian leaderboard quest went live. Failure wasn't an option. It would mean a catastrophic penalty, perhaps even ruining his account forever. As he materialized, all eyes locked onto him. He was a celebrity, now a walking bounty target for millions. Big brother, say something god-tier. Gamer, what's your level? I'm level 18, and I still can't inspect his stats. The crowd erupted into a chaotic marketplace of noise and worship. Jiang Han ignored the chatter. As the third boss of the siege, he had a job to do. He ascended the city walls to survey the battlefield. Reaching the ramparts, he spotted Daniel. Just the sight of his mentor brought a strange sense of calm to his racing heart. Even knowing their time was short, every second spent fighting alongside him felt like a gift. After a brief exchange, the system announced the start of the event. As a silver-tier boss for the third wave, Jiang Han had to hold his position for now. Below the walls, a tidal wave of Light Faction players and NPCs surged forward. Leading the charge was Captain Xia Zuo, a level 20 bronze boss. His war cry echoed, boosting the morale of the Light Army to the heavens. On the walls, Daniel calmly arranged his defensive formation. The city gates groaned open. The skeleton squad charged out immediately. Unleashing the wicked kick Jiang Han had drilled into them. The players weren't ready for such dirty tactics. They fell like wheat before a scythe completely caught off guard. Even the Dark Faction players were stunned. Holy crap, they're aiming for the face. That's not combat, that's bullying. These skeletons are savage, brutal, but effective. Thank God we're on the same team. Daniel watched the chaos unfold. He shot Jiang Han a look of pure pride. His disciple really was a genius. A terrifyingly shameless genius. The Light Faction players were getting stomped into oblivion. Many logged out or fled before the battle even truly heated up. But chaos breeds heroes. Strong fighters from the Light Faction began to push back their names, flashing onto the newly materialized leaderboard. The real war had just begun. Jiang Han wasn't the type to sit around and wait for destiny. Even though he was the boss of the third wave and restricted from descending the castle walls, his hunger for points was insatiable. Luckily, he spotted a brother-in-arms nearby, holding a bow. The guy looked at him with pure hesitation. In his eyes, Jiang Han was clearly a warrior class. Since when did frontline bruisers know how to handle a delicate weapon like a bow? But money talks in this world. After Jiang Han slapped 10 silver coins into his hand for 10 arrows, the deal was sealed. The bow itself was absolute trash, just a common grade white wooden piece. As soon as Jiang Han equipped the garbage weapon, his stats plummeted. His attack power dropped to a measly 842 points. Undeterred, he narrowed his eyes and took aim for his first shot. Bullseye. As expected, the arrow found its mark, striking an adventurer from the light faction. 1 system point secured. But fate has a funny sense of humor. His target wasn't just a grunt, but a level 20 Vice Guild Master, a tank class no less. It was a one-hit kill. Seeing their tankiest leader get instantly deleted sent a shockwave of terror through the light faction players. Their caution turned into pure panic. Even the bow's owner dropped his jaw in disbelief. That's just a cheap wooden toy. You're not even an archer class. How in the world are you dealing that kind of catastrophic damage? Not bad, Jiang Han muttered, clicking his tongue in satisfaction. He drew the string back again. Just like the first time a level 21 enemy fighter collapsed, his HP bar instantly emptied. The player standing next to him was losing his mind. Another instant kill. Did joining the dark faction turn you into a glitch in the Matrix? How do you have 100% accuracy? Jiang Han couldn't hide his smug satisfaction. It seemed his talents weren't limited to the sword. He was a natural-born sniper too. This was the thrill of a leveling manhwa come to life. Riding the high of his success, Jiang Han got cocky. He knocked 3 arrows onto the string at once. I am Jiang Han, the reincarnated flying general. Witness my divine skill. Talk about famous last words. The 3 arrows flew with deadly precision, hitting their targets perfectly. Unfortunately, those targets happened to be 3 allied skeleton soldiers. Friendly fire isn't cheap. The system instantly penalized him, deducting points for every ally slain. To make matters worse, he felt the burning, loving gaze of his master Daniel boring into his soul. My dear flying general, Daniel's voice dripped with sarcasm. Keep that up, and you'll wipe out our entire army yourself. Jiang Han's face went dark. He quickly humbled himself. He had let the praise go to his head and turned into a menace to his own team. He had to regain his composure immediately. He couldn't let everyone look down on him now. The atmosphere on the battlefield tightened. The real war was just beginning. 20 minutes later, the NPC lieutenant was hanging by a thread with only 1 HP left. A player with the username Ignorant Sleeper stole the kill, bagging 25 bonus points. That snatch put him right at the top of the leaderboards with 129 points. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was lagging behind in 4th place with a modest 51 points. As the lieutenant fell, the first wave of the siege officially came to a close. 5 minutes on the clock until the second wave. The next threat was the bronze boss Thunder S. Angus, level 25. Unlike the previous commander, Angus was a beast made of pure aggression. The moment Angus stepped onto the field, the morale of the light faction skyrocketed. But the dark faction players weren't about to back down, raining arrows from the high walls in defiance. Down below, the gates groaned open. The 2nd Legion marched out, a horde of skeleton soldiers, led by their own bronze-tier commander. The clash was inevitable. The skeleton general was in a league of his own, his attack power dwarfing that of the common soldiers. For now, the tides of battle seemed to favor the dark faction. Angus looked at the skeleton's signature move, the evil kick, with utter disdain. He called it a dirty trick, but honestly, Angus was all bark and no bite, a classic loudmouth villain. In the heat of his charge, Angus was decapitated by the skeleton general in a single strike. With their leader eliminated in the opening seconds, the light faction's 2nd Legion became a snake without a head. Seizing the momentum, the players and skeleton soldiers of the dark faction swarmed forward. It turned into a slaughter, with enemy heads rolling like marbles. The battlefield descended into chaos. Time seemed to blur as the 3rd wave approached. This time, the threat was real. A silver boss level 35 named Kale. Are you kidding me? From a level 25 bronze boss, straight to a level 35 silver boss. That's a 10-level difficulty spike. The dark faction players began to panic. This wasn't standard manhwa recap progression. The difficulty curve had just gone vertical. Jiang Han paused when he heard the name of the furious soldier Kyle. It sounded awfully familiar. It was the name of a guy he knew recently, but surely it couldn't be the same person, right? Just a coincidence. Fate, however, answered him immediately. Because the moment Kale appeared, he screamed Jiang Han's name, demanding he come out and face his judgment. Holy cow, it really was him. This was the same guy from the novice village that Jiang Han owed 2 gold coins to. As they say, money makes the world go round. The guy had traveled through hell just to collect a debt. No wonder his fighting spirit was so high. Even the skeleton general was one-shot by him. Well, it made sense. A level 25 mob stood no chance against a level 35 boss. The power gap was absolute. This was the 3rd wave, meaning Jiang Han's restriction was lifted. He could finally descend. It was time to settle his debts personally. Before he jumped, Master Daniel grabbed his shoulder. Listen well. Your goal is survival. Do not let the bloodlust cloud your mind. Jiang Han nodded firmly. I understand, Master. Without hesitation, Jiang Han leaped from the towering walls. Instantly, a system announcement blasted into the ears of every player in the zone. Attention, adventurers. The level 28 Silver Boss Ruler of Darkness, Jiang Han, has entered the battlefield. The moment his name flashed, the righteous players went absolutely feral. Every single one of them wanted his head for the massive bounty. But the system had a cruel condition. Jiang Han had to survive in this mosh pit for at least 20 minutes before he could return to Daniel. It was clear the system didn't want him to survive this awakening Manhwa scenario. The crowd roared, launching a coordinated assault on the boss. But compared to him, they were moving in slow motion. Realizing they couldn't win a duel, they decided to swarm him, forming a tight encirclement. From the moment Jiang Han landed, he became public enemy number one. It wasn't just the light faction. Even the players who had joined the dark faction turned their blades toward him. Loyalty meant nothing before greed. If they killed Jiang Han, they would get the rewards regardless of which faction actually won the war. So that's how it is, Jiang Han sneered. Spies in the ranks. If there was one thing he hated, it was traitors. For these two-faced snakes, pretending to be allies, he would show zero mercy. In the blink of an eye, the number of adventurers surrounding him swelled to 5,000. It was an ocean of enemies. But this only played into his hands. Because of the crowd, his passive skill triggered, boosting his HP and tenacity by 100%. Then, as the number hit 8,000, the system doubled down, buffing him by 200%. His health bar exploded, surging past 150,000 HP. It seemed the system scaled the boss's health based on the number of attackers. Jiang Han stood alone against the world, with 20 minutes on the clock. He let out a battle cry and charged. The slaughter was about to begin, and he was going to enjoy every second of it. Every swing of his blade harvested a life, reaping souls like wheat. Watching their comrades get instantly deleted, the remaining players froze in terror. What kind of insane damage is this? Has River Cold actually evolved into a dungeon boss? The top 10 players on the leaderboard frantically checked his stats in disbelief. His attack power sat at a staggering 1,300. This was absolutely impossible for a mere level 28 player. Yet River Cold's battle lust only grew stronger. He lived for the thrill of seeing those leaderboard points skyrocket. Crushing weaklings in this leveling Manhwa world was starting to get boring. He needed a real challenge. Suddenly, an attack wiped out 5,000 of his health points in a single breath. It was the NPC Kale. River Cold. Do you remember this face? Ah, the gullible fool from the novice village. River Cold smirked. He remembered tricking Kale into believing he was the only adventurer in the world. Because of that lie, Kale had sold beginner gear for 1,000 gold coins apiece when the village flooded with players. Now he was here to collect River Cold's head as a refund. Seeing the NPC fuming with rage, River Cold just laughed. Didn't we agree on 2 gold coins back then? I can pay you the 2 gold now, but if you force my hand. I don't blame me if my sword slips and ends your miserable life. While they traded insults, the mob players saw a golden opportunity to sneak attack. But unlike the boss, their full force strikes only dealt a pathetic 1 or 2 damage. Most couldn't even penetrate his defense. It was like ants trying to bite through steel armor. With his health bar barely moving, River Cold's eyes narrowed dangerously. You think sneak attacks will work? Fine. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Kale, exploding with fury at being ignored, activated his high-tier swordsmanship skills. The air crackled as he locked onto his target. River Cold didn't back down an inch. The two clashed in a violent hurricane of steel, trading blow for devastating blow. It was a brutal exchange of blood for blood. The onlookers thought River Cold was suicidal. How could he outlast a level 35 boss in a contest of endurance? After 2 minutes of intense melee, River Cold's health was flashing red, while Kale still had plenty of vitality left. Suddenly, River Cold cast Gaze of the Evil Spirit, stunning Kale for exactly 1 second. The moment it wore off, Kale lunged forward like a rabid beast. Is that all you've got? Kyle roared. But he forgot one thing: a system Manhwa protagonist never plays fair. As Kale charged, River Cold suddenly spun around and decapitated a nearby player. Instantly, he gained 2,340, experience leveling up to 29. The level up completely refilled his health bar. Kale trembled his brain, unable to process the logic. You treacherous snake, and you're still as stupid as ever, River Cold scoffed. If his sword dealt physical damage, his mouth dealt emotional damage. Blinded by rage, Kale poured every ounce of strength into a reckless thrust. But anger makes you sloppy. River Cold spotted the opening and unleashed his signature move, the Wicked Kick. The boot connected with critical force, dealing over 10,000 damage to the family jewels. He immediately followed up with a frenzied slash combo. Kale was beaten black and blue, forced to retreat. Just to rub salt in the wound, River Cold chugged a regeneration potion, healing 1,000 health every second. "Mongrel, today you will pay the ultimate price," Kale screamed, his voice dripping with venom. It felt like the NPC was burning his own life force just to curse him. Kale entered Berserk mode, a terrifying buff state. His attack rose by 20% and speed by 25% for 1 minute. A nightmare for most, but River Cold remained calm. He raised his blade and summoned his skeleton soldiers. "Return to your master." The undead army instantly rallied around him. The spectators stood with their mouths open, questioning their sanity. Is he playing a different game than us? This was truly a manhwa recap moment for the ages. River Cold commanded the skeletons to activate Iron Wall, forming an impenetrable fortress of bone and shield. Their defense skyrocketed by 100%. Now, it was a waiting game. River Cold just had to survive Kale's 1-minute tantrum. Once the buff expired, the boss would be as helpless as a lamb. Kale had power, but he lacked the tactical brain of a player. Kale smashed against the shields, but River Cold had calculated everything perfectly. Even with the Berserk buff, the bone wall would hold. Realizing he couldn't break through alone, Kale finally decided to use his brain. He shouted to the players, "Attack together. If we swarm him now, victory is ours." But he underestimated the fear River Cold had instilled. The players hesitated. Killing River Cold would make them legends, but failing meant being hunted by a demon forever. Nobody dared to move. 30 seconds burned away. Kale was alone. He desperately tried to smash through the skeletal formation, his sword ringing against the iron wall. 10 seconds left. Kale attacked with the desperation of a drowning man. Another 10 seconds passed. Finally, in the dying seconds of his berserk state, Kale shattered the defense. He rushed at River Cold, just as his buff vanished. Crash Kale had delivered himself on a silver platter. River Cold welcomed him with another devastating wicked kick to the groin. Then came the storm of slashes. Kale's health bottomed out. He fell to his knees, begging Big Brother River, "Please, let's let bygones be bygones." "Bygones my ass." River Cold delivered the final strike. Kale turned into pixels. 500 points, 2,000 fame, and 300,000 experience. River Cold instantly shot to the #1 spot on the leaderboard. The crowd gasped, witnessing the birth of a legend. He had soloed a level 35 boss without breaking a sweat. Valuable loot dropped, but not a single soul dared to step forward to steal it. Jiang Han swept the battlefield, stashing loot with lightning speed. Only 7 minutes had passed since his descent. That left 13 glorious minutes to harvest EXP and dominate the rankings in this leveling manhwa. Daniel watched every second, his chest swelling with pride. "That's my chaotic student. The student has truly surpassed the master." By the time Daniel respawns, Jiang Han will be a legend of the Skyfall continent. But then, a dark omen stained the horizon. Black smoke billowed like a nightmare. Daniel's smile vanished instantly. "Brandy, you persistent ghost. Why won't you just stay dead?" 4 minutes later, the players below lost their will to fight. They weren't opponents. They were just EXP crops for Jiang Han's harvest. They scattered like rats. Suddenly, a blonde figure parted the sea of cowards, radiating arrogance. "River, chill. Your head belongs to me now." Jiang Han's eyes narrowed. This guy was a pro. ID Autumn Wind, class Red Flame Swordsman level 25. Another hidden class. Jiang Han was puzzled. Usually hidden class users walked a lonely path to power in this game. So why was Autumn Wind here, looking for trouble? Rumor had it, if you kill a hidden class user, the system might replace your class with theirs, or grant an equivalent reward. In other words, if he defeats Jiang Han, he steals the main character's destiny. He wanted Jiang Han's class and the compensation reward. But mostly, he just wanted to test his steel against the best. But the real reason, that SS rank talent, made him green with envy. Jiang Han nodded slowly. "Ah, so you're just jealous. Got it." Autumn Wind had zero chill. The moment he saw Jiang Han, he popped his ultimate explosive flame wrath. Stats boosted by 50% for 2 minutes. The penalty, dropping 10 levels. A high-stakes gamble typical of a system manhwa. Even Jiang Han had to admit that skill was terrifying. The cost was heavy, but the power surge was god tier. No grudge, no history, just a desperate gamble to take Jiang Han down. Autumn Wind struck first. Bam, one hit, took 10,000 HP from Jiang Han. The mob cheered like they'd seen a god. He's the savior. The bane of River Chill is finally here. Look at that damage. I told you the Eastern District is full of monsters. Let him do the work and we'll steal the kill at the end. Jiang Han didn't give a damn about the peanut gallery. You hit me once, I'll hit you back 1,000 times harder. Jiang Han opened with his signature disrespect, the vile kick. Boom, 8,000 damage and a 2-second stun. Autumn Wind panic-popped Flame God's Guard to boost defense by 30%. But it was useless. Jiang Han unleashed Frenzied Slash. When the dust settled, the enemy had 23 HP left. Not because Jiang Han was too strong, but because this guy's HP bar was made of wet paper. Realizing his arrogance had written a check his body couldn't cash, Autumn Wind tried to flee with his tail between his legs. Nice plan, but reality is cruel. Jiang Han cast Undead Grasp, locking him in place for 1 fatal second. Damn it, not again, Autumn Wind shrieked. Why do you have so much crowd control? Dancing Flower, help me, or I'm dead. Wait, he has a team. A beam of holy light shot down instantly. Autumn Wind's HP bar refilled to the max. The Dancing Flower, he called, was a divine priestess. That skill was Holy Therapy, a literal resurrection move. The downside, the caster gets frozen for 7 days. Jiang Han went cold. Another hidden class user fully healed Autumn Wind got his swag back instantly. Let's reset River Chill. I've got a squad of healers backing me. Try killing me now if you dare. Jiang Han smirked, mocking him perfectly. Wrong. You have 2 minutes to drain my 140,000 HP before your buff runs out. Tick-tock. Humiliated Autumn Wind roared and charged again. Daniel nodded approvingly from above. Even in chaos, his disciple kept his cool. Jiang Han wasn't panicking. He was just waiting for the Flame Wrath buff to expire. Then, it's game over. Exactly as predicted, Autumn Wind couldn't scratch him in time. The 2 minutes expired and the penalty hit Bam down to level 15. I'm done playing with trash. Jiang Han slaughtered the duo instantly. Hidden class or not, everyone dies the same. The EXP surge pushed him to level 30. It was a good harvest, but fighting 2 hidden classes back-to-back, even the MC was feeling the fatigue. The Eastern District really was full of hidden dragons. 20 minutes were up. Jiang Han prepared to return to the city. But the system had a cruel twist waiting. Waves 4 and 5 merged, starting in 1 minute. Leading the charge, level 50, Gold Boss Jennifer, and level 80 Dark Gold Boss Brandy. The players despaired. Level 80? Are you kidding me? That's beyond our pay grade. I'm just a level 10 noob. Is this a bug? Idiot. Follow the plot. We're supposed to lose. The player event is over. Now comes the cinematic cutscene, where the good guys win. With Brandy appearing, the Dark City was doomed. Daniel panicked, screaming via telepathy. River Chill retreat. Do not engage in the next battle. Jiang Han was sitting pretty at rank 1 on the defense leaderboard. He was 10,000 points ahead of second place. His position was unshakable. No need to be a hero. He turned to leave, smart move. But his path was blocked. A player named Heartless stood there. The guy currently sitting at rank 2. Just as I calculated, Heartless sneered. Normal methods won't kill you, but if I trap you here with the bosses, this Manhwa recap ends with your death. Panic flashed in the enemy's eyes. If you don't want to lose your head, get lost. But Heartless Sleeper just sneered, his patience wearing thin. What's the rush? With a wicked grin, he pulled a forbidden scroll from his inventory, an item of absolute destruction. Let's see if you can keep acting tough now. Jiang Han's expression turned grim. The dark energy radiating from that scroll was terrifying. Even a boss like Brandy wouldn't dare tank a hit from its temporary power release. How a mere player obtained such a legendary artifact was a mystery, but one thing was certain. Heartless Sleeper knew exactly how catastrophic its power was. He tore the seal. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder activated instantly. 2 million points of fixed damage. It was a localized apocalypse, obliterating everything within a 500-meter radius of his position. Bolts of judgment rained down from the sky. No player within range stood a chance. It was an inescapable kill zone, and Jiang Han was directly in the crosshairs. Checkmate. That hidden class is mine. Heartless Sleeper cackled maniacally. He was certain of his victory, but suddenly, a shadow flickered. Mentor Daniel appeared out of thin air, using his own body to shield his disciple from the heavenly wrath. As a guardian, Daniel couldn't simply stand by and watch this scum slaughter the brave adventurers defending the City of Darkness. Seeing the tower-like figure of Daniel standing unscathed before Jiang Han, the laughter died in Heartless Sleeper's throat. He was shocked into silence. Everyone knew that scroll was worth a king's ransom, a strategic nuke. He had burned his ultimate trump card just to wipe out Jiang Han and steal the only hidden class in the game. Yet his perfect plan was shattered by a mere NPC. Since when did game mechanics allow an NPC to intervene in a PvP duel? It made absolutely no sense. Daniel didn't waste breath on explanations. With a casual wave of his hand, he insta-killed Heartless Sleeper, sending him straight to the respawn timer to meet King Yama. Jiang Han stared at his master's back in total shock. He never expected Daniel to step in personally. Truth be told, even if the lightning hit Jiang Han's shattered moonshard would have saved his life. Despite taking heavy damage, Daniel remained eerily calm. "My time in this world is running out anyway," he said softly. "Better I take the hit than you waste a legendary artifact like the moonshard on a petty ambush." But the touching moment was cut short by a rasping cough from the shadows. The color drained from both their faces. They knew that sound. The annoying old freak Brandy had arrived. Such a heartwarming display of master-disciple affection, Brandy sneered, stepping into the light. "Perfect. I'll settle all our debts old and new right here and now." Jiang Han engaged his analysis skill. In this system, Manhwa stats are everything. Brandy had fallen from a spirit tier to a dark gold boss yet. Aside from his name, his data was still a wall of question marks. Even with the downgrade, the pressure was suffocating. Jiang Han could feel it in his bones. The gap in power between them was still an uncrossable chasm. Suddenly, the undead Knight Cantor charged onto the battlefield. "Kid, get back," he roared. "Hide, Daniel, and I will handle this." Daniel nodded, his eyes pleading with Jiang Han to run. In that moment, Jiang Han realized something profound. The so-called evil dark faction had more honor and heart than the light ever did. Abandon them. Never. He tightened his grip on his weapon. "Master, you handle Brandy Jiang," Han commanded, stepping forward with resolve. "Cantor and I will take down that old witch Jennifer." Daniel was furious. He wanted his disciple safe inside the city's barrier until the siege ended. A system notification even popped up, a quest to retreat, but Jiang Han instantly declined it. Jiang Han knew better. Brandy was a shadow that would hunt them forever. If he ran now and Daniel fell, they would never stop being prey. The only way out was through. He had to stand his ground, assist his master, and cut off this threat at the root. They had started as strangers, but now a bond of blood and steel connected them. Seeing the fire in Jiang Han's eyes, Daniel realized words were useless. He couldn't stop him. The battlefield was divided. Daniel clashed with Brandy while Jiang Han and Cantor faced off against Jennifer, a terrifying ice mage with an army at her command. Jennifer didn't come alone. She summoned a legion of frost constructs, raising her staff to cast a massive AoE spell. A storm of razor-sharp hail bombarded the field. Adventurers screamed as their HP bars melted away. Realizing this was a suicide mission, players began panic logging out in droves. "Fall back to the city," Daniel roared, covering the retreat for the survivors. But a predator like Brandy wasn't about to let his prey escape so easily. The bosses charged the gates. As soon as the allies were inside, Daniel ordered the gates sealed. "Fire the Dark Faction archers," unleashed a volley of arrows from the ramparts. But it was like throwing toothpicks at a tank. The low-level attacks bounced harmlessly off the boss's defense. It all came down to the heavy hitters, the two NPC lords and Jiang Han. Jiang Han quickly formulated a plan. "Cantor, you provide support. I'll take the vanguard and hit her head on." However, the undead knight had other ideas. Cantor activated his charge skill, boosting his speed by 35%. He became a blur, aiming to inflict a knockback status effect on the enemy. Jennifer reacted instantly, erecting a towering glacial wall. Crash Cantor smashed through the ice, like a battering ram, shattering the defense and carving a path for Jiang Han. Seizing the opening, Jiang Han launched his signature move, the evil kick. But in a blur of motion, the old witch caught his leg with her bare hand. One single point of damage. Jiang Han's blood ran cold. He knew this was a leveling manhwa, but the power scaling was insane. A level 50 gold boss blocked his strongest attack with a single hand. A decent skill, Jennifer scoffed, her lip curling in disgust. Pity the user is trash. Just as she prepared to crush him, Cantor slammed into the fray to break her grip. But the reality was cruel. Cantor was only level 40. Against a level 50 ice mage of her caliber, the 10-level gap was a death sentence. The scent of defeat hung heavy in the air. Jennifer floated above them, radiating arrogance. "You think a corpse and a weakling can stop me? How adorable." Her words were as sharp as her icicles. She wasn't just a tank. She was a toxic nightmare. With a flick of her wrist, she blasted Jiang Han backward like a ragdoll. Cantor, who had taken a massive hit earlier, staggered back to his feet. He wasn't dead yet, but his persistence only seemed to annoy the ice witch further. Massive spears of jagged ice materialized around her. Stay down. With a deafening roar, the barrage impaled the undead knight, burying him under a mountain of frost. Since you're so eager to die, let me speed up the process, Jennifer shrieked, preparing a finishing move. But before the final blow could land, a figure flashed between them. Jiang Han capitalized on her arrogance. While her guard was down, he landed a perfect evil kick, critical hit. 140,000 damage. Who's the weakling now? Rewind 60 seconds. When Jiang Han was blown away, the physical pain was nothing compared to the agony of his pride. Despite all his grinding, he still felt powerless. First, his master Daniel, and now Cantor. Everyone kept throwing their lives away to protect him. Rage began to boil in his veins, rage at his own weakness. Jiang Han refused to be dead weight. The sacrifice of his comrades would not be in vain. Though agony racked his entire body, he forced himself to stand his will of steel, refusing to bend. In this leveling manhwa, a life-or-death battle meant fighting until the very last breath. He retrieved the purple lightning gem from his inventory, a divine artifact with only 2 charges remaining. The moment he activated it, a dormant power awakened. Just like before, his hidden potential detonated, skyrocketing all his attributes by a staggering 1000% for 60 seconds. The tables had turned completely. Moments ago, Jennifer had crushed him, but now he trampled her beneath his feet, dealing hundreds of thousands of damage in a single devastating blow. It wasn't just the spectators who were stunned. Even Jennifer couldn't comprehend how a mere player attained such godlike strength in this system manhwa. With the target crowd controlled, the slaughter began. He unleashed a frenzied slash barrage. Pinned beneath Jiang Han's boot, the boss couldn't muster even a sliver of resistance. Witnessing this, Kant looked at him with newfound respect. As the frenzied slash ended, Kant seized the opening, driving a spear straight through Jennifer's heart to seal her fate. The old witch shrieked in terror, begging Brandy for salvation. But that old mage was currently locked in a deadly duel, with Daniel leaving him no time to save her wretched hide. Brandy, if you don't help, I'm dead. Jennifer's pathetic wails echoed across the battlefield, grating on Brandy's nerves. In the mage's eyes, Jiang Han was just a weak ant, yet this ant had somehow cornered a level 50 boss to the brink of death. He could no longer stand idly by. Raising his staff, he conjured a massive solar storm, sweeping it directly toward Jiang Han. To evade the annihilation, the protagonist was forced to release his grip on Jennifer. Freed from crowd control, she attempted a desperate escape. But before she could take 3 steps, Jiang Han's ghostly grip skill snatched her back from the jaws of freedom. He pulled a classic pro-gamer move, binding Jennifer right in the path of Brandy's spell. Brandy, thanks for killing this hag for me. The attack was already launched. There was no stopping it now. Neither of the bosses anticipated such ruthless tactics. Jennifer could only watch in horror as her ally's ultimate magic crashed into her face. The friendly fire left her with a single pixel of health. Jiang Han seized the glory, delivering the final execution strike with cold precision. A historic moment. The first ever solo kill of a gold rank boss. Naturally, the system rewards for such a feat were absolutely astronomical. Beyond the massive EXP and stat points, he obtained a rare skill book, the Eye of Insight, and leveled up to 33. As usual, he let the Manhwa recap system broadcast his legendary achievement to the entire server. The player base was numb to his announcements by now. Instead, their greedy eyes were fixated on the mysterious artifact he had used to overpower the boss. Countless players were already shouting offers willing to pay any price for the god-tier item that had allowed him to turn defeat into victory. Jiang Han couldn't care less about the peanut gallery. He swiftly swept all the dropped loot into his inventory, saving the inspection for after the siege. Now, only Brandy remained the true nightmare of this raid. With Jennifer fallen, the mage's fury erupted like a volcano. He activated Flame Shield, generating a barrier equal to 25% of his remaining health, rendering him completely immune to all physical attacks. Jiang Han's purple lightning buff had only 17 seconds left. He desperately tried to burst down the boss to relieve the pressure on Master Daniel. Useless. Every strike was incinerated by the Flame Shield. Daniel shouted, "Fall back. You are not his match." The situation was looking grim. "Master, are you all right?" Daniel chugged a high-grade recovery potion. "I can barely hold on," he gritted out. Daniel was a candle in the wind, while the monster Brandy burned with infinite stamina. The boss unleashed another calamity, Sea of Hellfire. This zone of death dealt damage every second to all enemies within a 100-meter radius, scaling off his attack power while crippling their movement speed by 10%. A 2-minute duration. It was a massacre. The skeleton, soldiers, and low-level players caught in the blaze were vaporized instantly. Even Jiang Han couldn't withstand the heat. His health bar began to melt, losing 1,585 HP every single second. That meant Brandy's attack power exceeded 15,000 points. With the purple lightning buff expired, Jiang Han was powerless to scratch such a terrifying entity. Seeing his disciple burning alive, panic surged through Daniel's eyes. "I'll hold him off. You and can't get out of the fire range now," Daniel commanded, preparing to sacrifice himself to create an opening. Brandy roared, "Enough of this touching master-disciple drama. You pests have humiliated me for the last time. Today you will all march hand in hand to hell." Brandy launched a lethal killing curse straight at Jiang Han. Dodge impossible. But suddenly, a shadow leaped from nowhere to intercept the blast. It was Cant. He tanked the full force of the spell, his body instantly engulfed in roaring magical flames. Daniel screamed his name in agony, but Cant only had eyes for Jiang Han, using his final breath to deliver a prophecy. "Kid, you hold the light of the eternal world. You cannot perish here." Cant's voice faded as his life force extinguished. Jiang Han stood frozen, a storm of shock and grief crashing over him. But Daniel gave him no time to mourn. He grabbed Jiang Han and dragged him out of the inferno, with Brandy pursuing them like a rabid demon. Even combining their strength, they stood no chance against this cunning elder lich. Brandy attacked relentlessly, his mana reserves seemingly bottomless. Daniel was on the ropes, barely deflecting the blows. With every clash, his strength withered further. Brandy sensed the weakness immediately. He knew exactly why the once great Daniel was reduced to this pathetic state. "If that ancient curse wasn't rotting your soul, you might have been my equal," Brandy sneered. "But now, die." The shockwave of their clash sent Jiang Han flying. His limbs felt like lead. A suffocating sense of powerlessness, typical of a weak protagonist, in an awakening manhwa, threatened to drown him. "No, I won't give up." He frantically rummaged through his inventory for a miracle. His eyes locked onto the S-rank skill book. He had just looted the Eye of Insight. This divine skill allowed the user to perceive the true stats of any enemy and, more importantly, to expose their fatal weaknesses. The restriction was absolute. The target couldn't outrank the user by more than 50 levels. Jiang Han didn't hesitate for a split second. He slammed the learn button. Brandy was exactly 47 levels above him, perfectly meeting the activation criteria for this leveling manhwa moment. Thanks to the Eye of Insight, the old man's hidden data was stripped bare right before his eyes. The old mage's stats were absolutely broken. 10 million health points. His attack power peaked at 16,200, and even his defense was a staggering 12,100. His arsenal consisted of 4 main spells: Blazing Fireball, Flame Tornado, Flame Shield, and the Inferno Sea, all currently on rotation. And now the reason Brandy was obsessively targeting Daniel finally clicked. His lifespan was running on fumes, and he was desperate for any method to extend his remaining days. That's why he locked onto the Necromancer Daniel. If he could hunt him down and claim the credit, the Light Faction's holy baptism would grant him a new lease on life. But more importantly, Jiang Han had found his fatal flaw. Brandy's age was his undoing, stamina was his Achilles heel. He'd been spamming skills so aggressively that Jiang Han initially thought the old monster had an infinite mana pool. But looking closer now, even breathing seemed like a struggle for him. Jiang Han immediately shouted to Daniel, "Master, don't clash with him head on. The old man's gas tank is empty. Just stall him out." Daniel didn't understand the sudden strategy, but if his precious disciple said so, he would follow it blindly. Daniel waved his staff, summoning every last skeleton soldier in the city. They swarmed like a plague of locusts, instantly surrounding Brandy. The one thing the old mage despised most was low-level trash. His attacks turned vicious. Brandy cursed between breaths. "My stamina is weak, you say? You little brat, are you mocking me? I might be old, but I'm not frail. Don't you dare insult me with this pile of brittle bones." It was true. These trash mobs weren't enough to drain a mage of Brandy's caliber. Even if his stamina was fading, clearing this garbage was child's play. Suddenly, a helpless smile crossed Daniel's face. "As long as I draw breath, their assault will never cease." Jiang Han froze in terror. That sounded way too much like a death flag. "Master, don't do it. As long as we're alive, there's a chance. If you sacrifice yourself now, it's game over." Daniel shook his head slowly. "A chance? Foolish boy. There was never a chance to begin with." Every word scorched Jiang Han's heart. What did he mean? Was there another wave coming? Meanwhile, Brandy was going berserk in a sea of flames. He seemed to realize Daniel was preparing a sacrificial rite, and his laughter turned demonic. "That's right. Be a good boy, and come accept your death. Daniel didn't fear death. His only fear was leaving Jung Han alone with that monster. He knew Brandy wouldn't stop until he hunted the boy down. Even if he fell here, resurrection was possible. But he refused to let this old hindrance block his disciple's path to greatness. Daniel slammed his staff upright. A catastrophic surge of energy erupted from his body, releasing pressure so intense Jung Han could barely stay on his feet. It was absurd. Seconds ago, his master was gasping for air. Now he stood like a completely different entity. The sky turned pitch black. Storm clouds swirled into a vortex, forming a massive hurricane eye. A bolt of black lightning tore through the heavens, striking Daniel directly. Instantly, a system warning flashed before Jung Han. His master had received an unknown protection. All stats multiplied by 100, duration 10 seconds. Jung Han felt his heart hammer against his ribs. All stats increased 100 times. What kind of broken buff was this? No. This was a life-for-life exchange. Daniel intended to drag that bastard down to hell with him. The sudden transformation made Brandy hesitate in confusion. Despite the ticking clock, Daniel used those precious seconds for one final lesson. You have done well. Do not pity me. As I said, if you survive long enough, our paths will cross again. Only then will you understand who I truly am. Daniel's smile was incredibly gentle, the look of a man finally released from his burdens. He raised his staff, aiming straight at Brandy. A beam of violet-black annihilation fired. The damage numbers were astronomical. Brandy didn't even have time to feel fear. He was deleted from existence in a single beat. As Brandy faded into nothingness, Daniel finally collapsed. Leaning heavily on his staff, he sank to the ground. The system notification chimed again. Daniel's stats had now plummeted by 100 times. Jung Han was drowning in a storm of emotions. He tried to rush forward, but his master roared, "Run, get out of here now, or it will be too late." Suddenly atop a nearby roof, a golden-haired figure in shining armor materialized. His laughter echoed through the air like a death knell. A critical strike from a necromancer. Truly magnificent. It never gets old. With his arrival, a red system warning screamed into view. The unexpected death of the flame mage Brandy had altered the scenario. The hidden boss Divine Knight Herbeck had entered the game. Jung Han went on high alert, instantly activating his Eye of Insight. But it was useless. All information was blocked. That meant Herbeck was in a league far beyond Brandy's terrifying power. From his high vantage point, Herbeck looked down on them with eyes full of arrogance and mockery. A dark swordsman plus a necromancer? Looks like I hit the jackpot today. Daniel could only grind his teeth in helpless fury. The Church of Light, collecting necromancer remains. 'Cause we all know what calamity that brings. But that's not for you to worry about. Herbeck beamed with a sickeningly triumphant smile. A golden spear materialized in his grasp. Jung Han thought he would finish Daniel first, but the killing intent locked straight onto him. I'll grant you one final mercy before you ascend. Any last words? Jung Han was frozen stiff with terror. Last words. His mind went completely blank. Herbeck lost patience instantly. Cat got your tongue? Then go straight to hell. The spear slashed down with earth-shattering force, but inches from Jung Han's face, a sword tip halted it dead in its tracks. A familiar silhouette stood between them. The undead swordsman Sarin, the ghost of the swamp, had finally emerged. Seeing his fatal strike blocked so effortlessly, Herbeck's face twisted in pure shock. Mere undead fodder could never hope to rival his strength. Sarin offered no words. He simply snatched Jung Han up like a predator, claiming its prey soaring away in an instant. They vanished into the embrace of the night, leaving Herb grinding his teeth in futility. Meanwhile, Daniel finally let out a breath of relief. His physical form was dissolving into dust, but his will remained unbreakable to the very end. Daniel held onto a singular conviction: by the time their paths crossed again, his unruly disciple would be a legend, echoing across the entire eternal continent. With that, Daniel faded into nothingness, leaving behind only a pulsating dark violet gem. Herb snatched the artifact from the ground, barking orders to triple the bounty on the head of the one and only dark swordsman Jung Han. The fifth wave of the siege crumbled, just as the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon. Because the Dark faction had successfully defended the stronghold, the accumulated rewards were doubled, a classic feature of a high-stakes Manhwa recap. The players of the Dark faction, still trembling within the city walls, had captured every second of the battle. The footage was pure gold. The plot twists were so intense they would give anyone whiplash. Even top-tier dramas couldn't compete with this level of storytelling. Facing down catastrophic raid bosses and surviving without a scratch. That is the power of the protagonist. Not to mention the price on his head had skyrocketed yet again. After uploading the clips to every major platform, the players logged out in a panic. Staying any longer would mean getting slaughtered by the vindictive forces of the Light faction. Sarin carried Jiang Han all the way back to the eerie silence of the Phantom Swamp. It turned out that in the letter delivered earlier, Daniel had made one final request for Sarin to intervene and save Jiang Han when all hope seemed lost. Bound by that promise, Sarin had been lurking in the shadows of the Phantom City since the battle began, a silent predator, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Jiang Han felt a storm of confusion rather than gratitude. "Why didn't you save Daniel too?" he demanded. Sarin let out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. Daniel had already invoked the celestial phenomenon. It is the ultimate forbidden art of a necromancer. Once unleashed, his body becomes a statue, and his soul enters an irreversible countdown to oblivion. Furthermore, a necromancer of Daniel's caliber is a prime target for the Holy See. If I had attempted to rescue both of you, Herb would have pursued us to the ends of the earth. In that scenario, I would have failed to protect you, and I too would have been swallowed by the vortex of their wrath. I could barely hold my own against Herb, but there were other Light faction powerhouses lying in ambush nearby. Jiang Han froze. He thought Herb was the apex predator here, but the Light faction had deployed even terrifying monsters in the shadows. It became clear that Master Daniel's true identity was far more profound than Jiang Han had realized. The Light faction had mobilized an entire army just to ensure his demise. "From this day forth, I shall take on the mantle of your teacher," Sarin declared. "Your performance at the Phantom City was commendable, but if you wish to be my true disciple, you must first prove your worth." Sarin's voice cut through Jiang Han's chaotic thoughts. He recalled Daniel's parting words that upon his death, this legendary undead swordsman would guide his path. Respecting his late master's will, Jiang Han offered no resistance. He steeled his resolve and immediately accepted Sarin's trial. Though the fall of the Phantom City was a tragedy, Daniel had insisted on one thing: if Jiang Han survived and grew strong enough, their souls would meet again in the river of time. Therefore, his path was clear. He had to become an unstoppable force, unravel the secrets of the Eternal Continent, and uncover the shocking truth behind Daniel's identity. The trial manifested as a system quest, Search for the Hidden Treasure, a B-rank difficulty mission. He was tasked with retrieving a mysterious artifact Sarin had concealed at the very edge of the map. Failure meant losing the chance to become a disciple and a hefty penalty of 10 gold coins. The moment Jiang Han accepted the mission, Sarin dissolved into thin air. At that precise moment, the war for the Phantom City officially concluded. Although the Light faction claimed victory, Jiang Han reaped massive rewards for his unrivaled contribution, starting with a flood of experience points. The spoils were legendary: a dark gold rank ring known as the Zephyr Band, a gold rank piece of armor called the Black Scale Bracers, and a scroll for a hidden class, the Undead Swordsman. While the Undead Swordsman was indeed a prestigious hidden class, Jiang Han already possessed the Dark Swordsman class, a profession with far superior rarity and potential. Switching now would be a downgrade. A golden light bathed him as he hit level 36. However, in this brutal leveling manhwa world, his high profile made him the most delicious prey for every greedy player on the continent. He thought dealing with Brandy was the end of it, but Herb had to interfere, raising the stakes and placing an astronomical bounty on his head. The system broadcasted a global announcement: whoever captured Jiang Han would be rewarded with a unique hidden class and a rare S-rank skill. The entire server went into a frenzy, marking Jiang Han as public enemy number 1. Jiang Han clicked his tongue in annoyance. He despised this kind of trouble. He swore that the next time he saw Herb, he would grind the man into dust. Before embarking on Sarin's trial, Jiang Han opened his inventory to appraise the loot dropped by the recent bosses. First was Kayla's gear. It was mostly silver rank trash, but the boots boasted stats superior to his current ones. He immediately equipped them, feeling his agility increase. Next, he inspected the Zephyr Band, the dark gold rank ring awarded for his defense of the city. Beyond the massive boost to attack power and health points, it possessed a unique passive skill, Zephyr Guardian. This ability summoned the wind spirits to negate 20% of incoming damage from the next attack. With a cooldown of only 5 minutes, this was a god-tier defensive artifact. He wasted no time swapping out his old undead ring for this new powerhouse. The Black Scale Bracers were also a significant upgrade over his current gear. After equipping the full set, Jiang Han's combat power soared to a completely new level. Having completed a chain of high-tier quests, typical of an awakening manhwa, his title, Grandmaster of Darkness, evolved. It now granted a monstrous buff, increasing his final health points by a staggering 200%. Jiang Han felt an intoxicating surge of power, but he remained grounded. He knew that compared to the legendary NPCs of this world, he was still an ant. Arrogance now would only lead to death. As for the undead swordsman class scroll, since it couldn't hold a candle to his dark swordsman lineage, Jiang Han rejected it without a second thought. However, sacrificing a hidden class scroll triggered a special system exchange. He was offered a choice trade, the scroll for a piece of high-tier equipment or a random skill book. Jiang Han knew the rules of a system Manhwa well. Equipment would eventually become obsolete trash, but a powerful skill remained with a warrior for eternity. Since the sacrifice was a hidden class, the exchange rate had to be excellent. He gambled on the skill and won big. The system bestowed upon him an S-rank skill, War Domain. The skill was terrifying. It created a 50-meter radius zone where enemy attack power was forcibly suppressed based on their proximity to him. With a duration of 3 minutes and a cooldown of 5, it was a game-changer. His preparations were finally complete. It was time to embark on Sarin's deadly trial. Following the coordinates on his map, Jiang Han arrived at the foot of a towering volcano known as the Magma Mountain Range. Even from a distance, the air rippled with heat and danger. This was no place for the weak. But the real treasure awaited at the very summit. Jiang Han's first trial blocked the path, a level 38 magma golem. Its defense was rock solid, but its offense was mediocre. Perfect for Jiang Han to test out his new leveling Manhwa abilities without too much risk. He activated War Domain instantly, his attack power surged by 20%, while the enemy was suppressed. Bam! A single palm strike deleted over 15,000 HP. Realizing it was outmatched, the golem curled up in panic, activating its petrification skill. This skill boosted its defense by 30%, but slashed its attack power. Jiang Han wanted to laugh. This monster was brain dead. Using that skill just turned it into a sitting duck. Even with the extra defense, Jiang Han's current penetration stats would shatter it like glass. Sure enough, in less than a minute, the magma golem crumbled into dust. 2,500 experience points secured. Not bad. However, checking his status bar, he needed over 1.2 million points to level up. That meant grinding 400 more golems. No way, that's a waste of time. Jiang Han pushed upward, the heat intensifying with every step. Soon, he encountered the higher-tier mobs of the mountain. Meet the sharp-beaked fire monkeys, a level 40 pack, armed with taunt and rock throw skills. They were the most hated creatures on the Eternal Continent for their filthy mouths. Jiang Han wondered how a monster could mock a player. Until the monkeys actually spoke. Hey look, fresh meat. That guy is ugly as sin. And his name sucks too. Ha ha ha. Look how weak he walks. How did trash like him even crawl up here? Okay, now he understood. Getting roasted by a bunch of monkeys was infuriating. Even knowing it was a game mechanic, rage smoked out of Jiang Han's ears as he launched himself forward. Stupid monkeys, today is your funeral. He reactivated War Domain to kick off the slaughter, boosting his attack by 20% again. The pack of fire monkeys instantly suffered a 16% drop in their combat power. These pests were annoying not because they hit hard, but because they moved like lightning. But for Jiang Han, their agility was just a minor inconvenience. He wiped out the entire squad of 5 in 60 seconds. He left one alive, grabbing it by the throat. Lead me to your nest or die right now. Terrified of death, the monkey frantically nodded to lead the way. As he followed the creature, the system suddenly pinged with a notification. Thankfully, it wasn't bad news. Since 100,000 players had now awakened, the system Manhwa interface unlocked the global talent ranking board. Jiang Han opened the list out of curiosity. And there it was. Rank 1, Jiang Han. Talent, triple S, class. Seeing his name alone at the top with a triple S rank. That feeling was addictive. Meanwhile, the stupid monkey had led him straight to its friends. The moment the pack saw him, they opened their mouths to trash talk. Look at this low. Jiang Han didn't let them finish taking the first head instantly. He turned to his captive guide with a cold stare. Keep moving. Find me the rest of them. At this efficiency, the fire monkey tribe was facing extinction. The slaughter was so severe that finally their king was forced to show his face. The fire monkey king, a gold tier boss level, 42. 2 million HP with terrifying attack and defense stats. A gold tier boss was a genuine threat. Jiang Han had the damage, but his defense and health pool were still fragile compared to a monster of this caliber. He had defeated the boss Jennifer before, but that was thanks to the purple lightning gem's burst damage. That item was currently on cooldown. Using a trump card here would be a waste anyway. The captive monkey, seeing its king, thought it was saved. It shrieked, "Your Majesty, that's him. That's the brat killing us." Jiang Han didn't hesitate one swing and the snitch was headless, executing a subordinate right in front of the king. That instantly triggered the boss's rage mode. Jiang Han took a deep breath. He would test the waters first. He'd only rely on the gem if death was staring him in the face. The king leaped from the cliff, slamming down with earth-shattering force. The moment it landed, Jiang Han countered with a vicious kick, dealing over 16,000 damage. But the stun effect only lasted half a second. "Is that all you got?" The king sneered, looking at Jiang Han with pure contempt. "You worm." It was activating its special ability, Ultimate Taunt. This wasn't the petty insult of the smaller monkeys. The minions just made you angry, but the Monkey King's mockery actually debuffed your attack stats by 5%. The power of words had become a weapon. But according to the system, Jiang Han could fight back with his own trash talk to reverse the momentum. Jiang Han rarely engaged in verbal warfare, but if the game rules allowed a rap battle, he was ready to spit fire. "Wow, you're so strong. I'm sure with a mighty king like you, your tribe is perfectly safe and will live long lives, right? Oh wait, I just killed them all. That was a violation." The Fire Monkey King turned purple with rage. Jiang Han's verbal assault was a critical hit, lowering the boss's defense by 10%. Seizing the opening, Jiang Han dashed in for a slash. The boss took damage, but laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Are you tickling me? With a weak strike like that, you must have kidney deficiency. Huh, can't get it up. Holy crap." A monkey questioning his manhood. That was low. The system registered the emotional damage, and Jiang Han was slapped with a 10% attack penalty. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was a roast battle to the death. Jiang Han refused to lose to a primate. "Look at that ugly mug. I bet no female monkey has ever let you touch her, right?" Bullseye. That struck the king's deepest insecurity. He had been single for 1,000 years. The king's defense plummeted by 20% from the heartbreak. But in his fury, his attack and speed skyrocketed by 10%. He was coming in fast. Jiang Han immediately triggered his Zephyr Guard skill. The next attack would have its damage reduced by 30%. Even so, he still took the hit, losing over 30,000 health points in a single blow. But for a leveling manhwa protagonist like him, this number was well within the acceptable range. He smirked. "Is that all the strength a so-called king has? How embarrassing. Go home and drink your mother's milk." The beast roared back. "Your words sound like a dog barking. I can't understand a thing. And with a face like yours, even a mutt would shake its head in disgust." Jiang Han scoffed. "You scumbag, when you can't win with logic, you resort to insults. A beast is truly just a beast after all." The duel turned into a frantic exchange of blows and curses, escalating from mild jabs to absolutely foul profanity. Finally, the sharp-beaked Fire Monkey King's mental defense shattered completely, triggering a berserk state that increased its damage by 300%. This was exactly the opening Jiang Han had been waiting for. With the beast's defense broken by its own rage, all he needed to do was strike first to end this. Moving with lightning speed, he unleashed a devastating combo, sending the Monkey King and its minions straight to hell. As always, the system rewarded him with a delicious chunk of experience points and reputation. But something unexpected happened. Because he won this battle through sheer verbal abuse, Jiang Han unlocked a hidden title, the King of Mockery. He was now the new ruler of the sharp-beaked Fire Monkey tribe. As he equipped the title, he read the stats. His words now carried a 10% damage amplification debuff against any opponent he insulted. However, it came with a risky double-edged sword. If he enraged the enemy too much, their attack power would also increase by 10%. It was a bizarre title, not exactly practical for survival, but devastatingly humiliating in a war of words. Since Jiang Han still needed his current title for health regeneration, he decided to keep this new one in his inventory for now. With the Monkey King dead, golden light flashed around him. He had officially reached level 37. As expected of a system manhwa boss, the loot drop was generous. First was a gold tier helmet though. He would need to hit level 40 to equip it. Next up was a dagger wreathed in magical flames. Its attributes far outstripped his current cloud sword. However, as a hidden class, Dark Swordsman, he gained far more bonuses from using swords than daggers, so this was just vendor trash to him. Jiang Han continued his ascent. The harsh environment drained 10 health points every second, but thanks to his passive healing of 0.5% per second, he could shrug off the damage that would kill a lesser player. Finally reaching the volcano's peak, he looked at the treasure marker indicated by the map. But when he saw a single withered tree, his expression darkened instantly. He thought the NPC Sarin had sent him for a god-tier artifact. Instead, it was just a useless white-tier wooden log. Whatever. Mission accomplished. Time to bounce. He turned to leave, ready to report back to his new master. But after just a few steps, his dark swordsman bloodline began to pulse violently. The system blared a warning. His body detected an energy signature identical to his own source power, located just 500 meters away. Jiang Han froze. Could there be another treasure hidden on this volcanic peak? Guided by the system's distance tracker, he blindly groped his way toward the signal. But when the counter hit 1 meter, he stood in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by empty air. "There's nothing here," he muttered. "Unless it's underground." Without hesitation, Jiang Han began digging into the volcanic rock with his sword. Sure enough, his blade struck something metallic. It was a gate. A system notification popped up. "You have discovered the hidden map, the God-shaking tower." The heavy doors creaked open, revealing a vertical tunnel plunging into infinite darkness. The lore description stated this was an ancient battlefield, where top-tier empires clashed with a mysterious realm. A chill ran down Jiang Han's spine. Unlike players from the Light faction, he had no resurrection rights here. If he died in this abyss, it was game over. But high risk means high reward, he grinned. You can't become a legend by playing it safe. With that, he leaped into the abyss. The moment his feet touched the ground, an invisible force slammed into him. He barely managed to activate Zephyr Guard, reducing the damage by 20%. Even with the reduction, his health bar plummeted by nearly 160,000 points. The system explained he had triggered a remnant forbidden spell left by a demon god eons ago. Jiang Han broke out in a cold sweat. This spell had been eroded by thousands of years of time, yet a mere fragment of it nearly one-shot him. If he hadn't popped his shield instantly, he would be a corpse right now. Thankfully, the power of death passive kicked in slowly, ticking his health back up. He stood there for a while, waiting for his HP bar to refill and his Zephyr Guard cooldown to reset. Patience was key in this deadly dungeon. Jiang Han cautiously took another step. Boom! The demon god's flame erupted again. Once more, he popped his shield, barely clinging to the last sliver of his life. The same system notification mocked him. Jiang Han gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he spotted a staircase leading deeper underground, with ominous black smoke drifting up from it. That smoke. That was the familiar energy that had lured him here. He stood like a statue for 5 minutes to heal, then took a gamble on another step. This time, no fire. He exhaled a long breath. At least the entire floor wasn't rigged. Regaining his confidence, he strode forward. Immediate regret. He stepped on another trap. Son of a... I swear I'm going back to whine to my master, he hissed. It took him a grueling 30 minutes of stepping, burning, and healing just to reach the staircase. He prepared to dive down, but slammed face first into an invisible wall. Seriously, this god-shaking tower is just one headache after another. He slashed at the barrier with his sword, but it didn't leave a scratch. It seemed brute force wouldn't work. There had to be a mechanism to solve this. As he racked his brain, the broken moon fragment in his inventory suddenly flew out on its own. It phased right through the barrier. When Jiang Han chased after it, he passed through effortlessly. It seemed the creator of this barrier was also the one who forged the moon fragment. Descending the stairs, he noticed the walls and floor were scarred with countless deep sword marks. The aura of a battle beyond imagination still lingered here. In the deep gloom of the corridor, Jiang Han stumbled upon the first corpse. The system ID identified him as G, one of the legendary 10 great demon gods. He had died here in secret unknown to the world. Jiang Han was thunderstruck. Even a being as powerful as a demon god perished here. What kind of monster resided in this tower to kill such a legend? Every piece of gear on G's body was shattered beyond repair. Pushing deeper, Jiang Han found a chamber littered with white bones. The sight made his blood run cold. Seeing so many Apex experts fallen in one place, he realized with absolute certainty, the god-shaking tower was a zone of pure nightmare fuel. Jiang Han descended further into the abyss, reaching the 4th floor. Invisible blades of sword intent ambushed him, draining 800 health per second. But with the power of death coursing through his veins, it was nothing but a scratch. In the dead center of the 4th floor chamber, a silent sentinel waited. A skeletal warrior clad in ancient armor stood defiant, his skeletal grip still tight around a weathered blade. This was the legendary dark swordsman Luo Yi. Once one of the 10 great demon gods of the primordial era. He possessed power enough to shatter the heavens and crush the earth. Yet even he met his end in this forgotten tomb. Standing before this ancient titan, Jiang Han felt the air leave his lungs. It was the overwhelming aura radiating from that armor that had summoned him here like a moth to a flame. If this were a standard manhwa recap, the protagonist always inherits the legendary gear right. Grinning at the thought, greed sparkled in his eyes as he reached out. Brother Luo Yi, rest easy. This little brother promises to make the title of Dark Swordsman shake the world again. Oh, is that so? A voice from the void nearly stopped Jiang Han's heart. Who's there? He roared. Suddenly, the skeleton erupted in a blinding violet light, coalescing into a spectral figure looming right behind him. The man was a mountain of imposing pressure. It was Luo Yi himself, or rather a remnant soul, clinging to this world through sheer will. This was his direct predecessor on the path of darkness. Jiang Han suddenly felt his face burn with shame. He looked less like a successor and more like a petty grave robber caught red-handed. Luo Yi seemed to sense the awkwardness and broke the silence. I've been gone from this world for an eternity. The words of the living hold no weight for me. However, this armor was my brother-in-arms on countless battlefields. I cannot simply hand it over. Not unless you can defeat a shadow of my younger self. Jiang Han sighed. Of course, in a system manhwa, nothing ever comes free. Instantly, a duplicate Luo Yi materialized, not a soul this time, but a cold, emotionless machine of war. The system window flashed red. Level 37 gold rank boss. He possessed 4 devastating skills: Dark Blade Killing, Flash Power of Death, and the Forbidden Dark Samsara. As the construct launched its assault, a chill ran down Jiang Han's spine. Something was terribly wrong. Hold on, Dark Samsara is a tier 5 skill, restricted to level 50. A level 37 shouldn't have access to that. The ghost shrugged. I wouldn't know. My memories are hazy. Jiang Han grit his teeth. That ghost definitely knew. He was just enjoying the show. But there was no time to argue. The silent killing machine was already upon him. Jiang Han roared, activating War Domain. His attack power surged by 20%, yet the boss's defense only dropped by a measly 10%. What kind of resistance was this? The spectral Luo Yi clicked his tongue in amusement. An impressive domain technique. Tell me, boy, where did you steal that one from? It's my natural genius, self-taught, Jiang Han shouted back. You think I'm a fool, the ghost scoffed. Jiang Han ignored the heckling, focusing every ounce of will on the deadly blade swinging at his neck. He saw an opening and unleashed Evil Kick. Boom. 26,546 damage exploded from the boss, suppressing the construct for a crucial 60 seconds. Seizing the momentum, Jiang Han chained his skills, ending with a savage frenzied slash. Even the watching soul couldn't help but nod in approval. Your skill chaining is exquisite. Honestly, you hit harder than I did at that age. Is your talent truly that heaven-defying? Then, with a casual snap of his fingers, Luo Yi grinned. But playtime is over. Let's crank up the difficulty, shall we? Instantly, the construct's aura transformed from a stream into a raging ocean. Before Jiang Han could even blink, a blade of pure darkness was already at his throat. Jiang Han frantically activated Wind Guard Clang. Despite the block, he lost over 33,000 health. The power was insane. Without that shield, he would have lost half his life bar in a single strike. He desperately chugged a high-grade potion, recovering 50,000 health per second. The ghost voice floated down. How does despair taste, boy? The path of the Dark Swordsman is 10,000 times harder than this fight. If you survive this. Luo Yi's eyes narrowed. I'll raise the difficulty again. Jiang Han wanted to scream. Harder? Are you trying to kill me? Ignoring his pleas, the boss activated Dark Samsara, the skill that should have been impossible. All attributes skyrocketed by 50% for 5 agonizing minutes. Sure, the user loses 10 levels after it ends, but that didn't matter right now. A 50% buff on an already overpowered boss. This wasn't a duel. It was an execution. Before Jiang Han could process the buff, the enemy vanished. The boss reappeared mid-air, landing slightly to the right, his blade descending like a guillotine. Slash a single strike shore away 1/3 of Jiang Han's health bar, like it was paper. He had no choice but to spam potions again, sacrificing his offense for pure survival. But the boss was relentless. The healing hadn't even finished ticking before the next attack came crashing down. Think fast. Jiang Han launched himself into the air, narrowly dodging a thunderous slash. As he fell, he twisted his body and slammed his heel down. Evil Kick connecting perfectly. He followed up instantly with Death Slash, the dark energy biting deep into the boss's armor. Finally, some real damage. The boss faltered, speed dropping. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He cast Undead Bind, locking the enemy in place and unleashing a torrent of attacks. High above the spectral, Luo Yi nodded, a smile playing on his lips. Good. Very good. This kid actually knows how to use his brain. But down in the arena, Jiang Han's headache was just beginning. The crowd control wore off, and the boss went absolutely berserk. Jiang Han dove behind a massive stone pillar to stall for cooldowns. Crash. The boss obliterated the stone column with a single casual swing. You gotta be kidding me. One hit from that monster would send him straight to the afterlife, and he still had 5 seconds on his main cooldown. The onslaught was suffocating. Seeing the blade coming for his head, Jiang Han was forced to burn his defensive cooldown, Wind Guard, one more time. He survived, but barely. His health plummeted to 30,000. This was a true leveling Manhwa nightmare. One mistake, one slip up, and it was game over. But taking that hit bought him time. Evil Kick was ready. Jiang Han slammed his foot into the boss, immediately canceling the animation into Death/Undead Bind, and finally the devastating Frenzied Slash. It was a symphony of violence. The seamless combo tore chunk after chunk from the boss's health bar. Jiang Han calculated the crowd control duration down to the millisecond. He prepared to backflip away as the timer ran out, but suddenly, the Undead Bind shattered early. Because of the boss's high resistance, the crowd control duration had been slashed by 80%. Jiang Han mentally cursed the developers. This system is rigged, since when do mechanics work like that? He was too close. The gap hadn't widened enough. The boss raised his sword, and with Jiang Han's health this low, the next strike would be his last. The Broken Moon Shard would spare his life, but at a terrible cost. The trial would end here, and the legendary armor would slip through his fingers. Jiang Han closed his eyes, resigning himself to this bitter defeat. But fate had a twist in store. The dust settled, and he was still standing, with barely 20,000 HP lost. The enemy's dark reincarnation state had finally timed out. Without that buff, the Shadow Knight's attacks had lost their lethal edge. Even better, Luo Yi's level had plummeted all the way down to 27, shattering his godlike stats. A surge of confidence roared through Jiang Han. After 5 minutes of getting absolutely thrashed, his time for payback had finally arrived. The hunter became the hunted. With the dark reincarnation gone and the level gap closed, this boss fight just became a walk in the park. Jiang Han unleashed a storm of attacks, venting every ounce of rage from the beating he just took. The Dark Swordsman's phantom shattered into light. 1 million experience points flooded in, boosting him to level 38. Luo Yi's remnant soul couldn't help but slow clap. Not bad, kid. You actually used your brain. Jiang Han gasped for air, exhausted but high on the thrill of victory. True to his word, the fallen knight handed over the dark armor, a gold-tier masterpiece, forged from reverse dragon scales and rare minerals. Jiang Han's eyes practically glowed as he gazed at the loot. This was the holy grail of gear, the kind of treasure every player, in a leveling manhwa, dreams of obtaining. It wasn't just a tanky piece of metal. It came with an S-rank active skill Awe of the 8 Directions. This ability unleashed the dormant dragon soul, dealing 100% attack damage to every enemy within a 100-meter radius, while crippling their movement and attack speed. The crowd control effect lasted 3 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown, but the real kicker, this armor could evolve. That meant gold tier was just the starting line. The item description revealed it was a symbiotic demon armor, designed to grow alongside the Dark Swordsman. Its potential was limitless. Grinning like a kid on Christmas morning, Jiang Han immediately equipped the legendary set. Seeing the dark armor accept a new master gave Luo Yi peace, but just as his soul began to fade, Jiang Han shouted, "Wait, what is it now, the ghost side?" Jiang Han pointed shamelessly at the weapon in the specter's hand. "That sword. I can take that too, right?" Luo Yi stared in disbelief. He had never met someone so greedy they'd rob a ghost blind. That jade sword had been his brother-in-arms through countless wars. "It has slumbered too long," Luo Yi warned. "Its original power is shattered. Compared to the armor, it is nothing but a relic." He agreed to yield the blade, but on one condition: Jiang Han had to return a jade pendant to a specific woman. The request immediately triggered a new side quest in the system. Up until now, Jiang Han's journey had been dominated by urgent main quests like the defense of the Dark Castle. But any veteran knows that in a system manhwa, these optional side quests often hold the deepest lore secrets of the main storyline. Eager to uncover the hidden history of the Eternal Continent, Jiang Han accepted the mission, completely underestimating the difficulty spike. The catch: Luo Yi had no idea who she was. Their romance had been a fleeting spark, and he had never even learned her name. All he knew was that she was a swordswoman, likely from the Sword Pavilion, a sanctuary built in Clearwind Town to escape the bloody succession wars of the princes. The problem, Clearwind Town was deep inside the territory of the Light faction. As a player with a global kill-on-sight order on his head, walking in there was suicide. When Jiang Han pointed this out, Luo Yi just laughed. Is that all? Let me teach you how to vanish. Instantly, Jiang Han learned a new special skill, concealment art. It masked everything from his aura to his player ID. This was essential survival tech. Unless an enemy was 20 levels higher than him, his identity would remain a complete mystery. The disguise lasted 24 hours with a 3-day cooldown. Jackpot. He came for the armor, but scored a god-tier stealth skill by accident. On the Eternal Continent, aside from the absolute apex rankers, Jiang Han's level was already leagues above the average player. With this camouflage, he could stroll right into a Tier 3 city without triggering a manhunt. Luo Yi's voice faded. My time is up. Do you have any final questions? That sparked a memory. Jiang Han pulled the mysterious Broken Moon shard from his inventory. Wait, do you know where this came from? Luo Yi's expression shifted from peace to pure terror. Instead of answering, he demanded, where did you get that? Jiang Han admitted it was a gift from a mysterious benefactor. Luo Yi fell into a heavy silence. A gift. It seems you are bound by a terrible karma. Who gave this to you? With the soul fading fast, Luo Yi rushed his words. That man is the source of the corpses filling the god-suppressing tower. He is the one who slaughtered us all, even me. He is a monster beyond comprehension. That shard belongs to him. Before Jiang Han could react, Luo Yi dissipated into nothingness. Jiang Han stood frozen. He knew his master was strong, but this no wonder Daniel always dodged questions about the previous Dark Swordsman's death. To think that even a legend like Luo Yi was just another victim of his master's blade. It didn't add up. If Daniel was the one who butchered the previous generation, why nurture Jiang Han? Why sacrifice himself to save the next successor? The mystery was deepening, but standing here wouldn't solve it. First, he had to clear this side mission. He snatched the jade pendant just as Luo Yi's skeletal remains crumbled into dust, leaving behind only the spirit-tier blood-devouring sword. The item description warned that its glory days were over, but it was still a priceless magical artifact. If Jiang Han failed the delivery mission within 3 days, the blade would lock itself. But its passive skill was terrifying bloodthirst. The more blood it drank, the stronger it became. Every kill ramped up its damage by 1%, stacking up to 20 times until the battle ended. Luo Yi had called it a relic, but he was dead wrong. Even rusted and worn, this sword was an absolute monster. It looked like Jiang Han's trip was a gold mine. But who should receive the loot? Suddenly, a fragmented voice echoed through the void, making him jump. The sound came from deep underground. This god-suppressing tower definitely had a 5th floor, but the aura surging up was too terrifying. It felt like an invisible hand crushing his throat. Jiang Han wasn't suicidal. That lower level was a death trap for someone of his rank. He'd already scored the dark armor and the blood-devouring sword. It was time for a tactical retreat. 30 minutes later, he finally breached the surface. He carefully marked the tower's coordinates on his map, swearing to return once his power level was high enough to conquer it. But the nightmare wasn't over yet. A massive serpent-type beast blocked his path, hissing with malice. This was clearly the overlord of the Magma Mountain range. Unfortunately for the beast, Jiang Han's attack and defense stats completely outclassed it. This wasn't a fight, it was a beatdown. After slaying the serpent, a wave of exhaustion crashed over him. This wasn't just in-game stamina loss. He felt drained to his very core. He'd been fighting since the Gloomy City raid, and it was already 2 in the morning. He immediately warped back to the Ghost Swamp to submit his quest to Sarin. With the formalities done, this dignified man officially replaced Daniel as Jiang Han's new mentor. One glance was all Sarin needed to see the protagonist's growth. Looks like your trip to the Magma Mountains yielded quite the harvest, didn't it? Just a bit of luck, sir. Sarin nodded approvingly. Jiang Han was about to log off, but he suddenly remembered the mysterious item. He pulled out the jade pendant for inspection. He only meant to ask about it, but Sarin's eyes widened instantly. He recognized the artifact's origin. Do you have any idea where this object comes from? I was once a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, so naturally, I know its history. Wow, this Manhwa recap just got deeper. Who knew Sarin had such a legendary background? According to him, every woman in the Sword Pavilion, whether disciple or elder, possesses such a jade. If she gives it to a man, it signifies her heart belongs to him. It was the sex unwritten law of love. That explained why Laknat mentioned he and that mysterious woman shared a fleeting yet profound romantic connection. Sarin examined the pendant with intense focus. He concluded that its original owner must have held an incredibly high status within the sect. That meant Jiang Han returning it would be walking into a lion's den. However, fate had already cast the die. Sarin mused, "The sword in your hand also comes from the pavilion. It is time to return them both. Travel with me tomorrow. But for now, rest. From the gloomy city to the magma mountains, you have endured enough for one day." Jiang Han let out a long breath. He bid farewell to Sarin and finally went offline to crash. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. He immediately logged back into the game. Sarin was already waiting for him. Together, master and disciple began their journey toward Clearwind Town. Along the way, Jiang Han pondered the realism of this world. The NPCs seemed to have their own consciousness, yet neither Sarin nor Daniel ever questioned why he would vanish into thin air. "You adventurers from the other world. You must return to your own dimension to rest, correct? That interesting ability must be a privilege granted by the god of time and space." It seemed the game developers had created a convenient deity to explain away player logouts. The two continued their trek. Not long after, a system notification chimed Jiang Han had entered the territory of the City of Heavenly Light. He looked up in frozen shock. This was the same gloomy city from before. But now, instead of darkness, the walls were swarming with soldiers from the Light faction. To reach Clearwind Town, they had to use this city's teleportation array. It was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Han to test the concealment art skill Lac Nat had taught him. As he activated the skill for the first time, a holographic window popped up. System message: "You have activated concealment art. Please enter a pseudonym and false attributes." Reading the prompt, Jiang Han muttered fake name. Suddenly, the system locked it in. And just like that, his new ID became literal fake name. Even the usually stoic Sarin burst into laughter at the blunder as they entered the city. Sarin masked his presence perfectly, but Jiang Han drew attention instantly. Players nearby took one look at his ID and couldn't hold back their snickers. Not only was his name ridiculous, but his disguised face looked comical. Still, Jiang Han swallowed his pride. Being laughed at for being ugly was better than being hunted down as his true self. They quickly located the teleportation formation. After dropping 50 silver coins, they vanished in a flash of light, heading for Clearwind Town. This was a Tier 3 settlement. Although it sat dangerously close to the Dark Faction's borders, the hidden presence of the Sword Pavilion ensured that no one dared to invade. Sarin decided that daylight was too risky and suggested waiting until nightfall. Since Jiang Han was unfamiliar with the terrain and the pavilion was a hidden sect, he obediently followed his master's lead. "We can explore the town for now, just keep a low profile. Is there anywhere specific you wish to visit?" Jiang Han thought for a moment. He desperately needed to restock his consumables after the brutal battles in the Magma Mountains. Sarin nodded and led him to a local apothecary. Upon entering, Jiang Han confidently slammed his hand on the counter. "Show me your absolute best healing potions." With over 200 gold coins in his inventory, he felt like a tycoon. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up like he'd seen a walking treasure chest. He immediately brought out a glowing vial, the highest grade elixir in the shop. "This elixir restores 1% of max health every second for 10 seconds, the merchant boasted. "Best of all, it's reusable. The cooldown is only 3 minutes. But there was a catch. It required level 120 and cost a staggering 50,000 gold. Jiang Han wanted to dig a hole and die. He had acted like a whale, only to realize he was a shrimp. Ahem. "I left my main wallet at home. Just give me the standard stuff." He quickly bought 100 mana potions and 50 health potions instead. These were the basic supplies he was used to. As they left the shop, Jiang Han's face was still burning with embarrassment, while Sarin chuckled at his disciple's misfortune. Do not underestimate Clearwind Town. It may seem small, but it is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Finding legendary items here is not as rare as you think. Their conversation was cut short by a piercing scream. A woman was being harassed by a thug in broad daylight. Jiang Han sighed. This was clearly a scripted Hero Saves the Beauty event, and they were definitely NPCs. Sure enough, a hidden quest popped up. Operation Act Like the Wind. The objective: conceal his identity, drive away the scumbag, and earn pretense points. And the reward was sweet. Each point would convert into 10,000 experience points, perfect for a leveling Manhwa protagonist. The quickest way to farm pretending points in this system Manhwa is simple: strike fear into that scumbag's heart, or make the damsel swoon with admiration. Jiang Han accepted the mission instantly and stepped onto the stage of destiny. "Hold it right there. Do you have no shame bullying an innocent girl in broad daylight?" His words were heroic, But with that shiny egg-shaped head, Jiang Han was serving comedy, not terror. Wahaha. Look at this clown. The thug couldn't stop cackling. You think you can play the hero with a dome like that? Instead of radiating a terrifying aura, he was being treated like a total joke by the enemy. The system ruthlessly deducted 5 pretending points. He hadn't even earned a single point yet, and he was already in the red. Rage exploded in Jiang Han's chest veins, popping on his forehead as he roared. Get lost. The sudden outburst worked. Fear flickered in the thug's eyes. Ding, +1 point. But the guy was a tough nut to crack. He quickly regained his composure and shouted back. You dare interrupt my fun. Do you have any idea who I am? Huh? Do you even know who I am? You're seeing question marks, Jiang Han scoffed. That's right. Your level is too pathetic to even see my true name. But identifying trash like you? That's child's play. Jiang Han activated the Eye of Insight. The truth was shocking. This thug was a level 50 gold tier boss. His name was Bei Fu, a notorious bandit terrorizing the region. He was once a disciple of the prestigious Sword Pavilion, but was exiled for harassing female students. Since then, he had fallen into a life of villainy within the town. Jiang Han froze. This street rat was actually a gold tier boss. His stats were insane, nearly rivaling Brandy, that level 80 monster from before. How on earth did the system classify this as a mere D-rank mission? Meanwhile, Bei Fu began to doubt himself. Jiang Han's confidence was planting seeds of fear in his mind. That hesitation earned Jiang Han another 5 points. But the situation escalated as Bei Fu's hand drifted to his blade. A full-blown battle here would attract way too much attention. Bei Fu sneered, his killing intent spiking. I don't care who you are. If you've got skills, let's see you survive 2 moves against me. Me fight you, Jiang Han laughed arrogantly. You're too weak to witness my true power. Sarin, dispose of this trash for me. Upon hearing this command, Sarin's face went completely dark. Even if this brat was annoying, he was still his disciple. Sarin took 2 seconds to suppress his urge to slap him, then slipped perfectly into the role of a loyal servant. Did you not hear my young master's command? Scram, my young master cannot abide filth, who bully the innocent. These 2 deserve an Academy Award for this performance. Jiang Han's arrogance combined with Sarin's overwhelming killing intent terrified Bei Fu. He was now convinced this bald guy was a legendary figure hiding his true identity. If the servant was this terrifying, the master must be a god. To preserve his pathetic life, Bei Fu decided that running away was the only option. As he fled, he screamed the classic villain line about returning with backup. Cha-Ching Jiang Han bagged 30 points for intimidation and another 20 because the girl was now looking at him with starry eyes. He quickly bade her farewell. They needed to vanish before the real reinforcements arrived. Young master, you saved my life. Please, may I know your noble name? You may call me Daniel. Jiang Han replied without blinking. Sarin looked ready to vomit. Just like that, the acting mission was complete. Jiang Han raked in 51 pretending points, which converted into a massive 510,000 experience points. Afterward, Sarin dragged him to the auction house to offload their junk loot. After a long day of grinding, the clock struck 8 p.m. Darkness embraced Azure Wind Town as the duo prepared to infiltrate the Sword Pavilion. The architecture was majestic, radiating an ancient traditional aura. It looked regal, but it was a death trap. In this Manhwa recap, we know the rules forum posts warned that trespassing in the Sword Pavilion was practically suicide. If a high-level NPC catches you, it's instant decapitation. You might respawn, but the penalty is a brutal deduction of 5 levels. It's a gamer's nightmare. Tonight, Jiang Han was trespassing, but he only had 1 life to lose. One mistake meant game over permanently. Master, what's the plan? You head east, to the hidden Sword Pavilion. There you will find the answers you seek. I must go to the sword forging pool. Jiang Han stood there stunned. Was his master seriously suggesting they split up in enemy territory? And worse, the person he had to find was the legendary sword god. He hadn't even seen the guy's face yet, but the mere title was enough to make his legs shake. Sarin seemed to read his apprentice's mind and offered a rare moment of comfort. Do not fear. Though I have not met this generation's sword god, those who follow the way of the sword are righteous by nature. Once he knows your purpose, he will not harm you. Sarin sounded confident, but Jiang Han wasn't buying it. This might be a side quest, but it had an S-rank difficulty rating. Would a god really spare an intruder so easily? Before he could argue, his master used a movement technique and vanished into the night air. Left all alone, Jiang Han had to play Solid Snake, dodging NPC patrols with his heart in his throat. Finally, he reached the hidden Sword Pavilion. The sword god was just beyond these walls. Jiang Han hesitated. If he pushed that door open, would a flying slash instantly separate his head from his shoulders? But wait, if this guy is truly a sword god, he probably sensed Jiang Han's presence ages ago. Realizing stealth was pointless, he straightened his back and pushed the doors open with confidence. Suddenly, the situation shifted. The system forcibly canceled his concealment skill. A terrifyingly powerful entity was in his immediate vicinity. But instead of an old master, he saw a young woman reading a book. She looked up, eyes widening in surprise. "Why are you here?" Jiang Han was even more shocked than she was. First, who expects the sword god to be a beautiful woman? And second, she spoke as if she knew him, even though this was their first encounter in this leveling manhwa timeline. He recalled Daniel mentioning that the sword god possessed the SS rank sword heart talent. Confused, Jiang Han pointed at himself. "You recognize me?" "Of course. Back at the gloomy castle, if Sarin had failed to kill Herback, I would have stepped in to finish the job." Jiang Han suddenly remembered Herback had mentioned sensing another powerhouse hiding in the shadows during that battle. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. The Church of Light was tied to the Necromancer Daniel, while the undead swordsman Sarin had deep roots with the Sword Pavilion. Even in a world divided by black and white destiny was a tangled web. Jiang Han stared at the girl. If she really was the sword god, the book in her hands must be a legendary manual of ultimate power. She tilted the cover toward him, revealing the title, "The Domineering Sword God Fell in Love with Me." Jiang Han's soul left his body. The legendary sword god was reading trashy romance novels. Jiang Han didn't waste another second. He immediately pulled out the jade pendant belonging to Luo Yi. "I came here for one reason. Do you know who the master of this jade is?" The moment the sword goddess laid eyes on the artifact, her composure shattered. She lost all cool and lunged toward him. When Jiang Han revealed it was a gift from the previous dark swordsman, her desperation spiked. Is he still alive? The question escaped her lips, but she instantly crushed her own hope. Impossible. If the dark swordsman still breathed, how could Jiang Han have inherited the title? In this leveling manhwa world, that was the only unique hidden class on the Eternal Continent. The torch is only passed when the flame is extinguished. When I met him, he was nothing but a remnant soul. Since you know its origin, please return this to its true owner for me. I won't trouble you further. Farewell. Jiang Han turned to leave, but cold steel instantly pressed against his throat. Of course, an S-rank hidden quest wouldn't let him off that easily. Fighting now, his odds of victory were absolute zero. Jiang Han's mind raced like a supercomputer, calculating every variable before playing his final card. Let's make a bet. If I survive a single strike from your blade, let me walk out of this sword pavilion alive. Her eyes narrowed. I belong to the light faction. I can't just let a dark entity waltz out of here. The city lord would have my head for such negligence. Damn it. She wasn't biting. The negotiation was failing hard. Jiang Han felt the pressure mounting. I came with good intentions to return a keepsake. If you take my life like this, aren't you afraid your sword heart will shatter from the guilt? Silence stretched between them, heavy and suffocating. Jiang Han mentally cursed. Did he just poke the dragon? Had he pushed the sword goddess too far? Just as he braced for a death match, her bell-like laughter rang out. Relax. I'm joking. You're right. Slaughtering a messenger isn't my style. Jiang Han exhaled, relieved, but the air froze in his lungs when she spoke again. However, that single word tightened a noose around his heart. If word got out that I let you go freely, the Sword Pavilion's reputation would be ruined. Here is the deal. I will suppress my power to silver rank. We duel. Win and you leave. Lose and you leave this world. Facing an offer he couldn't refuse, the system chimed. The objective shifted from return the jade to challenge the sword goddess. To ensure a fair fight, his stats were forcibly suppressed to silver rank. It was time to face Dongfang Yixin on equal footing in the system manhwa showdown. Jiang Han smirked. Same level, he had a fighting chance. He accepted. Dongfang Yixin snapped her fingers, and the sword pavilion vanished into thin air. The scenery shifted to a desolate wasteland. Despite the equalized stats, a cold sweat ran down Jiang Han's back. He was facing the master of the sword pavilion, a titan of the light faction. Even the emperor himself would bow his head in her presence. Her arsenal was legendary, sword control breaker style, peerless blade, and the terrifying forbidden art, 10,000 swords returned to origin. Jiang Han locked onto that last skill. Anything with forbidden in the name was a catastrophic spell capable of wiping out armies. He had to go all out or face a game over. Dongfang Yixin didn't hesitate. She activated sword control, boosting attack speed by 50% with a massive range. Worse, it had zero cooldown. A chill went through Jiang Han's bones. Was this the overwhelming power of the first skill alone? She truly was the sword goddess. The demon-breaking sword moved too fast to dodge. He had to tank it. He cast Grip of the Evil Spirit, not on her, but on her weapon. A genius move to crowd control an inanimate object. The stun only lasted 0.35 seconds, but he instantly followed up with Evil Trample. Dongfang Yixin was stunned. I saw these moves at the Gloomy City, but using them like this. She snapped her fingers, recalling the blade, and charged in for melee combat. Perfect, Jiang Han thought. He activated War Domain, boosting his damage by 20%, while debuffing hers by 10%. As she closed the distance, Jiang Han stood his ground like a statue. He didn't dodge. He let her blade plunge straight through his chest. Critical hit. 16,475 damage exploded from his HP bar. While she froze in shock, his hand clamped around her blade. Gotcha. Ignoring the steel in his lungs, he unleashed Frenzied Slash with his free hand. The sword goddess took heavy damage and ripped her weapon free disgusted. This wasn't a duel. It was a savage exchange of life force. She wanted to lecture him on finesse, but Jiang Han wasn't here to talk. He was here to win. Before she could create distance, he unleashed all of 8 directions. A massive dragon soul erupted, slamming into Dongfang Yixin with devastating force. Her movement speed and attack speed plummeted under the debuffs. Jiang Han pressed the advantage, but the sword goddess was a veteran. She parried with breaker style, negating 80% of the incoming damage. She retreated and launched a full force strike, but Jiang Han popped Breeze Guardian, tanking the hit like an unmovable mountain. Seeing his health bar barely move, Dongfang Yixin lowered her weapon. The fight was over. That's enough. Strictly speaking of silver rank combat, without forbidden spells, I lose. Your talent is terrifying. Just like that, the quest was complete. A golden pillar of light engulfed him. Level 40 reached. He evolved from a mere master to a Dark Lord, a genuine gold-tier boss. His attributes skyrocketed. Yet Jiang Han remained confused. Why did she surrender so easily? Her HP bar was still massive, and her ultimate skills were untouched. You came to return a keepsake, she explained. This duel was merely a formality. If I let you walk away without a fight, the system would have penalized me. First, Daniel now heard these NPCs were craftier than they looked. It was undeniable the NPCs in this world possessed true sentience. Though bound by the iron laws of this system Manhwa reality, their burning desire to shatter those chains was all too real. You need to leave. Now. Dongfang Yixin waved Jiang Han away, as if he were a plague she couldn't wait to exorcise. With your departure, the chapter of chaos finally begins. The chapter of chaos. What did she mean? The blood feud between the two great factions had always been destined for war. The Light faction reclaiming the Gloom City was merely the opening move, and you returning the Jade Pendant. That wasn't chance. It was the call of destiny. The more the sword god spoke, the deeper the mystery grew. Jiang Han opened his mouth to ask, but the heavy doors of the hidden sword pavilion slammed shut in his face. Left with no choice, he turned to leave. Yet he didn't forget to bow a final sign of respect for a legend. After all, she defied the system's logic just to spare his life. The moment he stepped out of her domain, his stealth skill hummed back to life. Sarin had been waiting for what felt like an eternity. Was it just his imagination? Ever since returning from the Sword Pond, her spirit seemed to burn with a renewed intensity. Mission accomplished. They returned to the shadows of the Ghost Swamp. But upon arrival, Sarin turned to him, her voice trembling with gratitude. By returning that sword, I severed my ties with the Sword Pavilion forever. The shackles of my past are gone. I can finally embrace the darkness and officially join the Dark faction. Jiang Han blinked in shock. He had always assumed she was like Daniel, a creature born of the dark. You mean, you weren't one of us yet, indeed. To walk the path of darkness, one must prove their heart belongs to the shadows. As a disciple, my oath forbade me from turning my blade against humanity. But now, I am unbound. The time for vengeance has come. Suddenly, a holographic interface materialized before Jiang Han's eyes. An emergency alert. The great war between light and dark was erupting across the Eternal Continent, and this wasn't just for him. Every player in this leveling Manhwa world saw the same terrifying notification. This was a massive world event, involving the entire server. Realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Returning that Jade Pendant wasn't a side quest. It was the catalyst for the entire war arc. Sarin's liberation was the key that unlocked this chaos. If the Sword God was right about the chapter of chaos, Then Jiang Han was the one who pulled the trigger. The notifications kept flooding in, revealing the nightmare lineup of the Dark Faction. Level 190 Heaven rank boss Sarin would lead the Undead Legion to crush Ocean Heart City. Level 185 Heaven rank boss Qin would march his vampire army against the Vermilion Bird City. And the level 190 Heaven rank boss Rahman would unleash the Legion of Sin upon the City of Thunder. All of this carnage was scheduled to begin in exactly 3 days. The sheer scale of information left Jiang Han reeling. Unsure of the other Dark Lords, he decided his blade belonged by his master's side at Ocean Heart City. But the system had a cruel twist in store. Jiang Han himself was designated as a boss commander, his target, the Frozen Town. The global chat exploded instantly. No one could believe it. In the blink of an eye, a player had evolved into a golden rank boss. As a pawn of the Dark Faction, refusal was not an option. It was an S-rank forced mission. Victory meant access to the demon god's treasury. Defeat meant permanent death. Yet fear did not grip his heart. Instead, a wild grin spread across his face. His blood was boiling with excitement. He was merely a gold rank, yet he commanded an army. This was a badge of honor most could only dream of. "I see no fear in your eyes," Sarin observed. "Good. Your master awaits your triumphant return. You too, master." With a nod, Sarin vanished into the void, leaving Jiang Han alone to prepare. First order of business. Equipping the Dark Lord title. Boom, his HP skyrocketed by a massive 250%. He felt invincible, surely powerful enough to crack the top 100 of the Dark Faction. He opened the leaderboard with confidence. Rank 8,450. What the hell, the Dark Faction is filled with monsters. After all that grinding, dancing with death, he was still just a small fry. Jiang Han scoffed and logged off. Sleep was the only cure for this reality check. The next morning, his phone buzzed. It was Wang Kai. "Bro, you're insane. You're actually a siege boss." In the event, Wang Kai was hyping him up, but his voice held a warning tone. He'd seen the forums. Jiang Han's transformation into a raid boss was the hottest topic on the internet. Every player with a weapon was heading to Frozen Town to claim his head. "All right, I get it. I'll watch my back." Jiang Han hung up and dove back into the game world. Immediately, he ran into a party of adventurers farming mobs. One look and they knew. That's Jiang Han. Most trembled at his reputation, ready to flee. But the leader of this squad, he saw things differently. Ever since the siege at the Gloom City, they had made killing Jiang Han their life's mission. They analyzed his clips, dissected his skills, and memorized his cooldowns. And now he was standing right there, like a walking treasure chest waiting to be looted. Running was not an option. Hearing their leader's resolve, the minions steeled themselves. They calmed their nerves and fell into formation. Shadow Thief on crowd control to lock him down. Sun Hunter the Archer for ranged DPS, and the Priest ready to spam heals. As for the big boss, a swordsman, who would tank the damage and deal the heavy hits, it sounded like a perfect plan. Too bad reality is cruel. Before the swordsman could even twitch, a flash of steel sent him flying back to the novice village respawn point. The other three met the same pathetic fate. Jiang Han didn't even break a sweat. It was a massacre. Sorry, boys. In the face of absolute power, your little tactics are nothing but dust in the wind. Jiang Han smirked, dusting off his hands. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Someone had bought his auction item at Breeze Town. 2,147 gold coins for his golden rank Scorching Flood dragon gear. Some big spender just dropped 112 gold on platinum tier boots. And who knows which tycoon splashed out 2,147 gold? Well, as long as the coins fill my pockets, I'm satisfied. Finally, the currency exchange system has activated. The exchange rate, 1 gold to 193 credits. The gold farmers in this leveling manhwa world are about to hit the jackpot. Jiang Han tested the waters, swapping some gold for real cash. Instantly, his account balance swelled by 53,000. Housekeeping complete. Now, the real nightmare begins. Objective: Siege Blizzard Town, within 3 days. Jiang Han wasted no time. He needed XP, and he needed it now. He stepped into the desolate Dead Silence Plains. First target acquired a level 50 Black Demon Reopered. This wasn't trash mob fodder. It was an elite class beast. Its stats crushed the magma golems back at the volcano. But against Jiang Han's current power, it was nothing but an insect. He ground through the mobs like a machine. Yet after a full day, he barely scraped his way to level 41. But before he could celebrate, the system chimed with grim news. The siege quest difficulty had just evolved. What was once an S-rank suicide mission had just mutated into a double S-rank catastrophe. The objective remained unchanged. But this spike in difficulty, it felt like the system was daring him to survive. Suddenly, his frequent buyer Soaring Dragon pinged him. But this wasn't a business deal. It was a warning. The enemy players had pulled a dirty trick. Somehow, they bribed a level 60 Dark Gold boss to guard Blizzard Town. They planned to crush Jianghan under its massive heel. A Dark Gold boss. Powerful, yes. Invincible, hardly. As long as the power gap didn't leave him helpless, he would find a way to slaughter it. Thanks for the heads up, brother. Don't mention it. Just don't die to those cripples. Soaring Dragon signed off with that brief encouragement. Ping. Another notification. Sarin was marshalling the Dark Legion at the Phantom Swamp. 0 hour was approaching. Jianghan immediately warped to the swamp to rally with his mentor. Sarin commanded a legion of undead swordsmen. Jianghan activated his insight eye, but saw nothing. Their stats were completely cloaked. That meant every single one of them was at least level 50. Sarin's army was absolutely broken. In life, they were weak, Sarin explained coldly. They couldn't retain their minds like us. Now they are true undead swordsmen, soulless machines built for slaughter. Sarin pointed to the other side. That is your army. Compared to the mentor's elite force, Jianghan's troops looked like a noisy trash-tier circus. Jianghan stared at the screeching mob of monsters under his command. His face went dark. Silence was his only response. The system displayed the pathetic details. Unit Water Spirit Ghoul. Rank Elite Level 45. HP 550,000. Attack 2,100 to 2,300. Defense barely over 1,000. Description: low intelligence aquatic monstrosities birthed from dense magic zones. In the Dark Faction, they are nothing but cannon fodder. Trash mobs that will never become boss material. He turned to mentor Li Yi with a hopeful look. Master, can't you spare a few undead swordsmen for me? Li Yi shrugged. Do you think the system allows charity? Jianghan sighed. Is that a rule? A long silence passed before he smiled slyly. Then, I got anything to keep me from dying? Li Yi handed over an item. Take this. But honestly, for a tiny tier 3 town, you shouldn't even need it. Jianghan looked at the item. Summon Demon God. Rank S. Description: use in moments of despair. Summons a god-tier entity. Potential outcome: a demon god capable of shattering heaven and earth. Condition: maintain the summoning formation for 1 minute without interruption. Warning: may attract the gaze of cosmic horrors directly to the battlefield. Jianghan gripped the scroll, eyes wide. Whoa. Now this is the good stuff. With this, I could siege a tier 1 capital. Li Yi cut him off sharply. Unless you are absolutely doomed, do not unseal that evil. If you summon a demon god and bore it, it will eat you first. There was a fool who summoned the great demon god Ego for fun. He was digested before he could blink. Cold sweat dripped down Jianghan's neck. Relax. I won't use it unless I have to. In his mind, he knew the truth. This wasn't just a lifeline. It was a death warrant waiting to be signed. But Jianghan was greedy. He extended his hand again. So, got anything safer, master? Li Yi growled. Don't push your luck, kid. Just because Daniel isn't here, you think you can bully me. He coughed, hiding his embarrassment. Enough. If you're ready, we march. Fine, Jianghan grumbled, looking defeated. They walked toward the undead warriors, standing in terrifyingly perfect formation. Curiosity struck him. Master, how do you view the Dark Faction? Li Yi's answer was calm, but heavy. We are the rebellion. We rise to topple those who hoard power. Jianghan blinked. Aren't we the villains? Undead corruption, the 10 demon gods. Any system Manhwa logic says we're the bad guys. Li Yi snapped, angry at the naivety. Do you really think good and evil are so black and white? Listen to me, River Coldwater. History is inked in the blood of the losers by the hands of the winners. If the Dark Faction crushes the light, we write the rules. The light becomes the heretics. Jianghan stood in stunned silence. Li Yi clenched his fist. I have seen undead with souls more noble than saints. And I have seen light leaders more filthy than the mud beneath my boots. I am not claiming we are saints. I am simply saying our extremism is necessary. Even among the 10 demon gods, some carry human blood. The Light Faction calls them traitors. I call them survivors. Jianghan watched his master's serious face. This lore went deep. The main storyline was finally revealing its true colors. Li Yi led the legion forward. They halted at the edge of a vast emerald prairie. The mentor gazed at the horizon. We have arrived. The system chime echoed through his mind. You have entered the green spring grasslands. He gazed at the endless horizon. where mountains rose like dragon teeth, and questioned the nature of this strange new world. Li Yi didn't speak. He stepped forward, his hand tracing unseen ley lines in the air until click. A golden brilliance erupted, cascading outward like falling dominoes of pure light. The radiance expanded, forming a colossal golden barrier that seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. He produced a scroll, his voice grave. This boundary divides the Tienh High continent. Without sufficient power, he tore the scroll asunder. Purple energy swirled around him as he finished his warning. Crossing it is an impossibility. As if obeying his command, the golden wall tore open, revealing a massive breach. Li Yi turned to Jiang Han. Let's move. Beyond this veil lies the human dynasty. As he stepped through the portal, the system interface flashed a crimson warning. Alert, you have entered the romance zone. This territory lies beyond the jurisdiction of any empire. Death penalty doubled. Jiang Han smirked at the notification, completely unfazed. Double the penalty. If I die, my account gets wiped anyway. This changes absolutely nothing for me. As if recalling a forgotten detail, the mentor turned back with a benevolent gaze. You are a stranger to these lands. I shall guide you to a location near Ice Snow Town. He bowed respectfully. My gratitude, mentor. They vanished, reappearing in a world of blinding white. Li Yi pointed toward a settlement nestled within the frozen forest. That town is your prey. Conquering it is your mission. The system pinged again. You have entered the Wind Snow Mountain Range map. Jiang Han swept his gaze over the target, a fire lighting up in his eyes. Understood. That territory will belong to me. He stood unyielding against the biting gales, his voice dripping with arrogance. Prepare to tremble, you trash of Ice Snow Town. Seeing his disciple's spirit, the mentor offered a final incentive. Confidence is key. Return victorious, and I shall take you to the demon god's treasury to seek your fortune. Jiang Han's ears perked up at the keywords. Demon god's treasury. He feigned innocent curiosity. Mentor, what manner of riches does this treasury hold? Li Yi revealed the secrets. It houses the demon god's personal collection. Legendary gear, rare skills, ancient artifacts, and even class change scrolls for hidden classes. You may choose a single item to claim as your own. But remember, only one. Jiang Han's pupils constricted. A hidden class scroll. Even if I don't use it, that alone would fetch tens of millions on the market. The potential profit was astronomical. Mine made up. Jiang Han waved a casual farewell. Mentor, don't let me keep you. I'll see you at the treasury door. Don't be late. The mentor stood speechless at the sudden attitude shift. Meanwhile, Jiang Han led his Dark Legion to a clearing, his demeanor shifting to that of a general. Set up camp here. If any enemies approach, report to me immediately. The Legion roared in unison. Yes, Lord. Jiang Han gazed into the dense tree line. I have time to kill. Might as well grind some levels. In this Manhwa, recap power is everything, so he ventured deeper into the mountains alone. A rustle in the brush caught his attention. A massive white shadow emerged, a bear with eyes glowing, crimson letting out a bone-chilling roar. The system analyzed the threat instantly. Target Wind Snow Bear. Rank Elite. Level 55. HP 800,000. Attack power over 3,000. Defense breaking 2,000. Skills Thick Hide, Paralyzing Claw, and Berserk Charge. A savage beast that thrives in the bitter frost. Countless adventurers, ignorant of the danger, had marched into these mountains only to become this beast's dinner. Jiang Han gripped his blade, analyzing the data. Ferocious. Much stronger than the Black Demon Leopard. Is this the power spike of a second awakening monster? The beast shrieked and charged, kicking up a storm of snow, but Jiang Han didn't flinch. He launched himself straight into the jaws of danger. The bear slashed out with its paralyzing claw. Reading the trajectory, Jiang Han leapt, stomping on the beast's skull and forcing the attack to miss by inches. Opportunity seized. He unsheathed his blade, unleashing a torrent of steel slash after slash rained down in a frenzy of destruction. Of the 8 directions. With a final thunderous roar, the massive beast collapsed into the snow. System, you have slain the Wind Snow Bear. Gained 14,000 experience points. A glow appeared on the corpse. He picked it up. Skill book Snowball Art. Rank B. Description. These aren't for playing games. They're for ending lives. Effect. Summon 10 consecutive snowballs over 5 seconds each, dealing 30% damage. Requirement Mage Class. Jiang Han's eyes went wide. Seriously, even a trash mob dropped skill books in this map. Suddenly, a frantic alarm pierced the air. System alert, your Dark Legion is under attack by adventurers. Return immediately to reinforce. A cold sneer curled his lip. Oh, they couldn't wait to die, could they? Back at camp, chaos reigned as adventurers laid waste to his soldiers and tents. An armored warrior cleaved through a water goblin with ease. But as he turned, a shadow fell over him. A blade flashed. The warrior was bisected before he could even blink, his avatar shattering into pixels. His comrades screamed in terror, recognizing the killer. It's him. One River Cold Water. Jiang Han heard the shout and paused. Foreign language, the system, is auto-translating their speech. A cruel amusement danced in his eyes. Interesting. The enemy squad unleashed their ultimates, but he stood immovable like a mountain. A mage watched in horror as pathetic 2-digit damage numbers floated up. What? Impossible. Just how high is this monster's defense? His ally trembled. The system marks him as a faction boss, but he's clearly a player. Jiang Han's eyes began to glow with a blood-red light, killing intent flooding the area. He grinned a devil greeting his guests. Yo, hello there, my foreign friends. Boom. With a single motion, the surrounding enemies were instantly vaporized. System skill awe of the 8 directions activated. Enemies within 100 meters took 100% damage. Movement and attack speed reduced by 20% for 3 seconds. 2 survivors cowered behind a tree, praying to their gods. Holy, he's a melee class. How does a system Manhwa character have that kind of range? We only survived because we were out of range. Jiang Han rested his massive greatsword on his shoulder, looking disappointed. Is that it? I expected more of a challenge. A sudden glint of cold steel reflected in his eyes and armor. Jiang Han twisted his body, barely evading a lethal ambush from the shadows. The system window flashed open. It was the level 34 Assassin Demon King Shadow health points 56,710. Attack power, peaking at 1,817. A terrifying foe, armed with Shadow Walk, Fatal Explosion, and the deadly soul-severing strike. The Demon King frowned, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the dodge. To react that fast, this human was no ordinary player. He was a true master. The onlookers whispered in disbelief. The Demon King. Is he actually on the back foot? But his loyalists sneered, clinging to hope. Just watch. The king hasn't even begun to show his true terror yet. Jiang Han analyzed his opponent with a tactical gaze. Definitely a top-tier player from this region. He gripped his blade, his aura sharpening, but in a heartbeat, the Demon King vanished into thin air. Too fast. The assassin materialized instantly, his dagger carving through flesh, minus 4,310 health. Before Jiang Han could react, another strike hit his flank, minus 3,654. The crowd erupted in cheers. Incredible. He might not have the raw power of One River of Cold Water, but that speed is god tier. Look, the legendary One River of Cold Water is being completely suppressed. Now, this is getting interesting. Even the healers drooled with greed. Take him down. Whoever kills One River of Cold Water gets the glory. The mob roared in fanatical worship. Demon King, you are our god. Yet despite the bleeding wounds, a chilling smile crept onto Jiang Han's face. Perfect. Everything is going exactly according to plan. He noticed the faint glow of a recording interface, a live stream. Players across the globe were watching this manhwa recap moment unfold live. Killing this ant instantly would be too boring, he thought. I'll let their hopes swell before crushing it. As the crowd reached a fever pitch, Jiang Han moved. A single stroke of his sword pierced straight through the Demon King's chest, drawing a gasp of agony. It was a trap from the very beginning. A setup designed to extinguish their light. His voice dropped to absolute zero. Oops. My hand slipped. The system chimed. Target eliminated. You have slain the Demon King. Obtained 16,356 experience points. The crowd crashed from heaven to hell in a second. Absolute silence reigned. As the Demon King's avatar dissolved into data, a golden pillar of light erupted around Jiang Han. System alert. Congratulations. You have reached level 42. Panic exploded. Run. He's a monster. We can't win against that thing. Do players from the Eastern District level up just by killing us? That's broken. It's a slaughter. Get out of here. Dusting off his hands, Jiang Han turned to his minion. They won't dare attack for a couple of days. Stay alert. I'm heading deeper to grind levels. The Water Realm imp bowed low. As you command, Master. 2 days later, back at the military camp, the interface blazed red. System alert SS rank, main quest, city siege, and conquest has officially commenced. The notifications kept coming like a storm. System alert warning. Your Dark Legion must be divided into at least 5 distinct waves of attack. Failure to comply will result in a 20% stat reduction for all Legion units until the siege concludes. Jiang Han smirked. I see. The system is nerfing me to prevent a blitzkrieg. But a shadow of concern crossed his mind. For an SS rank quest, will I face entities on the level of Herbert or Cheryl? It feels like the hardest difficulty of an awakening manhwa scenario. Suddenly, the system spammed 5 consecutive world announcements. System alert. The Dark Faction siege on Sea Heart City has begun. System alert. The siege on Vermilion Bird City has begun. System alert. The siege on Thunder City has begun. System alert. The siege on High Rock City has begun. System alert. The siege on Ice Snow Town has begun. Commander, you may now launch your assault. Jiang Han raised his hand, his voice commanding. First wave advance. A hideous, level 20 ghoul boss stepped forward, saluting. My lord, I shall lead the vanguard. Permission granted. As the monsters marched toward Sea Heart City, the defenders received a ping. Warning, the Dark Legion has launched the first wave, led by level 20 bronze boss Gu. The defenders on the walls scoffed, polishing their high-tier gear. Level 20 trash. Is this a joke? Brothers wiped them out. Moments later, the notification arrived. The first wave has been annihilated. Jiang Han sighed. Wiped out already. Their average level must be well above 20. He waved his hand dismissively. Second wave go. Another battalion of darkness surged forward. System alert. The Dark Legion has launched the second wave commanded by level 25 bronze boss Seth. The defenders frowned as they clashed with the undead. Careful, their levels are rising. Don't get cocky. But Jiang Han showed no mercy. He pointed his finger. Third wave. The battle turned chaotic. Steel clashed against bone. A soldier gasped for breath, sweat stinging his eyes. How many waves are there? I can't keep this up. These damn undead are endless. Jiang Han raised his hand again. Fu Ding. The system interrupted him. Cooldown active. You must wait 5 minutes before launching the fourth wave. Penalty for rushing. 20% stat reduction. Jiang Han chuckled internally. Well, isn't that polite? The system is actually giving the players a coffee break after 3 waves. How considerate. Suddenly, a communication window opened. It was Soaring Dragon. His face was stern. Listen up. The players in the Romance District are live streaming this. The Eastern District forums are broadcasting it too. Millions are watching your performance right now. Do not bring shame to our faction. Jiang Han's eyes glinted with confidence. Don't worry. The show is just hitting its climax. I won't let the East down. 5 minutes passed. The timer hit 0. The Dark Legion roared. System alert. Warning. The fourth wave has commenced. Led by level 40 Silver Boss Bloodaxe. The defenders' faces went pale. Level 40. That's a huge jump. We can't hold them back. Despair washed over the city walls like a tidal wave. Screams echoed through the ranks. Retreat. This isn't a fight, it's a slaughter. These aren't the weaklings from before. But amidst the chaos, a lone silhouette stepped forward. A young woman, bow in hand, standing firm against the tide. She drew the string taut, her voice cutting through the panic. We are the shield of this city. We do not yield to the dead. Attack Thwip. Her arrow flew like a streak of lightning, piercing the skull of a water realm imp. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes, calculating the battlefield. The damage output is devastating. But at this distance, I can't distinguish the players from the NPCs. The defending soldiers cheered as reinforcements arrived. The city guards are here, brothers charge. But barely 20 minutes later, the system flashed a grim notification for the Blood Axe Legion. System alert attention. The fifth wave is commencing, led by the level 43 gold boss, the Dark Lord Jiang Han. Jiang Han gripped his blade, eyes burning with anticipation. I've waited long enough. It's finally my turn. He raised his sword and roared. All units advance, crush the enemy. The moment the soldiers saw who was leading the charge, terror seized them. They turned and fled in a panic. It's one river cold water I saw, the viral video a player screamed. Run for your lives, Phoenix, the commander, gritted her teeth in fury. That traitor, shattering our morale with just his presence. She pointed her weapon forward, desperate to restore order. Hold your ground, he is merely a gold tier boss. Do not let him intimidate you. Do not engage him all at once, she commanded. Deny him his buffs and keep his health manageable. We need strategy, not suicide runs. Morale surged back as the soldiers rallied. Right, we have our own gold boss defender, Phoenix shouted. Low-level players fall back. Leave this leveling manhwa boss fight to the elites. Listen up. Whoever takes down Jiang Han gets a 10,000 gold bounty. Everyone gets a share of the glory. Haro, a level 35 wind swordsman, stepped forward with a sneer. Jiang Han, your head is mine. But before he could finish his sentence, a boot slammed into his face with bone-crushing force. You don't make me laugh. With a single, wicked kick, the player was forcibly logged out. System, you killed Haro. Obtained 16,531 EXP. Sensing the perfect moment, Jiang Han shouted, Battlefield Domain System skill activated. Attack power increased by 20%. System ally attack power within 50 meters increased by 15%. Enemy attack power reduced by 25%. Duration, 3 minutes. Empowered by the aura, the water demons roared and charged. Jiang Han became a blur of steel, cutting through the enemy lines like a scythe through wheat. That skill is broken. Even his minions are getting stronger. System eliminated Adventurer IVA, gained 1,247 EXP. Another horizontal / another player, forced to log out. System eliminated Adventurer ZOD, gained 1,358 EXP. A bearded veteran wiped cold sweat from his brow. His weapon. It's stealing our health. The strategist beside him turned pale. It's worse than that. My scout skills show his attack power is stacking infinitely. My god. This is a system Manhwa nightmare. He's a true demon god. To them, Jiang Han was death incarnate. System bloodthirsty sword, passive stacked 20 times. Attack power increased by 20%. Status window dark ruler, Jiang Han. Level 43 gold boss. HP, 489,000. Attack, 5,500. Defense 1,000. Reputation 41,000. Luck 1. Description. As his power grows, the heavyweights of the world are beginning to take notice. Suddenly, a thunderous voice cut through the chaos of the battlefield. Out of my way. A mounted warrior charged in lance gleaming. Die, traitor. It was Lanta, the blade of ice and snow. A level 50 gold boss with 2 million HP. Attack, 3,000. Defense, 2,000. Skills, snow, rage, frozen armor, frost domain. Identity, son of the Icetown mayor. He was the second in command idolized by the citizens for his looks and talent. A genius with a limitless future ahead of him. Jiang Han's eyes widened. Trouble. He immediately activated Zephyr Guard, cloaking his body in a protective green aura. Lanta's spear struck like a truck. Jiang Han's health bar dropped instantly. System hit by Ice Blade. Damage, 50,700. System, you have been slowed. Attack speed reduced by 20%. Movement speed reduced by 15% for 5 seconds. Jiang Han gritted his teeth as he checked his health. He's fast, but what angered him most wasn't the damage, it was the mount. Why does he get a horse while I have to walk? A soldier cheered from the backlines. Yes, our gold boss is finally here to save us. Lanta raised his voice, echoing over the field. Jiang Han, today you die in our territory. You've plagued the Eastern District long enough, you wolf. Jiang Han seethed with jealousy. I've been walking this whole time, and this pretty boy gets a steed. Lanta smirked, noticing the glare. What are you staring at? Don't tell me you don't have a mount. Did you really walk all the way here from the Eastern continent like a peasant? A violet aura exploded around Jiang Han. Nice taunt, he growled, manifesting a purple dragon avatar behind him. But you picked the wrong opponent for this awakening Manhwa showdown. The phantom dragon roared, terrifying Lanta's horse. System skill Awe of 8 directions activated. System deals 100% damage to all enemies within 100 meters. Massive slow applied. Lanta struggled to control his panicked steed. Cheap parlor tricks. Lanta spurred his horse forward. Jiang Han extended his hand, purple energy gathering at his fingertips. Handling you is child's play. System. Claw of the Undead activated. Target's mount disabled for 2 seconds. The horse froze in place. Get off your high horse, Jiang Han yelled. Lanta activated frozen armor. But Jiang Han's boot was already flying towards him. System wicked kick. Hit Ice Blade. Lanta took 25,694 damage. However, the mount's tenacity prevented the knockdown effect. Jiang Han blinked in surprise. That horse gives him status resistance. Troublesome brat. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. Fine. Plan B. He signaled his water demons. Swarm him. Let's see how well your cavalry charge works when you're drowning in a sea of enemies. Jiang Han pointed a cruel finger at Lanta. I was going to let you die with dignity, but you annoyed me. Boys get him, and aim specifically for his pretty face. Lanta tightened his grip on the spear, his eyes burning with mockery. What, do you dare to face me in a fair duel? Or are you Easterners all cowards? Ignoring his taunts, the Water Realm ghouls advanced with cold intent. Lanta swung his spear in desperation, roaring, "Get back, you trash, rely on numbers instead of skill." But he was helpless, forced to lie down and accept his fate. Hold on. Seeing the once proud boss beaten into a pulp, A big-bellied water realm ghoul actually looked disappointed. What a waste. I usually prefer the handsome ones. The system chimed in. The Guardian of Ice and Snowblade, of Frost Lanta, has been defeated. System alert. Congratulations on defeating the level 50 gold rank boss blade of Frost Lanta with the assistance of the water realm ghouls. You have gained 500,000 experience points and 1,000 reputation points. You have reached level 44. He analyzed the data. It seemed the rewards were heavily reduced because he didn't secure a solo kill. Phoenix screamed, tears streaming down her face in sheer agony. Damn him, he used despicable tricks to slaughter my beloved brother. She raised her hand, signaling the charge. Follow me, I will take his head myself to avenge my brother. But a calm voice interjected. Compose yourself, Phoenix. The rules state we engage only after he breaches the city. The city gates groaned open, and the terrified whispers of soldiers echoed through the air. One river cold water. The god of slaughter is here. System warning. Be advised. The Ice and Snow Elite Generals are led by level 50 Gold Boss, Guardian Phoenix, and the level 60 Dark Gold Boss Wrath of the Cold Wind Theo. They defend the 5th wave. Jiang Han paused his heart, skipping a beat. 2 bosses, and one of them is Dark Gold rank. He gazed at the sea of enemies before him. 5 rounds of siege warfare had drained both armies, but now he faced fresh elite guards, elite players, and 2 bosses with unfathomable power. He let out a long, heavy breath, his mind racing. Even in the Dark City siege, he had faced 2 bosses, but back then, Daniel and Cantor held their swords high beside him. Now he stood alone. Jiang Han roared to the heavens, Daniel Cantor. Watch closely. The legend of One River Cold Water truly begins right here. Phoenix fired a scornful arrow. You're at death's door, yet you still spout nonsense. The arrow grazed his cheek, drawing blood, and shaving off 22,341 health. She knocked 3 more arrows, her voice dripping with venom. Filthy traitor, today your head will be the offering on my brother's grave. The interface flashed open, a classic moment in this system manhwa. Target Guardian Phoenix. Rank Gold Boss. Level 50. HP 2,800,000. Attack 3,000 to 3,150. Defense 1,800 to 2,000. Lore the Mayor's Daughter, a ruler of absolute beauty and archery mastery pursued by countless men. At Phoenix's command, the sky darkened as a deluge of arrows rained down upon Jiang Han's forces. His sword became a blur of steel, deflecting the incoming storm. However, the water realm ghouls behind him weren't as lucky, suffering heavy casualties. Jiang Han gritted his teeth, anxiety spiking. The firepower is too dense. At this rate, we'll be wiped out before we even clash with their vanguard. Determination hardened his gaze. He accelerated, vowing to draw their fire. Jiang Han surged up the stairs with supernatural speed, sending the enemy soldiers into a panic. Too fast. He's already here. Watch out for his evil kick. Jiang Han smirked, whispering, wrong guess. In an instant, his form erupted into a massive purple dragon. System notification. As expected of a high-tier leveling manhwa skill, you activated awe-inspiring presence. Enemies within 100 meters take 100% damage. Attack and movement speed reduced by 20% for 3 seconds. Once the 3 seconds elapsed, Jiang Han reverted to his human form. He swept his sword in a brutal arc, and the nearest soldier screamed in agony. But suddenly thwack. 3 arrows pierced him from behind, dealing a massive 132,100 damage. Jiang Han instantly popped a recovery item. System regeneration potion consumed. Recover 1,000 HP per second for 10 seconds. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, in a duel, I could crush her. But with this swarm of players and a hidden dark gold boss, I can't risk revealing my full strength yet. Glancing back, he saw his reinforcements arriving and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God my water realm ghouls have finally caught up. I can drag this out. I'll use the chaos to slaughter the enemy players first. Jiang Han barked the order. Water realm ghouls annihilate everyone. A thundering yes echoed in response as the 2 armies collided in a violent clash. Unleashing a buff typical of an awakening manhwa protagonist, the system announced war cry activated. Your attack increases by 20%. Ally Legion attack increases by 15%. Enemy attack reduces by 25% for 3 seconds. A stray arrow meant for Jiang Han missed its mark, plunging straight into the skull of a nearby ally soldier. Phoenix roared, bastard, losing her composure. She drove an arrow into a water realm ghoul's neck by hand, sending him straight to the respawn screen. She rallied her troops. Wipe out these filthy undead. One River Cold Water has nowhere to run. Ignoring her screeching, he carved a bloody path forward. Suddenly, a shadow materialized behind him. The Ghost King swung his dagger with lethal precision. System alert, critical hit. You took 4,356 damage. Status stunned for 3.5 seconds. He glared at the assailant, the Ghost King. That him again. Moving faster than sight, the Ghost King drove his blade into Jiang Han's spine, slashing another 12,634 health from his bar. By the time he turned, the space was empty. The Ghost King had used phantom stealth. Jiang Han cut down a soldier and retreated, clicking his tongue in annoyance as he kited the enemy. The global chat on the Manhwa recap livestream exploded. Look at that, one river Coldwater ran away the moment the Ghost King showed up. His ghouls are getting wiped out. This is a guaranteed loss. After all that big talk, I thought he had some secret move, but this is hilarious. He survives his own country just to come to the romance district and die like a dog. Ha ha ha. Absolute trash. Jiang Han gritted his teeth as the comments rolled in. His HP is under 50% against 2 full health bosses. How can he possibly win? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, an old man watched the screen with a heavy heart. A pity, he sighed. Truly a pity. Master, do not let this trouble you, the subordinates in black urged, bowing low. The East is a dragon's den of talent. He may shine brightly now, but there are countless masters lurking in the shadows, ready to extinguish his light. This anomaly must be purged. As the old proverb goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. If he had learned to bow his head and hide his edge within this system Manhwa world, his future might have been limitless. But now, he is a target. The elder replied with a calm, predatory gaze. Patience. Let us see how long his luck lasts. He stared at the young man on the screen, calculating the odds of a miracle. Jiang Han's blade flashed. System alert, elite guard eliminated. You gain 20,000 experience points. System, your water spirit has been destroyed. Seeing the notification, he exhaled sharply, adrenaline spiking. How many of them are left? Thwack. An arrow buried itself in his back. -56,424 HP. His health bar plummeted to the red zone. A soldier screamed in excitement. Look, he's on his last breath. Kill him now. Phoenix drew her bowstring taut, her voice dripping with glacial fury. Traitor, go to hell and apologize to my brother. Repent in the afterlife. But the greedy mob blocked her line of sight, scrambling for the kill. Get out of the way, she roared. I will kill him myself. His head will be the offering to my brother's restless spirit. Deaf to her commands, the players surged forward like a tidal wave of greed. The glory is mine. Die under my blade. Move, that kill belongs to me. Enraged by their stupidity, Phoenix put an arrow through a soldier's skull. Damn you all. Just as calculated. A smirk played on Jiang Han's lips. Never underestimate the blind ambition of players in a leveling game. He launched himself into the air. Using the enemy's heads as stepping stones, he danced across the battlefield. System skill activated. Evil Trample. Buff movement speed plus 200% for 2 seconds. Effect targets take 3,1,265 damage and suffer suppression. Seeing him vault away, a soldier shouted, he's headed for the 2nd floor. After him, they burst into the hallway, weapons drawn. Suddenly, a terrified voice cried out, help, save me. Someone just broke in from the 2nd floor. But they were too slow. Jiang Han had already smashed through the window. The mob raged. Where did he go? Find him. He moved like a ghost, leaving them chasing shadows. Frustrated shouts echoed through the building. Clear, not here either. Check the 3rd floor. We've searched everywhere he's gone. He must have vaulted through the window to the next building. The search turned up nothing. Did he log out? A brown-haired player asked. Impossible, another snapped. The system penalty for combat logging is too severe. Phoenix slammed her fist against the wall, cracking the stone. Find him. Tear this town apart, brick by brick if you have to. Turn every room upside down. Meanwhile, the global livestream chat was exploding with activity. One river cold water turned chicken and ran LOL. Ha ha ha, look at him trying to act cool. If the boss wasn't hurt, he'd be dead meat. Why run, unless you're scared? He's throwing away the face of the entire Eastern District. Hang in there, idol. I believe in you. Stream snipers, listen up. I'm posting his chords. Let's gank this fool. 20 minutes passed in a tense gridlock. Is this room clear? Yes. No sign of him anywhere. Ghost King scanned the shadows, muttering river cold. That bastard. How does a human just vanish into thin air? Suddenly, a timid voice broke his concentration. Excuse me, brave adventurer. A chubby man in a hood peeked out, looking harmless. Above his head floated the innocent NPC tag, Commoner Bob. A terrifying man from the east broke into my room, Bob stammered, trembling. It was so scary. Can you please chase him away? Ghost King's eyes lit up with greed. Really, lead the way immediately. Yes, yes, follow me. Bob nodded. Bob led him into a dark, blind alley. Here, Ghost King asked, sensing something wrong. Silence. Then Schlick, cold steel pierced his chest from behind. Ghost King gasped, staring at the blade tip protruding from his ribs. This sword. I know this sword system. You have been attacked by Commoner Bob. Critical hit -47416 HP. He craned his neck, cursing with his final breath. You dirty. Backstabbing. Thief. System. You have died. Jiang Han wiped the blood from his blade, a cold smile appearing. They have no idea my deception skill alters my name and appearance. Since I left combat, my HP has fully regenerated. Now, let the real assassination begin. He walked right up to another player, blending in perfectly. One strike, one kill. System announcement. You have been slain by Commoner Bob. He moved like a reaper, picking them off one by one using guerrilla tactics. Finally, a global announcement rang out over the town speakers. Attention all units. The NPC Commoner Bob is Jiang Han in disguise. Jiang Han, still in costume, looked at the soldiers surrounding him with wide, innocent eyes. Me, I'm just good old Bob. What do I have to do with this river cold fellow? Shut your mouth, a soldier barked. The players you killed just respawned and exposed you. Show yourself. River Cold. He sighed, tearing off the disguise and revealing his true form with a smirk. Fine, it doesn't matter anyway. You trash mobs aren't even a warm-up for the boss fight. His sword became a blur of death. System, you have slain Nicholas. System, you have slain May. One player gaped in horror. How? His health bar is completely full. The only answer was the cold notification system. You have slain Irene. Jiang Han Phoenix emerged from the crowd, her bow glowing with energy. Thwip, 3 arrows screamed through the air, aiming for his vitals. Jiang Han didn't flinch. He swatted them aside with his blade. Clang clang. Anyone who stands in my path will be deleted. Jiang Han declared, his aura flaring. And you're next. You arrogant? She shrieked, firing again. He ignored it and charged. Skill evil trample. Crushing blow. He slammed his boot into Phoenix's chest with the weight of a mountain. Critical hit. -26589 damage. Status target suppressed for 1 second. Seizing the opening, he unleashed a torrent of steel. Skill frenzied slash. Jiang Han loomed over her like a god of war. At the end of the day, you're just an archer. Did you really think you could survive melee combat against me? Terror finally eclipsed the rage in her eyes. As the killing blow descended, she screamed, Taylor, are you just going to watch me die? Help me. Whoosh. A massive sphere of frost flew from the shadows. Jiang Han sensed the danger and twisted midair, barely dodging the fatal blow. Taylor stepped out, swirling ice magic in his hands. My dearest Phoenix, how could I let you die? I was merely waiting for him to burn his cooldowns. But since you begged for help, I assume this means you accept my marriage proposal. A terrifying status window appeared next to the newcomer. Boss Taylor. Frost's Fury rank Dark Gold. Level 60 HP. 600000. Attack power 9. 500 to 1. 0000. With a range of 200 and a defense stat soaring between 5,500 and 6,100. His arsenal included Ice Spike, Glacial Coil Absolute Freeze, and the terrifying Despair of the Cold Wind. Let's dive back into this brutal leveling manhwa world. Meet Theo, a gold rank powerhouse driven by nothing but greed and twisted desire, desperate to claim Phoenix for himself. He had used every underhanded trick to force his way into the dark gold rank. But a cursed potion backfired, scarring his face and draining his power by the day. Phoenix glared at Theo with ice-cold eyes, barking out the order to execute their target. Looking down like a god, Theo sneered, As you wish, my beautiful bride. Thank you for the visit. Give up now, and I'll grant you a painless death. Jiang Han stared at the status window, cold sweat forming on his brow. His stats are insane. My maximum attack power is barely over 4,000. If his defense really is 6,000, I can't even scratch him. But reading between the lines, Jiang Han realized the system description hinted at a fatal weakness. He decided to gamble on psychological warfare. You might be dark gold rank, but I see through you. You're nothing but a man with zero ambition. Theo burst into arrogant laughter. Oh, is that your final testament before you die? Jiang Han smirked, whispering a taunt before suddenly slashing toward Phoenix. You paid such a high price for her. She must be very precious to you, isn't she? Theo panicked, unleashing a chaotic curse. Damn it, you cunning brat. Jiang Han sidestepped instantly, letting Theo's attack fly straight toward Phoenix. Hook, line, and sinker. The friendly fire landed Phoenix's health bar plummeted by 102,435 points. Theo screamed in horror. Phoenix, her body instantly stiffened, encased in ice. She looked down in shock, realizing she had been hit by his glacial wind domain. Jiang Han chuckled. "Thanks for the assist, Theo." Phoenix raged. "Theo, you bastard, are you trying to kill me?" A cold light flashed in Theo's eyes as he lowered his voice. "I'm sorry, Phoenix, but this rat's little games end now." Theo unleashed the glacial coil. Countless razor-sharp ice shards exploded outward. Jiang Han's health dropped by 34,800 instantly. The system blared a warning. Theo's skill inflicted a debuff. Anyone within 200 meters takes double damage for 20 seconds. Ignoring the pain, Jiang Han charged straight through the storm. Suddenly, a pitch-black arrow whistled past his ear. Boom! The arrow detonated, engulfing him in dark smoke. Phoenix's voice dripped with malice. "You think you can run? Keep dreaming." System alert. You have been hit by Phoenix's fatal arrow. Health reduced by 43,257. Movement speed reduced by 20% for 5 seconds. In the distance, a group of players watched like vultures. "He's almost dead. Our patience paid off. Go now. If we get the last hit, the loot is ours." Jiang Han froze as tiny damage numbers like mosquito bites ticked above his head. A devilish grin spread across his face. "I didn't expect a delivery of free experience points. Just what I needed to level up." He activated awe-inspiring 8 directions. A massive purple dragon manifested, roaring as it obliterated the surrounding mob players, instantly forcing them to log out. Jiang Han watched with satisfaction as his health bar refilled completely. System notification. "Congratulations, you have reached level 45. Phoenix gasped. "What just happened?" Theo's expression darkened. So you were hiding your strength. But do you really think a fresh level 45 can defeat me?" Jiang Han clenched his fist, purple lightning crackling around his fingers. There's only one way to find out. The violet electricity surged, engulfing his entire body, turning his eyes into pools of pure lightning. Phoenix screamed, "Snow Guardian Domain System." Phoenix activates Snow Guardian, capable of absorbing damage equal to 10% of max health. Jiang Han's sword slashed across her chest. Her health bar vanished by 126,800 points. Phoenix stared at the gaping wound in disbelief. "Impossible. One hit. He shattered my absolute defense in one hit." Seeing him wind up for a second strike, her mind went blank. What kind of monster is he? Jiang Han's aura exploded. System alert. You have used the Class A item Purple Lightning Gem. Potential unleashed. All attributes increased by 1,000% for 1 minute. Time remaining 56 seconds. Another sword flash. Phoenix screamed as 403,987 damage ripped through her. Sensing the cold grip of death, she shrieked, "Theo, save me!" Theo swung his weapon wildly at Jiang Han. "Damn you, get away from her." An ice spike struck Jiang Han, but the damage was laughable. Cold sweat poured down Theo's back. "My spells are only doing triple-digit damage. What did this monster do to his defense?" Jiang Han seized the opening, slashing Phoenix again. Blood sprayed everywhere. She wept, trembling. "No, please, don't kill me." His answer was a brutal kick to her face. "Spare you. After you tried to use that vicious fatal arrow on me? Not a chance." System notification. Congratulations. You have slain the level 50 gold boss Snow Guardian Phoenix. Experience gained 2,200,000. Reputation increased by 2,800. Theo screamed Phoenix. His mind raced. Moments ago, this kid couldn't break his defense. Now he's one-shotting gold bosses. Jiang Han turned a predator's grin on his face. "You're next, little mage." He stomped the ground, launching himself like a missile. The sword descended like judgment. Theo's health evaporated by 364,171. The blade caught his mask, splitting it perfectly in two. The mask fell away, revealing a hideous, wrinkled old face. Theo covered his face in shame. Jiang Han scoffed. "Oh, so this is what you were hiding? Looks like the price for that dark gold power was steeper than you thought." Seeing Jiang Han prepare another strike, Theo yelled in panic. Despair of the Cold Wind. System alert. Cold Wind's Wrath activated. You have lost 576 health. Attack speed reduced by 25%. Movement speed slowed by 20% for 5 seconds. Theo gritted his teeth, analyzing the situation. Even with a debuff, his damage is too high. He must be using a temporary buff. I can't fight him head-on. He shouted the command Absolute Zero Self-Freeze instantly. A thick layer of indestructible ice encased Theo's body. System reminder. Theo uses self-freeze. Defense increased by 100%. Regenerates 200,000 health per second. Duration 20 seconds. Note: user is immobile. Healing rapidly inside his ice shell, Theo laughed triumphantly. That sudden burst of power. You used a forbidden item, didn't you? But such power always comes with a time limit. Can you last? Jiang Han replied with chilling confidence. Don't worry. I have plenty of time to send you to hell. System Purple Lightning Gem duration, remaining 26 seconds. Time was running out, the countdown merciless. Jiang Han unleashed a torrent of strikes, his blade seeking to end Teo Lo before the clock hit 0. Trapped in the glacial prison, the boss stood frozen, watching his health bar plummet. Jiang Han gritted his teeth, racing against fate. But then time ran out. The frost-binding Teo Lo shattered into dust. Terror flooded the beast's eyes. He had miscalculated. The human's buff had ended too soon, but the scent of death was too strong. Teo Lo turned tail, desperate to flee. Jiang Han extended a hand, unleashing a tendril of dark smoke. You think you can run? System alert skill, Undead Claw, activated. Target paralyzed for 2 seconds. With only 1 solitary second remaining on the purple lightning gem, Jiang Han brought his blade down in a catastrophic arc. A critical hit. 435,621 damage exploded from the target. System announcement. Congratulations. You have slain the level 60 Dark Gold boss Teo Lo, the Wrath of the Frozen Wind. Rewards are being calculated. You have gained 4.5 million experience points and 600 reputation. But the system interface wasn't finished yet. The screen flared with golden light. System alert. Incredible achievement. As the first player to defeat a Dark Gold boss, you receive a legendary bonus. Reputation plus 8,000. 30 free attribute points. And the rare artifact, the Divine Spring Gem. Jiang Han exhaled a long breath, the adrenaline fading. It is finally over. Simultaneously, the system confirmed the purple lightning gem's effects had expired. Sudden applause broke the silence. A figure in a crimson cloak emerged, voice dripping with amusement. Simply magnificent. Twirling his weapon, he smirked. To turn the tides of battle single-handedly. Such capability demands respect. The system chimed with an urgent warning. Alert. The death of Teo Lo has triggered a hidden scenario. The Holy Knight Herbert has descended. Jiang Han's eyes widened as he recognized the face from the shadows. You. It's you. The knight's cloak snapped in the freezing wind. Herbert stepped forward with an arrogant stride. Indeed. That traitor Shi Li saved you once, but today you face judgment. Jiang Han gripped his blade until his knuckles turned white, forcing himself to stay rational. Stay calm, he thought. Cantor and Daniel were just NPCs in this system, Manhwa. I cannot let guilt consume me. But Daniel's final words echoed in his mind. You have done enough, my student. Do not grieve. If you survive long enough in this eternal world, our paths may cross again. On that day, you will understand everything. You are the beacon of this world, kid. You must not fall here. Jiang Han snapped back to reality, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. Tell me, after we left, what did you do to Daniel? Herbert's expression turned cold. Oh, that old fool. Using a forbidden curse meant his death was inevitable. However, daring to oppose the light faction that required special discipline. Death was too easy. I ensured his soul would suffer eternal torment. Hearing this, Jiang Han's heart shattered. His mind went blank and his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. A volcano of pure rage erupted within him, burning through his veins. Jiang Han roared, his voice tearing through the snowstorm. And you dare call yourselves the faction of light? The armor on his body began to pulse with a sinister light. System alert. Your equipment is resonating with your extreme wrath and the blood of fallen powerhouses. Your armor of darkness has evolved to dark gold rank attributes, significantly increased. Jiang Han launched himself forward, a single word, screaming from his soul. Die. Herbert's eyes glinted with mockery, like an egg striking a rock. He didn't even flinch. A deafening boom shook the entire frozen snow town as their powers collided. With a casual swing of his spear, Herbert delivered devastation. Jiang Han took 9,365,421 damage instantly. He was flung back like a broken doll. He crashed into the frozen earth, groaning in agony. His sword clattered away. System alert. Passive effect of Moon Fragment activated. Fatal damage negated. Herbert licked his lips, disappointed. Oh, you actually survived. How tedious. I thought this judgment would be more entertaining, but it's over before it began. He raised his spear, the tip gathering a blinding golden light. Divine Punishment System Warning. Holy Knight Herbert has activated punishment. Deals massive physical damage, plus 100% continuous, holy fire damage. With trembling hands, Jianghan retrieved an ancient tome. Herbert froze cold sweat, breaking on his forehead. Wait, is that the demon god summoning scroll? How does a wretch like you possess that? Panic crept into the knight's voice. Stop. You have no idea what calamity that will unleash. Jianghan tore the scroll in half, his eyes manic. Do you think I care? If I'm going to hell, I'm taking you with me. This is for Daniel system notification. The demon god summoning scroll has been consumed. A supreme entity from the abyss is answering the call. Herbert muttered. Answering the call. He paused, processing the energy shift. Then he burst into hysterical laughter. You fool, he wheezed. Do you honestly believe a great demon god would bother with a backwater town like this? His tone shifted back to pity. Your struggle is meaningless. Just accept your death. But before he could strike, the fabric of reality tore open, a jagged rift, resembling a heartbeat monitor appearing in the air. The rift expanded, warping the space around it. A massive foot stepped through the void. Then two colossal hands gripped the edges of the dimension, tearing the darkness open. System alert, maximum danger level. One of the 10 great demon gods of the Dark Faction has descended. The embodiment of curses, Luo, has arrived in Frozen Snow Town. Warning. All civilians must evacuate immediately. The townspeople stared at the sky, chaos erupting in the streets as the notification blared. Heavens, what is that thing? Run for your lives. The town is doomed. God save us. One villager, Jeffrey, collapsed on the spot from sheer terror. Hearts pounded in unison with the approaching doom. Jianghan gasped, crushed by the aura. Even Herbert was trembling, sweat soaking his armor. One look at the entity was enough to feel the weight of infinite suffocating darkness. Luo's voice was colder than the deepest winter. Disgusting. The stench of holy power. He raised a four-fingered hand, gathering crimson energy, crackling with black lightning. Terror seized the Holy Knight. Holy light protection, he screamed instantly, wrapping himself in a blinding golden barrier. System log: Herbert has activated Holy light protection. For 5 seconds, damage is reduced by 99%, followed by an emergency teleport to the nearest light faction capital. Boom. The attack connected. 99,564,231 damage dealt. Teleportation in 4 seconds. Herbert stared at his health bar, eyes bulging. Impossible. I blocked 99% of the damage. Yet, I was nearly obliterated. Teleportation in 3 seconds. Panic overtook him. He screamed out a forbidden chant. Blood oath. His health bar surged upwards. System alert. Holy Knight Herbert has activated the forbidden curse. Blood oath. Instantly increasing his maximum health by 1000%. Because the blood oath was a forbidden technique of the light faction Divine Knight, Herb suffered a devastating penalty, his stats slashed by 50%. With only 2 seconds left on his teleportation, timer veins bulged on his face as he roared in fury. You wretched brat, you better pray the heavens strike you down right here. If I ever find out you're still breathing, I will exhaust every resource I have to hunt you to the ends of the earth. Jianghan watched Herb fade away and sneered, provoking him until the very end. You fool, you won't have to come find me. I'll find you. Wash your neck and wait for me. Then the space fell into a deathly silence. He looked up at Lord Luo, hovering in the sky, cold sweat drenching his face. Panic set in. Oh no. Now it's just me against a demon god. One wrong move, and I'm dead meat. The demon god broke the suffocating silence, his voice calm yet terrifying. A tiny dark swordsman like you. For what purpose did you summon me? Jianghan tried to keep his voice from trembling, masking his fear. Lord Demon God, it was Herb of the Light Faction, but he was so terrified of your majestic power that the coward fled. Luo raised a hand, his voice dropping an octave. To think my divine presence was disturbed for a mere small fry. Since that is the case, you and this entire town shall be buried together. Knowing the terrifying power Luo possessed, Jianghan desperately raised his hand. Wait a moment, as a great demon god, surely you anticipated this situation. You can't vent all your anger on me alone. Luo's voice grew impatient, the air around them vibrating with pressure. I came here because I sensed the power of a nemesis. Yet I find nothing but insignificance. Jianghan's mind raced. The power fluctuation of an enemy. Could it be the moon fragment? Daniel had treated it like a quest item when he handed it over. If there's an enemy worthy of a demon god's attention, it has to be Daniel. He pulled out the moon fragment. You mentioned a power fluctuation. Unless it came from this, is the enemy you speak of the Necromancer Daniel? This is the artifact my teacher Daniel entrusted to me before he fell, and I am his most outstanding disciple. The demon god sensed the aura and replied instantly. So that is why. It indeed carries his stench. Jiang Han rejoiced internally. Yes, dropping Daniel's name worked. Surely out of respect for Daniel, he might spare my life. Suddenly, Luo burst into maniacal laughter, cutting his hope short. Indeed, I knew Daniel well, but we are sworn enemies to the bitter end. He bared countless razor-sharp fangs, his excitement palpable. Not being able to kill him personally was my life's greatest regret, but slaughtering his favorite disciple, that will be a fine consolation prize, Jiang Han screamed. Wait, that's not right. Internally, he was wailing. Master Daniel, just how many enemies did you make outside? Luo unleashed beams of red death, followed by a massive blazing orb of destruction. To a dead man, words have no meaning. From the moment you tore that scroll, your demise was written in stone. Luo roared as he launched the red orb. Die in Jiang Han's eyes, only the blinding red light remained. He sighed internally. I'm finished. He wants to wipe out the entire town. There's no escape. Suddenly, a hand thrust a sword into Jiang Han's grip. Take this. Startled, he leaped back instinctively. Huh, seeing Dongfang Yishin, Jiang Han asked in confusion. Sword goddess, is that you? Before he could finish, the orb detonated. The blast wave sent Jiang Han flying. He landed hard on his rear, groaning in pain. R. Staring at the scene before him, Jiang Han whispered in disbelief. No way. The entire small town has been obliterated. He looked around for Luo, then up at the sky. Oh, the dimensional rift seems to have vanished. Sword goddess, are you okay? The only answer was a terrifying silence. He looked around frantically, unaware she was standing right behind him. He turned and saw Dongfang Yishin clutching her left arm. Jiang Han asked anxiously, Sword goddess, are you all right? Even in this state, she managed to flash a peace sign and smile. I'm fine, but now you owe me 2 favors. He blinked, confused. Oh, why 2? Dongfang Yishin explained. 1. When Luo tried to kill you, I blocked it. Isn't that saving your life? 2. I belong to the Light faction, your natural enemy. By all rights, I should have killed you. Not killing you now. Isn't that another life saved? Jiang Han replied. Oh, I get it. Thank you. He grabbed her shoulders, concern filling his voice. How is your wound? Do you need me to take you for healing? She winked playfully, wagging her finger. I'm fine. Don't forget, I am the powerful sword goddess. Jiang Han pointed to where Luo had been. I saw the rift close. Did you win? Dongfang Yishin looked away, hesitating slightly. I suppose. He returned to the darkness. Jiang Han's voice turned worried. I really provoked him this time. Will he come back for me? She laughed, reassuring him. Rest assured. To a demon god, your existence is as small as a bug. Think about it. Would you hold a grudge against an insect? Jiang Han slumped, his ego deflated. Thanks for the explanation. But that was a bit of emotional damage. Dongfang Yishin covered her mouth, realizing her slip. Ah, sorry. She waved goodbye, adding a final reminder. Since it's come to this. Tall guy, don't forget those 2 favors. He nodded. Agreed. I will repay you someday. Dongfang Yishin shouted sword control. A blade flew to her instantly. She stomped on the ground, leaping into the air, landing firmly on the flying sword as she departed. Jiang Han watched her figure shrink in the distance, muttering. Sword riding technique. Truly beautiful. Suddenly his body glowed with the familiar golden light of a leveling manhwa. System alert. Congratulations. You have completed the SS rank main quest Siege and Conquer. Reward 4 million experience points. You have gained access to the demon god's treasury. System alert. Since Ice Snow Town has been destroyed, you cannot occupy it. It is defaulted to destroyed status. Reward. 1 million experience points and a rare treasure map. You have leveled up to 48. System notification. Please pay attention. The Dark Legion, led by the Supreme Dark Leader Zhang Hanshui, has frenziedly attacked the Level 3 Ice Snow Town in the Romantic Zone. He exhaled sharply. It's finally over. Time to head back. I got rewards for this siege. I'll check them on the way. His footsteps crunched softly on the snow, accompanied by the endless chiming of notifications. System alert. Please note, the vampire army commanded by the Blood Moon leader Catherine has captured the Level 1 main city of the Vermilion Bird Eastern District. System alert warning. The forces of darkness commanded by the crime judge Solomon have successfully conquered a Tier 1 stronghold. Thunder City in the Cherry Blossom District has fallen. Jiang Han's brow furrowed in concern. Why hadn't the notification about Li Yi's siege appeared yet? That old man chose the difficulty level of a nightmare. He could only pray Li Yi was still breathing. He opened his inventory, shaking off the anxiety. There was nothing he could do to help right now. Time to inspect the harvest, he muttered, recalling the arrogant face of that blonde archer woman. First up was Phoenix's gear. The Nether Orchid Bow. Gold tier. Attack power ranging from 300 to 330. It boasted a massive attack buff of 20% and a 35% increase in attack speed. It came with the special skill, Blizzard Guardian. Level requirement 48. A weapon favored by the protectors of the frozen wastes. With devastating damage potential, this bow was a masterpiece that likely cost a fortune to commission. Beyond its raw power, the craftsmanship was exquisite. Next was the Snow Knight Cloak, adding 10,000 health points. Effect defense increased by 20%, toughness, up by 20%. Level requirement 45. It was a symbol of authority worn only by the most excellent leaders of the Ice Town. Just draping it over your shoulders would amplify your aura, making you look like an absolute ruler. Third was the Blind Arrow. Rank A. A nasty piece of work, designed to target the eyes. Even if the shot missed, the toxins on the tip would cloud the enemy's vision. Effect A direct hit, deals 150% damage, and cripples the target's health by 50%. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Class requirement, Archer. Jiang Han rubbed his chin, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. All top-tier loot. Even the gear he couldn't use, like the cloak, would fetch hundreds of thousands on the market. Now he thought, let's see what Lanta dropped. The loot included the Ice and Snow bracelet. Gold tier. Defense 100 to 120. Health plus 5,000. Effect max health increased by 30%. Level requirement, 46. It was crafted from the purest glacial crystals, offering superior protection. Next up was the Ice Seal Armor Skillbook. Rank A. It channeled the power of frost to form blue armor, negating enemy attacks. Effect defense rises by 30% for 2 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. No class restrictions. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He tapped to learn Ice Seal Armor immediately. System notification. Congratulations! You have learned the rank A skill Ice Seal Armor. But then, a dark energy surged. System alert: your Ice Seal Armor has been corrupted by the abyssal power of the Dark Swordsman class. It has evolved into Black Flame Armor Rank A. He blinked in surprise. Black Flame Armor System. Black Flame Armor Rank A. Hidden black fire coats the user's body, drastically boosting defense and resistance to impact. Effect defense increased by 30% for 2 minutes. Additional effect toughness increased by 10%. Cooldown 10 minutes. Incredible, Jiang Han whispered, his eyes gleaming. This was the true power of a hidden class in a leveling manhwa. It didn't just accept skills, it transformed them into something far more lethal. Now for the main event. He turned his attention to the loot from the Masked Elder. Drops from a dark gold boss were guaranteed to be legendary. First, the Wind Spirit Shoes. Gold tier. Defense 70 to 90. Health plus 5,000. Effect movement speed increased by 20%. Level requirement 48. These boots were enchanted by a Wind Mage, ultralight and breathable. Second was the Blazing Potion. Rank A. A concoction distilled from rare magma extracts. Consuming it would ignite the body's potential, boosting all attribute points by 10%. However, there was a side effect. A 20% chance the fire element would reject the user, reducing stats by 10% instead. Third was the Cold Wind Robe. Dark gold tier. Defense 280 to 330. Health plus 20,000. Effect defense up 30%. Ice element resistance increased by 20%. It came with the special skill, Self-Freeze. Level requirement 55. Classes Mage Summoner. Despite looking like thin fabric, this robe could withstand absolute 0 temperatures. Ordinary swords wouldn't even scratch it. It was an item that would make any mage drool with envy. Finally, the Flame Demon Helm. Dark gold tier. Defense 200 to 230. Health plus 12,000. Effect defense increased by 35%. Level requirement 58. Modeled after the hardened magma skin of a flame demon infused with precious ores. It radiated an aura of dominance. One of the finest dark gold items in existence. Set effects remained unknown. Jiang Han sighed, shaking his head. Except for the robe, I can't use any of this. The Flame Demon Helm was a tragedy, such power yet completely incompatible with his current build. His fingers flew across the holographic screen. The level requirements are insane. I'll have to trade these for gear I can actually wear right now. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, Dongfang Yixin, the sword goddess, cut through the snowstorm. Why, she demanded, her voice cutting through the wind. Why would a sword god save a nobody dark swordsman? Lo, the antagonist scoffed with palpable disgust. Unless every generation of sword gods has a secret affair with those dark filth, it is none of your business. Leave now. Seeing him turn away, Dongfang Yixin called out, gripping her weapon. Wait, we haven't finished our duel, Lo replied without looking back, his voice cold as ice. With your current strength, you are not worthy. When I was still human, the sword god showed me kindness. That is the only reason you are still breathing today. But if you dare block my path again, Lo threatened, his killing intent spiking, I will slaughter the entire sword pavilion. Dongfang Yixin stood frozen, watching him vanish. Rage boiled in her chest. Lo, you dare underestimate me? Just you wait. The next time we meet, I will take your head myself. Back in safety, Jiang Han inspected the Snow Knight cloak on his shoulders and laughed. This cloak definitely adds some main character charisma. He opened his status window. It was time to equip his dark armor. As his level rose, his power entered a new realm. The dark armor, now dark gold tier, boosted defense from 230 to a staggering 550. Health jumped from 20,000 to 50,000. The defense buff evolved from 30% to 50%. The health regeneration buff increased from 20% to 30%. Special skill Awe in 8 directions. Level requirement 45. Exclusive to the Dark Swordsman class. Special effect deals no damage but cannot be dispelled. Absolute crowd control. Suddenly, Jiang Han snapped his fingers. Right, I almost forgot the loot from that old hag in the Dark City. He hadn't checked it before due to level restrictions. He pointed at a glowing blue gem. This ice crystal isn't bad. I can upgrade my elemental resistance. Item Ice Crystal. Rank B. A precious gem condensed on the peaks of the Snow Mountain. Effect can be socketed into weapons. When socketed into defensive gear, it increases ice element resistance. System notification. You have successfully socketed the ice crystal into the Wind Spirit shoes. The Wind Spirit boots granted a bonus 10% resistance against ice elements. Jiang Han opened his palm, a golden light flashing as his gaze hardened with resolve. Time to see what the dark gold first kill reward is. It surely won't be trash. It's a polygonal orange gem. System info: God's Blessing Gem Grade 5. A treasure reserved only for those chosen as apostles by the gods themselves. Containing terrifying power, even top-tier powerhouses would wage war for this. Effect: fuse 2 active skills into a single devastating ability. No talents cannot be fused. He couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the reward for the first dark gold boss kill in this leveling manhwa, the effects of this God's Blessing gem are insane. Merging 2 skills to amplify my own strength. Could 2 S rank skills fuse into a legendary double S rank? Suddenly, a system alert blared. The Undead Legion, led by the Death Knight Charles, has launched an assault on Sea Heart City in the American zone. Jiang Han's jaw dropped in shock. Oh, news about Charles already? He definitely knows more about this system manhwa world. I need to rendezvous with him immediately. Clenching his fist with determination, he decided to check his new stats first. The system interface instantly materialized before his eyes. ID 1 River Cold Water. Rank Gold Boss. Level 48. HP 655,200. Attack over 4,000. Defense over 2,500. Reputation 69,300. Luck 1. Description: as 1 River Cold Water grows stronger, he has entered the crosshairs of several major powerhouses. The biting frost made Jiang Han cough. Cough, cough. When Charles sees how much I've leveled up, he'll have to treat me with a bit more respect. Arriving at the Mystic Swamp, he spotted the figure he was looking for and waved excitedly. Master, I have returned. Hearing his voice, the mentor smiled with approval. 1 River Cold Water, you didn't let me down. To think the cursed demon god Loki actually used that scroll to descend upon Snowtown. Jiang Han gave a thumbs up with a grin. Just pure luck. But internally, his thoughts raced about the demon god's invasion. The game announcement made it public knowledge, but the sword god's intervention? That must remain a secret. Charles stepped closer, suspicious. Did the demon god give you trouble? Jiang Han shrugged casually. Nope. I had business, so I left early. He wrecked Snowtown and vanished. The mentor sighed, guilt written all over his face. It was my negligence. I never should have entrusted you with such a dangerous artifact. Jiang Han felt a pang of awkwardness. He had to keep his mouth shut about the sword god's rescue to avoid dragging her into unnecessary drama. The situation spiraled beyond my imagination too, Master. Don't weigh your heart down with it. He quickly shifted the topic to distract him. Master, do you know of the God's Blessing gem? Charles looked shocked. That gem, after a pause, he explained, that is an exceedingly rare item in this awakening Manhwa world. Seems your harvest was bountiful. It can fuse 2 skills into a superior one, with a chance to upgrade the tier. The lower the rank, the higher the success rate. If you try to fuse 2 S-rank skills, the probability of a tier up is minuscule. Jiang Han rubbed his chin. So, that's how it works. His mind began calculating the perfect skill combination. I'll wait until I reach the demon god's treasury. That's the perfect place to awaken my new powers. Seeing Jiang Han lost in thought, Charles patted his shoulder. Go rest for now. The upcoming siege war will be brutal. Once you've recovered, I will guide you to the treasury. Hearing this, his face turned ashen gray. He nodded robotically. Understood. Thank you, Master. Jiang Han panicked internally. He didn't mention that earlier fighting Theo was exhausting, then Herber showed up. I'm about to collapse. The next day, however, Jiang Han arrived eagerly to find Charles waiting. Are you prepared? Charles asked. Jiang Han landed and nodded firmly. Then let us depart. As they traveled, Jiang Han broke the silence from behind. Master, when can I learn the mount skill? Charles shot him a mischievous side glance. Mount soon. Jiang Han's eyes widened. Soon. Does that mean after my second-class awakening? An hour later, they halted before a colossal fortress. System alert. You have entered the danger zone. Demon Mist City. Demon Mist City. Supergrade Main City. Introduction. While the 10 great demon gods are elusive, this city is their gathering ground and houses the legendary treasury. If anyone could conquer this fortress, they would undoubtedly become an eternal legend on the heaven's eternal continent. Suddenly, a group of figures sprinted past, like maniacs in the distance. Jiang Han turned to watch as they blurred past him. The demon god's treasury. We're finally here, they screamed in ecstasy. Jiang Han turned to Charles. Who are those guys? Charles replied calmly. Just like us. They successfully raided the boss of a light faction city. Only the leaders of the victorious cities gain entry here. He paused, then explained the rules. The treasury has 5 floors. They contain equipment, alchemy potions, skill books, artifacts, and special tools. Combat and looting are forbidden inside, so choose your rewards peacefully. But listen closely. Never step foot on the 6th floor. That is a prison holding entities capable of shaking the heavens and earth. With your current strength, entering the 6th floor means instant death. Half an hour later, the group gathered at the cave entrance, eyeing their loot. Jiang Han glanced at a massive green giant nearby. Can that big guy even fit through the treasury door? As if reading his mind, Charles reassured him. Don't worry. Passing the gate shrinks everyone to normal size. Since time is limited, we must split up to find what we need. Relieved, Jiang Han nodded. Without wasting a second, he dashed into the glowing portal, marking a key moment in this manhwa recap. As he poked his head through, his eyes went wide. Inside wasn't a cave, but a magnificent city of ancient architecture. Attention intruder. You have entered the demon god's treasury. You have precisely 10 minutes to choose a single treasure. Select wisely for, if you take more than one, the guardian will hunt you down without mercy. Jiang Han stepped into the lion's den, his eyes scanning the gloom. Monsters lurked in the shadows, but he ignored them. With only 10 minutes, he couldn't waste time on gear he didn't need. He bypassed the equipment zone entirely. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the 2nd floor, the alchemy sector. He figured consumables would be low value, but then something caught his eye. A crystal vial containing the essence of the fairy spring shimmering with a divine light. It was a legendary elixir from an era lost to time, capable of dragging a soul back from the gates of death, long after the elves had vanished. The stats were breathtaking. It granted a permanent 100,000 points to health, along with a passive regeneration of 5% health every second for 15 seconds. But there was a catch. The permanent health boost diminished with every use. His gaze shifted to the next item, the dwarf race's great strength pill, a forbidden drug reserved for the elite warriors of the dwarven tribes. It offered a permanent 1,000-point increase to attack power, a one-time consumption for godlike strength. Even Jiang Han, the protagonist of this manhwa recap, felt his heart race. These weren't just items. They were miracles bottled in glass. Holy crap. A permanent attack boost. Even though it was a single-use item, it had no level restrictions. He could swallow it right now and become a monster. Consuming this would shatter the game balance of this system, Manhwa, pushing his damage output far beyond what any current player could comprehend. He covered his mouth, forcing his breathing to slow. Calm down, he whispered to himself. 2,000 attack power was legendary now, but in the late game, it might just be a drop in the ocean. Simply put, it was precious, but not unique. With renewed resolve, Jiang Han turned away and marched toward the third floor, the Hall of Skills. His mind raced as he climbed. He needed a skill that could synergize with his God-blessed gem, something he could combine to create a broken ability. A wall of knowledge stood before him. He scanned the titles. Blade Storm Rank A. Increases attack speed by 300% for 20 seconds. A 2-minute cooldown. A dream for knights and swordsmen. Next was Offensive Defense Swap, another rank A manual. It blocked 90% of incoming physical damage, turning the user into a fortress. But the trade-off was a 50% reduction in attack power. It was a toggle skill useful for tanking, but terrible for a solo carry. Jiang Han shook his head. They were decent skills, but they lacked the overwhelming dominance he was looking for. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a golden aura, radiating from a shelf. His eyes went wide. It was the Rank S skill Dragon Slayer Slash. It channeled the fury of an ancient dragon to obliterate everything in its path. 150% damage scaling with a devastating tear effect. The bleed damage was catastrophic, 25% per second, for 5 seconds. With a 5-minute cooldown, it was a weapon of mass destruction for any swordsman. Staring at the terrifying stats, Jiang Han was floored. The damage potential was simply illogical. It was a boss killer, plain and simple. He grabbed the scroll, his knuckles turning white. 4 minutes left, he calculated. I'll check the final floor. If nothing beats this, the dragon power is mine. Driven by ambition, he ascended to the 4th floor, the Vault of Hidden Treasures. Scrolls for hidden classes floated in the air. Flame Swordsman, Black, and White Summoner. The rarity here was suffocating. Soul Collector. Jiang Han realized this floor was a graveyard of lost legacies. Hidden professions and mystery scrolls were everywhere, but none of these could compare to his own Dark Swordsman class. Suddenly, he noticed a hulking green giant agonizing over 2 items nearby. Damn it, which one do I pick? The giant grumbled. Jiang Han peeked at the item in the giant's hand and nearly choked. No way. Fei Qi was holding a mythic item, the Rank S Duplication Scroll. The system description promised the power of creation itself. It contained a miracle. 100% success rate to duplicate any item Rank S or lower. 50% chance for a Rank SS item. A wicked grin spread across Jiang Han's face. That scroll was the key. With it, he could clone his God-blessed gem. Calm down, he thought. I need him to choose the class change scroll instead. He stepped forward, voice dripping with false concern. Brother, what's on your mind? Players like us are just ants to the top rankers, Jiang Han whispered. Why take a scroll that relies on items we don't have? Don't you want the instant power of a hidden class to survive this hell? The word struck a nerve. The giant hesitated, looking between the duplication scroll and the class change item. Fei Qi nodded slowly. You make a point. This scroll is powerful, but maybe the hidden class is safer for a guy like me. Exactly, Jiang Han pressed. That scroll is a toy for the strong. For us, it's useless if we die today. Fei Qi stared longingly at the Blood Warlord class scroll. After a heavy sigh, Fei Qi made his choice. You're right. As a normal warrior, I need immediate strength, not potential. The hidden class is my best bet. Fei Qi placed the duplication scroll back on the shelf. Watching him walk away, Jiang Han felt a twinge of guilt, but survival came first. I didn't lie, he thought. Even a golden boss wouldn't drop loot this good. Jiang Han snatched the scroll, trembling with excitement. With this, he would have 2 God-blessed gems. The path to an SS rank skill was finally open. If luck was on his side, he would wield 2 SS rank abilities. Having secured the ultimate prize, he turned to leave. He quickly returned the Dragon Slayer manual. The system blared attention. You have 10 seconds remaining in the demon god's treasury. Just as he prepared to warp, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. It was Fei Qi. Brother, the giant beamed. Thanks for the advice earlier. Jiang Han forced a smile, hiding his selfish motives. Don't mention it. We have to look out for each other. Fei Qi extended a massive hand. Let's be friends. I'm Fei Qi. Jiang Han shook it, cementing a useful alliance. Call me Jiang Han. He slammed a fist against his chest, a jagged grin spreading across his face. If you ever hit a wall, come find me in Tienh High Town. I'll watch your 6. The system interface flashed with terrifying stats. Target Berserker Fei Qi, rank Golden Boss, level 55, HP 4 million, attack 3,800, defense over 2,000. Status traitor to the Church of Light. Because their raid on Tienh High Town was a total victory, Jiang Han earned the right to loot the demon god's treasury. He smirked, clasping his hands. Much obliged. Internally, however, he was shook. This guy was a golden boss boasting stats that rivaled the legendary Phoenix in Lanta. No wonder he could siege an entire town solo. Loot secured. Jiang Han stepped out of the vault, only to find Lier waiting for him. The mentor asked, "How was the haul?" Jiang Han flashed a cocky smile. "Not too shabby." Lier raised an eyebrow. "Good. Let's bounce. Your power level is still too low. Staying here is a death sentence." An hour later, deep within the mysterious swamp, Lier stood, with hands clasped behind his back, his aura solemn. "I have a mission for you. It won't be a walk in the park. Interested?" Jiang Han, a guy who lived for the grind, didn't hesitate. "Bring it on." The mentor nodded. "Excellent. Your interest in mounting riding beasts actually gave me an idea. As the new Castellan of Haishan City, I need a vanguard who knows how to ride into battle." Jiang Han's eyes lit up. "Castellan Master, what does your disciple need to do to serve?" Jiang Han thought to himself, "I finally get it." This was the classic light versus dark expansion pack, common in this type of leveling manhwa. Aside from the Dark City and Demon Fog City, everything else was up for grabs. This massive siege war was about to swallow the entire Tienh High continent, claiming the vast grasslands that originally belonged to the Light faction. Lier waved his hand dismissively. "Stop calling me Castellan. It sounds weird coming from you." Jiang Han switched gears instantly. "Understood, mentor." "So what's the objective?" Lier replied. "Near Cloud Beast City, in the Purple Flame Bamboo Grove, there's a rumor of a hidden realm containing a rare beast. Find it and mark the coordinates." A blue window materialized. "System alert. Do you accept the Rank A Hidden Realm quest?" For a system manhwa protagonist like Jiang Han, refusing wasn't even an option. "Accepted." Quest started. Search for the hidden realm. Difficulty A rank. Description: it is called hidden for a reason. Only the destined can find it. Requirement: locate the entrance. Reward: rare skill book. Seeing him accept, Lier gave a satisfied nod and vanished into thin air. "Good luck, kid." Jiang Han immediately set off for Cloud Beast City. Holding a scroll in his hand, he plotted his next move. "Before I hit the city, I need to duplicate a God-blessed gem." He unfurled the scroll. System notification: duplication. Scroll activated. Please present the item within 10 seconds, or the effect will be nullified. Jiang Han pulled the shimmering golden God-blessed gem from his inventory. It glowed with an intensity that lit up the surroundings like fireworks. Duplication successful. You have obtained God-blessed gem. Now, holding two of them, a greedy grin split his face. 2 gems. Time to gamble. System: do you wish to consume the God-blessed gems? Jiang Han licked his lips. Scared money don't make money. If we're betting the house. Without a second thought, he crushed the gem in his hand. System: please select the skills you wish to synthesize. Jiang Han shouted. War Aura and Evil Trample. He calculated quickly. These were the only 2 S-rank skills in his arsenal eligible for this kind of high-stakes fusion. Warning: fusing S-rank skills. War and Evil Trample. Note: the probability of an SS rank evolution is extremely low. High probability of simply obtaining a different S-rank skill. He hesitated for a split-second. Failure meant losing 2 S-rank skills for 1 generic replacement, but the gambler's spirit took over. He hit confirm. The cards for Evil Trample and War materialized, spinning in the air. Jiang Han stared at the glowing lights, praying to the RNG gods. Please give me that SS rank. System notification. Congratulations, fusion. Successful, obtained SS rank skill War Trample. Luck attribute increased by 1. This was the dopamine rush of a true manhwa recap moment. Jiang Han screamed internally. SS rank. It's actually an SS rank. I hit the jackpot. He threw his head back and laughed. System: I freaking love you. Skill War Trample, SS rank. Effect: concentrates chaotic power into the legs to unleash a devastating stomp. Buff: for 3 seconds after activation, movement speed increases by 300%. Attack speed increases by 200%. Jump height drastically increased. Damage: deals 200% damage. Guaranteed critical hit. Applies suppression effect. AoE effect: generates a shockwave dealing 120% damage to all enemies in a 100 by 100 yard radius. Debuff: reduces attack power of all entities in range, including the user and allies. Duration: 1 minute. Cooldown: 1 minute. Jiang Han was trembling with excitement. Is this the power of an SS rank? It's broken. Compared to the original Evil Trample, his speed and attack buffs had gone through the roof. Plus the duration was longer, the self-disarm penalty was gone, the damage had doubled, and it was a guaranteed crit. He was a walking nuke now. Power-up complete, he resumed his journey with a spring in his step. Hehehe, this feels too good, let's go. Just over that mountain, and I'm there. 30 minutes later, a notification chimed. You have entered Cloud Beast City region. It was a Tier 2 city. Description: the premier hub for pets and mounts on the Tienh High continent. A paradise for summoners and knights, beloved by adventurers far and wide. Jiang Han didn't stop for sightseeing. He sprinted straight into the wilderness. Zone change. You have entered the Purple Flame Forest. He chuckled to himself. Looks like this map isn't meant for casual players. Suddenly, a voice drifted from behind him. You're moving a little too fast there, buddy. He whipped around eyes, scanning the perimeter. Nobody. Is there someone else here? Then, peering behind a massive tree trunk, he spotted 2 snakes. Getting intimate. A male snake pinned a female snake against the bark, his voice dripping with sleaze. With scenery this beautiful, it'd be a waste not to do something enjoyable. Monster Info Snake-kin hybrid. The system identified them as diluted descendants of the snake god and humans. However, due to centuries of overbreeding, their bloodline had thinned out. They were weak, lazy, and spent most of their time engaging in shameless public displays of affection. Jiang Han stepped out disgust, written all over his face. Doing this in broad daylight. Have you no shame? The male snake, furious at the buzzkill, hissed back. Who the hell are you to interrupt me? Jiang Han grinned, his eyes locked on the target. Time to test out this new combo. He launched himself from the high ground gravity, accelerating his descent. War Stomp. The impact was devastating, instantly shaving off over 91,000 health points from the beast. The system interface flashed red. You have executed War Stomp. Target suffered 91,791 damage. Enemy suppressed for 2.2 seconds. Attack power boosted by 20%. It was a total massacre. Every enemy within a 100-meter radius suffered an 18% attack reduction and took massive area of effect damage. Jiang Han smirked, combining 2 S-rank skills. Absolutely broken. He didn't even bother checking the loot from the fallen mob. He spun around and pressed forward into the unknown. But soon a wall of hissing scales blocked his path. Jiang Han skidded to a halt. Whoa there. A massive serpent towered over him, its eyes burning with malice. System analysis complete. Purple Flame Poison Viper. Level 55. Health points, 200,000. Attack power nearly 4,000. Defense 2,000. Skills Rapid Strike and Deadly Venom. These beasts were the nightmare of the Purple Flame Forest. They swarmed in massive numbers, and their fangs dripped with fatal poison. Any normal player would have turned and ran for their lives. But Jiang Han? He wasn't scared. He was ecstatic. Look at all that juicy experience points. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Title evolved. From Shadow Holder to the King of Provocation. This new title was a double-edged sword. His words would now debuff the enemy's attack or randomly buff it, but it guaranteed one thing: maximum aggro generation. Perfect for a leveling Manhwa grind session. Jiang Han turned and sprinted, shouting over his shoulder. Come and get me, you noodle-brained reptiles. The snakes hissed in fury, slithering after him in a chaotic wave. As he gathered his train of monsters, he spotted 2 snakes. Intimately entangled in the brush, Jiang Han couldn't resist. Seriously, in broad daylight, get a room, you disgusting worms. Let me shine a light on your shame. The male snake hissed, absolutely livid at the interruption. 10 minutes later, the ground rumbled. Behind him, a tidal wave of hundreds of angry vipers slithered in pursuit. Jiang Han activated his speed boost and glanced back. It was time. System activated. Skill Black Flame Armor. Defense increased by 30%. Stamina boosted by 10%. Duration, 2 minutes. Jiang Han leaped into the air, defying gravity. He spun around mid-flight, facing the horde. War Stomp. The snakes, caught completely off guard, took the full force of the blow. But he wasn't done yet. He rained down kick after kick. The system log scrolled like mad. War Stomp successful. Purple Flame Poison Vipers took 99,791 damage. Stunned for 2.2 seconds. Self-attack power increased by 20%. Enemies in range crippled. It was a symphony of destruction. His eyes glowed with intensity. Not enough. He channeled every ounce of energy into one final legendary blow. Awe of the 8 directions. Notifications flooded his vision like a waterfall. You have slain the Purple Flame Poison Viper. 22,000 experience points gained. It was a slaughter, and he loved every second of it. These AoE skills were just too satisfying. A golden light bathed his body. Ding level 49. Ding level 50 reached. A massive banner appeared. Congratulations on reaching level 50. Please visit your class instructor for the second awakening quest. Jiang Han smiled, just as he predicted. Level 50 was the threshold for the second class advancement, but he remembered a rumor from the forums about the first awakening. The top 10 players to awaken would receive legendary rewards. But before that, he had to find the hidden dungeon Li Yi had mentioned. He opened his communicator and messaged Soaring Dragon. Yo brother, what's the highest level on the server right now? Dragon replied instantly. Is the east zone cleared out? Jiang Han typed back. All clear. Dragon responded immediately. Let me check with my guys real quick. Jiang Han nodded to himself. Thanks, I appreciate it. Dragon laughed through the voice chat. Don't mention it, you're the real boss here. If you have any loot, sell it to our Dragon Guild first. Price is no object for you. Jiang Han checked his inventory. Actually, I do have some gear cluttering my bag. Sending the stats over now. Dragon looked at the screenshots and nearly choked. What the hell, this kid calls this trash. These items were higher level than his own main gear. Even the auction house didn't have stuff this good. His subordinate noticed his twitching face. Boss, you okay? Dragon shook his head, trying to compose himself. I'm fine. Just talking to the legend himself. The subordinate's jaw dropped. You mean? One River Cold Water Dragon nodded solemnly. The one and only. Jiang Han followed up. Do you want them? If not, I'll just throw them on the global auction house. Dragon panicked. Buy. We'll buy it all. Market price is usually 2,000 gold, but for this quality, I'll give you 2,500. Deal. Jiang Han nodded. Deal. Except for the talisman. Dragon eyed the Frostwind talisman greedily. That thing is broken. It has a unique skill. I'll give you 15,000 for it. Jiang Han knew the value of a good item in a system Manhwa. He countered immediately. 18,000 gold. Dragon groaned. Brother, that's steep. My family doesn't own a bank, you know. But Jiang Han had him on the hook. 18,000. And I'll throw in this elite archer's bow. Make it 20,000 for the lot. Dragon sighed defeated. You're a demon. Deal. But Dragon knew the gold didn't matter. Keeping a connection with this monster of a player was worth every penny to keep his guild at the top of the rankings. Jiang Han nodded. Same procedure. Transfer the funds, I sent the coordinates. He quickly opened the currency exchange interface. One gold coin was trading for 154 credits. The rate had dropped a bit, but it was still a fortune. Most players burn through gold fast, but Jiang Han was hoarding it. The notification chimed. Transfer complete. Your bank account has received funds. 6,850,000 credits. Jiang Han stared at the number. It was the first time he'd ever seen that much money in his life. This would change everything for his parents. No more suffering. If he had sold his account early on, he would have made a quick buck, but he would have lost the future potential. By playing the long game, the rewards were exponential. But money wasn't his only drive. It was the thrill of the hunt. The clash against impossible odds in this awakening Manhwa world. That was the true meaning of the game. Suddenly, Dragon's voice cut through his thoughts with new intel. A friend from overseas dropped some intel. The current top ranker on the US-Swiss server is a mage sitting at level 44. Jiang Han nodded. Got it, thanks. But internally, he scoffed. Level 44, that's supposed to be strong. He was only 6 levels behind, but in this leveling Manhwa, his grinding efficiency was in a league of its own. His gaze shifted to the dense forest ahead. First, he needed to exterminate these violet flame vipers, then handle Li Yi's request. 1 hour later, Jiang Han unleashed his awe-inspiring 8 Desolation skill, slaughtering countless mobs to fuel his growth. The system chimed, level up. You have reached level 53. A golden pillar of ascension light enveloped him. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. The mob density here, combined with my skill set, the leveling efficiency is absolutely god tier. Suddenly, a crimson warning flashed. You have annihilated the violet flame vipers, enraging their king. Jiang Han's eyes went wide, panic rising in his chest. Oh crap, the boss is coming. A thunderous roar shook the forest as the Viper King descended. Who dares slaughter my subjects? The system window popped up, revealing a nightmare. Violet Flame Viper King. Rank Dark Gold Boss. Level 68. HP 7,500,000. Attack Power 11,500 to 12,000. Defense 5,000 to 5,350. Skills Rapid Strike, Deadly Venom Snake, Fall Toxic Mist, Power of the Serpent God. Description: a pure-blooded descendant seeking the Serpent God's blessing. Jiang Han frowned, beads of sweat forming. A dark gold boss. The level gap is massive, and I'm out of violet lightning gems. My attacks won't even scratch its defense, and the level suppression makes it unkillable. The boss raised its spear, aiming straight for him. Foolish primate. You shall be a sacrifice to the great serpent god. Jiang Han stood his ground, waved his hand, and grinned cheekily. So sorry, this young master has urgent business elsewhere. Let's reschedule this date with your serpent god for another time. The Viper King ignored the taunt, smashing his spear down with earth-shattering force. But the target had vanished, leaving only a lingering goodbye in the air. In the real world, Jiang Han removed his gaming helmet, exhaling a long breath. Thank God the game hadn't locked me into combat mode yet. I managed to log out with my life intact before he could land a hit. Besides, I already bagged the first kill on a dark gold boss earlier. No need to rush this one. I'll wait for him to despawn before logging back in. He glanced at the clock. Time to grab some food and work out. Leaving his apartment, he went for a jog and dialed home. Mom, how are you and Dad doing lately? I transferred some money over. Did you get it? His mother's voice was warm. We got it, little Han. But where did you get so much money? I'm fine, but your father got heat stroke at the unit 2 days ago. Jiang Han reassured her. I told you the job pays well. I got a project bonus. You two really need to consider retiring, okay? You've worked hard enough. His mother chuckled. If we retire, what will we do with ourselves? It's hot lately. Don't stay out in the sun too long. Come visit when you have time. Jiang Han nodded, feeling a lump in his throat. I will, Mom. Gotta go now. Talk later. After a grueling run left him drenched in sweat and gasping for air, his resolve hardened. Time to get back to the grind. He logged back into the virtual world, returning to the spot where he met the Viper King. Scanning the area, the massive threat was nowhere to be seen. Looks like the boss moved on. But where in the world is this secret realm for the quest? His eyes landed on a solitary tree nearby. Oh, that tree looks incredibly suspicious. Usually secret realms in this awakening manhwa genre are hidden in massive trees or distinct landmarks. He focused his gaze on the trunk. Skill Eye of Insight. System response, Camphor tree. Description: I honestly don't know why you're analyzing a normal tree. Jiang Han stood in dead silence, staring aggressively at the camphor tree. After a moment, he grumbled in annoyance. What the hell is going on? Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a lone snake lurking nearby. Jiang Han let out a sound of recognition. The snake froze terrified, realizing who he was. It's him, the maniac who massacred my kin. I must warn the king freeze. Jiang Han bellowed. He drew his blade, the steel glinting with menace. See this longsword? Even if you run 40 meters, I can still slice you in half. Answer my questions obediently, and I might spare your miserable life. The snake prostrated itself on the ground, shivering. Lord, whatever you need, just ask. Jiang Han pressed the advantage. There is a secret realm here. Many powerful warriors use it to find exotic beasts. Do you know it? Fearing instant death, the snake pointed a trembling tail towards the side. Yes, 500 meters that way. There are 3 giant trees. The middle one is the entrance. Jiang Han nodded, satisfied. Excellent. Now count from 1 to 10,000. Do not turn around until you finish, understand? The snake stuttered, you understood, and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Seeing the creature comply, Jiang Han turned and bolted, thinking to himself. If I killed him, it might alert the boss, but I couldn't let him report me either. This was the only way. He arrived at the coordinates and spotted the 3 ancient trees. This must be it. Suddenly, a chime rang out. System, congratulations, you have successfully located the secret realm entrance. System quest search for the secret realm complete. Please return to the instructor for your reward. Jiang Han approached, placing a hand on the bark. To think it was actually inside a tree trunk. A mysterious light pulsed beneath his palm. System warning, your current power level is insufficient to enter this secret realm. He shrugged it off. Fair enough. The quest is done anyway. Getting in doesn't matter right now. He turned to leave, muttering to himself. If I hadn't interrogated that random mob, I would have been searching for ages. As expected of a system, Manhwa interacting with NPCs provides crucial intel. 2 hours later, in the gloomy swamp, Li Yi looked at him with widened eyes. I didn't expect you to find the entrance in less than a day. Jiang Han flashed a winning smile, though his tone feigned humility. It was all pure skill, of course. Li Yi returned the smile. I can see that. System quest completed, difficulty A. Reward: 2,500,000 EXP. Item: rare skill book. Jiang Han stared at the item in disbelief. No way. A simple scouting mission, and Li Yi hands over a rare skill book skill Shadow Chaser. Type passive. Rank S. Description: expert riders can unlock the full potential of their mounts, drastically increasing their performance and speed. Skill info: Mount Mastery. Passive effect increases mount stamina and movement speed by 20% while riding. Requirement level 50. Class restriction none. Jiang Han mentally pumped his fist. Hell yes, finally the riding skill is mine. Now I just need to find a beast worthy of me, and I can dominate the eternal continent on horseback. Cyril raised a brow, an amused smirk on his face. Well, is it to your liking? Jiang Han couldn't hide his grin. Satisfied, I'm ecstatic. Thank you, master. The mentor waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Then his expression turned serious. I have officially joined the Dark Faction and taken the throne as the City Lord of Sea Heart City. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. I must return to defend my territory. I cannot roam the wilds for much longer. What does that mean for my training? Jiang Han asked. Cyril handed over 2 ancient tomes. Take these. When the dormant potential of the dark swordsman within you awakens once more, open this grimoire to summon me. It will allow you to inherit even greater techniques from my arsenal. System alert: item received. Soul Link. Grade A. A forbidden seal that creates an unbreakable telepathic bond between master and disciple. Effect upon use: summons level 193 immortal boss undead swordsman Cyril. Jiang Han's eyes widened as he inspected the items. A pocket boss summon that was broken. Cyril added. Furthermore, should you face a foe you cannot crush or a threat that spells your doom, use this to call for my aid. However, Sea Heart City is far. Even at my speed, I may not arrive instantly. Jiang Han was too stunned to speak. This was the ultimate safety net for a manhwa recap protagonist. Understood, master. Cyril clasped his hands behind his back. Do not mistake this for charity. These are compensation, because your next power awakening will not come from a simple quest. I understand. Jiang Han nodded solely. A sharp glint flashed through Cyril's eyes. A test was coming. He stepped closer, his aura bearing down on his disciple. Tell me, Dark Swordsman Jiang Han, do you regret casting aside the light to join the Dark Faction? Never. Jiang Han answered without a millisecond of hesitation. His gut told him this wasn't just small talk. This was the catalyst for his second awakening. Cyril slammed a hand on Jiang Han's shoulder. Do you possess the resolve to point your blade at the Faction of Light? I do, Jiang Han roared. Excellent. Then I, the undead swordsman Cyril, hereby acknowledge that the adventurer Jiang Han possesses the strength and will to ascend as a true dark swordsman. Wait, Jiang Han blinked confused. Don't I need to complete a quest first? Cyril smirked. Did you not hear me earlier? Your existence itself is the quest. Suddenly, a pillar of obsidian light engulfed Jiang Han. Purple lightning crackled across his skin as his very DNA began to rewrite itself. It was agonizing, yet intoxicating. A terrifying ancient power surged through his veins, demanding to be unleashed. System alert: class advancement, complete evolution. Achieved star rank growth. Violet aura exploded outward like a shockwave. Class: Dark Swordsman. The apex predator of the undead. A being of absolute mystery and dominance. History trembles at their name. Harbingers of calamity possessing the purest evil. Cold, tyrannical, and addicted to destruction, their potential knows no ceiling. Jiang Han checked his stat growth and nearly choked. What the hell? Star rank growth doubles everything. My stats just went through the roof. Server announcement. Congratulations to the first player to complete the class advancement rewards. 20 free attribute points. 5,000 reputation. And the orb of enhancement. Feeling the raw energy coursing through him, Jiang Han couldn't help but marvel. This was what it meant to be a powerhouse in a leveling manhwa. First place always takes the lion's share, Cyril noted watching him. Now that you have ascended, you are eligible to master new arts. Jiang Han rubbed his chin. Right. He scanned the skill tree. Only 2 were unlocked, but they looked nasty. First up, Malevolent Spirit. Grade B passive. Born of the grave, your very presence emits a terror-inducing aura. Effect increases attack power by 20%. Requirement level 50. Class: Undead. Cost 40 gold. Steep, but worth it. The second one was even better. Bone-shattering strike grade A. Description: if it bleeds, it has bones. If it has bones, they can be broken. Crushing a target's skeletal structure cripples their movement and combat ability. Effect deals 150% damage. High probability to inflict fracture status for 30 seconds. Debuff severity depends on which bone is snapped. Cooldown: 1 minute. Cost, 60 gold. Jiang Han winced at the price tag. My wallet is crying, but these skills are absolutely broken. Exclusive skills for a hidden class, I can't say no. System. You have learned Malevolent Spirit. You have learned Bone-Shattering Strike. Cyril's expression hardened again. Now to business. You are still the mayor of Frostfall Town, are you not? I heard the demon god got a little carried away and wiped it off the map. Jiang Han nodded grimly. That's about the size of it. Cyril's eyes narrowed. You need a base of operations. Find a new town, establish your territory, and build a force. A lone wolf dies. A pack survives. Jiang Han clenched his jaw, determination burning in his eyes. Don't worry, master. I know exactly what needs to be done. Good. Satisfied with his disciple's growth, Cyril turned to leave. See that you do. I must return to Seaheart City. Do not disappoint me. Jiang Han waved as the figure vanished. Safe travels, master. His smile faded as he watched the empty space. Guess I'm done with this swamp for now. He turned his attention to the real prize. Time to see what this awakening Manhwa system gave me. He held up the golden orb. Orb of enhancement. Grade A. A rare treasure, capable of pushing equipment beyond its limits. Effect instantly increases an item's enhancement level. Warning, success rates still apply. Use with extreme caution. Restriction effective on Earth rank gear and below. Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap. It works on Earth rank. If I use this now, I'll be unstoppable. As he inspected it, the window popped up. Do you wish to use the Orb of Enhancement? Jiang Han gripped the bead tight. Do you even have to ask? Ding, the system chimed in with a notification. Please select an item for enhancement. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He selected the Blood-Devouring Sword. Enhancement successful. The Blood-Devouring Sword pulsed with new energy. He gripped the hilt eyes, locking onto the status screen. Spirit grade unlocked. Attack power skyrocketed from a measly 650 to a staggering 1300. The buffs were insane. Attack damage boosted from 40 to 50%. Attack speed ramped up to 60. But the real kicker was the new lifesteal attribute, adding 15% recovery. A new skill appeared, high-level blood drink, unlocking at level 48. The lore revealed this was the legendary blade of the Dark Swordsman, Luo Yi, though time had eroded 99% of its ancient power. It remained a treasure beyond compare. Looking at the insane stat jumps on the blood-devouring sword, Jiang Han couldn't help but grin. Now, that is what I call cool. His base attack had nearly doubled. Every single multiplier had spiked to the next level. This was the kind of power-up you only see in a top-tier system manhwa. Even the passive skills evolved. System alert: high-level blood drink upgraded to rank A. The blade now thirsts for slaughter. Every kill feeds the sword, stacking damage by 1%. It stacks up to 30 times. A symphony of death that lasts until the battle ends. Jiang Han slashed the air, testing the weight. With 10 stacks of blood drink right off the bat, that's an instant 10% damage boost in melee combat. He rested the cold steel on his shoulder, tapping the holographic board. First, the second-class awakening, and now a weapon evolution. My stats must be absolutely broken by now. The status window shimmered into existence. Name: Jiang Han, class Wielder of Darkness, rank Golden Boss, level 53. Health, over 800,000. Attack power pushed past 7,000. Defense nearing 3,000. Fame at 74,000. Title: the Son of Eternity. A monster in human skin. His potential was now immeasurable, possessing talents far beyond the reach of mortals. No one could predict how high he would climb. Jiang Han's jaw dropped in disbelief. 7,000 attack power. That's double the strength of any standard gold boss at this level. The second awakening was a total game changer. At this rate, evolving into a dark gold boss wasn't just a dream, it was imminent. Prep time was over. Jiang Han moved with purpose. Time for a little exercise, he thought. Target locked: the Snake King, in the Purple Flame Forest. Deep in the Purple Flame Forest, he slammed the blade into the cursed earth. Standing before the Snake King, his expression was pure arrogance. Hey, little worm, daddy's here to take your head. System alert: the Purple Flame, Poison Snake King, felt the burn. Attack power reduced by 10% due to mockery. The beast roared, gripping its spear in a blind rage. You cowardly ape, you usually just run away. Have you finally come to accept your death? System update: title: King of Ridicule has evolved to Darkness Controller. Effect: HP boosted by 40%. The monster's spear thrust pierced nothing but air. Jiang Han vanished. Boom. The spear slammed into the ground, sending rocks flying like shrapnel. He materialized right above the beast. A brutal stomp to the skull. Skill: War Stomp. System alert: critical hit. 107,000 damage dealt to the Snake King. The king froze. Stunned for nearly a second, Jiang Han's power surged by 20%. The domain suppressed the enemy, crushing their attack and amplifying damage taken by 120%. He dropped like a meteor. The blood-devouring sword flashed, skill-frenzied slash. 2 deep gashes tore open the beast's belly. The Snake King gasped in disbelief, eyes wide. "What is this? Yesterday you couldn't even scratch my scales. How are you hurting me now?" While the beast hesitated, Jiang Han struck. No mercy skill claw of the undead. Steel met flesh. Follow-up bone-shattering strike system alert. You dealt 56,500 damage to the Snake King. The impact shattered its momentum. The bone-shattering strike crippled the Snake King's speed by 30%. Jiang Han backflipped to safety. The boss scoffed, swinging its spear wildly. You got stronger, ape. But to me, you're still just a joke." Green fog erupted from the beast's maw. Skill-spreading poison mist. The system flashed a warning. The air turned toxic. Inside the mist, health drained by 5% every second. Jiang Han's limbs felt like lead as the poison took hold. The damage tick was lethal. Damn, the toxicity is too high. If I stand here for 20 seconds, I'm dead meat. He stared into the beast's crimson eyes, gritting his teeth. I'm faster than him. His physical attacks are useless. I have to use the blood-devouring sword to drain his life to save mine. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him. The beast was too fast. System alert. You have been struck by the deadly poison snake kiss. Blood splattered. 130,000 health gone in an instant. Attack power nerfed by 15%. Attack speed slowed by 25%. He bit his lip, refusing to yield. I can't lose like this. He scanned for an exit. Staying in this smoke means death and blindness. I need to tactical retreat. Now. Seeing Jiang Han try to flee, the Snake King flicked its tongue, mocking him. Trying to run, my children. Come out and feast on this prey. The ground began to writhe. Hundreds of vipers emerged, slithering toward Jiang Han. He paused, and then a smile crept across his face. Are they giving me free health potions? His aura flared up, power surging. He flashed a predatory grin at the boss. Thanks for the feast. Snake King skill awe of the 8 direction system alert. 200,000 AoE damage wiped the floor with the vipers. The blood-devouring sword drank deep life steal, activated 30,000 health points surged back into Jiang Han instantly. Jiang Han laughed, checking his full health bar. With my current damage, these snakes are just fuel. He pointed his blade. Come on, let's keep dancing. The boss roared in pure fury at the mockery. You lowly, pathetic human. The king raised his spear to the sky, eyes glowing. Great snake god, I offer everything to you. Grant your loyal servant power. System warning. The Snake King activated power of the snake. God skills are locked, but stats are berserk. Attack doubled. Speed and life steal boosted by 50% until death. Fear. It didn't exist in his dictionary. In fact, he was practically laughing his head off. If the beast didn't trigger that ultimate skill, its poison bone attacks were completely useless against him. The so-called power of a snake god sounded terrifying in this leveling manhwa, but against his war stomp and superior movement speed, it was nothing. As long as he chained the slowing effects of his necro slash with the bonebreaker strike, the monster wouldn't even graze him. They collided like 2 hurricanes. The Snake King thrust its spear, shattering the earth into shrapnel, but Jiang Han seized the moment, stepping onto the beast and channeling explosive power into a war stomp. He smirked. Now comes the garbage time. 30 minutes of relentless button mashing later, he channeled every ounce of strength into one final roaring strike. Necro slash. The blade connected, and the boss's HP bar vanished instantly. The beast roared in denial. Impossible before its body dissolved into particles of light. System alert. Congratulations. Level 68 Dark Gold Boss Purple Flame Snake King defeated. 20 million XP and 28,000 reputation points secured. That sweet golden light bathed him. Level 56 achieved. He wiped a streak of blood from his lip and exhaled sharply. Finally, it's over. Time to check the loot. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Congratulations. Reputation reached 100,000. Event World Martial Arts Tournament unlocked. His eyes went wide. The World Tournament. The system continued. You are the first player in the entire server to achieve the milestone of 100,000 reputation. Bonus reward acquired SS rank dual contract. Jiang Han opened his inventory looking puzzled. A dual contract? What is this? The holographic panel displayed the terrifying details. SS rank dual contract. Once signed, the battle is till death. The loser loses absolutely everything. Winner takes all. The two parties must engage in a fair duel at an agreed time and place. No outside interference allowed. The victor claims the loser's class gear, items, and wealth. Single-use item. He fell into deep thought, reading the description. This wasn't just a fight. It was a battle for existence. The price of defeat could only be described with one word: pathetic. If he prepared a trap, this scroll could be a god-tier weapon. But the Dark Swordsman wasn't the only hidden class out there, which slightly lowered the item's strategic value. He decided to stash it for now, might fetch a good price on the market later. Now, time to process the rest of the war spoils. He pulled out a short blade. Dark gold toxic fang. Requirement: level 65. He sighed, looking at the weapon. The Snake King's drops were too high level for him to use yet. Into the inventory you go. Then another alert chimed. Adventurer Event World Martial Arts Tournament registration is now open. Please proceed to any Tier 3 Light Faction town to register. We hope for active participation to claim the throne. He grinned. Perfect. With my concealment skill, I can walk right into a Light Faction town without being attacked. Time to find the nearest Tier 3 city. Halfway there, he heard a familiar rhythmic chanting from the bushes. 9,995. 9,996. He paused. He recognized the voice. Was that kid seriously still here? Unless he had been doing push-ups and counting since Zhang Han left. Barney continued crawling and counting, oblivious to the world. 9,997. 98. Jiang Han watched him. Such foolish honesty was actually kind of adorable. Barney finally looked up and his eyes lit up. 9,999. 10,000. I must hurry back and report to the Snake King. Zhang Han stepped in, hands on his hips, to deliver the bad news. Your Snake King is dead by my hand. But since you kept your promise so loyally, I'll spare you. What will you do now? Barney blinked, completely lost. I will leave my fate to you, my lord. Jiang Han nodded, satisfied. Good. You're honest. Would you be willing to follow me? The snake bowed low. I am willing. Great. Stand up. Do you have a name? The snake person rubbed his head shyly. This lowly one is named Barney. Jiang Han chuckled internally. Barney. Seriously, system. But outwardly, he kept his cool. Barney, right. Listen well. Wait here for the right moment. Once I capture a city, I'll have a big mission for you. Barney gasped. My lord, you are so strong, yet you don't have a city yet. No way. Jiang Han's face darkened. Is this guy naive, or is he secretly roasting me? Jiang Han pointed confidently, putting on a show. Good question. I'm so strong that whenever I conquer a city, I get carried away and accidentally destroy it completely. Don't worry. Once I secure a throne, you'll be a general. I'll even gift you endless snake beauties to enjoy. Barney blushed, covering his face with his hands. Oh, stop. You're making me shy. I'm actually a girl snake, you know. Jiang Han's smile twitched. A girl. He quickly corrected himself. Right. Female general it is. He waved, turning away. It's getting late. I must go. With the king dead, adventurers will swarm this area. Hide well. I'll come back for you when I have a city. Barney nodded firmly. Yes, my lord. As he stepped across the border, a notification chimed. You have entered a new map, White Crane Town. Jiang Han paused. Better apply that disguise before entering. Concealment activated. Please enter an alias and adjust your stats. A purple aura flared around his head. He prayed to the gaming gods. Please not that random generated trash name again. Alias reused. System auto-generation active. New name, fake name. Jiang Han wanted to scream. Oh, come on. Again, is this system smart or just incredibly stupid? Rubbing his now bald disguise head, he walked into the city. Now, where do I register? He spotted a crowd gathering around a massive red gemstone in the distance. Oh, that looks like the spot. That must be the registration point. He approached to get a better look. Someone in the crowd gasped at his bald head. Then the system announced the event details. East District World Martial Arts Tournament. A special event for adventurers to earn glory, fame, and rewards. Rules. Random matching. Survival of the fittest. After 10 rounds of combat, the weak will be culled, and the top 10 legends will rise. System alert. Unless the pool of warriors is critically low, the same adventurer cannot claim victory in 5 consecutive matches. First place rewards. 1 S rank item, or skill, plus 2 pieces of spiritual grade equipment. Second place receives 1 S rank item, and 1 piece of spiritual gear. Third place earns an A rank item and 1 spiritual equipment. As for 4th place, random rewards ranging from trash tier all the way to heavenly rank. Jiang Han scoffed internally. Heavenly and earthly grade gear didn't even exist in the world yet. Right now, spiritual grade was the absolute peak of power. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the registration gem. With rewards that legendary a bloodbath was inevitable. Then the prompt appeared. This was a classic system Manhwa moment. System notification. Do you wish to register for the World Martial Arts Tournament? Warning. Registration is binding. Failure to log in and compete within the time limit results in immediate disqualification. Furthermore, you will suffer a penalty of 2 full levels. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. Accepted. System announcement: registration successful for the World Martial Arts Tournament. The event commences in 3 days at 10 o'clock. Please wait patiently until then. Suddenly, a sneering voice broke his concentration. An arrogant player stepped up. Look at this trash. A level 18 noob thinks he can enter the tournament. You really don't know how to write the word death. System analysis. Player Thunderhand. Level 37. Class Qigong Master. It was a hidden class. Jiang Han smirked coldly. Huh. You better pray to the gods we don't get matched. Otherwise I'll teach you the true meaning of despair. The man's face twisted in rage. He held up his pinky finger. Oomph. For a tiny bug like you, I only need 1 finger to slash you into 8 pieces. Jiang Han didn't bother wasting another breath. He turned and walked away, leaving the Qigong master screaming curses at his back. Your lucky violence is banned in the safe zone. Otherwise, I would have killed you all the way back to the novice village. Jiang Han thought it over. Forget it. Killing trash like him wasn't worth exposing his true identity. It was better to leave. Suddenly, the noise of a bustling crowd caught his ear. Players were shouting everywhere. Passing through. Don't miss the fire sale on high-grade potions. Everyone come look at my freshly dropped B-rank skill book. Rare treasure maps for sale. If you want to strike it rich, come, buy a map. Jiang Han realized that with the currency exchange open, the player economy was booming. Then a specific shout cut through the noise. Mounts selling. Super rare mounts. Jiang Han paused. A super rare mount. Seeing a potential customer, the merchant waved him over. Hey brother, come take a look. This is a legendary find. System description. A mount stone. Contains a sealed beast that can be summoned to serve as a mount. Jiang Han inspected the stone and sweat dropped. This super rare system details revealed the truth. Species donkey. Growth stage mature. Rank bronze. Effect movement speed increased by 20%. Description. It might not be fast, but it has a gentle soul and works hard. An adventurer riding this should learn the art of patience. The best days are yet to come. The merchant narrowed his eyes. You know the deal, right? The NPCs still refuse to sell mounts to us players. Catching this donkey was a nightmare. My friends and I wasted so much time and effort on this. Don't just look at the stats. Right now, I'm the only one on the server selling a mount. Jiang Han stared at him blankly. Fine. How much? The merchant held up a finger. 1,000 gold coins. Jiang Han shook his head immediately. That price was ridiculous. Too expensive. Converted to real cash, that's $150,000. Sure, it's rare now, but the riding skill unlocks at level 50. By the time people level up, way better mounts will flood the market. Then the negotiation began. Here is my sincere offer. 100 gold coins. Take it or leave it. The merchant's jaw dropped to the floor. 100. Bro, you're killing me here. 300 is my absolute bottom line. Seeing the refusal, Jiang Han didn't argue. He turned to leave, feigning disappointment. What a pity. That donkey just isn't worth the investment. The merchant panicked. Wait. Fine. He sighed in defeat. You really know how to squeeze a guy, brother? Deal. 100 gold coins sold. The merchant thought to himself he didn't lose money, but he barely made a profit. But the kid was right. The longer he held it, the more the value would crash. Jiang Han held the stone and grinned. Heh. Come on out, my little donkey. The stone flashed with light. A donkey materialized and let out a loud hee-haw. The onlookers stared in shock. Jiang Han ignored them and hopped onto the creature's back. He grabbed the reins, feeling triumphant. Finally, he had his very own mount. System alert. Mount equipped. Passive skill. Shadow pursuit activated. Movement speed increased by 40%. It was a classic leveling Manhwa cheat skill. Jiang Han kicked its sides excitedly. Yeah, the donkey launched forward, like a rocket tearing through the crowd. It was so fast, Jiang Han screamed. How am I moving this fast? Out of the way, move. But after a moment of panic, Jiang Han burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Full speed to Tienh High Town. 2 hours later, Jiang Han arrived at the border. System notification. You have entered the territory of the Dark Faction. He pushed further. System notification. You have entered a new map. Tienh High Town. He gazed at the fortress looming ahead. So this was Fei Qi's territory. Jiang Han recalled Fei Qi. His mentor had instructed him to find a town to use as a base. It was perfect timing. He had just met Fei Qi a few days ago inside the demon god's treasury. Inside the walls, the atmosphere was unexpectedly vibrant. Laughter echoed through the streets. Peppa, get back here. Fresh fish caught right outside the walls. Come take a look. Jiang Han smiled. Who would have thought? A city conquered by the Dark Faction was actually maintaining such perfect order. Even the original residents hadn't been exiled. Fei Qi might look like a rough brute on the outside, but he clearly possessed the mind of a capable ruler. Jiang Han unsummoned his donkey and strolled toward the inner keep. He scanned the architecture. This had to be the mayor's residence. A guard stepped forward to block his path. Apologies. This is the mayor's estate. No strangers allowed. Jiang Han cut straight to the chase. I'm here to pledge allegiance to Tienh High Town. Go tell your mayor I'm here. One of the guards nodded cautiously. Wait here. I will inform the Lord Mayor. Jiang Han nodded. Very well. While he waited, he turned to the remaining guard. Tell me something. Were you men originally soldiers of the Light Faction? Why are you so loyal to Fei Qi now? The guard replied instantly. The previous mayor was a greedy tyrant. But after Lord Fei Qi took over, Tienh High Town was restored. He fixed everything. We surrendered willingly. As long as we can live a good life, what difference does it make if the banner is dark or light? Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from inside. It was Fei Qi himself, grinning ear to ear. Brother, I didn't expect our paths to cross again so soon. Jiang Han shrugged. The city I was planning to conquer. Well, I accidentally destroyed it. I needed a place to crash, so I came to you. You don't mind taking me in, do you? Fei Qi let out a hearty laugh, shaking his head with a wide grin. No, there is no need for such formalities between us. Actually, your timing couldn't be more perfect. Jiang Han's eyes widened in surprise. Perfect timing. In this system, Manhwa world that usually meant only one thing, a new mission was about to drop. Fei Qi continued, his voice earnest and heavy with intent. The way I see it, you are far more suited to be the mayor of Tienh High Town than I am. Why don't you take the position? A holographic blue screen flashed before his eyes. System notification. Do you wish to accept the delegation from the berserker Fei Qi and become the mayor of Tienh High Town? Jiang Han paused, his mind racing with suspicion. Was Fei Qi not as generous as he appeared? Was he afraid Jiang Han would seize the town by force, so he was using a soft approach to bind him? Relying on his deep knowledge of strategy and war lore, he knew this was too easy to be true. Sensing a trap, he shook his head firmly. No. The large man looked baffled, his brow furrowing. You refuse, brother. We genuinely want to hand this town over to you. I've already reorganized Tienh High Town. You just need to maintain the order. Jiang Han's expression turned serious, his gaze piercing. Brother Fei Qi, I support you fully, but I have absolutely no intention of acting like the cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. Brother, if you force me to keep the position, I'll have no choice but to leave. Fei Qi stammered, looking desperate. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. Brother, is there a hidden reason you're pushing this onto me? Is there something you can't say? Jiang Han wondered internally. Was there a hidden mission? Since Fei Qi was a gold-tier boss, this had to be a main storyline quest. The burly man sighed heavily, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Let's go inside the manor. We can talk freely there. Inside the chamber, Fei Qi slumped into a chair. Jiang Han stood opposite him, pressing for answers. Brother Fei Qi, what is really going on? You can tell me the truth now. Thinking of his lost tribe, Fei Qi began, his voice trembling. My people. We were originally just a small village on the fringes of the Radiant Church's territory. The Church of Light constantly oppressed us. They dragged away every able-bodied man to build their fortifications. Pushed to the brink, we finally rose up and revolted. We drove out their officers, but that only brought down a heavier iron fist. As he spoke, Fei Qi's rage boiled over, blood vessels popping in his eyes, like a demon's. The grand army of the church descended upon us, slaughtering everyone. My little sister. She was only 8 years old when those bastards took her. I don't even know if she is alive. I was the only one lucky enough to survive the massacre. I joined the Dark Faction to gain power, but I never stopped searching for her. His brow furrowed in deep pain. It wasn't until I attacked Tienh High Town recently that I beat the truth out of the previous mayor. He knew where she was. Jiang Han realized the gravity of the situation. So you want to dump the town on me so you can go on a suicide mission to save her? Fei Qi nodded solemnly. Yes, and actually, this involves you too. Me? Jiang Han asked puzzled. Fei Qi spread his hands. Brother Jiang Han, I have heard of your legend. You were once with the Radiant faction, but you were ostracized for helping the locals. You took on massive debt, and finally pledged loyalty to the Necromancer Daniel. In the Battle of Gloom City, your mentor Daniel fell. In fact, all 9 of the great necromancers perished in that war. The Radiant Church harvested their remaining power after death, condensing their souls into mystical gems. Jiang Han's jaw dropped in shock. Mentor Daniel. He hadn't expected to hear about his master here. This wasn't just a side quest. This was deep lore connected to his origin. Fei Qi explained. Rumor has it the necromancers were formed from the scattered soul of a legendary adventurer, a peerless powerhouse. There were 9 of them in total. If one gathers all the soul gems, they can shatter the restrictions of the world's laws, allowing a being from a higher dimension to descend upon the Tienh High continent. That is the church's ultimate goal. They are collecting the gems to summon one of the gods they worship down to the mortal realm. Jiang Han was stunned. An adventurer, to think Daniel was just a fragment of some ancient traveler's power. According to Luo Yi, the battle in the God Tower wasn't against Daniel. It was against the original adventurer himself. Jiang Han asked the next crucial question. What does breaking the rules of the world entail? Fei Qi shook his head. I don't know the specifics. I only got that much from the corrupt mayor before I ended his miserable life. Fei Qi clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white with suppressed fury. Because the adventurer's power is considered evil by nature. The Radiant Church intends to use 100 virgins with high light affinity as sacrificial lambs to purify the evil from those soul gems. Fei Qi roared in fury, the sound shaking the room. They preach about love and justice with one mouth. And with the other, they condemn innocent girls to death. My sister is only 8. How can those animals do such a thing? Seeing Fei Qi's rage, Jiang Han understood. The man was preparing for his death, hence the town transfer. He frowned. Do you really think you can save her like that? Charging into the Radiant Church is suicide. But Fei Qi was past caring about logic. He was consumed by the need to save his kin. I know I will likely die, but if I don't try to save her, how can I call myself her brother? I have a special method to teleport directly to her location. If I can just crush the guards, I can get her out. System alert, congratulations, you have triggered the hidden quest rescue. Difficulty, S.A. Do you accept? Jiang Han furrowed his brow. S.A. Rank. The quest outcome depends on my actions. This isn't your average mission. The danger level is off the charts. Yet a confident smirk played on Jiang Han's lips. It wasn't his style to let a loyal warrior throw his life away. Brother Fei Qi. He pointed a finger at the hulking man, radiating confidence. I'm going to help you. Fei Qi jumped up shocked. So, you accept the position of mayor? Jiang Han shook his head. No. I agree to help you save your sister. Tears welled up in Fei Qi's eyes as he choked out. I knew I didn't pick the wrong person in the demon god's treasury. System notification. You have accepted the secret main storyline quest, The Rescue. Difficulty SSA. Mission brief. Those who hinder the descent of the gods shall face judgment. I hope you understand the consequences of becoming an enemy of the Radiant Church. Objective Rescue L. Fei Qi mentioned his sister wouldn't face any penalty for failure. But Jiang Han knew the truth. In a brutal system, Manhwa, a mission without a penalty, usually meant the quest itself was a one-way ticket to the grave. Jiang Han asked, when do we move? Fei Qi replied instantly. Anytime is fine, but we have a hard limit of 5 days. 5 days from now, under the cover of night, they'll sacrifice 100 innocent girls to summon a dark deity. I can't just stand by and watch a massacre. Jiang Han nodded grimly. All right, let me prep. Fei Qi's mood brightened instantly, eyes crinkling with joy. Done, brother Jiang Han. Whatever resources you need from the city treasury, they're yours to command. Jiang Han made a request. Can you give me a strictly ceremonial position in Tienh High Town? Apart from Mayor Fei Qi, didn't hesitate for a second. A leisure job done. The system chimed. You have been appointed as the royal traveling bard of Tienh High Town. Jiang Han's mouth twitched. A bard. Well, at least it was an easy paycheck. He then asked, by the way, any good grinding spots nearby? I need high difficulty. Fei Qi rubbed his chin, pondering the map. 2 hours north on foot lies the Flame Demon Mountain Range. But be warned, brother. The Flame Demons There are monsters. Tread carefully. Hearing the name Flame Demon, his gamer instincts kicked in. That was exactly where the Flame Demon equipment set dropped. He headed to the market. Boss, trade me 100 mount sealing stones. The shopkeeper nodded. That'll be 3 gold coins. In this world, the drop rate for catching mounts was abysmal. The rarer the beast, the more impossible the odds. Because of the terrible RNG, mount sealing stones weren't considered rare items and were sold by common merchants like candy. Weighing the bag of stones in his hand, Jiang Han thought, with these extras, maybe I can snag a powerful mount while I'm out there. It was time to head to the Flame Demon mountain range. Jiang Han rode his donkey to the destination. System alert. You have entered the Flame Demon mountain range. A beast roared, and the interface flashed with the enemy's stats. It was a level 70 elite Flame Demon. HP, 1.5 million. Attack power 6,600 to 6,800. Skills included Fearless Flame and Magma Fists. Description: a powerhouse, born from volcanic magma. Corrupted by demonic energy, they are incredibly aggressive and thrive in scorching environments. A classic foe for a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Clutching the glowing Mount Stone, he analyzed the situation. These elite mobs have insane stats. Their attribute scaling is way higher than normal elites. Jiang Han frowned. Farming those venomous snakes back in the Purple Flame Forest was a walk in the park compared to this. Too bad I drove them to extinction. He lowered his voice, assessing the tactical disadvantage. These stats are too high. Mobbing them up for an AoE attack is going to be tricky. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him, and a voice chimed in. Right, I was thinking the exact same thing. Jiang Han whipped his head around in confusion. Jia saw Jiang Han's face, and her brows locked in fury. She roared, "You little thief! It's you, System Alert Water! Kirin Jia, Immortal Realm Boss Level 20. HP 5 million. Attack 6,500 plus. Defense nearly 4,000. Skills: Breath of Water, Tidal Wave, Divine Blessing, and Frozen Thunder. Ultimate skills: Raging Tsunami and Forbidden Ocean Domain. Description: an ultra-rare creature of the deep. Ordinary mortals wouldn't see one in 1,000 lifetimes. An auspicious beast, born with perfect hydro control. A tyrant in its youth, destined to become a divine god in adulthood. A top-tier powerhouse of the Eternal Continent. Jiang Han recognized her immediately. Oh crap, he thought. It's her. She was the fairy-grade boss from his talent trial. He had done some unspeakable things to her back then. Surely she didn't hold a grudge, right? He cleared his throat. Little classmate, you got the wrong guy. Jia remembered the humiliation of him spitting on her and exploded. Wrong guy. The past is etched in stone. The name Jiang Han is branded onto my soul. I'd recognize you, even if you turned into a pile of ash. Seeing her charge up an attack, Jiang Han raised a hand. Hold up. An ice block materialized in Jia's hand. She sneered. What? Any last words? Jiang Han laid out his trap. You want to fight? Fine. But do you dare to duel me fair and square? He remembered the mysterious voice guiding her during the trial. If her guardian didn't interfere, he'd be the first player to solo kill an immortal boss. Jia, insulted by his tone, took the bait. You think I'm scared? Let's dance. Jiang Han pressed. If you lose, you aren't going to call for backup, right? She scowled. Of course not. Suddenly, a golden light pierced the clouds above, and a thunderous voice shook the earth. Do not cause trouble. Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. He cursed internally. I knew it. If I had actually attacked her, I'd be a corpse right now. Jia glanced at him and huffed. Humph, count yourself lucky. I'm here to hunt flame demons. Get lost. Go wash your neck and wait for me. Jiang Han grinned, crossing his arms. Can't do that, little sister. I'm here for them too. How about this? We compete to see who kills more. The loser has to agree to one condition from the winner. She smirked. You're on. Fine. What's the wager? Jiang Han pretended to think. Let's bet an S-rank item. Hearing this, Jia's eyes went wide. Huh. You actually have an S-rank item. She immediately spun around, pointing at Jiang Han, and screamed at the sky. Daddy, he has legendary loot. Let's just kill him and take it. Jiang Han's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Can you have a little dignity? Your father is a divine honorable Kirin. How can you suggest something as low as murder and robbery? Jia stuck out her tongue. Who cares? Jiang Han pressed. One word. Do you bet or not? She put her hands on her hips, oozing confidence. Come at me. What's there to fear? System alert. You have received the quest The Wager. Difficulty A rank. Description. You have guts of steel, challenging the daughter of a god to a hunting contest. In a standard awakening manhwa, this is where the MC shines. Time limit 2 hours. Reward unknown. Zhang Han smiled triumphantly. Then let the games begin. Jia sneered. Better open your inventory and say goodbye to that S-rank item. It's mine. The system countdown began. Jia spun around and flew off. Scoreboard: Jia 0, Zhang Han 0. She approached a flame demon conjuring a massive water sphere. She morphed it into a serrated saw blade and launched it. The flame demon took the hit, but barely flinched. Its health bar only dropped by a tiny sliver. This wasn't going to be easy. He stared in disbelief, his mind racing. Even for an immortal rank boss, dealing that kind of catastrophic damage at only level 20 was insane. It seemed his water affinity was the perfect hard counter to these flame demons. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed behind him. Another flame demon wound up a punch that could shatter mountains. Zhang Han's lips curled into a smirk. All right then, time to get serious. The demon's fist smashed down, but he was already gone. He soared into the air, causing the monster to pulverize the empty ground. Zhang Han landed gracefully and swung his blade with a taunting laugh. Come and get some, you brainless piles of rocks. The monsters roared, swarming together like a tide of magma to chase him. In the distance, Jia raised an eyebrow, skepticism written all over her face. Is he suicidal? Even with his skills, fighting a mob that size is a death wish. But Zhang Han didn't run. He launched himself skyward, raining destruction from above. His foot slammed into the flame demon's face with the force of a meteor. The system window flashed. Combat log. You have activated War Trample dealt 152.4 damage to the flame demon. Target suppressed for 1.5 seconds. Attack power increased. Enemy debuff applied. Targets within a 100 by 100 range suffer a 13% attack reduction. Splash damage dealt at 120%. The demons roared in fury, unleashing a coordinated four-armed strike. Zhang Han danced through the chaos, dodging with supernatural agility. The demons were too slow. Their heavy fists smashed directly into their own allies. The system spammed notifications as the flame demons beat the living hell out of each other, dropping 57,000 health instantly. Burn effect targets, taking 1,000 damage per second for 10 seconds. Zhang Han slashed through the carnage, his eyes gleaming. This is the thrill I've been waiting for. These guys are absolute damage sponges though, he thought, calculating the DPS. Burning through their HP bars is going to be a grind. Nearby, Jia's jaw hit the floor. No way. Are adventurers these days really this broken? She gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, my level restriction is holding me back. I can't even use my AoE nukes. At this rate, I'm actually going to lose to him. 30 minutes of non-stop violence later, the system chimed with a sweet melody. Victory, you have slain the elite monster flame demon. Gained 35,000 experience points. The scoreboard appeared: Jia 12 kills. 1 River Cold Water 34 kills. Zhang Han glanced at her, impressed despite himself. Not bad, kid. Taking down 12 of these tanks alone. She really is an immortal boss, even nerfed to level 20. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked at her. Wait a minute. A wicked idea began to form in Zhang Han's mind. Technically speaking, isn't a Qilin classified as a mount in this game? Jia, exhausted and panting, stumbled back to catch her breath. Phew. Seeing her vulnerability, Zhang Han tossed an item toward her with a grin. Hey, catch. It's a stamina potion. She instinctively reached out and grabbed it. Maybe this guy has a conscience after all. System alert: capture failed. It wasn't a potion, it was a pet binding stone. Jia's eyes blazed with fury. What do you think you're doing? Zhang Han scratched his cheek, looking innocent. Oops, my bad. Jia grabbed the wrong item. She seethed silently. That scumbag, he was trying to tame me like a common beast. He wanted to turn me into his mount. Unforgivable. Half an hour later, the final flame demon was decapitated. Final score: Jia 78. Zhang Han 124. As the monster disintegrated, a glowing item dropped. Zhang Han's eyes lit up. Jackpot, new gear, system flame demon bracers. Rank dark gold, HP 230 to 250. Effect plus 1,200 HP. Bonus plus 40% max health. Level requirement 60. Description: forged from the obsidian skin of the flame demon and infused with rare minerals. Radiating an aura of dominance, these are top-tier dark gold artifacts. Effect unknown. Zhang Han smirked. Doesn't matter. This loot is top tier. The stats blow my old ice snow bracers completely out of the water. The timer hit 0. System betting mission complete. Congratulations, you are the winner. Zhang Han chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Heh. Looks like I win, princess. Now what kind of treasure does a little Qilin keep in her inventory? He walked up to Jia, with a greedy expression extending his hand. Pay up. Hand over the S-rank item. She turned her head away, pouting like a brat. I don't have it. If you want something, take my life instead. Suddenly, a majestic voice thundered from the void. Jia, you are becoming more unruly by the day. The water Qilin god rank, NPC Jia Yi, materialized from thin air. He patted Jia's head gently. You agreed to the bet yourself. And now, you wish to go back on your word. You are staining the honor of the Water Qilin clan. She huffed, crossing her arms in defiance, but said nothing. Zhang Han stared at the newcomer, his heart skipping a beat. God rank. This is definitely the highest level NPC I've ever encountered. Everything about him is a mystery, except his name. The old man turned his gaze to Zhang Han. Little one, this counts as our second meeting, does it not? Zhang Han fell into thought. He's right. This is the second time. Back at the talent trial, he said it was a pity I chose the wrong faction. Outwardly, Zhang Han nodded respectfully. That is correct, sir. Jia Ye smiled. Your growth is terrifying. You've leveled up far faster than I predicted. Zhang Han laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. You flatter me, senior. Jia Ye pulled a scrolling object from his robe. I am a man of my word. We lost the bet. Take this. Jia saw the item and panicked. Father, no. That's way too valuable to give to him. But before she could finish, the old man's voice turned stern. Jia, silence. She puffed her cheeks and turned away defeated. Jiang Han grabbed the item with zero hesitation. Thank you very much. The system window popped up immediately. Item, Qilin's Blessing. Rank S. Description, the Qilin is a harbinger of fortune. Its blessing grants the user unimaginable benefits and buffs. Effects, permanent base HP, plus 50,000. Permanent base attack, plus 500. Permanent base defense, plus 400. Permanent move speed, plus 10%. Luck, plus 1. Additional effects unknown. Status unusable. Jiang Han stared at the scroll, his eyes widening. This is the holy grail for any system manhwa protagonist. These permanent stat boosts are game-breaking. Any player would kill for this. But why is the status unusable? Seeing his confusion, Jia Ye spoke. Do you know why I am gifting you this scroll? Jiang Han bowed slightly. Please enlighten me, senior. First, Jia Ye began. It is an investment. I see great potential in your future, and I wish to forge a good relationship. He paused. Second, the Water Qilin clan represents auspiciousness. We are born with the power to attract good fortune and repel calamity. But you, little one, you are shrouded in a thick aura of slaughter. A catastrophic misfortune is approaching you. You need this protection. Jiang Han was stunned. Is this guy really just an NPC? How can he predict the future fate of a player? What do I need to do to activate it? Jiang Han asked. Jia Ye shook his head. Do not worry about the how. When the time is right, you will understand. The old man's eyes suddenly twinkled with mischief as he stroked his chin. By the way, it seemed you were trying to capture my daughter as a mount earlier. Jiang Han broke into a cold sweat, laughing nervously. Ah, just a joke. You know, livening up the atmosphere, I knew you were watching. Jia Ye cut to the chase. You are not yet worthy to ride a Water Qilin. Summon your current mount. Jiang Han looked at him in confusion. He wants to see my mount. Is he going to give me another upgrade? Jiang Han summoned his mount, but it was just a donkey. Jia couldn't hold back her laughter. Your majestic steed is a donkey. Jiang Han fumed at the mockery. Just you wait. It might be a donkey now, but who knows what it'll become. Jia Ye stepped in. Fine. Before I go, take this blessing. A pale blue light gathered in his palm. With a swift motion, Jia Ye shot the energy into the donkey. Fusion initiated. The beast gritted its teeth in agony as the energy surged. System alert. Your mount has absorbed the Water Qilin bloodline. Evolution is beginning. Another notification flashed in the system manhwa. Mutation successful. The donkey evolved into a dark gold boss. The Azure Kirin Beast. Shimmering blue scales now covered its back. System data Azure Kirin Beast. Growth stage. Dark gold boss mount level 50. Movement speed plus 120%. Attack plus 30%. Health plus 50%. Tenacity increased by 30%. Special skill unlocked. Level the earth. Description. A humble donkey blessed by the Water Qilin's blood. A unique creature combining insane speed with stubborn endurance. Extremely rare. Jiang Han grinned. The speed alone was 6 times faster than before. plus the attribute bonuses meant this mount would be a beast in actual combat. Jia pouted, clearly unimpressed. Father, you wasted your blood to boost a donkey's potential. That's ridiculous. The old man replied calmly. You adventurers from another world deserve a fair reward. Consider this payment for slaying 1,000 flame demons. Is that acceptable? Jiang Han nodded, hiding his excitement. More than acceptable. Thanks, system quest accepted. Slay the flame demons. Difficulty B. Objective: eliminate the flame demon horde to secure the dark gold mount. Current progress: 0 out of 1,000. Reward: permanent ownership of the Azure Kirin Beast. Jiang Han's eyes widened at the next line. Loyalty: 100 points. Maxed out. In this leveling manhwa, loyalty matters. Jiang Han recalled the guides online. Usually, a mount starts at 60 points. Anything lower, and the beast might flee or betray you. Above 80 meant total control and 0 betrayal. But 100, that meant undying loyalty. Meanwhile, Jia Ye prepared to depart. The war between light and darkness is inevitable. Farewell. I'll be watching you. Jia pointed a finger at him, refusing to lose face. Next time, I'll beat you until you cry. Jiang Han ignored her tantrum, patting his new beast. Let's get stronger, buddy. We'll ride the winds soon. He turned his gaze to the remaining mobs. All right, time to clean up this mess. 2 days later, at 9:30. System update quest progress. 965 killed. Level up. You have reached level 60. Jiang Han checked his inventory. After 2 days of grinding, the loot was piling up. Item: Dark Gold Flame Demon Boots. Defense 180 to 200. Health 10,000. Effect: movement speed plus 35%. Requirement level 59. Hidden set effect unknown. Suddenly, an urgent alert popped up. Attention, the World Martial Arts Tournament Eastern Region begins the elimination round at 10 o'clock sharp. Teleport to the venue now. Once the event starts, you can teleport instantly or choose to forfeit the match. Jiang Han checked his status. Level is good. Let's equip these boots first. The system chimed with the set bonuses. 2-piece bonus health plus 20%. 3-piece attack and defense plus 20%. Player Jiang Han. Title: Lord of Darkness. Gold Boss. Level 60. HP 145,000. Attack: over 10,000. Defense: over 5,000. Fame: 100,000. Luck: 2. Description: the evil swordsman who bears the judgment of light. Jiang Han laughed. Woohoo! My attack finally broke 10,000. The 5-piece set offered a skill called Flame Demon Possession, boosting all stats by 10% for a minute. Not bad, but it couldn't compare to his blood-devouring sword or the dark armor. Those were god-tier items in any awakening manhwa. Not worth breaking my current set. Jiang Han dashed forward. Time to finish this quest before the tournament starts. 20 minutes later. Ding, quest complete. You have obtained permanent rights to the Azure Kirin Beast. Demon heads rolled across the ground. Jiang Han smirked. Perfect. Now send me to the arena. He vanished in a flash of light. System: you have arrived at the World Tournament Battlefield 5 Eastern Region. This was a battle royale. Over 1,000 players, but only 10 would advance to the next round. System disguise active. You are participating under your alias. Appearance default. Alias level 18. HP 2,000. He looked like a weak, bald monk. Good, he thought. I'll keep a low profile and gauge the competition first. A commotion broke out ahead. Whoa, is that him? I can't believe I'm in the same group as that monster. On the ring, a match just ended. Winner, the Qigong Master. Jiang Han's smirked, eyes narrowing. That cocky brat. Someone needs to teach him a lesson. A player beside him frowned. A Qigong Master. This is going to be a bloodbath. Jiang Han turned to him. Oh, is he famous? Famous, the guy replied. He's notorious. The speaker's tag read Demon Hunter Captain Level 43 Warrior. I saw his videos on the forums, the captain explained. His class is unique. He gains cultivation by attacking other players, so he hunts people down in the open world constantly. Just then, someone shouted over Big Brother, the hunting competition is starting. Let's go watch the show. The Demon Hunter captain nodded. Right, coming. Jiang Han paused. Wait, those guys look familiar. But before he could place them, the system boomed. Your match is about to begin. Prepare yourself. The system countdown began 3 seconds until teleportation to the arena. Jiang Han cracked his knuckles, a smirk playing on his lips. This is going to be interesting. I might just run into some old grudges in this tournament. Facing Jiang Han was a mountain of muscle. The brute's eyes went wide, scanning his opponent. OA. Level 34. Madwolf Berserker excitement, dripping from his voice. Talk about luck. I got a total rookie for the first match. He charged, swinging a massive hammer while mocking him. Sorry kid, but this victory is already mine. The hammer slammed directly into Jianghan's face with a deafening crash, yet his health dropped by a single point. The brute froze his mind, unable to process the reality. What? My attack power is devastating. How did you only take 1 point of damage? Jianghan didn't waste a breath. He seized the opening and unleashed a casual punch. Boom. The damage counter skyrocketed. 43,780 health points gone in an instant. The system declared Jianghan the winner. He clenched his fist, chuckling at the absurdity. Instant kill. How's that? The audience watching the broadcast must be losing their minds right now. Cheers erupted from the other arenas. Holy crap, that was cool. Keep it up, you're the pride of the warrior class. Hearing the commotion, Jianghan glanced over intrigued. Is there actually a high-level expert over there? A masked spectator grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it, the opponent's defense stats are insane. The boss won't be able to hold out much longer. Captain Demon Hunter was in bad shape, his health bar flashing red at 30%. He gasped for air, lungs burning. His opponent, a level 40 mobile fortress, a shield knight with a hidden class. The mobile fortress loomed over him. Captain Demon Hunter. As a standard warrior class, you're impressive. But let's face facts, you can't even scratch my armor. Just give up obediently. But Captain Demon Hunter wasn't done. The sword in his hand vanished, replaced instantly by a new weapon. System Alert player has activated the skill Weapon Master. A true veteran of 100 battles adapts to the battlefield. He summoned the Bone Crusher Hammer, a weapon boasting a 40% armor penetration effect. He smirked, grip tightening on the handle. How about this against a tank class like you? All that extra health just makes you a walking punching bag. Captain Demon Hunter launched a furious assault. Heavy blows rained down on the shield, chipping away the tank's defense, with every strike, until one final decisive blow. System announcement: Captain Demon Hunter wins, Jianghan observed silently. Warrior growth potential is usually 3 stars, while a shield knight is 4 stars. It seems this system Manhwa isn't just about raw stats. Nearby Thunderhand crossed his arms, chuckling darkly. Looks like that kid might be my biggest threat in this block. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. Oh, system analysis Thunderhand. Level 41. Class Qigong Master, a hidden profession. Thunderhand swaggered over, eyes full of disdain. I didn't expect a small fry like you to actually get sorted into my group. A little fish swimming past the first round. Surprising. Did you bribe your opponent to take a dive? Jianghan sighed internally. Does this guy ever shut up? System alert. The second group match is about to commence. Prepare yourselves. Thunderhand grinned maliciously. Heh, just wait. When you face me, I'll teach you the meaning of absolute power. The arena shifted as Jianghan teleported. His opponent, V50, a level 35 mage. Greetings, the mage said. To save time, let's end this quickly. Jianghan didn't bother with pleasantries. Agreed. One blurred motion later, the mage was down. System announcement. Jianghan wins. Jianghan glanced across the arena. Everyone's attention is focused over there again. Double the crowd this time. Roars of excitement echoed from the stands. Go Captain Demon Hunter. Teach that ambushing snake a lesson. Thunderhand slammed a kick into Captain Demon Hunter, who barely blocked with his blade. The villain laughed arrogantly. Is that it? The Weapon Master's skill you warriors are so proud of seems useless now. A thunder-infused punch connected. The captain's health plummeted by 13,901 points. Seeing the final fist descending, Captain Demon Hunter grit his teeth. Damn it, I thought I had this. I wanted to test my steel against Jianghan. I can't believe I'm being eliminated here. Impact. The system declared Thunderhand the winner. Jianghan watched the body fall. A pity. If he had utilized his hidden class potential properly, he might have stood a chance. System alert. The third group battle, the finals, is starting. In a flash of light, Jianghan was teleported directly in front of Thunderhand. Thunderhand sneered, looking down his nose. Ah, the trash fish. I don't know how you scammed your way through 2 rounds, but your luck runs out right now. Whispers filled the audience. That kid is only level 18. Can't even see his class. Thunderhand has this in the bag. Someone sighed, standing up. Boring. No chance of seeing Thunderhand get humbled today. Let's go. Thunderhand held up 3 fingers, mocking him. Tell you what, to avoid bullying a noob, I'll give you a 3-move head. St. Jianghan's veins popped. Before the sentence ended, a foot materialized above the villain's head. Crunch. Jiang Han drove Thunder Hand's face into the concrete floor with a brutal stomp. Are you done running your mouth yet? Thunder Hand's health bar was nearly decimated. Flattened against the ground, eyes bulging in shock, his mind raced. What just happened? One hit took 2/3 of my health. How can a level 18 possibly output this kind of damage? The crowd gasped, stunned by the sheer violence. Who is that rookie? That kick was insane. A bald warrior cheered, pumping his fist. I thought he was a chicken, but he's actually a great god in disguise. A sharp-eyed spectator muttered, we still can't see his class information, unless he holds a unique hidden class. The audience erupted. Get him, brother. Beat the arrogance out of him for us. Thunderhand struggled to look up, terror creeping in. Just who the hell is this kid? Humiliated, Thunderhand ground his teeth. Energy swirled in his hands, forming a volatile sphere. Fine, you have some skill, I admit it. But let's see you survive this. System alert. Thunderhand has activated Rending Void Wave. 5-second charge for catastrophic damage. He poured every ounce of mana into the attack and hurled it. Die? Jiang Han didn't flinch. He stood like a statue as the Rending Void Wave slammed into him. The explosion cleared, revealing a double-digit damage number. Thunderhand's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Jaw-dropping, he watched in horror. His ultimate move, his strongest attack, had dealt exactly 79 damage. This is impossible. Before he could blink, Jiang Han was there. A single heaven-shaking punch connected 45,901 damage. Jiang Han scoffed. Too weak. System announcement. Jiang Han wins. The notifications chimed like victory bells. Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to the second round of the Awakening Manhwa tournament. The second round kicks off at 10 sharp tomorrow morning. Prepare yourselves. You may leave the arena at your leisure. As the system voice faded, a torrent of power surged through Jiang Han's veins like a tsunami. But time was a luxury he didn't have. If the competition ended, he had to rush back instantly for the next critical quest. With a flash of blinding light, he vanished from the crowd's sight. Moments later, he reappeared in the desolate Flame Demon Ridge, scanning the horizon from atop his beast. Perfect. A few stray flame demons wandered nearby, excellent test subjects for his new ride. The system chimed in. You are now mounted on the Dark Gold Boss, the blue-scaled beast. Movement speed boosted by 140%. Attack up 30, health up 50, and tenacity skyrocketed by half. Hearing the stats, a feral grin spread across his face as he snapped the reins. Ha ha ha. Fast as a lightning bolt, Jiang Han calculated rapidly. With this magnificent steed, his grinding efficiency in this leveling manhwa world would be off the charts. He blitzed past the horde of flame demons. With that tenacity buff, he could kite these monsters faster and safer than ever before. 15 minutes later, Jiang Han unleashed Awe of 8 Directions. The demons didn't stand a chance, detonating into fragments before they could even react. The system notifications rang like music. Congratulations, Elite Flame Demon slain. 35,000 experience points gained. He held the reins, watching the last of them crumble to ash with a satisfied smirk. Mounted combat. Now, that is what I call efficiency. A familiar golden light enveloped his body. System announcement, level 61 reached. Just then, his gaze locked onto a cloud of dust rising in the distance. He'd practically wiped out the entire local population of flame demons. Well, since the map was clear, it was time to head back to the Sword Pavilion and grill the Sword God about the Church of Light's ritual. The scene shifts to the serene Sword Pavilion in Breeze Town. Watching from a distance, Jiang Han spotted a solitary figure swinging a blade, the Sword God herself. She was deep in training. Suddenly, Dongfang Yixin sensed a presence. Her sharp eyes locked onto him, and without a word, she slashed a terrifying wave of energy straight at his head. I ordered you to get lost. You still dare to show your face. Jiang Han, caught off guard, took the full brunt of the blow. His health bar plummeted instantly, stopping at exactly 1 hit point. Cold sweat drenched his back. He laughed nervously. 1 health point. Fantastic. I almost just got deleted. Seeing that the intruder was Jiang Han, she gasped. It's you. She leaned on her sword, glaring at him. Are you addicted to death or something? Do you have any idea the kind of pressure I face just by you being here? Jiang Han stepped forward, calm as ever. Relax, I came in secret. I just need to discuss something urgent with you. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what might that be? He laid out the situation, then rubbed his chin, his expression darkening. Turning 100 children into sacrificial lambs, I can't let that slide. I intend to crush that ritual. Hearing his declaration, Dongfang Yixin's gaze hardened. She fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. After a long pause, she crossed her arms and shook her head. I represent the faction of light. My hands are tied. I cannot help you. Jiang Han's heart sank. Was she refusing because of her political stance? It seemed he wouldn't be able to borrow the sword god's strength to cheat his way through this boss fight. Suddenly, Dongfang Yixin shouted with zero context, seemingly irrational. Listen to me, the dark swordsman is evil. From start to finish, your body, your bloodline, your very soul, it is all pure evil. Jiang Han stared at her literal question marks floating over his head. What kind of twisted logic is that? Yours truly is a certified good guy. Boom, dark clouds swirled above as thunder roared. Both looked up. Fear washed over her face. She turned back desperate. Go leave now. If you don't vanish this instant, I'll be forced to kill you myself. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He turned and bolted. Thanks for the warning. He logged out of the game. The big tournament was tomorrow, and he needed rest before the rescue mission with Fei Qi. Jiang Han pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Kai. That's right, one loose end. As soon as the line connected, he cut to the chase. Brother, I need a favor. Wang Kai answered immediately. Why so formal? With our brotherhood, anything you need, consider it done. I need you to hire a massive group of rogues to infiltrate the dark faction. Find a specific NPC and tell him that I, Jiang Han, am about to die at the hands of the Church of Light. I've already wired the funds. Wang Kai nodded. Got it. By the way, it's been quiet around Jiang Han lately. You aren't secretly plotting some diabolical scheme, are you? Jiang Han chuckled. Heh, you'll find out in 2 days. Tomorrow is going to be a grind. I'm crashing now. Later, 7 a.m. The next morning, City Town. A blue aura flared around Jiang Han as he logged back in. The rescue mission starts now. He had to finish this and make it back by 10 for the tournament. Up ahead, Fei Qi was testing the weight of his battle axe. Jiang Han sprinted toward him, shouting, Fei Qi. The warrior spun around at the sound of his name. Jiang Han spoke fast. The plan has changed. If we don't save your sister within 2 hours, she's dead. Fei Qi's eyes widened in shock. He grit, his teeth knuckles turning white on his axe handle. What? That damn Church of Light. They actually moved the sacrifice ahead of schedule. Jiang Han felt a pang of guilt. It was his progress that likely accelerated the timeline. Sorry, Brother Fei, no time to explain. Do you have a plan to get her out? He nodded grimly. I do. A jade artifact materialized in Fei Qi's hand. I spent a fortune on a directional teleportation scroll. The coordinates are set for City Town. Once we grab her, it needs 10 seconds to channel. We can escape safely, but the problem is getting in. He clenched his wristband. This bond bracelet has 3 charges left. Like the scroll, it triggers a special formation that instantly warps me to a target. However, the seal trapping her is unique. It only allows teleportation out of the formation. There's one other function. Within 10 meters, I can swap places with the target. But the swap requires mutual consent. And my sister, she will never agree to let me take her place. Jiang Han cut him off. Save the drama for later. We'll figure it out when we get there. Fei Qi nodded, and a powerful energy enveloped them both. Let's move. A blinding flash consumed them, and they vanished instantly, leaving only faint particles of blue light fading in the air. They materialized inside the secret passage of the Church of Light, instantly surrounded by enemies. System warning: you have entered a dangerous map church secret passage. The guards spotted the intruders instantly. Who goes there? Spears lowered in unison. Kill them. If the bishop finds out, it's our heads on the block. Tonight, a deity descends upon the Skyfall continent. And as expected, the dark faction has arrived to crash the party and spread chaos. Jiang Han stared at his allies, utterly speechless. That kid just teleported straight into the center of the ritual. Did he leave his strategy guide at home? Suddenly, a notification screen popped up. A classic trope in this leveling manhwa. Elite Church Guard level 78. 1 million HP. Attack power 7,200 to 7,500. Skill, fearless, triple strike. These fanatics from the Radiant Church were absolutely insane, fearing no death. Jiang Han calculated quickly. These 2-star elites had stats even higher than the flame demons. In an instant, golden barriers encasing the sacrifices solidified. Trapped like rats, the prisoners realized there was no escape as terror took hold. Screams echoed from the secret tunnel. The church guards paused, confused. Why had the formation activated prematurely? Did the deity sense intruders and arrive early, in a fit of rage? The guards sneered at the duo. Ha! You two are doomed to divine punishment. Forget heaven. Your only destination is hell. Jiang Han turned to his companion with a cold look. I'll handle the trash. You charge the formation and see if you can shatter that barrier. Fei Qi hesitated, his grip tightening on his weapon. But look at their numbers. How do we handle an army? Jiang Han's eyes burned with absolute certainty. Trust me. That was all Fei Qi needed. With a roar, he charged straight into the fray. All right then, get out of my way, you church dogs. The guards scoffed at his bravado, leveling their razor-sharp spears at Fei Qi's throat. Two rats think they can break our siege. Let us show you the true power of faith formation. But suddenly Jiang Han yanked the reins of his azure-scaled beast. Move. Seeing the massive beast charge, the guards froze in shock. What the Jiang Han showed no mercy, driving his mount to trample a guard directly into the dust. The system chimed instantly. You have used War Trample. Critical hit. 214,710 damage dealt to the church guard. The enemy is suppressed for 2.5 seconds. Your attack is boosted by 20%. Ally Fei Qi's attack is boosted by 22%. All enemies in a 100 by 100 range suffer a 15% attack reduction. The impact sent a shockwave of dust and debris everywhere. The guards coughed violently but held their ground. Hold formation, don't panic. Meanwhile, Fei Qi became a whirlwind of steel, slashing through every guard in his path. Get lost. The enemy swarmed, desperate to stop his advance. Brothers kill. That mount first. Spears rained down, chipping away at the beast's vitality. Above them, Jiang Han swung his sword, raining death upon the guards below. It seemed mounted combat shared the health pool with the beast. Inside the barrier, the prisoners saw the chaos and began pounding on the magic wall in unison. Someone's here to save us. The Radiant Church are nothing but liars. Big Brother, destroy those bastards. You can do it. We'll help you. Small bursts of healing light flew out from the cages, barely enough to matter, but the spirit was there. Jiang Han felt the healing and realized these were trainee priests. Their healing could turn the tide. 10 minutes later, bodies littered the floor. Damn it! How is that guy on the blue horse so strong? Where is the bishop? Why isn't he here yet? 2 hours passed. The battlefield was silent, save for Jiang Han and Fei Qi relentlessly hacking at the shield. Jiang Han stepped back, breathless. It won't break. Fei Qi nodded grimly. Right. Step aside, let me try one more time. Jiang Han ordered his mount to strike, but the moment it hit a massive recoil, blasted back. The beast vanished instantly. System alert. Azure-scaled beast has died. Cannot be summoned for 3 hours. Jiang Han stood stunned, then reached out to touch the cold barrier. What kind of magic is this? Inside, Fei Qi's little sister looked up, tears streaming down her face. Brother. Tears spilled from her eyes as she cried out to Fei Qi. Thank you for coming for me. But please run, the bishop is coming. You can't beat him. Fei Qi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. I refuse. He raised his axe, screaming in defiance. Break for me. With every ounce of strength, he brought the weapon down. But the barrier acted like a mirror. The force slammed back into him, sending him flying. Fei Qi screamed in agony. Jiang Han rushed forward. Fei Qi, don't use brute force. The formation reflects damage. Jiang Han analyzed the situation desperately, his mind racing for a strategy. Fei Qi hung his head, trembling with rage. Damn it, did we come all this way for nothing? Wounded and exhausted, Fei Qi's heart sank. The Radiant Bishop was at least a heaven-rank powerhouse. Against such a monster, he and Jiang Han stood no chance. Resistance wasn't just difficult, it was suicide. Resigned to his fate, Fei Qi handed a scroll to Jiang Han. His voice was heavy. Brother, thank you for trying to save my sister. You shouldn't die here. Go back to City Town and look after everyone. Consider it my final request. Just then, the system pinged. You have the option to complete the rescue mission at the current difficulty level. Jiang Han looked at the scroll, then at the notification. The hostage isn't even out yet. You call this mission complete. A fire lit up in his eyes. I hate tragedies. He snapped at Fei Qi. Give me your bracelet. I'm getting your sister out. Jiang Han had figured it out. The bond bracelets were the key. As Fei Qi explained earlier, two wearers within 10 meters could swap positions instantly. The sister wouldn't let the brother die. The brother wouldn't leave the sister. That left only one option, him. He extended his hand. Fei Qi pulled back, shaking his head violently. No, brother Jiang Han, I can't let you throw your life away for us. Jiang Han lost his patience. Damn it, man, your sister is about to die. Stop thinking and act. We're out of time. Stop yapping. I won't die here. I have a way out. Overwhelmed by Jiang Han's intensity, Fei Qi finally handed over the bracelet. All right. Jiang Han slapped the bracelet onto his wrist, spun around to face the girl and commanded, Don't be stubborn like your brother. Teleport. Now. In a flash of light, they swapped places. Fei Qi gasped in joy seeing his sister safe outside the barrier. But inside, Jiang Han received a chilling alert: unknown error. You have entered a restricted state. Teleportation items are disabled. Seeing the siblings hugging in a tearful reunion, Jiang Han shouted from behind the barrier. Go, get out of here now. Just before they teleported away, Fei Qi looked back, his eyes burning with gratitude. Brother, thank you for saving her. From this day on, my life belongs to you. He glanced back at Jiang Han. Thank you. Big brother, promise me you'll come back alive. But suddenly, a threat rushed from the horizon to intercept them. You think you can run? It was Archbishop Qin. He extended a clawed hand and roared. Don't even dream of escaping my grasp. But Jiang Han countered instantly. Unleashing the Sanctuary of Spirits, a massive pillar of golden light erupted right in the old man's face. Jiang Han held the line as countless beams of light bombarded the Archbishop. The guards panicked. Lord Archbishop Qin glared, grinding his teeth. You brat, you dare block my path. Jiang Han smirked, his eyes cold. I already did. Why ask if I dare? Did you leave your brain at home? The old man's eyes went bloodshot with rage. Yu Qin let out a chilling laugh. Fine. Today I'll tear you limb from limb and feed your corpse to the dogs. He unleashed a devastating strike against the barrier. The energy slashed past Jiang Han, dealing a critical hit. He instantly lost 198,870 health points. The pressure inside the barrier was crushing. The innocent victims couldn't handle the aura. Blood splattered everywhere. No, we're going to die. Mom, I don't want to die. Hearing their terrified screams, Jiang Han turned back. What is he thinking? Does he intend to slaughter these innocent girls as a sacrifice to the god of light? Outside the barrier, Qin laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, die together with these wretches. Jiang Han hesitated, standing his ground. Even if they are just NPCs in this manhwa recap, they look like real humans. Can I really just stand here and watch them be massacred? I'm trapped here too. One wrong move, and it's game over for me. Suddenly, he remembered Dongfang Yixin's words from before. Wait, there is a way. The Dark Swordsman is pure evil. Body, bloodline, and soul, all corrupted. Jiang Han placed his hand on the barrier, dark blood oozing from his palm. Old fool, I suggest you stop. Do you have any idea what this blood represents? Seeing the corrupt blood, Qin froze. What, you're a dark swordsman? Jiang Han, let the darkness spread. Be a good dog and let us out. If I die here, your precious ritual will be ruined. The old man grit his teeth. Is that so? In a flash, Qin grabbed Jiang Han by the throat. You little vermin. You dare threaten my great ritual. Even without spilling your blood, I have 100 ways to end your miserable life. He charged a massive energy sphere with his free hand. Jiang Han gasped for air, blood trickling from his lips. Damn it, this archbishop is a monster. Suddenly, the system chimed. The World Martial Arts Tournament Round 2 has begun. Do you wish to teleport? Jiang Han's eyes lit up. Everything is going according to plan. Since the enemy is too strong, I can use this leveling manhwa system to teleport to the tournament and escape. But what about the innocent kids? He didn't hesitate. He nodded. A pillar of blue light engulfed him, snatching him from Qin's grasp, leaving the old man stunned. What the hell just happened? The system voice rang out. Teleportation complete. You have arrived at Arena 87. Win 3 consecutive matches to advance. Jiang Han materialized in the arena, disguised as a bald man. The system explained. Round 2 decides the top 100 of the Eastern region. Then the S-rank item, the binding bracelet, flashed on the screen. Legend says this bracelet was crafted by the god of time and space, before his ascension, created solely to protect his beloved. Effect 1. Unconditional position swap with the partner. Effect 2. Long-distance telepathic communication. Duration, 1 minute. Jiang Han stared at the bracelet. If I use this strategically, it could be a game changer. Too bad I only have 1 charge left. Standing before him was Qing Feng, a level 48 assassin. Jiang Han gripped his blade. This is the top 100. Time to get serious. Before Qing Feng could even move, Jiang Han unleashed a sword slash. The assassin stood there, completely bewildered. Hey, aren't you that viral bald guy from 2 days? He never finished. Jiang Han's blade decapitated him in a single strike. System. The imposter wins. Jiang Han scoffed. These round 2 players are no threat to me. Let's speedrun this. The second challenger rushed in and ate a sword strike to the face. The imposter wins. The third opponent finished in a single breath. System. The The imposter wins. Congratulations, you have advanced to round 3. Next round begins tomorrow at 10 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Jiang Han calculated. The tournament took an hour. I hope that old archbishop has cleared out by now. As the hour ended, Jiang Han was warped back to his original coordinates. System warning. You have entered a dangerous zone, the secret passage of the Church of Light. Jiang Han looked ahead. The old man was still there, kneeling on the ground. What's going on? Did the sacrifice fail? But the girls were still trapped. Suddenly, a crushing pressure descended from the heavens. Jiang Han looked up. A literal god had descended. It was the Angel of Light, Ariel level 80, HP 20 million, attack 20,000, defense 8,500. A true boss of this awakening manhwa. This was the divine envoy, summoned by the Church of Light, a nightmare incarnate. Because his vessel is a mere child, his light power isn't absolute yet. But even so, he can recover his full strength in moments. Quinn spotted Jiang Han and immediately pointed a trembling finger. You actually dared to return. Lord Envoy, that's the one who ruined the descent ritual. Jiang Han broke into a cold sweat. The archbishop was impossible. Now a spirit tier boss, I'm dead meat. Suddenly the bracelet on his wrist pulsed with light. A system window popped up. The partner on the other end requests a position swap. Do you accept? Jiang Han grinned. Fei Qi, my good brother, I knew you'd have a plan. He smashed the agree button. Instantly space warped. A different man appeared where Jiang Han stood. Quinn's jaw dropped. What? A level 46 Covenant Knight. The newcomer blinked, looking around in total confusion. Huh? Where is this? Meanwhile, Jiang Han flashed back into existence, appearing right where the siblings were waiting. Brother Jiang, seeing him alive, joy washed over Fei Qi. Big brother Jiang Han shook his head calmly. I'm fine. But tell me, how did you manage to teleport me back here, without swapping places with yourselves? He looked at the little girl and patted her head gently. It was all thanks to Li's quick thinking. Li blushed, a shy smile touching her lips. I saw an adventurer grinding levels outside the city. I had the guards invite him in, then slip the bracelet on him, sending him straight to the Light Faction city in your place. Jiang Han smirked. Little sister, you truly have the ruthless style of our dark faction. Fei Qi laughed, pulling a shimmering necklace from his robes. Haha, enough talk about that. Take this. You are our life savior. Even death wouldn't be enough to repay this debt. Li's eyes shone with gratitude. Thank you, big brother. When I grow up, I swear I'll pay you back for saving us. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. In this leveling manhwa, power was everything, so he accepted it. A necklace, he thought, as he inspected the item. And one, radiating immense energy. This must be the final piece of the set. The system window popped up with a ding. Item Faith and Oath grade, Earth tier HP plus 200000. Effect attack, plus 20% HP, plus 20%, skill Oath of Faith, level 1 requirement. But as he stared at the loot, Li suddenly spoke up, her voice trembling. Big brother, what about the other girls who were trapped with me? Hearing her question, Jiang Han's expression darkened. He lowered his gaze. I doubt anyone else was lucky enough to survive. The color drained from Li's face. What? Our raid disrupted their ritual, he explained grimly. But the Light Church used the remaining girls as sacrifices to summon a spirit-grade boss. They won't let this slide. Trouble will come knocking soon. The siblings' reunion was a moment of joy, but the storm was gathering. They needed to prepare for the worst. Fei Qi's eyes burned with fury. Let them come, those animals from the Light Church. I'll slaughter every last one of them. Jiang Han grinned. That's the spirit. Let's become a threat they can't ignore. Meanwhile, deep within the Light Church's secret passage, the knight, who had been swapped, was already a corpse, a victim of pure rage. Useless trash. The old bishop trembled. I don't know how that dark swordsman found the secret passage and infiltrated us. Ariel scowled, his aura, suffocating and heavy. The one destined to descend was Michael, the strongest archangel, not me, Ariel. But the ritual was flawed, and now Michael cannot descend. Quinn was sweating bullets, bowing so low his nose touched the floor. Please, Lord, Ariel, have mercy, spare this servant. Based on that adventurer's origin, the intruder came from Tienh High Town. Ariel's brow lifted. A cruel satisfaction filled him. Excellent. Find him. I will deliver the high priest's judgment personally. The bishop looked up in sheer panic. Huh. You intend to deal with him yourself, my lord, but your full power hasn't recovered yet, and... Quinn's voice died in his throat. Ariel's gaze bore into him like daggers. And what terror seized Quinn? He slammed his head back down to the ground. Nothing. I will arrange it immediately. Quinn's mind raced as he scrambled to obey. Light and darkness suppress each other. That brat definitely stands no chance against Lord Uriel's might. But a cornered beast is dangerous. Mistakes could happen if we aren't careful. Uriel turned to leave, his voice dripping with command. Go. Prepare a bath and fresh vestments. And summon the bishops. I need to recover my strength. Now. Quinn bowed deeply as the deity walked away. System announcement world notice. The level 61 Dark Gold boss, Lord of Darkness, Yi Jiang Han Shui, has destroyed the deity's tribute. The Church of Light is consumed by holy rage. Main quest activated. The War of Light and Darkness. Players everywhere froze in shock. What, that Yi Jiang Han Shui again? No one knows who he is, yet he keeps turning the world upside down. Back in the room, the notification rang out for Jiang Han and the siblings. System alert. You have triggered a special scenario. Main quest. War of Light and Darkness. Difficulty, SS. Jiang Han sighed internally. This special quest. It's definitely targeting me. Quest War of Light and Darkness SS. Introduction. Conflict has escalated. The first direct clash between light and dark. The victor is undecided. Objective. Defeat the light god Uriel. Reward unknown. Penalty death. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed. Ariel, the six-winged seraphim summoned by the church. What is this? Is the system asking me to slay a god system? Notice adventurers take heed. The Church of Light will launch a crusade on the eastern region. In 3 days, the Tier 3 city Tienh High Town will be under siege. Warning, difficulty extreme. Only players level 40 and above may participate. Adventurers under level 40 can receive blessings at the church for rich rewards. Jiang Han gasped. 3 days. That soon, system alert. You have received the main defense quest. Difficulty SS. You will spawn as the final boss to defend Tienh High Town. Failure penalty level, -20. All attributes permanently reduced by 2000. Jiang Han's jaw dropped. SS difficulty. And those penalties are insane. This manhwa recap is turning into a nightmare scenario. Powerful players will flock here to hunt me down. He turned to Fei Qi. Their target is me. You two finally reunited. You should leave and avoid this catastrophe. Fei Qi snapped back instantly. Brother, what kind of nonsense is that? This happened because of me. How could I abandon you now? He clenched his fists. When the church slaughtered my people, I felt guilty for surviving. Now that they're at our doorstep, it's the perfect chance to settle all debts. Li stood by her brother, eyes fierce. He's right. I have to avenge the sisters who died screaming in that dungeon. Jiang Han felt a warmth in his chest, seeing their resolve. Jiang Han nodded. Fine then. For the next 3 days. We grind. We get stronger. The siblings nodded in unison. With the plan set, Jiang Han excused himself. I'll go ahead. Meet me in the city in 3 days. As he walked away, a thought struck him. Wait. That necklace. I remember seeing 2 more special skills attached to it. Time to test out this new power. With a thought, he summoned the interface, watching it merge seamlessly with Jiang Han's character data. Finally, the ultimate gear set was complete. It was time to inspect the stats of this legendary artifact Faith and Curse. Tier Earth rank. Health points 200,000. Attack bonus. A massive 20% boost. HP bonus 30%. Skills attached Faith and Curse. Requirement level 1. The lore text revealed a tragic backstory. The god of time, heartbroken over his failure to save his beloved, left this necklace behind as he ascended to the celestial realm. Within it lay a fragment of divine power, a final gift to help future generations survive impossible odds. First, the S-rank passive Faith. When your belief is absolute, destiny itself will intervene to save you once. Second, the S-rank passive Curse. By swearing an oath upon your very soul, you gain a terrifying burst of power. The heavier the price you pay, the more devastating the strength you receive. It was a single-use trump card. Jiang Han stared at the panel, his eyes widening in pure shock. Both skills were intrinsically linked to the necklace's tragic origin. Whether it was Faith or Curse, they were fragments of the Time God's legacy, and the description hinted at exactly how to unleash them. Suddenly, the system chimed in. His power had shattered the ceiling, reaching the terrifying standard of a dark gold boss. His title began to evolve. System alert. Your title, Lord of Darkness, has ascended. You are now the Overture of Darkness. Effect. Maximum health increased by a staggering 300%. He equipped the title immediately. He hadn't just leveled up. He had become a walking calamity in the system manhwa. Time to check the new stat block. The interface shimmered open. Title: Overture of Darkness. Name: Jiang Han of the Water. Rank: Dark Gold Boss. Level 61. HP: 4,580,000. Attack: over 11,000 at max output. Defense: shattering the 5,000 mark. Reputation: 100, 2,000. Luck 0. Description: when the light of judgment falls, the Dark Swordsman is destined to be the first to face its wrath. Jiang Han couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. Over 4 million HP, I could stand still and let an army of players hit me all day without a scratch. And that attack power, I've broken the 10,000 barrier. Suddenly a voice shouted from behind. Big brother. He spun around to see Li sprinting toward him, gasping for air as if her life depended on it. Jiang Han frowned concerned. Li, what's wrong? The girl held out 2 glowing treasures, her eyes earnest. My brother and I, we owe you too much. Please take this bracelet and this skill tome. I hope they can aid you in your journey. Jiang Han picked up the jewelry surprised. Wait, isn't this the imprisonment bracelet? Why do you still have this? And it has 2 charges left. The system window popped up to confirm. Item: imprisonment bracelet. Rank S. Uses remaining. 2 out of 5. Li smiled warmly. This artifact is soulbound. Even if I give it away, it returns to its master upon their death. But I'm transferring ownership to you. You are its master now. Besides, the usage count is calculated per owner. For you, it still has 2 powerful charges remaining. Jiang Han gripped the skill book, his mind racing. For a normal player, this might be a minor upgrade. But for someone breaking the game like him, this was a game changer. System notification: intermediate writing skill acquired. Mount attributes significantly boosted. If superior writing skills are acquired later, the bonuses will stack indefinitely. He accepted the gifts, bowing slightly before patting her head gently. Thank you, Li. These will make a huge difference. Li beamed, her smile radiant. Hee, I'm just glad I could be of use to you, big brother. Mission accomplished. She turned to leave. I have to go now. Brother and I need to start getting stronger too. Jiang Han nodded in approval. As she left, he summoned his mount. The blue Kirin beast materialized. System alert: intermediate riding applied. Mount stats evolved. The system displayed the terrifying new stats. Blue Kirin beast mature phase. Rank: Dark Gold Boss. Level 50. Movement speed 130%. Attack plus 50%. HP plus 80%. Stamina plus 40%. Special ability: Flatland Walker. He vaulted onto the beast's back. The upgrade was massive, but his mind drifted to the image of Ariel, the angel he had encountered earlier. Even with this power, the gap between them was still a chasm. Ariel held 2 forbidden spells. He pulled up the data on his divine nemesis. Ariel, God of Light. Rank: Spirit Boss. Level 80. Defense over 8,000. Skills: Angelic Sword, Flame Judgment, Light Retribution. Forbidden spells: Soul Sigh and the Terrifying Domain of Justice. Jiang Han pulled the reins, turning away. He recalled how the sword god's personality had twisted under the influence of light. That power was absolute corruption. I can't disturb her right now. First, I need power. To the Flame Demon Mountain Range. It's time to grind. An hour later, deep in the burning crags, Jiang Han had slaughtered an entire population of flame demons. System notification: level up. You have reached level 62. He scanned the empty battlefield, adrenaline fading. I just respawned and I've already wiped the map. But this XP, it's not enough. In a true leveling manhwa, you need harder challenges to grow. I'll call it a day. Tomorrow, I hit a new zone. He opened his friends list and found the name Dragon Soaring 10,000 Miles. Time to make a call. Right, I need to offload this trash gear first. The siege war starts in 3 days, and it's going to be a bloodbath. Better to turn these items into resources now. He hailed the guild leader. I've got a mountain of gear here. High-risk loot. Take a look. Wan Li's voice cracked with shock. Are you serious? A full set of level 60 dark gold gear? Jiang Han smirked. Well, name your price. The guild leader didn't hesitate. Done. Your last batch saved my guild. I'm taking everything. The transaction was instant. System notification: 7,240,000 credits transferred to your account. Jiang Han looked at his balance, satisfied. The Dragon Guild leader was certainly a whale. But then Wan Li dropped a bomb. One more thing. My guild will be joining the siege war in 3 days. Wan Li stood on the other end of the line, his tone shifting. I may be the guild leader, but we're all just players. I can't force absolute loyalty. If I bench my elites during a major event, my reputation and the guild's prestige will tank. I hope you understand my position. Jiang Han shook his head, his eyes cold. It doesn't matter. But since we've done good business, let me give you a piece of advice. Stay far away from me on the battlefield. I don't want to accidentally crush you. Wan Li's mouth twitched. Ha, arrogant brat. You really don't hold back, do you? Connection severed. Jiang Han took off his VR helmet, returning to reality. He exhaled sharply. Match starts at 10 tomorrow. Time to sleep. The next morning, 7:30 a.m. He was already back in the game. The blue Kirin beast, tearing across the landscape. He checked the map. North of the flame demons. Looks like uncharted territory. 30 minutes later, you have entered a new zone. At Lake Pingding, a solitary figure sat by the water's edge. His back was turned to the world, displaying only a generic tag floating above his head. Common fisherman NPC. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes in suspicion. A common NPC. Here this was the heart of the Dark Faction's territory, a zone of death. It didn't add up. He dismounted, stepping cautiously to investigate the anomaly. Sensing movement, Reo turned his eyes gleaming with sudden interest. Owe, a young dark swordsman. Tell me, do you also walk the path of the angler? Reo tossed a spare rod toward him with a knowing grin. Since you're here, why not humor an old man? Immediately, a Manhwa recap-style system prompt materialized. Accept quest. The fishing contest. Jiang Han gripped the rod, his mind racing. He saw through my dark swordsman class with a single glance. Just who exactly was this old geezer? Watching Reo relax, Jiang Han smirked, his competitive spirit igniting. If it's a contest, surely there's a wager. Without stakes, the victory would taste rather bland, wouldn't you say? The old man chuckled, not even bothering to look back. Sharp kid. He pointed a weathered finger across the lake. If you win, I'll gift you the most precious catch I've ever pulled from these waters. Fair enough. Jiang Han raised a brow, testing the waters. But what is the price? If I lose, Reo turned, stroking his beard with a mysterious grin. I need nothing material. Just owe me a favor. Jiang Han weighed the odds for a second, then nodded firmly. Deal. I accept your challenge. Ding. The system chimed. Quest accepted. Fishing contest. Difficulty B rank. Objective, outfish the mysterious elder. Win big, lose nothing. It was the perfect gamble. The victory condition was simple. Catch a higher quantity of fish than the old man before time ran out. Time limit 1 hour. Reward unknown. As Jiang Han settled in, Reo asked, ready? Jiang Han nodded coolly. Born ready. The old man's eyes sharpened, but then widened in shock. All right, beggy. Wait, Reo shouted, reaching out. But it was too late. The line had already sliced through the air. In mere seconds, Jiang Han yanked a shimmering fish from the depths. System armored fish acquired. Description. Common grade. Delicacy. Effect consuming soup. Made from this fish. Boosts max HP by 5% for 10 minutes. Jiang Han examined the catch with intrigue. Interesting. Even the wildlife in this leveling Manhwa world grants stat buffs. Seeing the catch, Reo panicked. The bet hadn't officially started. That one doesn't count. Jiang Han stared blankly. This powerful elder is remarkably petty. Jiang Han shrugged. Fine. Reo nodded, satisfied. Now begin instantly. Jiang Han's hook hit the water again with precision. Another armored fish. Jiang Han grinned. You're going easy on me, old man. 20 minutes later, staring at Jiang Han's mounting pile, Reo cursed internally. I thought he was a novice. He played me like a fiddle. Shameless brat. Suddenly, the water exploded. Jiang Han hauled up a turtle, crackling with raw electricity, arcs of lightning dancing across its shell. Reo's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Impossible. A thunder turtle system. Thunder turtle. Rank A. A rare beast with immense affinity for the lightning element. Effect all stats plus 20% for 10 minutes. Bonus. First consumption permanently increases base attack by 50. Cold sweat dripped down Reo's forehead. He stared at Jiang Han in disbelief. Kid, to be honest, you're hacking the system, aren't you? A thunder turtle in 30 minutes, Reo shuddered. If this keeps up, he might pull up a leviathan. I don't even want to imagine what comes next. Jiang Han scoffed. Old man, don't slander my good name. I'm sitting right next to you. Reo opened his mouth to argue, but found no words. Suddenly, Reo pointed at the lake. The surface boiled, and a majestic fish leaped into the air. Watching it struggle, Reo sighed deeply. Fine. The bet is yours. I concede. Ding. Quest complete. Fishing contest. Reward acquired. S-rank jade waterfish. Suddenly, dark ripples spread across the lake, heavy with killing intent. Reo's expression turned grim. Listen to me. Do not cast your line here again for some time. If you hook that thing, you will die a dog's death. Jiang Han frowned. Why? What exactly is lurking down there? Ryo's eyes glowed with ancient wisdom. You dark swordsman. You are an agent of chaos. A force destined to stir the winds and clouds of this world. You disrupted the descent of the Light Church's deity. You've become a singularity. Ordinary adventurers catch nothing here, yet you pull up miracles. Ryo paused, his voice dropping to a whisper. Fate will force you to clash with the light. But this lake, it holds a special taboo. The laws of this world restrict that creature's appearance. Fish anywhere else you like, but if you value your life, stay away from these waters. Jiang Han wiped a bead of sweat. Is this some cryptic NPC riddle? Fine, I'll avoid this spot, for now. Ryo crossed his arms, grumbling. I wondered how you caught so many fish. It turns out the dragon's desire to be summoned by you was so intense, it drove the other fish into a frenzy. Damn it, I lost a fortune today. System alert. Wind of Destruction Ryo has increased hostility towards you by 100 points. Jiang Han blinked. Wind of Destruction, Ryo. The name rang a bell. He searched his memory of the Awakening Manhwa leaderboards. That's it, the Dark Faction power rankings. This old man is one of the 7 sovereigns of darkness. Seeing Jiang Han's expression shift, Ryo smirked. I see you've finally realized who stands before you. Consider this war between light and dark a test. You represent the darkness now, boy. Don't embarrass us. Jiang Han asked. Does this mean the demon gods will lend me their strength? Ryo shook his head. Don't get ahead of yourself. Victory depends on your own skill. We are merely spectators. Jiang Han pressed on. If the demon gods won't intervene, does that mean the light faction's heavy hitters will also stay on the sidelines? Anxiety crept into Jiang Han's heart as the reality of his situation set in. I'm worried about enemies beyond my current level. If a titan shows up, I'm dead meat. Ryo replied grimly, nothing is certain. You aren't just fighting a person. You're declaring war on the entire Church of Light. This goes beyond your grudge with Ariel. The Church now has every justification to hunt you down with their full power. Jiang Han's eye twitched nervously. But if I make it purely a personal vendetta, their hands are tied right. Re tipped the brim of his hat, turning to fade into the shadows. Take this jade waterfish. Consider it a personal investment from me. I pray this generation's shadow swordsman avoids the catastrophe of the past. Farewell. Seeing the old master turn to leave, Jiang Han called out desperately. Wait. Ray paused, glancing back with ancient eyes. What does it speak? My guidance ends here. I have nothing left to give you. The coming trials are yours alone to face. You must rely on your own strength to survive. Jiang Han shook his head firmly. I don't ask for your protection, old man. I only ask that you block certain threats from targeting others. In exchange, we split the Thunder Turtle's bounty. Ri offered no words, only a profound silence. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. Boom, a streak of lightning slammed into the earth exactly where he had stood. Suddenly, the blue screen materialized. System notification. The World Martial Arts Tournament, Round 3, is commencing. Do you wish to teleport immediately? Without hesitation, Jiang Han nodded. Yes. As space warped around him, the system chimed again. Welcome to the top 100. Note victory. In 8 consecutive singles matches, guarantees promotion. He pulled up his interface to inspect the gift. That jade waterfish. The icon of a shimmering fish glowed with S-rank intensity on his dashboard. Item Jade Waterfish. Formed from the purest hydro essence. Consuming its flesh grants miraculous regeneration. Effect recovers 10% HP every second for 10 seconds. Bonus permanently increases base HP by 100,000. Note bonus effect applies only once. Jiang Han's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. That old demon god. He doesn't do things by halves. This is incredibly generous. 10% recovery per second. That means a full health bar restoration in just 10 seconds. In a life or death battle, this item could literally flip the board, not to mention the massive permanent health boost. System Round 3 begins. Teleporting to the arena in 3 seconds. Jiang Han materialized on the stage. No talk, just violence. He exploded forward, rushing a level 49 swordsman named Li Bai Piao. The mage panicked, seeing the bald silhouette. It's over. It's the Dark Horse. False name terrified. He encased himself in ice, but it was useless. Crash, one strike ended it. Winner false name. Suddenly a roar erupted from the stands behind him. Holy crap, it's One River Cold Water. Jiang Han froze mid-step. Huh, did they blow my cover already? The crowd was buzzing with excitement. I knew he'd join this Manhwa recap-worthy tournament, is practically in the bag for One River Cold Water now. Jung Han whipped around. What are they talking about? And there on a nearby screen he saw it, a player who looked exactly like him locked in combat. The opponent on screen was trembling, realizing he was up against a legend. The imposter resting a massive greatsword on his shoulder smirked arrogantly. You see the great master standing here, yet you don't kneel, surrender. Do I really have to instant kill you before you learn your place? The display read ID One River Cold Water. Level unknown. Class Shadow Swordsman. But the audience squinted suspiciously. Something feels off about his vibe, but I can't put my finger on it. Bah, look at that confidence. The real deity would definitely crush a bug like that with ease. Jung Han squinted, veins bulging on his forehead. That imposter? Rage flared in his chest like wildfire. I've been low-key for too long if scum like this dare to wear my face. Time to teach him a lesson. On the screen, the fake Jung Han lunged. The opponent couldn't track him. Panic set in. So fast, my eyes can't keep up. The fake mimicked Jung Han's signature move, stomping a boot right into the enemy's face. The crowd went wild. There it is. The legendary war stomp. It really is him. The opponent scrambled backward in terror. Wait, I yield. Please, great God, if we meet in the wild, spare my miserable life. The imposter scoffed. Smart move. If you hadn't, I would have corpse camped you all the way back to the novice village. Winner One River Cold Water. The fake immediately turned to his virtual camera, addressing his stream. Did you see that, Power Bros, in the chat? Drop a gift of 10,000 gold right now to join the VIP group I One River Cold Water. Will personally power level you. Limited time offer. First come, first served, but below the stage, a powerful aura radiated from a bystander. W. Chando, a level 53 hidden class dragon knight, crossed his arms and sneered. Pathetic. Just a clown wearing a king's skin to make a quick buck. Shadow Swordsman is a unique class within the light faction. Yet these fools fall for such cheap tricks. Jung Han, overhearing this, widened his eyes. Wait, a dragon knight? That's a top-tier righteous class. Talk about a system Manhwa jackpot. Once he hits late game, he gets a literal giant dragon mount. I'm actually jealous. Jung Han leaned in. Hey, big guy. How are you so sure that's not the real One River Cold Water? Chando glanced back to explain. I've seen the real deal stats before. Shadow Swordsman and Dark Swordsman might sound similar, but their stat growth multipliers are worlds apart. The only thing that Fraud has going for him is an item that masks his info, tricking people into thinking his level is unfathomably high. W. Chando turned to leave Cape swooshing. A shame, the real legend isn't here. I would have liked to cross blades with him. Jung Han ground his teeth. So hard, they nearly cracked. Rage boiled over. That bastard. Impersonating me to scam fans. According to the bracket, if I keep winning, our paths will cross. Assuming that Fraud doesn't get knocked out first. Teleporting to arena in 3 seconds. Jung Han unleashed hell. He tore through the bracket like a hurricane. The system announcements became a rhythm of destruction. Winner false name. Winner false name. Winner false name. Slash. His blade buried into an opponent's gut. The enemy gasped, collapsing as the notification rang out again. Wiping imaginary blood from his blade, he scanned the area. 6 rounds down. The finalists should be emerging from the dust soon. Elsewhere, the imposter stood tall, while another victim knelt in the dirt. I forfeit Big Boss One River. Please just spare my guild during the guild wars. The fake struggled to keep a straight face, laughing internally. Hey, this is too easy. I just stand here, and they fold like wet paper. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. I only made this copycat character for a laugh. At first, people hunted me down thinking I was the real high-value target. But as his legend grew in this leveling Manhwa world, fear replaced greed. He recalled the humiliating memory of being stomped into the mud by a skeleton warrior in the early days. System alert. You have endured the skeleton soldier's trample. New skill unlocked, face stomp. That imposter took advantage of the chaos during the Dark City siege. He mimicked my brutal fighting style, perfectly fooling everyone. Look at him clenching his fist like he owns the world. He simply turned my reputation into a cash cow. Live streaming under the name One River Cold Water to rake in the money. Even the top guild leaders were deceived. They showered him with legendary gear just to gain favor with a fake. My name alone was enough to strike fear into their hearts. Opponents surrendered before the match even began. System alert. Teleporting to the arena in 3 seconds. The imposter finally noticed his opponent. He stared at the real Jiang Han without a clue. He thought this would be another easy victory. But Jiang Han's expression was dark. A storm was brewing in his eyes, like someone had stolen his last meal. The fraud frowned, confused by the lack of fear. Why isn't this nobody trembling before me? What is going on here? He barked out, arrogant as ever. Hey you, bow down before the great One River Cold Water. Jiang Han smirked, pointing a finger at the fake. You call yourself One River Cold Water. Look closely at your ID. You're missing a stroke in the character, you cheap knockoff. The crowd murmured in realization. Wait, the name really is different. But how does he know the signature War Stomp skill? That skill is unique to the legend himself. I've never seen a second person use it. Jiang Han's voice dropped to a growl. Who are you really? How many people have you scammed in this Manhwa recap? The imposter doubled down on his lie. My name has always been slightly different. People just assumed I was him, and I let them. It's their fault for mispronouncing it. But now, I am the legend. He thought Jiang Han was just a fool. One move would shut everyone up and prove his power. The audience wavered. Is he telling the truth? No one has actually seen the real face of the top player in-game. Even his ID is usually hidden. Silence. The fake launched his attack. Take this, the legendary War Stomp. Jiang Han stood like an immovable mountain. In a flash, his foot came down on the imposter's head. The face stomp connected. Gah. Killing intent exploded. Jiang Han reverted to his true boss form. He crushed the fraud into the dirt. Steam poured from his breath as rage consumed him. I'll ask you one last time. Who are you? Why are you impersonating me? The arena erupted in chaos at the transformation. Two of them. Quick, start the stream. This is viral gold. The fraud lay on the ground, mind spinning. What just happened? Is this the real monster? Terror seized him. Big brother, please. I'm just a lowly admirer of your greatness. Spare me. I'll give you half the loot I collected. Jiang Han's eyes went cold. No deal. You will return every copper you stole. If anyone dares impersonate me again, I will hunt you down personally. The scammer burst into manic laughter. Return it. Ha. You're just a public enemy. Everyone wants you dead anyway. The light faction is already coming for your head. Don't you dare cut off my income stream. Jiang Han didn't let him finish. Slash. One strike sent him back to the respawn point. I may be a villain in the game, but I have my pride. System announcement. Winner 1. River Cold Water. Jiang Han turned to the cameras. Are you recording this? Listen closely. I won River Cold Water, declare this now. I do not have a livestream channel. If anyone asks for gifts in my name, they are nothing but scamming trash. The truth finally hit the crowd. So that was a fake all along. That power. Only the real deal could one-shot him like that. Damn it, I lost so much gear to that fake. Wait. Did you see his level? He's a spirit tier boss now. System alert. Mass reports confirmed against the impersonator. Account banned. All stolen assets will be returned via appeal. Jiang Han smirked. Justice is swift in this system, Manhwa. System alert. Teleporting to the next match in 3 seconds. The next arena awaited. Standing there was W. Chando. I've been waiting for this. Chando smiled, intrigued. To think the bald guy I met earlier was the legendary Jiang Han. That was quite a show you put on. He wasted no time. I've been itching to test my strength against you. Let's dance. System analysis initialized. Target W. Chando. Class Dragon Knight. Level 53. Combat power over 300,000. Skills Dragon Ascension Shield Breaker, Fearless Aura. The attack came fast. Jiang Han sidestepped with ease. Counterattack activated. Skill Bone Breaking Strike. Critical hit. 134,000 damage. Status effect Fracture. Speed reduced by 20%. Jiang Han grinned, patting Chando's shoulder. Hey buddy, I'm really interested in your Dragon Knight class. Mind if I add you? Cold sweat dripped down Chando's face. He moved. And instantly. System notification, friend. Request received from One River Cold Water. His mind raced. One hit. And nearly half my health is gone. And he's acting like we're having a picnic. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. He nodded, humbled. Accepted, system. You are now friends. Jiang Han planned ahead. A Dragon Knight connection would be vital. Especially when dealing with the dragon race. Through this guy, I can figure out the secret to obtaining a dragon mount way faster than anyone else. He sheathed his blade. Thanks for the help. Hard to chat in the heat of battle. Contact me later if you get the chance. Jiang Han's sword flashed a single strike, landing on Wei Chando. No hard feelings. System announcement: winner Jiang Han. Congratulations on advancing to the 4th round of the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. Next match, tomorrow at 10:00 hours. Please log in on time. Jiang Han grinned, adrenaline pumping through his veins. Perfect. Teleport. Jiang Han returned to the fishing spot instantly. The water churned violently. Reo wasn't kidding. There really is a dragon down there. He clasped his hands in solemn prayer. I couldn't save you before because I was too weak. I didn't have the power to protect even myself. Forgive me. Suddenly, a pillar of holy light descended from the horizon. An elder emerged from the brilliance. Kid, the job is done. Jiang Han bowed. Many thanks, senior. Please join me in Sky Sea Town. We'll feast on the Thunder Terrapin together. Reo nodded. Very well, let's go. Back at the tavern, Little stared at the steaming dish, drooling. It smells divine. Jiang Han laughed warmly. Dig in. Don't be shy. The wind god skewered a piece. No stat boosts, but the flavor of this Thunder Terrapin absolutely legendary. This trip was truly worth it. System alert: affinity with wind god Reo increased by 200 points. Seeing everyone eating, Jiang Han took a bite. System alert: first consumption of Thunder Terrapin. Base attack increased by 50 points. System alert: you have consumed Thunder Terrapin. All attributes increased by 20% for 10 minutes. He chewed, feeling the raw power surge through his veins. A golden aura exploded around Jiang Han. He grabbed another piece. The buff effects are stronger than I expected. I can't waste this. I'm stashing 3 portions in my inventory. Reo glanced at him. Cooked food buffs work on you now, but the potency degrades over time. Jiang Han smiled. Thanks for the tip, senior. Is that a hidden game mechanic? Makes sense though. Fresh ingredients always grant better stats than stale ones. 10 minutes later, the plates were polished clean. Only the shell remained. The meal was over, and the wind god stood up to leave. Kid, I'm expecting great things from you, Reo said, his voice grave. The other demon gods are watching. May you remain undefeated. He vanished in a streak of cyan light. Jiang Han turned to the siblings. Time for me to grind levels. I need to get stronger. This was the reality of a leveling Manhwa world. Fei Qi nodded. Go. 30 minutes later, Jiang Han rode into the wilderness. System alert: entering Goblin Forest. Goblins, he muttered. Instantly, a horde of green-skinned monsters emerged, brandishing clubs. System analysis: Goblin Elite, 3-star. Level 80. HP, 2 million. Attack 7,000 to 7,500. Defense 4,000 plus. Skills: Mob Call, Critical Strike, Chaotic Beatdown. Description: Goblins are humanoid demons, powerful and cunning. Do not engage head-on. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. 3-star elites. In other games, goblins are starter trash, but in this system, Manhwa, they're legitimate monsters. Suddenly, the ground shook. A massive axe slammed into the earth. A giant goblin glared at him. A dark swordsman. System warning: Goblin King. Dark Gold Boss. Level 85. HP 9 million. Attack 16,000 to 18,000. Defense 6,000. Skills: High Tier Fortitude, Thunder Axe, Spinning Axe Edge. Description: the cruel, bloodthirsty king. He bared his fangs. Brothers, kill him. We'll take his head to the Church of Light. We'll leave the darkness behind and claim the bounty. Jiang Han stared, genuinely impressed by the creature's stature. I've never seen a goblin this massive before. He has to be 3 meters tall. The Goblin King didn't wait. He charged with killing intent. The mob swarmed. Jiang Han yanked his reins, his horse leaping over the slash. Then, he drove his mount's hooves straight into the king's face. System alert: skill War Stomp. Activated, 167,000 damage. Target stunned for 1.5 seconds. The king reeled back, face swelling red. System self-attack buff increased by 20%. Enemy attack reduced by 8%. AoE debuff applied. All enemies in range weakened by 13%. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He slashed the king's neck, but the blade bounced off. The king sneered, lightning crackling on his axe. Stop moving, you little rat, the king roared, swinging his weapon. A beam of lightning slashed through the air. Damage taken: 261,000. System alert: boss used Thunder Axe. Critical hit on mount, you take massive damage. Debuff applied. Your attack power is reduced by 10%. Jiang Han struggled to hold his ground. That axe is heavy. He's a level 85 Dark Gold boss. Killing him won't be easy. Dark energy swirled around him. Evil spirit aura. Seizing the moment, Jiang Han dashed behind and slashed the knee. System alert skill bone, severing strike activated. 67,000 damage. Effect triggered bone break. Target's attack power reduced by 15% for 30 seconds. The Goblin King roared in agony, spinning around with his axe. Wretched human. Jiang Han stood his ground, analyzing the pattern. No wonder this is the only second awakening skill of its kind. It's the ultimate counter to skeletal monsters. The minions watched their leader falter and panicked. The king is in trouble. Everyone charge, kill the human. Jiang Han smirked, the thrill of battle igniting his eyes. Come on, I'll crush you all in one breath. He launched himself skyward, channeling explosive force into his legs to aim a devastating blow at the Goblin King. He unleashed the War Stomp. The shockwave blasted the lesser goblins away like dry leaves in a storm, obliterating the weaker ones instantly. The system Manhwa interface chimed. Congratulations. You have slain the level 85 Dark Gold boss, the Goblin King. Reward 6,500,000 experience points. Reputation, plus 6,500. A golden pillar of light engulfed him. Level up. Current level 63. Jiang Han wiped his nose and exhaled sharply, his eyes locking onto the loot drop to see what spoils the king had left behind. As the boss's body faded into data, 3 glowing treasures materialized in the air. First, the dark gold rank Thunderous Great Axe. Attack 1050 to 1200. Attack effect, plus 40%. Attack speed, plus 20%. Skills Thunder Axe in practice makes perfect. Requirement, level 80. Forged from rare lightning crystals and precious diamond ore, this divine weapon crackled with raw power, capable of unleashing devastating lightning attribute attacks. Practice makes perfect, reduces the level requirement by 20. Jiang Han gripped the handle, awestruck. This axe is domineering, insane stats and double special skills. Fei Qi uses an axe, doesn't he? As the town mayor, surely he has the pockets to take this beauty off my hands. He shifted his gaze to the second item. A rank a passive skill book Fortify. Description: greatly enhances a creature's constitution and vitality. It amplifies the attributes of a pet or mount scaling with their natural aptitude. Requirement: must possess a tamed beast. Third was a rank B treasure map. Follow the guide for a bountiful harvest. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. Jackpot. Both of these are incredibly useful items. He paused, a thought striking him. Speaking of treasure maps, the one from the Snowtown raid might have been low rank, but the rewards were legendary. Suddenly, the map in his inventory floated up, radiating power. It was a rank S rare treasure map. The description was short, but ominous. Great harvest awaits. The system interrupted. Do you wish to use the rare treasure map? Warning. The location is extremely dangerous. Ensure you have sufficient power to survive. Watching the map burn with ethereal flames in his hand, he muttered, extreme danger level. Something didn't sit right. Jiang Han rubbed his chin, his mind racing. That doesn't add up. In a standard leveling manhwa, the Snowtown boss was only dark gold rank. A treasure map shouldn't be that much harder, unless it's tied to the main storyline. Maybe this map is the key to turning the tide of the entire quest. As if answering him, the rare map erupted with blinding light. Jiang Han watched in shock. System notification. You have used the rare treasure map. Location revealed. The Fallen Fortress. Coordinates 17414554. The treasure at this location will vanish in 3 days. Please seize the opportunity. Confused, Jiang Han opened the interface. The Fallen Fortress. Let's see what the forums say about this place. An image of a sinister citadel appeared. System info. The Fallen Fortress. A level 11 main city. A gloomy fortress on the edge of the abyss in the Dark Faction's territory, hiding a passage to hell. This stronghold is guarded by the fallen angel Seraphim, ranked 4th among the demon gods. His heart pounded. A level 11 city, guarded by Seraphim? This isn't just a treasure hunt. It's a suicide mission. He glanced at the Fortify book. Since we're both Dark Faction, maybe the demon god will be reasonable like Rayo. He shook his head. First things first. Let's upgrade the mount. System teach high-grade Fortify to the Dark Gold boss mount Blue Scale Beast. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. Confirm. Blinding golden light enveloped the beast. System, your mount the Blue Scale Beast has successfully evolved into a Spirit Boss rank mount via high-grade Fortify. The beast's aura transformed completely. It actually evolved. Jiang Han checked the new stats. Blue Scale Beast. Stage growth. Rank Spirit Boss. Level 60. Speed 180%. Attack 75%. HP 100%. Stamina plus 50%. Special skill all-terrain traversal. Special skill loyalty. Description: an ordinary donkey that stumbled upon a lucky encounter awakening the ancient bloodline of the water Kirin. It possesses godlike speed, but retains the stubborn patience of a donkey. Jiang Han patted its head beaming. From a bronze donkey to a spirit boss, fate is truly smiling on me. He vaulted onto its back and grabbed the reins. All right, partner, to the fallen fortress. Jiang Han tore across the wasteland, leaving a dust storm in his wake. 30 minutes later, he arrived. System: you have entered the dangerous map, the fallen fortress. He gazed up at the towering black walls. That's at least 30 meters high. He dismounted, crouching low to channel energy into his legs. Let's see if the War Stomp skill can give me enough boost to clear that rampart. Boom! He slammed his foot down, launching himself upward like a rocket. But gravity was cruel. He was still short. Damn it, just a little more. As he started to fall, Jiang Han desperately clawed at the stone, his fingers crushing the rock. With a massive heave, he vaulted over the wall. Too close. Thank God for the War Stomp boost. He hid in the shadows, scanning the courtyard. It was crawling with elite guards. Their stats were all question marks. Even though we're technically on the same side, I shouldn't provoke them. This is a stealth mission now. Wait for the gap. Now Jiang Han moved like a ghost. 5 minutes later, he reached the imposing structure of the city lord's manor. He leaned against the wall, conflicted. So I really have to burglarize a demon god's house? What kind of treasure map sends me on a home invasion mission? He scouted the perimeter. The front door is suicide. That high window up there seems like my safest bet. He scaled the wall and slipped inside. System: you have entered the city lord's bedroom. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure filled the room. White hair, blood-red lips, and dark wings unfurled. It was Seraphim. Her voice boomed like thunder. You dare intrude in my sanctuary. You have a death wish. Sela's shout hit him like a shockwave, knocking him back. Jiang Han shielded his face, mentally cursing the map. Seriously, is this treasure map actually trying to kill me? Do I really have to face fallen angel Sela head-on? Jiang Han panicked, yelling out, wait, hold on. I'm a dark swordsman too. We're on the same side of the Dark Alliance. She paused, raising a skeptical brow. He immediately switched to charm mode. Oh, hey there, big sis. I think there's been a huge misunderstanding here. Sela crossed her arms, unimpressed. Even if you are a dark swordsman, barging into my bedroom without a reason is bold. If this is a misunderstanding, you better start explaining. A ranking board flashed in his mind, freezing his blood. Fallen Angel Sela, ranked 4th among the absolute elites of the Dark Forces. Her power level crushes Rize completely. I have to be careful. One wrong word to this woman, and I'll be deleted from existence. Realizing Sela's overwhelming pressure, Jiang Han played it safe. I'm here hunting for treasure. The map pointed directly to the Castellan's bedroom in the fallen fortress, so here I am. She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Interesting. You came to my bedroom, looking for treasure. Sela leaned back on her chair, stretching a leg out seductively. Is it really gold you're after, or something else? Seeing her provocative pose, Jiang Han blushed, but internally rolled his eyes. She really lives up to the fallen title. Too corrupt. If we weren't in the same faction, I'd have to deliver some justice right now. He rubbed his hands together with a nervous smile. The important thing is the treasure map explicitly marks this spot. Sela stood up, nodding slowly. Fine. Since you are a fellow dark swordsman, I will grant you a chance to unearth this so-called treasure. She stalked toward Jiang Han, her expression shifting to something twisted and predatory. But if you don't find anything, heh. Her creepy laugh sent shivers down his spine. He didn't dare speak. Suddenly, the interface chimed. System alert. Do you want to accept the S-rank quest? Hidden treasure. Jiang Han nodded instantly. In a system manhwa like this, rejecting a quest is basically suicide. After analyzing the grid, coordinates 17414545. It's right here. He gripped his weapon. Shall I start digging? She pointed a finger at the floor. Dig. Don't hold back. With Sela's permission, Jiang Han thrust his blade into the ground. Here goes nothing. 30 minutes later, a massive deep crater scarred the floor of the room. She loomed over the edge, watching Jiang Han toil away. Still nothing. You're taking an awfully long time. Sela tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smirking. Be careful. I keep a collection of ferocious beasts I've captured right under this floor. Jiang Han sweated, but stayed confident. It just needs a little more time. Wait for it. But inside, his mind was screaming. What the hell? Where's the loot? Did this damn system scam me? Sela raised a glowing hand, her aura flaring. I think you're done digging. Tell me, how do you wish to die? Suddenly, Xialang Jianghan's sword hit something hard that emitted a blinding light. He shouted, "Found it. I got it." Even Sela was shocked. There was actually a treasure hidden in her room. Jianghan hoisted a glowing red stone from the dirt. The system interface lit up. Natural rare stone. A legendary material. Fusing this red gem into any weapon drastically increases its grade and potential. It possessed a unique property to merge perfectly with other minerals, making it an essential ingredient for crafting divine-tier artifacts. He stared at the immortal-grade mineral floating in his hand, but suddenly, Sela used her aura to snatch it. She beamed with delight. Not bad. This is a red star stone. I was missing this exact piece for my special divine weapon. Thanks for the delivery. Jiang Han's jaw dropped. Hey, big sis, that's my treasure. Sela's eyes turned icy as she glanced back. Oh, do you have a complaint? She plucked a dark feather from her wing. You helped forge my divine weapon. I won't treat you unfairly. Take this. System notification quest complete. Treasure found. Reward received. Item S rank fallen feather. The black plume floated into his hand. Jiang Han inspected the stats. S rank fallen feather description. Although it is a feather from a fallen angel, it holds the same divine power as a celestial angel. Effect grants the ability to fly for 30 minutes. Bonus effect. All stats increased by 20% during activation. Uses 33. Seeing its power, Jiang Han's resentment vanished. Jackpot. The effects of this fallen feather are insane. Used correctly, this becomes a trump card. 30 minutes of flight gives me a massive advantage against any ground-based enemy. Sela held up the stone. Consider that feather my payment. I can only say, you arrived at the perfect time. Aside from me, no one on the Tianheng continent could grant you dark gold tier flight capabilities. Jiang Han had no room to complain. He bowed respectfully. Thank you. This item will be like giving a tiger wings in my duel against Ariel. She glanced at him and shook her head. Don't mention it. It was merely a transaction. If you hadn't found the red star stone, I would have killed you. However, punishment is still unavoidable. I'll be watching your battle with Ariel personally. I gave you that item just to make the fight a little more fair. Hearing she would spectate, Jiang Han paused. You're all coming to watch. It used to be players watching NPCs fight. Now, I'm the main event. Her attitude shifted instantly at the mention of Ariel. Her cheeks flushed red as she clenched her fist. Of course, Ariel is a god, a true deity, facing the judgment of a god. Can a mortal dark swordsman actually win? Just imagining that script makes my blood race. Jiang Han twitched speechless. Judgment. Battle of gods. Sounds dramatic. It felt like the climax of a leveling manhwa where the MC defies the heavens. Sela cut his thoughts short. Her eyes lost focus as she yawned. You've served your purpose. Now, get out of my room. Before he could even process the words, her massive wing swept toward him. Jiang Han felt a force wrap around him. Wah! Sela pitched him right out the window toward a waterfall cliff. He popped his head out of the water complaining, that woman is seriously unpredictable. Whatever. Mission accomplished. Time to head back to Sky Sea Town. I need to sell the Thunder Axe to Fei Qi to boost his power. Sky Sea Town. Familiar towers rose in the distance. He arrived just in time to see a warrior get knocked back. It was Fei Qi training his squad. He roared. Not good enough. Show me your real skills. Everyone come at me at once. The soldiers slumped against the cold stone walls, their exhaustion palpable as they groaned. Commander, you've already clashed with 50 enemies alone. Please, grant us a moment's respite. But Fei Qi's eyes burned with resolve as he retorted. Absolutely not. Tienh High Town is the bleeding edge of the war between light and darkness. Only through relentless tempering can we forge the strength to protect our families. His sharp gaze suddenly shifted, locking onto a familiar figure in the shadows. Oh, brother Jiang Han, were you looking for me? Jiang Han stepped forward, retrieving a trophy from his inventory. I looted this battle axe earlier. Interested in a trade? Fei Qi didn't hesitate. He grasped the handle, testing its weight with a few vicious swings. Incredible. This weapon would drastically amplify my combat power. Seeing the hunger in his eyes, Jiang Han smirked. Glad you like it. So do we have a deal? A shadow of embarrassment crossed the commander's face. This is awkward. My coffers are empty. The previous administration bled Tienh High Town dry with heavy taxes. I cannot, in good conscience, burden the citizens any further. Jiang Han frowned internally. Damn, he's playing the righteous leader card. This puts me in a tight moral bind. But charity wasn't an option in this dog-eat-dog world. Jiang pressed on. I can't just give it away. Do you possess any rare artifacts for trade instead? Fei Qi stroked his chin deep in thought. Artifacts? Let me see if I have anything that matches the value of that axe. He produced a shimmering orb, the time orb. This is the last treasure I possess. I was saving it for the day I awakened a compatible skill. Jiang reached out, his interest piqued. Ding, the system interface flashed. Item Time Orb, rank S. Contains a fragment of the Time God's insight. Grants perception of time's flow and yields immense benefits. Effect permanently reduces skill cooldowns. Reduction rate depends on compatibility, ranging from 30% to a massive 60%. Jiang eyes widened in shock. Permanent cooldown reduction. That's a god-tier attribute. It's the kind of broken item you'd only see in a top-tier system manhwa. Fei Qi, oh Fei Qi. You run a small border settlement. How on earth did the time god bestow such a legendary artifact upon your humble lineage? Jiang gripped the time orb tightly, afraid it might vanish. Transaction complete. We're brothers in arms. No need for formalities. But Fei Qi's expression darkened. Sensing the NPC's turmoil, Jiang grabbed his hand with a winning smile. Don't overthink it, my friend. We're on the same team. Fei Qi was moved, his voice trembling. Brother, the axe's value is nothing compared to this orb. You are my savior. If you truly want it, I should just gift it to you. Impossible, Jiang thought. The system demands fair trade. It's an absolute rule, binding even the natives of this world. Jiang quickly proposed a workaround. What about a debt? Before Fei Qi could respond, Jiang cut in. I swear to return an S-rank treasure of equal value in the future. I'm a man of my word. Consider the axe a down payment. Besides, if Tienh High falls in 2 days, this orb becomes loot for the enemy anyway. The logic was sound. Fei Qi's resistance crumbled. Agreed, but you must swear an oath. It is not my will but the law of the world. Jiang raised his hand instantly. No problem. I swear, within 2 months of receiving this time orb, I will return a treasure of equal value to Brother Fei Qi. If I break this vow, let the heavens strike me down with apocalyptic fire. Ding. The God of Oaths has witnessed your vow. Violation will result in immediate divine judgment. System notification. You have accepted the A-rank quest equivalent exchange. Description. You have received the reward in advance. Balance must be restored. Requirement gift. The Thunder Axe, to Fei Qi immediately, and return an artifact equivalent to the time orb in the future. Time limit 60 days. Failure, penalty, obliteration. Jiang let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. It wasn't just about greed. The time orb was a strategic necessity. With this, I can upgrade Warstomp. It's the key to surviving the defense battle in 2 days. In this second chance at life, every detail mattered. He couldn't afford a single mistake. Just like back then. If I hadn't begged Mentor Charlie for that summoning scroll, I would have died at Ice Snow Town under the barrel of an HB cannon. Fei Qi interrupted his thoughts. I hope you don't think I'm being stingy, brother. Jiang shook his head with a grin. Are you kidding? I'm grateful I was the one who pushed for this. I need to be ready to face Ariel. I need to win. Fei Qi nodded, his expression solemn. True. This world is cruel and unjust. That is why we must rise. We must forge our strength to protect those we hold dear. Jiang stared at him, momentarily lost for words. Brother, is there something on my face? This game. The NPCs are terrifyingly realistic. Shaking off the thought, Jiang smiled. Nothing. Let's both do our best. I'll be off now. Deal concluded. Jiang mounted his blue-scaled beast and galloped into the distance like a bolt of lightning. Time to grind some goblins for XP before logging off. But first, the prize. System. Do you wish to consume the S-rank item Time Orb? Confirm system. Please select a skill to bind with the Time Orb. Jiang roared War Stomp. The Time Orb ascended, exploding into a blinding aura of temporal energy. System integration successful. The cooldown of the SS rank skill War Stomp has been reduced by 50%, from 1 minute down to 30 seconds. A holographic card materialized, displaying the terrifying new stats. Effect channels power for a devastating stomp. Attack speed increases by 200%. Jump height significantly boosted. Deals 200% damage. Critical hit guaranteed on impact. Additional effect generates a massive shockwave, dealing 120% damage to all enemies within a 100 by 100 area. Debuffs enemy attack power while buffing allies. Buff intensity scales with proximity. Duration: 1 minute. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Staring at the godlike skill description, a wild grin spread across Jiang Han's face. This is true power. This is a broken area of effect skill, with crowd control, critical hits, team buffs, and enemy debuffs. And the cooldown is only 30 seconds. If I told anyone this was a standard mechanic in a system manhwa, they'd call me a liar. Without a second thought, he spurred his mount, disappearing into the distance, like a gust of wind. Now, join the Goblin Slayer, as we witness this ultimate move in action. A mere 30 seconds to unleash hell. Further down the path, a pack of goblins appeared completely unaware that the Grim Reaper, known as Jiang Han, had arrived. Look, that's the Dark Swordsman. The Light faction has placed a massive bounty of gold on his head. Brothers charge riches await us. Jiang Han's lips curled into a cold, predatory smirk. No need to rush. There is plenty of death to go around. Everyone line up center on me and come meet your maker. 5 minutes later, the slaughter began. Unleashing his newly acquired skill, War Stomp. His blade flashed, and the goblins were massacred before they could even lift a finger. One goblin, eyes bulging in disbelief as his life faded, gasped out. Impossible. How can you spam high damage area of effect skills so fast? Jiang Han didn't waste breath on the dead. He continued the carnage, his power skyrocketing. The system chimed. Congratulations, you have reached level 64. A satisfied grin spread across his face. With the cooldown of War Stomp reduced by 50%, his leveling speed was terrifying. He was killing monsters faster than the game logic could even respawn them. That was enough grinding for today. Tomorrow was the legendary Top 100 tournament. The next morning, the masses flocked to the arena thirsting for blood and battle. The system boomed. Round 4 of the world battle has officially begun. Objective: determine the top 10. All previous accumulated losses were reset to 0. Each contestant had 4 lives, 4 chances to lose before elimination. Opponents would be assigned by the ruthless hand of the random number generator. Combat would continue until only the 10 strongest titans remained. Jiang Han scanned the arena. The herd had been thinned significantly since the top 100 began, and the battlefield had grown vast. Anyone who survived to reach the top 100 was a first-rate master. Suddenly, an aggressive aura approached. The Thief King stomped forward, bellowing his name, Jiang Han. It was the Thief King, a level 59 rogue class. He sneered at Jiang Han with undisguised contempt. I heard rumors that you can easily break a rogue's stealth skill. Come on then, let's see if you can find me. Without another word, he drew his daggers and vanished into thin air, activating his stealth. The system chimed, Thief King has activated stealth. But before the rogue could even twitch a muscle, Jiang Han swung his sword, sending the invisible fool flying backward with a single strike. The thief gasped, clutching his chest in shock. How? What kind of broken skill is that? Jiang Han smirked coldly. Why overthink it? Finding you is meaningless. Killing you is the only thing that matters. The system announced winner Jiang Han. The spectators below gasped in disbelief. Wide range damage that insta-kills. Even a dark gold rank boss isn't that scary. Does this guy still have hidden abilities? Ancestors protect me. Please don't let me match against him. I want to keep my level. Just as the dust settled, another challenger approached, clasping his hands respectfully. Jiang Han, I have admired your reputation for a long time. Please enlighten me. Jiang Han bowed politely, thinking to himself, finally, someone with martial virtue. It is rare to meet a gentleman in this chaotic world. But the moment Jiang Han lowered his guard, the man raised his staff. A perfect opening soul manipulation. Caught off guard, Jiang Han's arms were instantly bound by spectral whips. What the? The system warned. You have been successfully restrained by the skill, soul manipulation. The attacker was Longing Guard, a level 52 hidden class soul manipulator. He grinned, reveling in the success of his dirty trick. Jiang Han, oh Jiang Han, you are too arrogant. If you had struck the moment the match started, you wouldn't be my puppet right now. Now I just need to toss you out of the ring to claim my victory. Jiang Han grit his teeth, his eyes turning into pools of glacial ice. Nice plan, rat. As Jiang Han was levitated into the air, a terrifying killing intent exploded from him, making Longing Guard tremble. Did you really think you could control me? Jiang Han clenched his fists, and the spectral chains shattered like glass. The manipulator's eyes widened in sheer terror, cold sweat pouring down his face. Impossible soul manipulation cannot be broken by mere physical strength. It's against the laws of the system. Jiang Han didn't waste time explaining. A single sword slash silenced the mage. Longing Guard only had time for a pathetic scream before fading away. Winner Jiang Han. Jiang Han looked at his hand, chuckling darkly. Cannot use force. Strange, I didn't feel any resistance. He forgot that the Dark Swordsman was a unique hidden class, loaded with passive resistances that defied logic. 2 annoyances dealt with. He scanned the arena. I should use this matchmaking downtime to scout for any real threats. Approaching another stage, the roar of the crowd was deafening. Guild leader, you can do it. But Jiang Han's attention was drawn to the strange opponent standing opposite the cheered man. Is that a show-off? On the stage, a chubby warrior pointed his blade accusingly at the man across from him. 1 flask. What is the meaning of this? I may be a bit older, but how dare you insult me like this? I warn you, equip your armor and fight me in a life-or-death duel. The opponent merely smiled, letting out a weary sigh. Apologies, he said, sweeping his hair back with the grace of a protagonist. It's not personal. I simply feel that armor. I will only slow down the speed of my blade. This was 1 flask level 57 holder of the special hidden class Shadow of the Gods. Without wasted breath, he swung his sword, and arcs of lightning danced along the steel. Rest assured, Flask continued, I take every battle seriously. The chubby warrior grit his teeth, mana surging into his own weapon. Bastard, pay for your arrogance. But in a blink, 1 flask vanished. Before the warrior could track him, the swordsman had already materialized behind him. The warrior's eyes rolled back, realizing too late what happened. A thin red line appeared on his neck. What? A single slash from 1 flask had ended him. Winner 1 flask. A voice from the crowd screamed, I remember now. That's 1 flask, the guild leader of the God-slaying pavilion. He's like a divine dragon. We usually see the head, but never the tail. I can't believe he actually showed up here. God-slaying pavilion is the #1 guild in the Eastern District. No wonder he's a monster. Hearing this, Jiang Han froze his eyes, locked on the stage. Shock filled Jiang Han's gaze. That last strike. It was unavoidable. What was that? Even my eyes couldn't track it. In this intense leveling manhwa, he had finally found a worthy rival. Wu Tong let out a soft snort of admiration. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the guild leader's movements were simply magnificent. Standing beside him, Chihua crossed her arms, a frown etching her brow. Humph. When will that man learn to dress properly? His sloppiness is a stain on our guild's glorious reputation, Wu Tong remarked, his eyes gleaming with hero worship. It seems the finals are destined to be a clash of titans between the guild leader and Jiang Han. However, given the guild leader's unfathomable strength, even the legendary Jiang Han is doomed to fall. Suddenly, a shadow materialized behind him. Jiang Han patted his shoulder with a casual smile. Greetings. It has been a while. Back in the Dark City, didn't you challenge me to a duel? Wu Tong jumped, as if electrocuted, stumbling backward in a panic. Jiang Han, hearing the name, Old Hu, spun around with a gasp of surprise, sparking a wave of murmurs through the crowd. Did Jiang Han come all this way just to watch Old Hu compete? With 2 apex experts facing off, who would be the hunter and who the prey? Old Hu leveled his blade directly at him. Jiang Han, your reputation precedes you. I never expected our paths to cross in a place like this. His eyes burned with the fire of a challenge. I pray you do not disappoint me. Jiang Han met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, against an opponent of your caliber, I will hold nothing back. The system voice boomed. Alert. Teleportation to the arena commences in 3 seconds. A brilliant column of golden light erupted, enveloping his entire form. He thought to himself, that man wears no armor. Is he so arrogant that he believes he can evade every strike? This Old Hu is truly a formidable monster, waiting in the finals. He leaped onto the platform with the grace of a predator. Wu Tong spotted him instantly and called out, Jiang Han, fate brings us together once more. The man shrugged a sigh, escaping his lips. I forfeit. I foolishly thought my red flame rage would carry me to the top rankings, but my luck ran out the moment I matched with you. His gaze turned icy as he added, however, against my guild leader, even with your attribute advantage, victory is impossible. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, and what legendary technique does he possess? Wu Tong scoffed, turning his nose up. As if I would reveal that to a cunning fox like you. With that final taunt, he spun on his heel and walked away. A clash between the strongest adventurer of the Light faction and the boss-tier player of the Dark faction. The anticipation for this specific manhwa recap showdown was suffocating. System announcement: Wu Tong Autumn Wind has forfeited. Jiang Han is the victor. Watching Wu Tong's retreating back, Jiang Han mused, I never expected that loudmouth to be so tight-lipped about his leader's secrets. I suppose I will have to scour the forums for intel after the tournament. With that, decided he turned his blade toward the remaining challengers. System announcement. Jiang Han wins. One by one, opponents fell beneath his merciless sword. The notifications chimed in a ceaseless rhythm. Jiang Han wins. Jiang Han wins. System announcement. Congratulations. You have entered the top 10 of the Heavenly Martial Tournament. The grand finals will commence precisely at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The champion runner-up and third place will be decided in the bloodbath to come. All participants prepare yourselves for war. Jiang Han opened the system interface with curiosity. Old who was it? Let's see if the forums hold any secrets about him. He scrolled through the data, but information was frustratingly scarce. He is like a divine dragon, showing the head, but hiding the tail. Yet establishing the #1 guild in the Eastern District is a feat no ordinary man could achieve. He muttered to himself. Logically speaking, a guild leader should show his face to recruit new blood. Why remain in the shadows? Jiang Han glanced at the map in his hand. Forget it. Since intel is non-existent, my time is better spent gathering useful artifacts. System announcement. You have activated the B-rank treasure map. Coordinates received. 37112049. Warning. The treasure at this location will vanish in 3 days. Please seize this opportunity. 15 minutes later, standing in a desolate wasteland, his blade struck the earth as he began to dig. Got it. From the soil, he pulled out 3 B-rank high-grade pet stones. Description. An essential item for capturing beasts, boasting a capture rate far superior to ordinary stones. Weighing the stones in his hand, a satisfied smirk appeared. Not bad. I have no clue what the actual success percentage is, nor when this awakening Manhwa pet system launches, but hoarding these now is a wise investment. He turned away, his fingers dancing across the holographic system interface. My inventory currently holds the fallen feathers and the thunder jade flesh. What other treasures do I possess? Ah, and the Warstomp skill has already evolved to the epic tier. It is time to hunt my first spirit grade boss. System scan for known spirit grade entities. The interface shimmered, displaying the targets. Bat King Ryan Spirit Grade. Mad Wolf Elder S Spirit Grade. Martin the Desireless Spirit Grade. System note. The Eternal map is vast, but adventurous rogue players have recorded and shared these monster coordinates for the public. Currently, only the top 5 players have managed to slay a Dark Gold rank monster. Aside from me, no player alive is ready to challenge a Spirit Grade boss. Jiang Han paused, his eyes, narrowing at one specific name in the description. Perhaps this Martin the Desireless is the weakest of the bunch. He is also the closest to my location. Very well. Martin, you shall be the sacrifice to test my blade. 40 minutes later, he arrived at a new zone. Before him stood a humble thatched hut and a man sound asleep. Jiang Han approached cautiously, but the slumbering figure didn't twitch. Martin leaned against a tree trunk, snoring loudly, mumbling in his sleep. Z's. Please, don't make me work anymore. The system window popped up. The Desireless one. Martin. Level 85. Spirit grade. HP. 15 million. Attack 0. Defense 0. Skills. Desireless state. Daydreaming and daytime nap. Passive ability Aura of Sloth. Character backstory. In life, he was an average corporate slave, crushed by a tyrannical boss. He fled to the wilderness, to live a life of doing absolutely nothing, only to accidentally eat a poisonous mushroom. Now he haunts the mortal realm, as a resentful spirit. Reading the stats, Jiang Han was left speechless. Attack is 5. Defense is 0. This spirit boss is pathetically weak. Making up his mind, he consumed the Thunder Jade flesh and charged. However, a spirit grade is still a spirit grade. Caution is key. I'll buff my stats before engaging. System announcement. You have consumed the Thunder Jade flesh. All attributes increased by 20% for 10 minutes. Jiang Han spurred his blue scale beast forward hooves, thundering against Martin's stomach. War Stomp. The impact shook the ground, dealing 168 damage. 973 damage followed instantly. System warning: Martin the Desireless has activated passive skill Desireless and Wantless. Damage received increases by 100%, but all damage taken is reflected back to the attacker. Suddenly, his mount vanished into thin air. Huh. System alert: you're blue. Keelan has perished. You cannot summon it again for 3 hours. Martin leaped up, rage blazing in his eyes like wildfire, and pointed a trembling finger at him. Does it hurt? Does it burn? What the hell is wrong with you? I didn't even touch you. Jiang Han stared in disbelief, his mind racing. What is happening? Is this some kind of permanent passive aggression skill? Forget logic. I just need to end this guy right now. He unleashed the Death Spirit Slash. The boss's power reading plummeted by 99,875. Martin shrieked in agony. Ah, it kills me. But instantly, a backlash of force slammed into Jiang Han, draining his own life force by double the amount. Cold sweat dripped down Jiang Han's face. This skill is broken. If I attack again, the reflection damage will wipe me out. Suddenly, Martin swung a fist filled with fury. You scumbag. I told you it hurt. I'm going to blow your head off. System warning. The desireless Martin activates Daydream. His next attack power is skyrocketing. 9,999 base damage. Amplified by 2,000%. This is a guaranteed one-hit kill. Jiang Han's jaw dropped to the floor. Holy shit. Is this a bug? He desperately activated his ultimate defense. Wind Guardian Black Flame Armor. Brace for impact. But when the fist connected, his health dropped by 1. Jiang Han stared at the grinning maniac. His mind completely blank. Say what? Martin cackled like a hyena. Ha ha. Gotcha, sucker. Realization dawned on Jiang Han. It's a bluff skill. It shows terrifying stats on paper, but in reality, it's absolute garbage. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He swept the boss's legs. System notification. You have unleashed bone-breaking strike on the desireless. Martin's speed was crippled by 30%. Seizing the chance, Jiang Han turned and bolted. Get back here, you brat. I'll tear you apart. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. As he sprinted, Jiang Han cursed under his breath. This system Manhwa logic is twisted. Who designs a monster this disgusting? Fighting him is a waste of time. I need to find the next spirit rank boss. Behind him, Martin started wheezing, gasping for air. Puff. Puff. Too tired. I'm taking a break. I'll destroy you. Tomorrow. System alert. The desireless Martin activates Aura of Sloth. Jiang Han glanced back. The terrifying boss was literally melting into the floor, limp as a wet noodle. Jiang Han slapped his own face, but his eyelids felt like lead. Aura of Sloth. Does it force? Sleep. A massive yawn escaped his lips against his will. Consciousness faded into the void. Time lost all meaning. Suddenly, Jiang Han snapped his eyes open. He scrambled up only to see Martin still snoring away. What happened? Did I actually fall asleep inside the game? How long was I out? He ground his teeth and checked the logs. Over 2 hours. Martin, you aren't strong. You're just a toxic waste of time. This mechanism isn't about damage. It's designed to make players rage quit out of sheer boredom. A light bulb went off in his head as he looked at the sleeping lug. Wait a minute. The mechanics. If physical damage reflects, maybe other methods will work. Jiang Han stood up and struck a pose, hands on hips. Hey Martin, why are you sleeping here? Did you hear? Your colleague Jack just bought a massive Type 1 villa downtown? Martin twitched at the name, Jack. Huh, but he just rolled over, scratching his belly. So what? What's that got to do with me? I'm living the lying flat lifestyle, bro. Jiang Han scoffed. Envy doesn't work. Time for plan B. He cleared his throat and roared with the authority of a department head. Martin, what is wrong with you? Is the project finished? Instantly Martin's HP bar plummeted. He shot up face pale and gaunt. Are you from HR? System notification. Your words inflicted 109,861. Mental damage. Jiang Han smirked. Jackpot. You're dead meat. He crossed his arms, channeling pure corporate toxic energy. That's right. The big boss sent me to audit your performance. Jiang Han raised a hand, and a beam of judgment pierced Martin. You slack off during the day and sneak out at night. Look at your peers. Do you see anyone else acting like this? The whole team is pulling all-nighters to cover your mistakes. What have you actually contributed to the alliance? Martin fell to his knees, screaming under the weight of guilt. His eyes glowed with resentment. You know nothing. I've enslaved myself here for 20 years. And for what? 10 silver coins a month. Why should I work unpaid overtime until I die? But Jiang Han showed no mercy. That attitude is why you're poor. You lack passion for the company's vision. Stop being selfish and sacrifice for the greater good. A pillar of light erupted from Martin, signaling his soul's collapse. System announcement. Congratulations. You have defeated the level 85 spirit boss, the desireless Martin experience. Plus 30 million reputation. Plus 10,000. A pang of guilt hit Jiang Han. I'm sorry, brother. If I hadn't been a corporate slave in my past life, I never would have found your weakness. System notification. You have reached level 67. System announcement. You've achieved the server's first kill of a spirit rank boss. Server first, the desireless Martin. You are the first player in this awakening manhwa world to accomplish this feat. Bonus reputation. 15,000 free attribute points. 50. Rare item obtained. War God's Blessing. 3 treasures materialized from the corpse. A skill book. Jiang Han's eyes widened. Don't tell me it's Martin's signature move. System alert. Stimulated by the fresh blood of a spirit ruler, your darkness armor is evolving. Rank up spirit tier attributes have massively increased. A golden aura wrapped around Jiang Han like a celestial cloak. He grinned like a devil who just won the lottery. Hehehe. This is perfect. I needed spirit tier gear before facing Ariel. Whether it's the first kill reward or this armor evolution, this is exactly what a leveling manhwa protagonist needs. He opened the status window. Spirit tier darkness armor. Defense 1,000 to 1,200. Health 150,000. Defense buff plus 80%. Vitality buff plus 50%. This is insane. Special skill. Tyrant's Intimidation. Requirement level 60 Dark Swordsman class. Special effects indestructible. Soulbound. Growth type equipment. After admiring the armor, Jiang Han picked up the skill book. System info, Daydream, rank B. Description. Reality is cruel, but dreams are free. Effect. If the target is within 50 levels of you, you can fabricate false data to deceive them. So, it really is the ultimate bluff skill. However, absolute power comes with a cost. The damage of his next attack drops to a single point. On the bright side, 0 mana cost. A 24-hour cooldown. Jiang Han clicked his tongue in annoyance. Seriously, just a B-rank skill I would have killed for the other options. If he had snagged Void of Desire or Wrath of the Ancients, he'd be practically invincible in this leveling manhwa. But hey, free loot is free loot. Whatever. If I got too overpowered, the game balance would shatter anyway. Still, this Daydream skill. Used wisely, it's a deceptive trump card that could fool even the deadliest foes. Ding system. You have learned the skill, Daydream. Next on the list, the Spirit Rank Phantom Cloak. This bad boy boosts health by a massive 50,000. Defense stats are sky high, with buffs to durability, vitality, and agility. It even unlocks a special sprint ability. The only catch level requirement, 80. Item lore. A brave soul once challenged the legendary hero Matting only to face a crushing defeat. This cloak was the price of his failure, stripped from his cold corpse. And finally, the main event. The Spirit Rank Celestial Staff. Insane attack power, faster casting speed, and a massive healing boost. Plus the passive mastery level requirement, 80. Description. The holy grail for every priest class in existence. It dramatically amplifies every single attribute a support needs to survive. With a healer wielding this, a party's safety is practically guaranteed. Jiang Han stroked his chin, calculating. The stats are god tier, but level 80. That's a long grind away. Still, this celestial staff is a genuine spirit rank artifact. It's in a league of its own. In any server, this thing would sell for a fortune. Suddenly, a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. The Lee siblings. Wait a second. Fei Ji's sister Lee. Isn't she a priest? If he gifted this legendary staff to her, surely there'd be a hefty return on that investment. The Fei clan is blessed by the god of time himself. They hold the time orb and the necklace of oaths. That little sister is bound to be hiding some other legendary artifacts in her inventory. A devilish grin spread across Jiang Han's face. Hee, I'm such a bad influence. Now, how do I negotiate this impossible deal? He pulled out the War God's Blessing scroll. Before heading back to Tienh High Town, it was time to check the ultimate prize from slaying that first spirit rank boss. Item War God's Blessing. Rank S. Description. Receive the divine blessing of the War God. Your combat instincts will ascend, granting you absolute mastery over the art of battle. Effect. It empowers selected skills, amplifying their destructive potential by anywhere from 50 to 150%, depending on the skill's rank. Jiang Han's jaw dropped. A direct, unconditional multiplier to skill damage. This wasn't just strong, it was game-breaking. Adrenaline surged through his veins. The future was dangerous and unpredictable. Hoarding this scroll was risky. He needed power now. There was only one choice. Without hesitation, Jiang Han crushed the scroll. Crack system. You are using an S-rank consumable. War God's Blessing activated. Please select a skill. His eyes locked onto one option, War Stomp. Why hesitate? It was time to go big or go home. I'm going to turn War Stomp into a spammable nuke that wipes the entire map with a super short cooldown. System: your SS rank skill, War Stomp, has been enhanced by 80%. System skill evolution triggered rank updating. Rank SS, War Stomp has ascended effect. For 3 seconds after activation, movement speed explodes by 300%. Attack speed doubles and jump height transcends gravity. The next attack deals up to 360% damage. It's a guaranteed critical hit with an overwhelming suppression effect that crushes enemies. Bonus effect: a massive shockwave obliterates all enemies in a 100 by 100 meter radius. It cripples enemy attack power while boosting his entire team's damage, including his own. The buff lasts a full minute, but the cooldown is only 30 seconds. That means infinite uptime. System: congratulations! You are the first player to acquire an SSS rank skill. Rewards: luck +1. Free attribute points +50. Reputation +50,000. Jiang Han roared in triumph. Holy crap. Not just a damage boost, but a rarity evolution to SSS. He summoned his mount, the Blue Keelan, and tore across the wasteland. Hehe, this power is intoxicating. No time to waste. Tienh High Town, here I come. Back at Tienh High Town, Jiang Han drifted to a halt and spotted his target, Fei Ji. The warrior looked up, confused. Brother, you're back already. What's the emergency? Jiang Han scanned him with a nod. Looks like you've been power leveling too, haven't you? Fei Ji patted the massive axe on his back. Yeah, thanks to this beast I can farm high-level zones now. Picked up some good loot too. Jiang Han cut to the chase. Great. By the way, is your sister around? Fei Ji puffed out his chest with pride. She's training with the only gold-rank priest in the entire town. Her affinity for light magic is insane. She hit bronze rank in just 2 days. She's a total prodigy. Jiang Han grinned. Excellent. With the Time God's bloodline, her potential is limitless. Where is she? I need to see her. Fei Ji pointed toward the town square. North Square. She's doing charity healing for the locals. Fei Ji frowned suspiciously. Wait, why are you looking for my sister? Jiang Han rubbed his chin, smiling like a fox. Oh, nothing major. I just happen to have a nice little staff. And you know what they say, keep the legendary treasures within the family. Fei Ji saw that greedy look and broke into a cold sweat. After a pause, he stammered, Big brother, please don't tell me you're planning to strip my family clean. Those artifacts are gifts from the ancestors. Jiang Han looked offended. Who do you take me for? I would never take advantage of a brother. Steal from our precious sister, never. I just need to borrow a specific item. There's a tough boss fight coming up. Worst case scenario, I swear on my honor, to return something of equal value within 2 months. You can trust me. Fei Ji sighed, defeated by his persistence. Fine. Words are wind, but my sister holds a scroll left by the god of time. It's our legacy. Perfect. Thanks, brother. Jiang Han didn't wait for another word. He dashed off and soon spotted Li, bathed in light, healing a wounded player. Li, listen closely. The affinity of the light element has absolutely nothing to do with the faction you belong to. Just because you stand within the dark faction, it doesn't mean your healing light will be any less brilliant. Look at those high-ranking bishops. They preach mercy and compassion to the public, but in the shadows, their hands are stained with filth and hypocrisy. As long as our conscience remains clear, that is all that matters. The little girl nodded obediently, her eyes shining with trust. Yes, I understand. Just then, Jiang Han approached, waving her over. Hearing the familiar voice, she spun around, her face lighting up with joy. Big brother. He gathered energy in his hand, his expression turning serious. That's enough training for today. I'll handle the rest of these guys. You can go now. Li beamed at her instructor. Thank you for guiding me, sister. Blushing slightly, she scampered over to Jiang Han's side. Why did Big Brother come to see Li today? Jiang Han materialized a magnificent staff in his grip. I came to show you this. I want to trade this staff for that treasure you're holding. The little girl blinked, then pulled a scroll from her inventory. Treasure? Do you mean this scroll? Jiang Han took the S-rank item, Time Reversal, examining it with awe. This is a relic left by the Time God for future generations. It contains a fragment of divine power. It can reverse time, returning you to the past to alter the future. But be warned, if your divine power loses control, the reversal becomes unstable. It could send you back 2 minutes, or merely 10 seconds. Jiang Han's mind raced. This is a true legendary artifact. Used correctly, this is an extra life. The girl smiled, completely unbothered. If Big Brother wants it, Li will give it to you. But this staff, it looks so precious. If you give it to Li, won't Big Brother feel heartache? I have one condition though. No matter how the city defense battle ends the day after tomorrow, I hope both you and my brother stay safe and live for 100 years. Suddenly, a system Manhwa prompt flashed. Do you wish to accept the quest, where there is life there is hope? He shook his head instantly. No. Jiang Han thought. The quest rewards might be good, but I can't abandon my morals to exploit a child for profit. Jiang Han pressed the scepter into Li's hands, his voice gentle. What nonsense are you saying? Big brother isn't that stingy. In the battle to defend the city, no matter what happens, victory will be mine. Take this staff. Consider it a gift. In the future, I'll give you something else of equal value to balance the scales. The system chimed again. Quest accepted, equivalent exchange. Difficulty A. Description. This is your choice. You refuse to exploit children. This honor is worthy of praise. Requirement gift. The Dark Singer Li, the Heavenly Staff. Now, and repay a treasure equivalent to the time reversal scroll in the future. Time limit, 60 days. Penalty for failure, erasure. Jiang Han frowned, confused. Wait. Dark Singer. The little girl clutched the staff, winking playfully. I'll tell Big Brother a secret. Actually, Li has a special class too, and it's even stronger than Brother Fei Chi's hidden class. It is the one and only unique hidden class. The system window opened. Dark Singer Li. Rank Bronze. Level 10. Health points 1 million. Attack power 500 to 550. Defense 400 to 420. Skills. Dark Blessing Soul Purification. Dark Punishment Description. A young girl with a soul as pure as holy light, yet possessing a tragic destiny. Even if she steps into the darkest abyss, she will hold no regrets. Jiang Han stared at Li, his eyes wide with shock. A level 10 bronze priest, with 1 million health points. What kind of monster stats are these? Li giggled, bowing slightly. Thank you for the generous gift, Big Brother. Li closed her eyes, clasping her hands to pray for the god of darkness's protection over him. A soft light enveloped Jiang Han's body. System. You have received soul purification from Dark Singer Li. All attributes increased by 10%. Duration, 3 days. Feeling the surge of power, he looked at the staff in her hand. Wait, you can actually equip that staff. Jiang Han's mind was reeling. Who exactly is this girl? The heavenly staff has a level requirement of 80. How can Li use it? At level 10. The girl waved the scepter, dark energy humming around it. Li has the dark blessing. I can ignore all equipment level requirements. Li is very strong. I promise I will help Big Brother in the future. Jiang Han stood there stunned. Ignores all equipment requirements. That is simply illogical. No, it's completely broken. Did I just accidentally save a future demon god? The scene shifts to the dimly lit secret chamber of the Holy Light Church. In the center of the room, 4 bodies lay withered on the floor. Ariel stood above them, inhaling their life force. His eyes were closed, savoring the power before snapping open to glare at his subordinate. Ariel stood shirtless, his muscular form rippling with terrifying unchecked energy. Bishop Cohen knelt on the cold stone, his voice trembling. Congratulations, my lord, on breaking through to the Earth Realm. Ariel scoffed coldly. A trivial matter. Once I kill that dark swordsman and use his blood to activate the divine power, reaching the God Realm will be child's play. The old bishop looked up, worry etched on his face. But the dark swordsman has a legendary reputation in history. Seeing Uriel's expression darken, Cohen quickly lowered his head. Perhaps, if we wait for your lordship to recover, fully crushing him would be as easy as flipping your hand. Uriel growled low in his throat. Humph. His face twisted into a savage sneer, eyes glowing with malice. The creatures on this surface are as weak as ants, and this so-called dark swordsman you fear, he is merely a slightly larger ant. When I decide to kill him, it will require no effort at all. The next day arrived. 10 o'clock sharp at the Grand Arena. System, the 5th round of the World Martial Arts Tournament has officially begun. Attention. In the 5th round, each participant is allowed 3 losses. Opponents will be matched randomly until the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place are decided. Note, as long as there are enough participants, players will not face the same opponent for at least 3 matches. Jiang Han was teleported directly into the arena. The stands were packed, thousands of players, buzzing with excitement. Those who stand out in the Eastern District Tournament. They are the real deal. I just want to see if Jiang Han can take the championship in this leveling Manhwa showdown. Probably not. There's always someone stronger. Jiang Han might finally hit a wall today. Jiang Han scanned the crowd. I didn't expect the finals to attract such a massive audience. Across the arena, 2 figures materialized. The swordsman was Chaos World level 50, possessing the special class Wind Summoner. He looked at his partner. Guild Master. The spear wielder beside him nodded. It's fine. Don't worry, just focus on attacking. System World Slayer, Divine Knight, level 55, power 514, attack power 3,580 to 3,890, defense nearly 4,200, skills Holy Combo, Spear of Divinity, Divine Shield, Gift of Light, Knight's Glory. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. So, this is the competition. Jiang Han realized the connection instantly. If that old man called him chairman, then this mortal slayer was the true puppet master calling the shots. As the leader of the Hero Alliance, he was technically an old nemesis. Jiang Han's early massacre of 1,000 players in the novice village. That was all thanks to the generous gifts from his alliance. Seeing the disrespect, the old man swung his blade. A tornado erupted from the steel. I'll make you pay, Storm Awakening. The vortex grew denser by the second storm blade, he roared. Seeing the ultimate move, Mortal Slayer shifted into a counter stance. The crowd gasped, their eyes glued to the arena. A skill clash, but standing in the center of that storm blade deals continuous damage. His HP is insane to tank that. Mortal Slayer didn't flinch. He flicked his spear. The old man tried to block with wind, but Slayer grit his teeth, lowered his stance and pierced straight through the hurricane. Too slow. With a single devastating strike, the opponent was deleted. The system announced Mortal Slayer wins. Jiang Han watched the entire exchange with cold eyes. He didn't even use a skill. He crushed him with raw stats. This Mortal Slayer isn't just talk. The system chime interrupted his thoughts. Prepare for the next match. Light enveloped him, teleporting him to the arena. His opponent materialized instantly. Invisible Phantom, level 52, a rogue class. He sneered at Jiang Han. One Jiang Han, huh? Tough luck for you. He vanished, rushing forward with blinding speed. Phantom materialized right behind Jiang Han's back. Jiang Han stood motionless. The dagger slashed down towards his neck. At the last microsecond, Jiang Han snapped back to reality and dodged. Phantom's eyes widened. That reaction speed. Unwilling to give up, he used Flash to teleport behind him again. A demonic smile curled on Jiang Han's lips. Black mist swirled around his hand. Dealing with a stealth class, using War Stomp would be a waste of mana. Let's try this instead. He blasted a wave of pure dark energy forward. Show yourself, separation of evil. The energy slammed into the rogue Arg. Phantom clutched his stomach, his stealth broken. What the? That skill works like that. Broken. Jiang Han casually swung his sword. Just luck. Slash. A clean decapitation. The system declared. 1. Jiang Han the winner. The audience erupted into chaos. That wasn't luck. One Jiang Han's skill usage is god-tier bullshit. You think someone gets that many First Blood titles on a leveling Manhwa server by luck? He definitely relied on his own strength to pass the SS rank talent trial in the early game. Jiang Han ignored the noise, his mind drifting to another player. Aside from that, old man who guy, are there any other real experts here? The matches continued in a blur. The next fight ended in seconds. Mage Roger unleashed a spell and one-shot his opponent. System announcement, Mage Roger wins. Immediately followed by Heaven Breaker wins. Standing in the spectator stance, Jiang Han analyzed the field. The skill level here is mediocre. Old man Hu scratched his head nearby, sighing. Pity. Not fighting one Jiang Han yet. Jiang Han locked his gaze on Old Man Hu. I want to see it with my own eyes. Can you really dodge everything? Old Man Hu was already in the ring. His opponent, God Dai Fei. Level 51, a rare hidden fire priest class. He thought, Old Man Hu, rumor says you're a ghost. Let's see you dodge this. The priest raised his hand. A fireball expanded, growing massive. But then shock painted the priest's face as the impossible happened. Old Man Hu didn't just dodge. He reflected the attack with a counter throw. The fireball consumed its caster instantly. System announcement. Old Man Hu wins. The stadium fell into a deathly silence. Whispers rippled through the crowd. He killed him inside the damage zone, without taking a scratch. How is that physically possible? No wonder he dared to call out, 1. Jiang Han. Jiang Han frowned, his eyes sharp. Too fast. I couldn't see the specific mechanic, but his evasion rate is practically 100%. The real question is, can he dodge my skills? Is the Shadow of Gods class designed specifically to counter the Dark Swordsman? Suddenly, a voice echoed directly into his ear. Counter the Dark Swordsman. Ha. Kid, I can't pretend I didn't hear that stupidity. Jiang Han froze, scanning his surroundings. Who's there? The voice snorted coldly. This is just a remnant seal I left on the dark armor. I'm just checking to make sure you aren't embarrassing the legacy of the Dark Swordsman. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Han's back. The previous Dark Swordsman, Luo Yi. He's not dead. No, he's dead, but his spirit lingers. Suddenly, a spectral figure appeared, arms crossed, floating right in front of Jiang Han. Let me make this crystal clear. The Dark Swordsman has no counters. I wanted to wait until you were in a life-or-death crisis to appear, but listening to your blind analysis was too painful. Jiang Han felt a twitch in his brow. Seriously, Luo Yi spoke rapidly. This seal won't last long, so listen up. The strongest skill of our class is Dark Samsara. Read the skill description, you idiot. Jiang Han replied lazily. Yeah, and then that's it. System alert. You are entering the next match. Please equip your gear. Jiang Han was warped to the stage. Standing opposite him was Mortal Slayer. Slayer ground his teeth, looking like he wanted to chew Jiang Han's bones. One Jiang Han. Finally. I've been waiting for this. Murderous aura exploded from him. My hero alliance has a score to settle with you. Jiang Han completely ignored him, pulling up his system interface. Let's see. S-rank skill Dark Samsara. Description. The Dark Swordsman walks the line between life and death, possessing special power, burning the body's potential to destroy the enemy. Duration. 5 minutes. All attributes increased by 50%. Side effect. Level drops by 10 after use. Cooldown. 7 natural days. Mortal Slayer stood there awkwardly ignored. Jiang Han stroked his chin, lost in thought. What's the catch? What do I need to comprehend to unleash the true power of Dark Samsara? Where's the key? How do I break the limit? The crowd noticed his distraction and started murmuring. Is he ignoring Mortal Slayer? That guy is a top-tier expert. One Jiang Han is way too arrogant. It served them right. That guild always relied on their sheer numbers to bully average players. But now they were finally facing their karma. He gritted his teeth in fury as the crowd poured fuel on the fire. Their guild's might was built on cold hard cash. How could he possibly stomach such blatant disrespect? The player, Human World, roared, clutching his spear as he charged straight at him. You dare look down on me, you brat. The system chimed instantly. Human World has activated the skill Divine Wound. The next attack would deal a staggering 300% increased damage, while crippling the enemy's attack power by 10% for 5 seconds. But before he could even react, Jiang Han unleashed a massive hand of purple energy, crushing him in its grip. His expression was ice cold. Apologies. What was that you were saying? Jiang Han's overwhelming power sent the enemy stats plummeting. With a swift swing of his blade, he slashed across his opponent's chest, instantly deleting half of Human World's HP bar. Jiang Han scoffed coldly. I'm not finished yet. Take this. Gritting his teeth, his opponent desperately summoned divine power, conjuring a golden barrier, Divine Shield. The system announced Human World uses Divine Shield defense, increased by 100%, and damage reduction by 30% for 3 seconds. Fueled by rage, he thrust his spear forward. Divine Combo Strike. Jiang Han frowned for a split second before a smirk played on his lips. Oh, not bad. The clash sent a shockwave through the arena, driving the audience into a frenzy. He actually withstood it. Who knew the guild leader of the Heroes Alliance was this formidable? He tanked a full combo from One River Cold Water and even launched a counterattack. But with One River Cold Water boasting a massive 4 million HP victory, seemed like an impossible dream. Human World was fuming, looking ready to chop Jiang Han into pieces. If you hadn't caused my guild members to lose so many levels in the early game, our power would have surpassed the Godslayer Pavilion ages ago. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed dangerously. Back then, it was your people who were blind. They tried to steal my grinding spot. Getting killed was exactly what they deserved. I originally planned to let it slide. But you relied on your numbers to bully the weak, hunting me down time and again. Everything happening today, you brought this on yourselves. The guild leader scoffed, charging at Jiang Han once more. It's survival of the fittest. If we don't unite, other guilds will just crush us out of the grinding zones. Solo players like you always hit a dead end. Eventually, as the spear tip inched closer to his handsome face, Jiang Han simply offered a faint smile. In a blur of motion, he kicked the man's leg out from under him, forcing Human World to his knees. Apologies. Gripping his sword tightly, he declared, there will always be those who prefer to walk the path alone. I am one of them. Why play a game just to act as a beast of burden for people like you? That's pathetic. With zero hesitation, Jiang Han swung his blade, executing a clean, decisive decapitation. The system announced, One River Cold Water wins. He stood in the arena, completely unscathed, letting out a dismissive sniff. What human world pointed a trembling finger at him? One river cold water. If my Holy Knight ultimate skills didn't have a 5-minute cooldown, I never would have lost. I thought you were the hero of a leveling manhwa, but you're nothing special. Watching the man scream like a lunatic, Jiang Han was left speechless. What is wrong with this guy? How can someone lose so miserably and still be this arrogant? Where does that confidence even come from? He pondered for a moment. There are 3 chances for failure in this tournament. We might meet again. Next time, I'll have to teach him a proper lesson. Meanwhile, the system announced another victory nearby. Jiang Han was immediately warped to his next match. His opponent, Old Master, laughed heartily. Ha, finally, it's your turn. Old Master hoisted his greatsword onto his shoulder with an arrogant flair. I've heard plenty about you. I've been itching for this fight for a long time. The system displayed his stats. 1 pot Old Master. Class Shadow of Gods level 59. HP 875,000. Attack over 5,000. Defense over 3,000. Skills included War, Soul, Possession, Peace Contract, Death, God Possession, and Descent of the Gods. Jiang Han analyzed the data, his mind racing. Level 59. He's number 1 on the Eastern Light faction leaderboard. Even though he's 8 levels lower than me, his leveling speed is terrifyingly close. That War Stomp skill of his is a legendary mob-clearing ability. A true expert. Jiang Han swung his sword in greeting. The pleasure is mine. Old Master nodded. Since we stand on different sides, things might get ugly during the siege tomorrow. Jiang Han locked eyes with him. Guild Leader of God, Slayer Pavilion, you're too polite. My head carries a high price. Naturally, everyone wants to claim it for themselves. Noticing Jiang Han tapping on his interface, Old Master asked, brother, how about a friend request? I tried adding you earlier, but it got auto-rejected. Jiang Han smiled sheepishly. Ah, sorry about that. I have it set to refuse all invites. A moment later, the system chimed. You are now friends with 1 pot Old Master. The guild leader raised his blade, running his hand along the metal, as arcs of lightning crackled to life. Thanks. We can catch up later, if the opportunity arises. But, for now, battle. The system announced 1 pot Old Master uses War God Possession. All attributes increased by 20% for 1 minute. Without another word, he launched himself at Jiang Han. Jiang Han didn't give an inch. A violet aura exploded around him as he stood his ground, his smile radiating a pressure that dominated the entire arena. A massive purple dragon materialized behind Jiang Han. He unleashed a strike, but Old Master parried with his greatsword. Jiang Han was slightly surprised. Blocked it. Then, how about this? He summoned a giant spectral hand to crush him. Grip of the Undead. But suddenly, a presence flickered behind Old Master, causing Jiang Han to furrow his brow. The greatsword crashed down. Jiang Han barely evaded in time, as the blade shattered the arena floor. Old Master huffed a cold laugh. Oh, you're fast. Jiang Han instantly teleported directly above his opponent's head. But Old Master grinned. War Stomp has near-instant activation. Let's see you dodge this. Jiang Han's kick sliced through empty air as the enemy slammed the ground. Jiang Han was stunned disbelief written on his face. How he dodged, not just the target lock of War Stomp, but the area of effect damage too. Seeing Jiang Han frozen in shock, Old Master seized the moment. He swung his blade forward, dealing a critical 21,981 damage. The spectators erupted into chaos. Holy crap, that was god tier. 1 pot Old Master is actually dominating. All of 1 river cold water skills are missing. Is this the true power of the number 1 guild leader? Up in the stands, Wu Tong gave a thumbs up, her cheeks flushing pink with excitement. The guild leader is so cool, she squealed. But a player sitting behind her wasn't convinced. Don't celebrate yet. 1 river cold water still has 4 million HP, and his attack power is over 10,000. Mark my words. The guild leader of Godslayer Pavilion is going to lose. He turned his head, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Ha, thinking stats alone decide a duel. That's amateur hour. Compare the numbers and the winner is obvious. Why even waste time fighting? The opponent gritted his teeth, fury boiling over. What did you just say? From the high ground, Wu Tong looked down with a predator's gaze. Data merely predicts probability. But our guildmaster, he is absolute. He never fails. Below, the clash of steel rang out in a symphony of destruction. Neither warrior gave an inch. Look closer. Jiang Han unleashed a vicious slash, but his blade sliced through empty air. The old master was untouchable. Jiang Han gasped for air, his stamina draining fast. To the onlookers, the defeat of River Frost was only a matter of time. Panic began to take root in Jiang Han's heart as he watched the old master prepare his next strike. What is happening, he thought, mind racing. The system said he only used a basic stat boost. Old Man Hu launched a strike, his blade singing through the air. Jiang Han parried desperately, purple sparks exploding on impact. But then Hu vanished. How is he this fast? How can he dodge every single skill I throw at him? Jiang Han's lungs burned. He was running on fumes. It felt just like the raid against the Purple Flame Viper King. Only this time, he was the boss monster destined to fall because he couldn't match the hero's speed. Jiang Han grit his teeth, refusing to accept this reality. No, I don't believe it. No player at this stage should possess such god-tier movement techniques. He looked up to see death approaching in the form of the old master. Jiang Han forced his racing heart to calm down. Stay cool. There has to be a way to break him. I just need to find the pattern. System alert. Sensing your indomitable fighting spirit. The S-rank class Dark Reincarnation has awakened a new hidden passive Conqueror's Insight activated proficiency 1 out of 100. Jiang Han froze as the voice echoed in his mind. What the notifications continued to flood his vision. Dark Reincarnation. An S-rank class describing a shadow swordsman who dances on the edge of life and death, craving victory more than life itself. It grants the ability to squeeze every ounce of potential from the body to crush opponents. Hidden passive Conqueror's Insight effect. Unknown. Jiang Han's eyes widened. Conqueror's Insight. Is this what Luo Yi mentioned? But the interface showed no details. Old Man Hu saw him distracted and roared, slashing forward. How dare you lose focus against me? You dare get distracted in a duel with me. Seeing the blade descend, Jiang Han instantly erupted with dark purple aura. Awe of the 8 directions exploded outward. A flash of violet light cut across Jiang Han's vision. Wait, did he just see Old Man Hu's speed decrease? But the old master didn't care about debuffs. Wrapped in crackling lightning, he charged straight through the pressure intent on finishing this. Seizing the split second, Jiang Han delivered a heavy blow sending Old Man Hu flying. The spectators dropped their jaws. He hit him. Did the old master actually slip up? River Frost wasn't going down without a fight. Jiang Han smirked, adrenaline surging. Got him. Does Conqueror's Insight increase my accuracy? Not wasting a breath, he chased the staggering opponent. Press the advantage while he's reeling. Old Man Hu looked up stunned. Did I get careless? No. He realized it. Jiang Han cast Hand of the Undead. A massive spectral claw materialized to crush the old man. But the claw grasped nothing but air. Old Man Hu had already flashed behind him. Missed again. Did I misunderstand the skill? Jiang Han glanced back in disbelief. To see the sword already swinging toward his neck. Clang. Old Man Hu blocked the counterattack and shouted, Peace Treaty System player. Old Man Hu used skill Peace Treaty. System. You cannot deal damage to him unless he strikes you first. Duration, 10 seconds. Old Man Hu exhaled, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He smiled, his eyes gleaming with respect. It seems you finally awakened your unique passive. System. Old Man Hu uses Death God's Possession. Attack power increased by 30%. Attacks become ranged with 30% lifesteal. Jiang Han was shook to his core. Unique passive. Is that where your impossible movement comes from? The old veteran nodded, a teacher lecturing a student. Correct. The core skill of a unique class triggers a hidden passive. But the conditions are brutal. It demands god-tier reaction, speed, and unparalleled talent. Most players never unlock it, even with a unique class. He raised his blade, the aura intensifying. But enough talk. Seeing Jiang Han dazed, he slashed again. Let's continue. The strike chipped away another chunk of Jiang Han's power. He immediately flared his energy. Dark Flame Armor System. You have activated Dark Flame Armor. Defense increased by 30%. Durability, plus 10%. Duration, 2 minutes. Jiang Han analyzed the enemy's speed with new clarity. I still don't know the exact mechanism of Conqueror's Insight, but twice now my body reacted before the attack even landed. I just need one opening. Jiang Han plotted. When his Death God's force runs out, I will close the distance and end this. The crowd held their breath, the tension suffocating. This Manhwa recap-worthy battle is insane. River Frost had the upper hand, but now he's being drained dry by that lifesteal. Suddenly ping system. The enemy's effect from Death God's force has expired. Old Man Hu stared him down. I've taken half his HP. But getting close to him now is risky. He just learned that skill. His proficiency is trash. He can't counter perfectly every time. Do I bet on the odds of his activation rate? The old man laughed at himself, a smirk playing on his lips. Ha! Since when did I become a coward who hesitates? He unleashed a wave of purple destruction. The killing intent enveloped Jiang Han, but he stood like a statue watching the energy flow without flinching. Suddenly, Old Man Hu flashed behind him. River Frost? Can you react to this? Jiang Han didn't dodge. Instead, his eyes darted backward, filled with predatory triumph. Found you. Suddenly, Old Man Hu froze. His body refused to move. I fell for it. I'm finished. The spectral hand of the undead erupted from the void, crushing Old Man Hu in an inescapable grip. Gotcha, Jiang Han, roared the giant hand, squeezing the life out of his opponent. He swung his arm, and the giant spectral claw mimicked him, slamming the old master down. Old Man Hu's health bar plummeted. System. You used Death Spirit / critical hit. 97,241 damage. Movement speed reduced by 15% for 2 seconds. Jiang Han launched himself into the air, gravity gathering around his boot for the final blow. Old Man Hu scrambled to recover. That's War Stomp. That skill is a one-hit kill. He tried to sidestep, but his limbs felt like lead. No, the slow effect I can't dodge in time. The kick connected with brutal precision. Old Wine crashed into the earth, his aura dimming instantly as his power levels plummeted. Staring at the blade hovering before him, Old Wine sighed. Careless. One mistake cost me the entire game. In a flash of light, he vanished from the arena. System notification. Jiang Han wins. The audience erupted in disbelief. Did you see that? Absolutely magnificent. The Godslayer Guildmaster had victory in his grasp, only to be undone by a split-second opening. It's undeniable now. Jiang Han is destined for the championship throne. Undefeated since the start, Jiang Han, on the verge of his own awakening, couldn't believe the turn of events. I didn't expect such a twist in the finals. Though the hidden mechanics remained a mystery, the tournament raged on like an inferno. System. In just 30 minutes, countless challengers have been eliminated. Old Wine definitely knows the secrets behind this system. Manhwa. I'll have to interrogate him later when the dust settles. Only 3 titans remained: Jiang Han, Old Wine, and Mortal Slayer. The throne of the Eastern region would be decided among these 3 legends. Slayer locked eyes with Old Wine, his killing intent overflowing. Old Wine, today I'll show the world which guild truly rules the East. Old Wine scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Strongest, that's just a vanity title. If your hero's alliance wants that empty glory, take it. Condition. You have to let me fight without holding back. Jiang Han watched the trash talk, amused by the clash between the 2 guild leaders. Bam! Old Wine launched a palm strike. Slayer couldn't block in time. Impact. Followed instantly by a blade to the gut. System. Old Wine wins. Next up, Slayer versus Jiang Han. Cold sweat dripped down Slayer's face. He'd already lost 2 rounds, and now he had to face the monster Jiang Han. His odds of victory were microscopic, but as a guildmaster, he couldn't afford a humiliating defeat here. He had to save face. Jiang Han didn't waste a breath. He pounced. Slayer panicked, raising his defense. Holy shield boom. An explosion rocked the arena, but Jiang Han's boot smashed right through, flattening his face. Perhaps this defeat was a blessing in disguise. Lying in the dirt, Slayer laughed maniacally. Let's see if you can even survive past tomorrow. I may be a holy knight, but I know exactly what kind of hell awaits you when you face the mighty Ariel. Jiang Han, tired of the noise, swung his blade. If you can't beat me, don't fantasize about someone else doing it. Pathetic. System. Jiang Han wins. System. Congratulations on achieving 3rd place. Slayer clenched his fists, teeth grinding in pure fury. Jiang Han. This isn't over. I swear you'll pay in blood for slandering me like this. Jiang Han opened his interface. It was down to the wire, just him and Old Wine for the championship. Time to prep for the final showdown. Old Wine stepped out of the portal and paused. Jiang Han was dressed exactly like him, armorless. Old Wine raised a brow. Copying my style now. Jiang Han pointed his blade. First, I want a fair fight. Fighting unarmored drops my defense, leveling the playing field. Second, I need to test a theory. Old Wine's gaze sharpened. You want to see if ditching the armor boosts your speed? The answer is yes. However, the boost is minimal. In exchange, your defense hits 0. It's a suicidal gamble where 1 hit means death. Purple energy swirled around Jiang Han's hand. So that's it. He sacrifices protection for the perfect evasion velocity. Got it. Let's dance. He launched a purple energy fist, but it was a feint. Jiang Han flashed behind him instantly. The speed boost was real. But even with this newfound agility catching, the old fox was like trying to grab smoke. Old Wine blocked War God Possession, Death, God Possession. Jiang Han didn't flinch. He dove straight for Old Wine's head. Take this war stomp. Old Wine tried to counter with Peace Pact, but he underestimated Jiang Han's explosive growth in this leveling manhwa. Boom, the kick connected. He actually hit me. Old Wine instantly activated his ultimate defense, Black Flame Armor. Jiang Han weaved through the counterattack. I'm taking more damage without armor, but the speed buff from War Stomp is the key to cracking his defense. I just need to survive until War Stomp resets. That will be the checkmate. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, but they sliced only air. 18 seconds. 16. 14. He slashed again at Old Wine blocked. Still, not enough. 13. 12. Old Wine was sweating now. The kid's pressure was suffocating his ranged attacks. Jiang Han kept counting rhythmic as a ticking time bomb. 9. 5. 3. Jiang Han launched himself skyward like a rocket. Legs split, wide power concentrating. 1. Old Wine's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. His cooldown is that short crunch. The boot slammed into his face, sending Old Wine crashing onto his back. Jiang Han didn't stop death/frenzied execution. Old Wine looked up from the ground, a faint smile on his lips. To grow this much in 2 matches. Terrifying. Jiang Han halted his blade. Good game. System. Jiang Han wins. He exhaled sharply. Phew. Just one final round against Old Wine to settle it all. But suddenly, shockwaves rippled through the arena. System player Old Wine has forfeited. System. Jiang Han is the winner. Jiang Han froze. What? System. Congratulations, player Jiang Han has conquered the Heavenly Martial Tournament. You are the champion of the East. System. The tournament is officially closed. The stands exploded in outrage. Are you kidding me? Why did Old Wine quit? It's rigged. I saw them whispering. There's a shady deal going on. This is garbage. We refuse to accept this result. Ban Jiang Han nerf. That broken War Stomp skill. Ignoring the chaos, Jiang Han opened his chat. Hey old man, why did you throw the match? Old Wine's laughter echoed through the message. Ha ha ha, consider it a favor. I'll need your help with something dangerous soon. Don't you dare forget this debt. Jiang Han scoffed at the idea of a favor. The old man knew he was outmatched, and simply chose the path of least resistance. Whatever. I have questions for him later, but for now, this ends here. But the mob in the stands refused to accept reality. Jiang Han is a fraud. He doesn't deserve the championship. We demand the officials ban that broken War Stomp skill immediately. Yet, the system remained cold and indifferent to their cries. Congratulations. You have achieved the title of champion in the Eastern District Martial Tournament. Please select your reward type. Limit 1. Jiang Han scanned the holographic interface, his mind racing. The champion had the privilege of choosing specific gear slots. His gaze fell on his hand. His current ring was long overdue for an upgrade. Without hesitation, he commanded ring. The system voice boomed across the arena. Congratulations to the dark adventurer Jiang Han for ascending to the throne of the Eastern District. Rewards granted. Level +5. Reputation increased by 50,000. Rare S rank skill. Acquired Starbreaker. Spirit rank equipment 1 Hard Fist. Spirit rank equipment storage ring. Congratulations to the runner-up Old Fox for taking 2nd place. Rewards granted level +3. Reputation increased by 30,000. S rank item all out attack. Spirit rank equipment West Wind Greatsword. Congratulations to World Slaughterer for claiming 3rd place. Rewards level +2. Reputation +25,000. But the ignorant fools in the crowd continued to scream their lungs out. He belongs to the dark faction. How is he even allowed to compete? Jiang Han is unworthy. Why is the system ignoring our demands? This is rigged. Jiang Han grit his teeth, rage simmering in his gut. These people were behaving like petulant children throwing a tantrum because they didn't get their way. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Your level has risen to 72. Fed up, Jiang Han raised a middle finger to the roaring crowd. Listen up, you bunch of losers. If you're not convinced, come to Tienh High Town tomorrow and try me. If you don't show up, you're all cowards. I hope you all live miserable lives. His taunt was like throwing gasoline on a fire. What? The arrogance. Just you wait. I'll crush you tomorrow. Party up. We're raiding Jiang Han. You're dead meat, kid. But amidst the bloodlust, a voice of reason cut through. Are you guys serious? That's suicide. Anyone who goes there is asking to die. Ignoring the noise, Jiang Han teleported away. Finally, some peace. Time to check the spoils of war. He opened his inventory. Spirit rank ring of the beginner's heart. Attack power 600 to 630. Health points plus 80,000. Attack effectiveness increased by 50%. Attack speed increased by 20%. Special skill courage. Level requirement, 70. The flavor text read, "Life is filled with the inevitable. No matter how far you travel, never forget your original intention." Next was the Spirit Rank Storage Ring, a must-have treasure for any martial artist on the Tienh High continent. The higher the grade, the deeper the storage. Effect expands backpack by 100 slots. Bonus stats: attack plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Level requirement, 60. Note, the storage ring does not take up an equipment slot. It activates simply by being carried. It also came with a passive A-rank skill courage. Jiang Han grinned. These two rings absolute god tier. Compared to his old breeze ring, the beginner's heart ring had attack stats 3 to 4 times higher, and that passive skill was nothing to scoff at. The description continued, for every enemy nearby defense increases by 2%, stacks up to a maximum of 50%. This was built for war. Jiang Han pulled out the skill book next. Now, for the main event. System notification S-rank skill Starbreaker. Description: true power can shatter the stars themselves. Effect: focuses all body strength into a single strike, dealing 500% bonus damage. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Requirement melee class. Note: area of effect skills do not apply. Jiang Han was over the moon. Brutal. With Starbreaker, my lack of burst damage is finally fixed. System notification: you have learned the skill Starbreaker. Jiang Han equipped the new gear immediately. Everything is ready. Let's see my current stats. As expected of a high-tier system Manhwa, the numbers were skyrocketing. Dark Town Mayor Jiang Han. Rank Dark Gold Boss. Health points 8,784,000. Attack 16,830 to 18,089. Defense over 8,000. Reputation 233,000. Luck 3. Introduction. When the judgment of light descends, the wicked swordsman of darkness shall be the first to perish. Jiang Han analyzed the data. 8 million HP, 18,000 attack. I've done everything I can for the siege battle tomorrow. Whatever the outcome, I will have no regrets. Falling into deep thought, Jiang Han decided to liquidate his old gear. He sold everything to Long Tang for cash. It's getting late. I need to rest before the slaughter begins. The next morning, 9:30 a.m. System notification main storyline quest. City defense has begun. Difficulty SS. You will appear as the final boss defending the city. Location: Tienh High Town. Penalty for absence, level -20. All attributes permanently reduced by 2,000. As he stepped into the zone, voices reached his ears. The enemy has sent reinforcements to the perimeter. System notification: your personal storyline War of Light and Darkness SS difficulty is now active. Soldiers were shouting orders. Hurry it up, reinforce the defenses at the east gate. Fei Qi, standing amidst the chaos, spotted him. Brother, you're here. Fei Qi rushed over, his expression grim. I received intel. The Light faction didn't send their main army, only the church's guards. Because of the rules, they can't deploy their high-level paladins. Jiang Han nodded slowly. Understood. He stood atop the ramparts, gazing at the horizon. Even without their elites, the enemy numbers were suffocating. Jiang Han turned to the NPC. Fei Qi, listen to me. Your safety is the priority in this siege. Fei Qi looked confused. Jiang Han's voice was stern. Do not charge the front lines. Stay near the command post close to me. Surviving is the only victory that matters. Wait until I give the signal. Fei Qi looked down, his fists clenching. I'm sorry, but I can't promise you that. To be honest, I already dismissed anyone who didn't want to fight. The ones left here, they are volunteers ready to die for Tienh High Town. I cannot hide in the shadows while my soldiers bleed for me. Jiang Han sighed. Fei Qi, the enemy is endless. Sometimes, mercy is a fatal weakness. If you won't hide, then let me lead. We will hold the city from within. I will do everything in my power to keep you all alive. Fei Qi looked into his eyes, seeing the resolve of a true leader. All right, brother. I trust you. System notification: Berserker Fei Qi has transferred command of the siege battle to you. Jiang Han scanned the desolate surroundings, his brow furrowing as he realized someone was missing. Where is Li? She should be here. Fei Qi's expression darkened as he replied, she has left Tienh High Town. The fallen angel lord has taken her away. His heart sank at those words. If the fallen angel has taken her, Li's destiny has just become a chaotic void. Who could possibly predict the nightmare that lies ahead? As he feared the prophecy might come true, Li could transform into a demon god. Is this the tragic ending fate has written for us all along? Jiang Han recalled the original timeline of this awakening manhwa. In her youth, Li was nearly sacrificed by the Church of Light, and her brother Fei Qi fell under their holy blades. Blinded by hatred, she embraced the darkness, rising as a demon god fueled by pure rage. Watching Fei Qi, now Jiang Han sighed. A classic tragedy found in every system manhwa. Suddenly, a blue window flashed. System announcement. The great war between light and darkness has officially begun. Alert. The first wave is approaching. The church's vanguard is led by the level 50 gold tier boss, the fanatic believer Burr. Prepare for battle. Burr charged the front lines, his voice booming with twisted devotion. The time for sacrifice is now. Slaughter the heretics for the glory of the light. Standing atop the fortress walls, Jiang Han roared his orders. Like a true commander, hold the gate. Fight within the defensive fortifications. Archers rain hell from above. Do not descend until I give the command. System notice. The defense of Tienh High is led by level 40 silver tier boss Captain Tim. The first defensive wave commences now. Tim's eyes bulged with fury as he screamed, "Soldiers of the church, you preach faith but commit the sins of beasts. Defensive formation now." Steel clashed against steel in a deadlock. Watching the chaos, Jiang Han mused. The soldiers of Tienh High were once followers of the light. How must they feel raising their swords against their own church? They are branded traitors in this war, Fei Qi replied grimly. If they were fighting the crown, they might hesitate. But against this corrupt church, their resolve is iron. He let out a heavy sigh. For centuries, the dark faction has been silent, reduced to nothing but mindless monsters plagued by demonic energy. That unchecked power rotted the church from the inside. They lost the hearts of the people. Look at Tim, his beautiful daughter was summoned by the bishop and never seen again. Tim gritted his teeth, his shield groaning under the impact of the enemy assault. Damn these tactics, they're trying to corner me like a rat. Burr sneered at him, his voice dripping with malice. You're Tim, aren't you? Ah, I remember the day the bishop took your daughter. Her screams echoed through the entire cathedral. Music to my ears. You filth, Tim roared, losing all reason as he charged. Watching from above, Jiang Han cursed. It's a trap. Hidden attackers are waiting behind him. Alert level 50. Gold tier boss. The vengeful priest Anga, leading the Dark Instructor Legion, has joined the fray. Second defense squad move out. Anga rushed toward Tim with desperation. Burr licked his lips, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. Hee, looks like I get a bonus priest to slaughter. Jiang Han's eyes widened. Anga, isn't that Li's mentor? No, don't get close to him, Fei Qi nodded solemnly. She knew we were outnumbered, yet she chose to stand with us. Anga raised her staff, resurrecting 2 fallen soldiers. Curse of decay, blessing of light. Burr laughed maniacally, swinging his spear. Ha ha ha, buffing trash still leaves you with trash. The spear pierced through the air and through her heart. Die Priest System notification Anga has been slain by Burr. Fei Qi gripped his axe until his knuckles turned white. Damn it, Tim lost control, and now Anga is dead because of it. Fei Qi's aura flared. The next wave is mine. I will tear Burr apart with my own hands, but Jiang Han stepped in his path. Do not kill Burr, Jiang Han commanded coldly. Confused Fei Qi asked why. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed. Leave him to me. His head belongs to my blade. You want vengeance for Anga too? Fei Qi asked. When Jiang Han remained silent, Fei Qi nodded with respect. Understood, brother. I leave his wretched life in your hands. System alert. The third defense wave begins. Led by the level 70 dark gold boss berserker Fei Qi. Fei Qi turned to his men. His presence, overwhelming. Fall back. Do not throw your lives away needlessly, the soldiers saluted. Sir Fei Qi planted his feet at the gate, a mountain of muscle and rage. Anyone who dares cross this threshold shall perish. One of Burr's lackeys pointed trembling. That's Fei Qi. The lord of Tienh High Town. Burr grit his teeth, eyes gleaming with greed. If we kill him, the drops will be legendary. 2 reckless attackers charged forward, blinded by avarice. Charge, take him down before Burr steals the kill. Fei Qi didn't even flinch. With a snort of disdain, he swung his massive axe. The ground shook. Even Burr watched in stunned terror, as the 2 were obliterated instantly. What the hell, Burr screamed, pointing his spear. Everyone attack, swarm him internally. Panic set in. How is the lord of a mere tier 3 city this powerful? I'll let the fodder drain his stamina first, Burr thought. But 20 minutes later, the battlefield was a graveyard. Fei Qi stood amidst a sea of corpses untouched. Burr stumbled backward, his confidence shattered. No, this is impossible. High above, Jiang Han crossed his arms, a faint smile playing on his lips. Brother Fei Qi is a beast, Jiang Han noted. He slaughtered hundreds of players and NPCs in minutes. Yet worry crept into his eyes. If the system forces Fei Qi to hold the line too long, this glory will turn into a massacre, a typical twist in a leveling manhwa. He couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Han shouted over the din of battle. Fei Qi, pull back to the city. It's my turn to dance. Fei Qi looked up and shook his head. I cannot. The system orders me to hold. Jiang Han's blood ran cold. Is the system trying to force the tragic ending? Is Fei Qi destined to die here? Not on my watch. Jiang Han leaped from the towering walls. Screw the script. As long as I breathe, you will not fall today. Warning, you have entered the battlefield prematurely. Penalty, all stats reduced by 20% for 1 hour. Command of the army is restricted until death or the penalty expires. Jiang Han crashed into the earth like a meteor. Fei Qi rushed over frantic. Brother, you'll be weakened if you intervene now. Why did you jump? Jiang Han's eyes were cold abysses, ignoring the warnings like a true manhwa recap protagonist. It doesn't matter. Let's clear this trash. Suddenly, a worldwide announcement flashed. Dark Gold Boss Level 72 Dark General Jiang Han has entered the fray. Enraged by the church's assault, he steps onto the battlefield alone. Watching from the distance, Wu Tong scoffed. He's engaging solo. Is he insane? Beside him, Lao Zi narrowed his eyes. Or perhaps he realizes their defeat is inevitable and is going out swinging. Wu Tong turned to his guild leader. Boss, if Jiang Han spawned early, he's under a massive stat penalty. Shouldn't we rush him now? The leader frowned. Hold. Let the situation play out. On the battlefield, Fei Qi and Jiang Han fist bumped, a spark of camaraderie igniting the air. Brothers in arms. Let's do this. Burr's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. 2 level 70 bosses standing side by side. For a mediocre villain like him, the sheer pressure was enough to shatter his mind. The system chime rang out. The first boss, the fanatic bell, had fallen. But the ground shook with heavy footsteps like an earthquake. Another warning flashed. The intermediate legion of the Holy Church was making its move. Leading the charge for the second wave was the level 60 Dark Gold Boss O, the Shield of Steadfastness. Get ready! O roared, commanding the throngs behind him to charge. Kill them all, he screamed. Jiang Han just smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. Ha, a bunch of insects. He turned to his ally. Fei Qi, hold the gate. I'm going to slaughter their boss. Fei Qi nodded. Got it, brother. Watch your back. Jiang Han summoned his blue Kirin beast, ready for war. The creature exploded forward, its 4 legs moving at blinding speed. The blue Kirin beast crashed straight into the heart of the battlefield. Ao's eyes went wide with shock. What the hell? Before he could react, a massive hoof powered by divine strength was already flying toward his face. Boom! The blue Kirin beast stomped down with earth-shattering force, sending the minions flying like ragdolls. Jiang Han swung his sword, a cold grin playing on his lips. Holy Light Church, please. You guys are nothing but walking experience points. In this manhwa recap, Ao groaned as the beast crushed his chest into the dirt. He screamed in desperation, the Holy Light will punish you for this heresy. Jiang Han raised his blade, ready to deliver the final blow. He chuckled darkly. It's been tens of thousands of years. Why hasn't this holy light of yours punished the 10 demon gods destroying the world yet? Is your god too kind to lift a finger? Or just weak? Jiang Han's sword descended without mercy, plunging straight into the boss's face. You? The system notification pinged. Congratulations. You have slain the level 60 Dark Gold Bosso. You received 6 million experience points and 200 fame points. The soldiers of the Holy Church trembled in terror, witnessing the slaughter. This brat was even stronger than he was during the World Martial Arts Tournament. He slaughtered a level 60 boss like he was chopping vegetables. Fall back, let the NPCs wear him down first. Slow down the advance. Fei Qi watched in awe. Brother Jiang Han is truly a monster. Does he really plan to defend Tienh High Town with nothing but his own strength, like a system manhwa protagonist? The system sounded another alarm. Warning! The Holy Light Guard army is attacking. Commander Asoph, the Covenant of Holy Light, a level 75 Dark Gold boss, leads the third wave. Prepare for battle. Jiang Han's blood pumped with excitement. Coming so soon. No time to mourn for O's death, huh? Asoph spurred his warhorse forward, roaring. Take the head of the traitor. The system displayed Asoph's stats. Rank Dark Gold. Level 75. HP 10,500,000. Attack power 10,000 to 10,800. Defense 13,900 to 14,350. Skills included Rock, Combo, Drunken Stone, Spear, Divine Light Baptism, and Immovable Mountain. He was an elite disciple of the Church, wielding dual earth and light elements, a prodigy highly praised by the Pope himself. Jiang Han smiled, fear absent from his eyes. Then come and try me. Zhang Han commanded the blue Kirin beast to leap into the sky, its hooves smashing into Asaf's mount. System alert. You have been hit by the war stomp of one river cold water. You lost 832,782 HP. Due to mount attributes, suppression is negated. Dark self-expansion active for 3 seconds. One river cold water gains 200% attack speed and 300% movement speed for 1 minute. Your attack is reduced by 25%, while the opponent's attack increases by 20%. Asaf huffed coldly, thrusting his spear straight at Zhang Han. Bam. The strike hit Zhang Han square in the chest, his health dropping slightly. But Zhang Han's gaze remained icy as he sneered. Is that all the power you have? Even if I stood here and let you hit me with 0 defense, you'd need 300 to 400 consecutive hits just to take me down. Brother Asaf, don't make this hard for yourself. Asaf's eyes burned with hatred, his teeth grinding together. Suddenly, the pristine figure of Ariel appeared from nowhere. Oh, Ariel's eyes lit up with amusement. It seems the black swordsman has some actual skill. No wonder you people are so jealous of him. Quinn, standing below, looked up nervously. My lord, are you certain we can win? Ariel glanced down with absolute arrogance. That trash has 0 chance of victory. After I execute the dark swordsman and those demon gods, I will pay a visit to everyone else. He glanced at the battlefield. This so-called decisive battle the world is watching, it's just a minor episode to me. The real entertainment will be slaughtering the dark swordsman and then wiping out the demon gods. The church army, oblivious to their impending doom, charged forward. Charge holy light guards, protect Lord Asaf. Zhang Han laughed internally. Ha ha, keep coming, that's exactly what I want. As expected of a leveling Manhwa hero, he was on the verge of level 73. He drove the blue Kirin beast forward the ground, cracking under their momentum. 40 minutes later, a familiar golden light enveloped his body. System notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 73. Asaf gripped his reins, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he fires a massive area of effect ultimate every 30 seconds. This is cheating. After several waves, his soldiers were dead, yet Zhang Han's health bar hadn't moved an inch. Sweat poured down Asaf's face as he gritted his teeth. If I run now, Lord Ariel will never forgive me. Resolved to die fighting, Asaf charged. Damn you, Zhang Han smiled, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Not bad. Your will is strong. You are worthy of witnessing my full power. Zhang Han gripped his sword with both hands, aura exploding. He channeled the power of Shattered Star into a single strike. Bone-severing strike. The blade slashed horizontally across Asaf. System notification. You used Shattered Star to boost bone. Severing strike, dealing 225,971 damage. Fracture effect triggered. You have permanently severed the right arm of Asaf, Covenant of Holy Light. His attack is reduced by 80%. Armor penetration effect active. Defense reduced by 40% until the end of battle. Asaf let out a blood-curdling scream. No, his right arm flew through the air, severed by Zhang Han's blade. Zhang Han spun around, shocked. Holy shta. He stared blankly. Wait, does this awakening Manhwa logic allow armor penetration and limb severance without even landing a critical hit? Shattered Star boosting bone severing strike works on opponents of similar strength. Once the broken bone effect triggers, this is basically a god-tier skill. Asaf clutched his bleeding stump. Zhang Han narrowed his eyes. He lost his right arm. His attack and defense have plummeted. Now he's just a sheep waiting for the slaughter. Zhang Han spurred his beast forward, unleashing the frenzied slash skill. The blade sliced across Asaf's stomach. Die system notification. Congratulations. You have slain the level 75 Dark Gold boss Asaf. You received 15 million experience points and 400 fame. Note, the equipment dropped from the boss will be sent directly to your inventory. Zhang Han stood silently, absorbing the victory. The spectators watched with jaws on the floor. Is that even possible? That's too overpowered. He literally chopped the guy's arm off. System alert. Warning, the fourth wave is imminent. Commanded by the level 80 boss leader Nydia. The assault begins in exactly 5 minutes. Get ready for battle. He raised an eyebrow, realizing the gravity of the situation. Wait, the fourth wave is led by Ariel, the Light of God. This leveling Manhwa just got a lot more complicated. Seeing his subordinates slaughtered, Ariel grit his teeth in disgust. A bunch of useless trash, completely humiliating him. With a sweep of his hand, he tossed his cloak aside. Enough of this. Golden armor gleamed under the light as 2 pairs of majestic wings unfurled. I will personally deliver divine punishment upon you all. System alert. Because Dark Alchemist Jiang Han destroyed the solemn divine ritual, the Holy Court's rage has been ignited. Hidden scenario activated. The Earth rank boss Ariel, God's light has descended. In a flash, he launched himself toward Jiang Han at breakneck speed. Jiang Han's eyes went wide with pure terror. What the hell? He's charging straight in. Before he could even react, Ariel's iron grip tightened around his throat. Too fast. The angel dragged Jiang Han backward, roaring. Be honored, mortal. Your divine punishment comes from Ariel himself. System alert. Ariel uses the forbidden skill Soul Whip. All attributes reduced by 20%. Pain sensitivity increased by 100%. Suffocating under the crushing grip, Jiang Han's mind raced. All attributes down by 20%. That is bad enough. But what does it mean to increase pain by 100%? The game's pain limit is supposed to be capped at 10%. Suddenly, Ariel's fist slammed into Jiang Han's body, sending him flying backward with a pained scream. Jiang Han's face was a bloody mess, his internal screams echoing in his mind. Why is the agony so intense? I'm on the verge of blacking out. Ariel showed no mercy, raining blow after blow upon him. The court's minions cheered in sadistic delight. Just one normal punch rendered the opponent completely helpless. Truly, a god. Jiang Han has been beaten unconscious. Ha ha ha, he deserves it. Ariel grabbed Jiang Han by the collar, lifting him like a rag doll. To think those fools worried you might actually defeat me. Within the same tier, gods are invincible. You are merely at the dark gold rank. I cannot fathom what they were so afraid of. Jiang Han's power was plummeting into the abyss. Ariel scoffed, tightening his fist with a look of utter disgust. Boring. Suddenly, Fei Qi roared in fury. Release my brother immediately. He leaped from the sky, axe raised high in a desperate strike. Ariel glanced at him with disdain, eyes glowing. With a cold snort, he fired a beam of light straight through Fei Qi's chest. Fei Qi's strength vanished instantly. He crashed to the ground in agony. System alert. Ariel uses the skill, Light's Judgment. The skill deals over 5 million damage to Berserker Fei Qi. He takes an additional 500,000 light elemental damage every second for 5 seconds. Lying broken on the ground, Jiang Han cried out weakly, Fei Qi. The Berserker coughed up blood, his life fading fast. Through the pain, Fei Qi forced out his final words. Sorry, it was me. Ariel kicked the dying warrior away like trash. What a nuisance. System announcement. The Berserker Fei Qi has died. Jiang Han froze, his eyes going dark with shock. What tears streamed down his face as he grit his teeth. How dare you? Ariel turned back to him calmly. Next, I will exterminate the Dark Swordsman, and this boring siege will finally end. Suddenly, Uriel's gaze shifted, a look of genuine surprise flashing across his face. Oh, Ariel watched in astonishment as Jiang Han struggled to his feet, clutching something in his hand. Still fighting against death. It was a time reversal scroll. Jiang Han tore it open without hesitation. Fei Qi, thank you for using your life to buy me time. But I will not let you die like this. System alert. You have used the S-rank item Time Reversal. The boss felt reality shift around him. What is this? Time is rewinding. Jiang Han is returning to the past. The world blurred, as scenes played backward like a rewinding film. Be honored, mortal. Your divine punishment comes from Ariel himself. Jiang Han stared at the system notification in awe. You have successfully used the S-rank Time Reversal item. The timeline has reverted by 63 seconds. Jiang Han looked up to see Ariel charging once again. Danger. He immediately dismissed his mount to dodge the incoming attack. Uriel's hand grabbed empty air. He missed. It was as if he could predict the future. Jiang Han glanced toward his best friend. Perfect. After turning back time, Fei Qi is still alive. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the angel, launching the dual contract straight at him. Hey God, do you dare to catch this? Ariel snatched the SS rank dual contract out of the air. Item description. A special pact requiring signatures from both parties. Once established, it initiates a life or death battle. The loser gets nothing. The winner takes all. Both parties must engage in a fair duel at an agreed time and location. No outside interference allowed. The victor claims everything from the loser, including class equipment, items, and wealth. Single use only. Ariel looked at the scroll suspiciously. A dual contract? I did not expect you to possess such a thing. System notification. God's Light Ariel. Earth rank boss. Level 100. HP. 50 million. Attack 80,000 to 82,000. Defense 45,000. Skills Angel's Sword, Judgment Fire. Sinful Light and Purification. Forbidden Skill Soul Whip. Forbidden skill domain of justice. Description: a holy angel, summoned by the Light Church. A being transcending thousands. Even if his power is temporarily restricted, he has no equal within his level range. Jiang Han let out a breath of relief. Finally, I can see his stats. But damn, his attributes completely crush mine. I cannot even break his defense. Despite the odds, Jiang Han pointed a finger directly at Ariel. Let's fight to the death. Do you dare? The angel looked down with a sneer. You think you are worthy of a deathmatch with me, Jiang Han scoffed. A cowardly god afraid to fight a mere mortal. Is that it? Ariel raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued. Very interesting, he thought. This brat dares to speak to me like that. With the forces of darkness watching, the majesty and reputation of the gods cannot be stained. If I refuse, he will use it to mock me forever. Ariel stared him down. Except, since victory is guaranteed, there is no harm in agreeing. But if this brat gets his way, he benefits. Jiang Han held up a necromancy sensor and crushed it. Hesitating good. This is a classic move in any awakening manhwa. System alert. You are using the A-rank item necromancy sensor. Suddenly, Li Yi materialized from the void. Disciple, are you? Alright, Jiang Han turned to him with a wild, excited grin. Master, I never imagined you'd tear through the realm barrier just to save my hide. Jiang Han clenched his fist, a smirk playing on his lips. Good thing you had Raph send that bracelet ahead of time. Zeril raised his blade, his gaze locking onto the seraph with killing intent. Stand back, disciple. I'll clip this little bird's wings myself. System alert. The Dark Swordsman Jiang Han faces a catastrophic threat. The undead sword. Saint Zeril has descended to join the fray. Ariel remained silent, a statue of divine judgment. Suddenly, space warped. System alert. Due to the intrusion of a saint-tier entity, the hidden boss Archbishop Quinn of the Holy Court has entered the battlefield to assist Ariel. Quinn's eyes were chips of ice as he stared down the undead swordsman. This battle was written in the stars. Interfere. Who's interfering? Zeril stepped between them, his sword humming with energy. Listen here, you old fossil. If I want to crash this party, I will. Someone is trying to claim my disciple's life. Did you really think I'd just stand by and watch? Suddenly, Jiang Han cut in. Master, use the demon god summoning scroll now. Zeril glanced back, hesitation in his eyes. Are you certain, boy? Jiang Han's mind raced. Just as I predicted. The moment the Holy Court sensed Ariel was in danger, they sent reinforcements. Even if I crushed Ariel here, and now they just teleport him away to safety. Jiang Han grinned, his eyes dangerous. Do it, master. Yes. The more chaotic the battlefield, the better his odds. Zeril understood instantly. Normally, a demon god couldn't just waltz in, but a direct summons. That changed the rules of engagement entirely. With a grim nod, Zeril committed. Very well. In a flash of motion, he tore the ancient scroll asunder. System notification. The undead sword saint has activated the demon god summoning scroll. There is a high probability of a god-tier entity descending upon the battlefield within 60 seconds. Quinn scoffed, his face darkening. What madness is this? Summoning a demon god will bring ruin to us all. The holy knights muttered among themselves, fear rippling through their ranks like a plague. A god-tier combatant. If we stay, we'll be crushed by the pressure alone. Ignoring them, Jiang Han shouted to the heavens. Lo, I know you're watching. I know you're lurking in the shadows. If I die here, your vengeance for Daniel dies with me. Are you really willing to throw away your only chance? I'm gambling everything on this. Out of the 10 demon gods, I don't have a connection with any of the others. Raph made it clear the other gods would just watch the show. But lo, he wants my head on a platter so badly, he's the only one who will definitely answer the call. Even though Lo despises me, his hatred for the Light faction runs deeper. To serve his own interests, he'll save me just to kill me later. This was the ultimate gambit in this leveling manhwa. System warning. One of the 10 dark demon gods, the forbidden curse user Lo, has descended upon Tienh High Town. All unrelated personnel must evacuate immediately or face total annihilation. Suddenly, a pillar of obsidian light erupted. The holy knights gasped, clutching their throats. What? What is this pressure? The aura. It's suffocating. Even Quinn was trembling, cold sweat beading on his forehead. From the void of darkness, Lo stepped forth. You actually dared to summon me, human. Your audacity knows no bounds. Jiang Han didn't flinch. He began his psychological warfare. Lo, I know you crave my death, but look at these two massive bosses in front of us. Don't they whet your appetite? Help me now, and I swear on my life, in 2 years I will duel you fair and square. If I lose, then you can do whatever you want with my soul. Jiang Han gestured to Quinn and Ariel with a twisted smile. Not a bad proposition, Lo mused. The soul of a god is definitely more delicious than a weak dark swordsman. And that archbishop isn't a bad snack either. Keke. As for you, perhaps in 2 years, you'll ripen into a meal actually worth eating. Very well. I shall lend you my aid this once. Lo licked his lips, hunger burning in his eyes. Devouring a god. It is a delicacy I have only dreamed of. Today I shall feast. But suddenly a blinding radiance tore through the sky. A booming voice echoed from the heavens. Lo. A beam of pure light slammed into the earth, sending debris flying. Recognizing the aura, the holy knights fell to their knees in reverence. Greetings, your holiness. Pope Elvis emerged from the light, a glowing orb in his hand. Lo. You were once a devout monk of my temple. To think you would fall so far into darkness? It is truly regrettable. System alert. The scales of fate tip once more. Because a god-tier boss appeared, the Holy Court's hidden god-tier boss, Pope Elvis, has decided to intervene. Lo shot Jiang Han a look before sneering at the Pope. Old fool, what right do you have to judge me? Your precious Holy Court hasn't done a single good deed in decades. Jiang Han scanned the battlefield. The sheer pressure from these titans. A clash between two god-tier entities would wipe out the remaining holy forces instantly. His eyes narrowed, but it would also obliterate Tienh High Town. A calm smile touched his lips. If that's the case, perhaps we can reach a compromise. I need to isolate Ariel. I can't let him be rescued by these high-level NPCs. Jiang Han pointed his blade directly at the angel. Hey, you cowardly excuse for a god, do you dare sign a life-and-death contract? Just you and me. One-on-one. Once the contract is sealed, no one can interfere. It ends only in death. Jiang Han's audacious challenge left the 4 supreme bosses stunned into silence. Ariel's fury boiled over. This insolent brat. Did he summon all these monsters just to force me into a duel? Pope Elvis turned to the angel. Lord Ariel, crushing this dark swordsman should be effortless for you. Why not grant him his dying wish? Ariel sneered. Fine. I will grant your wish, you insignificant insect. System notification. The life and death contract has been established. The duel shall take place outside Tienh High Town. No external interference is permitted. 2 enter, only 1 leaves. Zeril stepped closer, his voice laced with concern. Disciple, unless you have comprehended the true essence of the Dark Swordsman, you cannot defeat him. Jiang Han flashed a reassuring grin. Then I guess I'll just have to comprehend it right now. Zeril blinked, dumbfounded. Are you serious? Jiang Han marched forward, his resolve hardening like steel. I cannot die here. He looked up at the sky. The contract is signed. There is no turning back now. I originally summoned Master Zeril and baited low just to tip the scales, but the system balanced the game too perfectly. That path is a dead end. No matter how many strong allies I bring this broken system, Manhwa logic will just spawn equally powerful enemies to counter them. There's only one variable left under my control. To survive. I have to crush Ariel myself. Memories of Fei Qi dying right before his eyes flooded back. In that abyss of despair, a girl's voice pierced through the darkness, reminding him of his humanity. That was the moment he finally grasped the true nature of the dark domain. A soldier of the Holy Church shouted, questioning his insanity. But Jiang Han just smirked, his eyes wild. Is this what you call a desperate struggle? Besides challenging a god before biting the dust. That was a bragging right worth an entire lifetime. Ariel, however, had run out of patience, unleashing divine light to purge this nuisance. The system Manhwa interface flashed a red alert. God Ariel has activated the forbidden skill Soul Whip. All your attributes are slashed by 20%, and pain sensitivity is amplified by 100%. Jiang Han didn't flinch. He devoured the Thunder Turtle meat from his inventory. The system chimed. Thunder Turtle consumed all attributes, boosted by 16% for 10 minutes. Then he pulled out the Fallen Feather. As he activated the item, pitch black wings erupted from Jiang Han's back. System notification: Fallen Feather used. Flight ability unlocked. All attributes surged by another 20% for 30 minutes. Corwin stood on the sidelines, cold sweat, drenching his back as he gasped. What in the world? Elvis remained silent, his gaze intense. Ariel let out a chilling smile. It seems you have quite a collection of toys. Then the air exploded as both sides clashed. Ariel's fist slammed into Jiang Han, suppressing his power with overwhelming force. Jiang Han was blasted backward, gritting his teeth. The agony was excruciating. As expected, a 100% increase in pain sensitivity was the true nightmare here. Uriel roared with excitement, shouting, "Come on, show me what a dark swordsman is made of. Do you truly have the spine to fight a deathmatch with a god?" He slashed his blade viciously across Jiang Han's midsection. The system screamed, "You have been struck by the god of light, Uriel's skill, angelic sword. Health deducted by 3,548,400 points. You will take 50,000 points of light elemental damage every second." Jiang Han fought to stay conscious, swinging his sword through the haze of torture. It hurt like hell. The pain was so intense it threatened to sever his connection to reality. But the true despair wasn't the pain. It was his powerlessness. Uriel caught Jiang Han's blade with his bare hand as if it were a twig. The damage log showed a pathetic reduction of just 1 unit. The god scoffed coldly. "Who gave an ant like you the courage to stand against me?" Uriel's eyes glowed with divine wrath. "Did you think sprouting a pair of wings would make you my equal? Forget flying. I will ensure you never stand again." Twin beams of destructive light shot from Uriel's eyes, aiming straight for Jiang Han's chest. "Kneel before your god." Jiang Han's eyes bulged as he coughed up a fountain of blood. The pain was compounding far worse than the last strike. How was he still conscious? This was agony, beyond what any mortal soul could endure. His health bar was flashing red. A gaping hole burned through his chest. Yet, Jiang Han clenched his jaw, refusing to shatter. "No, I cannot fall here. If I lose Feiqi, Sky Town, and even Master will be doomed." Seeing the insect still twitching, Uriel prepared another blow. "I said on your knees." Feiqi, watching this calamity unfold, felt his heart race with anxiety. He cursed silently. "Damn it. Every time I want to rush down and save one river cold water, I'm paralyzed by this overwhelming pressure." The spectators whispered in horror. "Is he dead? He has to be dead. That kind of damage is fatal." One old gamer sighed. "Even for a game, isn't this method of killing a bit too cruel?" Jiang Han lay broken on the ground. His armor shattered the hole in his chest, exposing the fatal blow. Uriel walked over, slowly radiating arrogance. "I must admit, your sudden burst of passion was genuinely shocking." Suddenly, Elvis flickered into existence, blocking Uriel's path. The god's expression darkened instantly. "Elvis, what is the meaning of this?" Elvis's eyes shone with determination as he replied, "The battle isn't over yet." Confused, Uriel looked past him, only to see Jiang Han raising a defiant middle finger. "You think this is the end?" Jiang Han knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky as the notification rang out. This was the peak moment of an awakening Manhwa. "Congratulations, you have comprehended the true essence of the Dark Swordsman. S-rank Dark Samsara has evolved into SS rank Forbidden Dark Samsara." Miraculously, the gaping wound on Jiang Han's chest began to knit itself back together. System alert. Your passive skill Forbidden Dark Samsara has automatically triggered. All attributes have skyrocketed by 50%. His body began to mutate, his hair turning a split shade of stark white and jet black. Jiang Han looked at his hands, feeling the surge of energy. "Did I succeed?" The system interface flooded his vision with the new data. SS rank Forbidden Dark Samsara description. The Dark Swordsman walks the razor's edge between life and death. Fearless of the grave, thirsting only for victory, he possesses the unique ability to draw power from his own mortality. To defeat the enemy, this skill activates postmortem. Upon death, all attributes increase by 50%, lasting for 30 minutes. It was the ultimate cheat code of a leveling Manhwa. Passive effect. After dying, Dark Samsara triggers automatically. You revive with full health, all debuffs are cleansed and cooldowns are reset. This effect can stack up to 10 times. The penalty. When the duration ends, your level drops by 10. Additionally, each death deducts another 5 levels. Cooldown time, 7 days. The crowd watching the spectacle was flabbergasted. "I thought joining the Dark faction meant permadeath. Wasn't your account supposed to be locked after 1 death? How is he reviving on the spot with full health?" Uriel narrowed his eyes confused. "You recovered. Since when do Dark Swordsmen possess such divinity?" Jiang Han stood tall, gripping his sword with a feral grin. "There are many things in this world you know nothing about." He launched himself forward. "Go to hell," Uriel countered, blasting a hole straight through Jiang Han's body again, confident that his divine power would crush this pest. "Didn't I tell you to kneel and stay down?" But a minute later, Jiang Han was there again, clutching his sword anchored to the earth. System alert. Forbidden Dark Samsara activated. All attribute buffs have now stacked to 100%. Uriel shot into the sky, his eyes glowing like supernovas. "So what? Even if an ant becomes 10 times stronger, it is still an ant. No matter how many times you revive, I will crush you just as easily." He looked down from the heavens, unleashing twin beams of annihilation straight at Jiang Han. Jiang Han collapsed again, only for the system to chime instantly. Forbidden Dark Samsara activated. All attributes increased by 150%. He forced his wings open, screaming as he flew straight at the god, Ariel. He swung his sword with apocalyptic force. Ariel, arrogant to the core, raised his hand to catch the blade just like before. He thought the result would be the same no matter how many times they clashed. But this time, reality shattered. Jiang Han's blade sliced through the divine aura and cut deep into Ariel's hand. Ariel stared at his bleeding palm in disbelief. How could a mortal injure a god? What is this? Jiang Han laughed maniacally, swinging again. Oh, so gods bleed too. Are you sure you aren't a counterfeit deity? The god's eyes turned bloodshot with pure rage. I will see just how many times you can crawl back from hell. Ariel summoned a weapon, forged from pure holy light. Accept your divine punishment. The beam of light pierced Jiang Han instantly. He coughed blood as the system blared. You have been struck by the light of God, Ariel. A catastrophic blow, dealing over 5 million damage, sent him rocketing back. He smashed into the city wall, shattering the stone into clouds of dust. Witnessing this devastation, the crowd couldn't help but murmur in fear. Is he finally dead this time? What kind of broken ability is this? He dies, comes back and hits harder every single time. It's absolutely terrifying. I'm begging you, just stay dead. Let me have a normal gaming experience. Cold sweat dripped down Li's face as a thought struck him. Did this brat actually unlock a forbidden curse? That's the only explanation for this insanity. Just yesterday, he only managed to awaken a hidden passive skill during our duel. But today, has he already mastered a forbidden spell? What a monstrous talent. I don't know whether to celebrate his strength or tremble in fear. Suddenly, the wound inflicted by Ariel vanished without a trace. Jiang Han sat amidst the rubble, a provocative smirk on his lips. Is that all you've got? And here I thought gods were supposed to be powerful. Maybe a god created by sacrificing a fragile girl retains that very same weakness. Ding system alert. Forbidden skill, Dark Samsara, has automatically triggered. All attributes have increased by 200%. Ariel grit his teeth, his fury ignited by that arrogant smile. Damn him, he thought. Why does his aura spike every time he crawls back from hell? Is he truly immortal? No, I refuse to believe it. There must be a limit to these resurrections. Madness took over as Ariel unleashed a barrage of holy light toward Jiang Han. Wrought in oblivion. System alert, forbidden skill. Dark Samsara triggered. All attributes have increased by 250%. System alert, forbidden skill. Dark Samsara triggered again. All attributes have now surged by 300%. He slammed his hand into the earth, launching himself like a cannonball. The ground below shattered from the force of his ascent. He tore through the air with speed that even shocked the god. So fast Ariel swung his blade of light, but struck only empty air. In a flash, Jiang Han appeared directly above him and drove a brutal kick straight into the god's face. The impact sent Ariel crashing into the earth like a meteor. Jiang Han leveled his blade at the fallen deity, his voice cold as ice. Didn't you demand that I kneel and never rise again? So tell me, why are you the one crushed beneath my feet? Humiliation burned through Ariel's veins. He roared like a wounded beast. Get off me! An explosion of energy erupted from Ariel, blasting Jiang Han backward. But fear was foreign to him now. He raised his sword, eyes burning with resolve. With this next strike, I will end you. System alert, player Jiang Han. Activate skill, Daydreaming. Next attack power boosted by 800%, damage amplified by 1000%, critical hit guaranteed. For the first time, true terror flickered in Ariel's eyes. He desperately raised his arms to block the incoming catastrophe. You think you can kill a god? In your dreams. System alert, like god Ariel activates forbidden skill, Domain of Justice. User stats increased by 100%. Enemy stats reduced by 100% for 3 minutes. But suddenly Ariel froze. What is this? Was I tricked? The damage output is 0. Is the skill name Daydreaming literal? Jiang Han smirked internally. Gotcha. I baited out his trump card. Seeing the god paralyzed by confusion, Jiang Han taunted him. Why waste your ultimate move so early in the game? Did my little trick scare you that much? Snapping back to reality, Ariel swung his blade in a blind rage. He poured every ounce of his divinity into one final cataclysmic strike. Die. A pillar of holy light obliterated the spot where Jiang Han stood. Just die already. Ariel's eyes glowed crimson with insanity. How many times must I slaughter you? Stay down, you insect, from the sidelines. Li Yi watched the protagonist get pulverized into meat paste. He realized the strategy. Is he provoking Ariel to keep the Dark Samsara chain active? If he doesn't die within 30 minutes, the skill goes on cooldown. And if that happens, it's game over. But as the smoke from the divine strike cleared, a silhouette stood tall and unbroken. System alert. Forbidden skill. Dark Samsara triggered. All attributes have now increased by 350%. Jiang Han raised his sword and charged. What's the matter, cat? Got your tongue? Aren't you the god of judgment? Then judge me. Veins bulged on Uriel's forehead as he screamed. Die. Jiang Han looked up, meeting the god's gaze without flinching. System alert. Forbidden skill. Dark Samsara triggered. All attributes have reached a 400% increase. System alert. Duration of Domain of Justice has expired. Exhausted, Uriel wiped the sweat from his trembling lip. How? How do you keep coming back? Jiang Han let out a cold, predatory laugh. Why? Is that a serious question? Because I'm dying to know. What kind of legendary loot does a god-tier boss drop in a deathmatch? Uriel took to the sky, grinding his teeth. You greedy insect, keep dreaming. Uriel's eyes widened in shock as a shadow flickered beside him. Jiang Han was already there. With a thunderous kick, he spiked the god back to the earth. As he dove after him, Jiang Han calculated his gains. 8 deaths, 400% stat boost, plus the effects of Dance of the Fallen. This is the thrill of a leveling manhwa. Combined with Thunder 33, my attack power has breached 880,000. I've finally matched the god's power. No, I've surpassed it. Uriel crashed down, but managed to land on his feet. He spun around instinctively, but the Reaper was already behind him, blade raised high. You sit on your throne, acting high and mighty. You trample on the bones of children without a shred of mercy. You revel in forcing the weak to kneel before you. Jiang Han's blade carved a deep gash across Uriel's back. Did you ever imagine the day when someone would drag you down from the heavens into the dirt? Purple energy began to swirl ominously around Jiang Han's hand. Necro slash. Another brutal strike tore into the god's flesh. Seeing her master in peril, Nydia panicked and charged forward. Lord Uriel, I'm coming to assist you. System alert warning. High-level Guardian Commander Nydia level 80 has initiated the 4th wave of attack. She cast a potent healing spell to save him. But the light fizzled out instantly, having no effect. What is happening? Jiang Han smirked, happy to educate her. A deathmatch contract enforces absolute fairness. No outsiders can interfere with our duel. He glared at the seething Uriel and calculated. I still have 2 resurrections left in the tank. Uriel, the god of light. An archangel from Western mythology, a big shot like him, must be hiding an inventory full of god-tier artifacts. This is exactly what I expect from an awakening manhwa boss fight. System alert, Uriel activates forbidden skill Soul Lash. Your attributes are reduced by 20%. Pain sensitivity increased by 100%. Uriel couldn't comprehend how a mortal stood on equal footing with him. Roaring in denial, he lunged forward. Clang, the angel's blade struck true, tearing a massive chunk from Jiang Han's health bar. System alert, impact from Angel's Justice confirmed. You have lost 24,440,000 health points. You will suffer 50,000 light element damage every second. Jiang Han gritted his teeth, burying the agony deep down. It hurt, but as the distance closed, the pain became fuel. He lunged forward, his blade flashing in a desperate assault against Uriel. The god's health bar was blinking red. Uriel gnashed his teeth in fury. You damn pest. Rage exploded as he launched his weapon to intercept. Just die already. The blow struck true, slamming Jiang Han into the dirt. Uriel smirked, convinced of his victory. After all, that was the 8th time he had slaughtered this human. Let's see you crawl back from hell this time. But suddenly, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Jiang Han materialized right in front of him, his sword descending like judgment. Jiang Han stomped his boot onto the god's face and roared. On your knees. The impact was too fast to block. Uriel was smashed out of the sky, crashing hard into the earth. Where was his divine arrogance now, replaced by a pathetic coughing mess? Kook. Jiang Han wasted no time. He drove his blade straight down. Shattered star steel pierced through Uriel's back, shattering bone. The god shrieked in agony. Jiang Han looked down at him with a sneer, as if observing a dying insect. Huh, some god you are. He twisted the blade deeper into Uriel's spine. In this moment, do you hear the screams of the hundreds of girls your church sacrificed in your name? Blood vessels burst in Uriel's eyes as he howled. With a sickening tear, Jiang Han ripped the wings of light straight from the god's back. Cold sweat poured down Uriel's face as the pain broke his mind. Jiang Han held the bloody wings aloft, a demonic smile playing on his lips. If you had 2 pairs, maybe losing one wouldn't hurt so much. Terror finally dawned in Uriel's eyes as he glanced back. Am I actually going to die? The church followers watched in stunned silence as their deity was dismantled. Spotting Elvis, Uriel reached out a trembling hand. Elvis, get over here and save me. But the bishop stood frozen sweat, drenching his face. Lord Uriel. Li Yi stood nearby, adding salt to the wound. The rules of the deathmatch are absolute. Did you really think a mere god could break the laws of the system? Hey bishop, how does it feel? The god you worked so hard to summon is about to need a funeral service from you. The old man ground his teeth in impotent rage. Jiang Han stared at the gasping deity beneath his boot. Accept your fate. The game is over and no one is coming to save you. Uriel screamed in denial. You just got lucky. If you hadn't awakened the Dark Swordsman truth at the last second. Jiang Han pulled his sword free, readying the execution strike. You are completely wrong. As you die, understand this. You didn't lose because of my luck. You lost because of your own blinding arrogance. If you had fought with the intent of a warrior instead of a god, it would be my corpse cooling on the ground right now. Uriel stared blankly as the sword tip rushed toward his skull. What? The god vanished into particles of light. Ding system alert. Congratulations. You have slain the Earth rank boss level 100. Light of God Uriel leveled up +3. Reputation increased by 200,000. This was the ultimate payoff of a leveling Manhwa. System alert, Earth rank boss successfully eliminated. Achievement unlocked. First player to defeat an Earth rank boss. Bonus rewards granted reputation +50,000. Free attribute points +80. Rare skill acquired. The skill Hand of Plunder activated, bathing Jiang Han in golden light. System alert. Congratulations on obtaining the final victory. According to the deathmatch contract, you may seize the opponent's class. Would you like to switch your class to the unique, hidden class Seraphim of the Holy Wing? System alert, victory confirmed. Transferring opponent's equipment based on contract rules. Acquired Sky Cloak, Divine Helm, Divine Gauntlets, Divine Armor, Divine Boots, and the Holy Sword. Li Yi watched with pride. He killed a god. My disciple has truly made a name for himself. Ding, you have leveled up to 77. Jiang Han wiped blood from his lip. But the siege wasn't finished yet. The system messages would have to wait. Jiang Han glared at the army of ants before him and charged. At the gate, Feiqi was holding the line, shouting as he fought. Get lost. But the church army was swarming him. I can't hold them back much longer. Brothers, push forward. Suddenly, a boot slammed into a soldier's head from above. Brother Jiang Han grinned savagely. Guard the gate. I'm going to hunt down the siege boss. Everywhere he passed, church soldiers fell like wheat. System alert, detected listener Nydia. Jiang Han smirked. Found you. He dropped from the sky, stomping his heel directly into her face. Nydia screamed as his boot crushed half her face. You filth. How dare you blaspheme against the divine? Punishment will fall upon you. Jiang Han scoffed coldly, his sword slicing cleanly through her neck. Hilarious. Your god is already dead. So who exactly is going to punish me? System alert. Slain. Spirit rank boss. Level 80. Listener Nydia. Experience +30 million. Reputation +5,000. Warning item duration for Fallen Feather has expired. Wings removed. Warning skill duration for Dark Samsara of Darkness has ended. During the activation period, you died 8 times. Penalty applied. Level reduced by 50. Jiang Han gasped for air. 50 levels. That penalty is insane. Exhaustion washed over him as he faced the army. A brute with a spiked club noticed his fatigue and grinned. Hee, finally, this is our chance. A long-haired soldier checked his scouter. He dropped to level 27. He's 10 levels lower than me now. Elvis roared a command. Adventurers killed the Dark Swordsman now, he thought to himself. Damn, that swordsman ruined everything. I can't attack due to the rules, but these siege participants can rip him apart. Seeing the mob hesitate, the bishop screamed. What are you waiting for? Charge. His head is ours for the taking. Kill Jiang Han. He's only level 27. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Han realized the gravity of the situation. Crap. I didn't manage to wipe them all out before the Dark Samsara mode ended. He glanced desperately at his logs. System notification S-rank item. Kiran's blessing is no longer restricted. Item is now usable. His eyes widened as he grabbed the artifact. Item info. S rank, Kirin's Blessing. The Kirin is a beast of omen. Its blessing brings infinite benefits to all living things. Effect base HP, permanently increased by 50,000. Base attack, permanently increased by 500. Base defense, permanently increased by 400. Movement speed permanently increased by 10%. Luck +1. Jung Han didn't hesitate. He bit the seal open instantly. Talk about rain falling during a drought. A blinding beam of azure light erupted from the Kirin's Blessing, shooting straight into Jung Han's forehead. The system window instantly popped up with a glorious notification. The Kirin's Blessing had evolved his entire existence. Permanent health boosted by 50,000 attack, and defense skyrocketed, and his movement speed surged by 10%. He even gained a point in pure luck. He channeled energy into his hand, marveling at the swirling green aura. You couldn't deny it, the stats from this blessing were absolutely broken. This wasn't just an upgrade. It was a god-tier transformation suitable for a main character. Jung Han smirked to himself. While he was at it, it was time to check out the rewards from the Hand of Plunder he had just learned. The system displayed the details Hand of Plunder S rank. Effect unconditionally steal skills from an enemy and learn them instantly. However, there were restrictions. He could only plunder a target once. If he used the Hand of Plunder again, the previous stolen skill would be overwritten and forgotten forever. Additionally, if the target's rank was higher than S rank, the stolen skill would be a nerfed version weakened based on the level gap. With a cooldown of only 10 minutes, the system confirmed he had mastered the ultimate cheat skill. Jung Han bared his teeth in a wicked grin. This skill was deliciously toxic. If he played this right, could a swordsman like him utilize the stealth mechanics of a thief? It was worth a try. He infused energy into his palm and shouted, "Old Man Hu, my best friend, where are you hiding?" Old Man Hu materialized from thin air, blade swinging. "I'm right here, brother Jung Han. Since you're not using that head of yours, let me take it." But the green glow radiating from Jung Han had already exposed the assassin's position. Old Man Hu gasped in shock. "What the hell?" Jung Han reached out with a calm smile. "Your hidden class is too powerful, brother. So I'll be borrowing your War God Possession skill for a bit." The system chimed. "You have successfully used Hand of Plunder on Old Man Hu skill acquired War God Possession." Suddenly, the church's army roared in the distance, charging forward. "Jung Han, we're taking your head." He curled his lip in disdain. "You want my head? Do you think it will be that easy?" Jung Han moved like a phantom, unleashing a flurry of attacks at max speed. A notification rang out. "You have realized the hidden passive of War God Possession, the Power of Om. A passive skill with terrifying potential. When movement speed hits a critical threshold, the user forcibly teleports forward to evade incoming attacks. However, if the enemy's level is too high, the dodge chance drops significantly." Jung Han obliterated the vanguard in a single breath. The system lore explained that Om was a deity who raced against the sun itself to stop the night from falling. Speed was his domain. Old Man Hu felt a chill run down his spine. That bastard. It took me ages to grind and unlock that passive, and he mastered it in a split second. Jung Han didn't wait, charging past him. "Brother Hu, your ultimate technique really isn't bad at all." The system reminded him. With War God Possession active, all attributes are boosted by 20% for 1 minute. Jung Han ran his fingers along his blade, feeling the surge. The status screen appeared: Darkness, Demon General Jung Han. Rank, Dark Gold Boss level. 27. Health over 370,000. Attack over 7,000. This was the peak of a system Manhwa build. Luck 4. Current status Adventurer. Special buff experience, required to level up, is reduced to 10% of the normal value. Duration 1 hour. Reading this, his mind raced. Even if his equipment durability was shot, the combination of Soul Purification and War God Possession boosted his total stats by 30%. Even leveled down to 27, his raw stats were still catastrophic for anyone facing him. But the most terrifying part, the experience points needed to level up, were practically non-existent. He was about to power level like a maniac. Jung Han unleashed a wave of sword energy. To him, this army wasn't a threat. They were walking bags of EXP. System notification. "Congratulations, you killed player Dragon Beast. Level increased by 1. The church's army watched in a mix of horror and rage. "Oh my god, how is he leveling up that fast in the middle of a fight? Surround him, don't let him run wild." They threw their lives away, charging in. Their attacks could break his defense, and the damage wasn't negligible. Jung Han analyzed the battlefield quickly. These guys were around level 50. The Power of Om passive was easily getting blocked by the sheer density of attacks. However, He leaped into the sky, gravity shifting around his boot. You want to mob me? Ha, you're 100 years too early. System notification. You used War Stomp dealt over 214,000 damage to the adventurer's movement restricted for 1 second. Debuff. Applied enemy attack power reduced by 20%, and continuous damage applied for 1 minute. The battlefield became a slaughterhouse. Jiang Han calculated rapidly. A level 27 player killing level 50 enemies was equivalent to slaying high-tier bosses. With the super buff active, his leveling speed was breaking the game logic. System notification. Congratulations, you killed player Dora level increased by 1. Suddenly, Ren Jian lunged forward with a spear screaming Jiang Han. The spear slammed into Jiang Han's gut, sending him skidding backward. Ren Jian's eyes flashed with madness as he laughed. You can't escape this time, even if you sprout wings. But the spear hadn't even pierced his skin. Escape. Why would he? If he didn't put on a show, these guys would lose hope and run away. Having the EXP come to him was way more convenient than chasing them down. He feigned terror, trembling as he spoke. I can't believe I fell to you. You'll pay for this. Jiang Han thought to himself, the Kylan's blessing only gives me this 10% EXP requirement for an hour. I need to keep these players motivated to feed me kills for as long as possible. The church army roared with excitement. Hold the line. Steady. Don't let him get away. His head is ours. Ren Jian huffed coldly, retracting his spear to strike again. But his next attack didn't hit the target he expected. System notification. Congratulations, you killed player Peach Blossom level increased to 29. The attack had been redirected perfectly. Jiang Han smiled internally. Every time he leveled up, his base stats increased, making him harder to kill. As for what level he was right now, sorry, he was too busy slaughtering to check. System notification level increased to 30. Level increased to 31. He continued his rampage through the crowd. This was the ultimate leveling manhwa fantasy come to life. Damn it, why does he keep leveling up every time we die? The enemies were losing their minds. Suddenly, a blade intercepted his path. Jiang Han didn't have time to dodge, and was knocked back by the impact. Old Man Hu stood there smirking. You steal my skill and think you can just run. Aren't you going to leave your life behind first? Master Hu stroked his blade, a sinister grin spreading across his face. One-on-one, brother. Don't blame me for being ruthless when you die. The system rang out. Master Hu activated War God Possession, boosting all stats by 20%. Jiang Han was sent flying, burying his sword in the ground to break. He just smirked. No hard feelings. I get it. War God Possession. The system confirmed it again. Jiang Han saw the buff stacking up. A 20% boost for 60 seconds. Serious business. Hu's eye twitched at Jiang Han's calm arrogance. You brat, he roared, swinging his blade with the force of a mountain. Die. Jiang Han did the math instantly. His opponent's stats were currently superior. Fighting head-on was a waste of time. He sidestepped the incoming steel, weaving away like smoke. Don't you dare run, Hu bellowed. His blade danced, matching Jiang Han's speed step for step. Jiang Han glanced back. Even under attack, he had a plan. In this leveling manhwa, killing players meant XP and full health recovery. Hu saw him charging and barked an order. Godslayer Guild elites block him now. The front line stepped up, but Wu Tong screamed a warning. Other guilds fall back. If there are too many people, Jiang Han will just farm you for infinite health. The crowd hesitated. Then Master Hu raised his sword to the heavens. It was time for the ultimate move. Descent of the Gods. The system announced the Terror Master Hu activated Descent of the Gods, skyrocketing his attack power by a massive 60%. Every ally nearby got hit with a possession buff. But Jiang Han, he just smiled, green energy swirling around his hand. Heh, another gift for me, brother. Thanks for the skill. Jiang Han fired his plunder ability straight through Hu. Mine now. The veteran player panicked. He copied my ultimate. System notification. Plunder successful. You have learned the S-rank skill Descent of the Gods. Jiang Han looked at his hand satisfied. What a terrifying skill. It's like it was made just for me. He had just acquired a new trump card. S-rank Descent of the Gods. A blessing that supercharges the user and their allies. Attack damage boosted by 60%. Plus every teammate within 50 meters gets a random god possession buff for 5 minutes. This was a game changer. Jiang Han mimicked Hu's stance, raising his sword. System alert. Skill activated. His attack soared, and he rolled the Death God Possession buff. The God Slayer elites roared in anger, charging in blindly. He swung his blade, testing the weight. Death God Possession increases attack range. Perfect. Jiang Han grinned like a predator. God Slayer elites, you're just XP to me. Taste this. He unleashed the Shattered Star Necro Slash. The energy wave exploded outward, blasting the entire front line into oblivion with a single strike. The system went crazy. Level up 51. Level up 52. Level up 53. Level up 54. The XP bar was filling at light speed. Master Hu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. His jaw hit the floor. My elite squad, you monster. He stole my skill, buffed it, and wiped my team. What kind of demon did I just create? Jiang Han stared at his hand, drunk on the overwhelming power. Level 59, achieved. Jiang Han was ecstatic. Oh my god. Shattered Star is usually a single target skill, but combined with the Death God's range buff, it turns single strikes into massive area of effect nukes. A devious light flashed in his eyes. So good. Descent of the Gods. I'm keeping this skill forever. The church's army hesitated. What do we do? The God Slayer guild is decimated. Jiang Han must be low on health. Maybe we can steal the kill. Bad move. Jiang Han slashed, sending a church soldier flying. Then another. And another. They fell like wheat before a scythe. Ha! He has ranged attacks too. Jiang Han winked at Master Hu while slaughtering. Your skill is amazing, brother. Let's keep in touch. Hu cursed under his breath. Screw you. Don't look for me. But outwardly he forced a smile. No problem. We're brothers, right? If I'm in trouble later, help me out, yeah. Jiang Han spun around and slashed directly at him. Well said. Hu barely dodged in sheer panic. Damn, you'd kill your own brother. Jiang Han grinned, showing teeth. Business is business, brother. Don't blame me for being heartless. Master Hu turned tail and ran for his life. I understand. See you later. Panic set in. He's level 60 now. I can't kill him. My life isn't worth this joke. Jiang Han wasn't letting that XP walk away. He flashed to Hu's side instantly. Trying to run, he delivered a brutal kick. My War God buff is gone, but I'm stacked with speed buffs now. Now that I know how your skills work, catching you is as easy as flipping my hand. He stomped on Hu's head. My dear benevolent brother, I have one last request. You're the highest level player here. Before you go, donate some XP to your little brother, won't you? Hu turned his head, laughing nervously. It's just a few levels. Take it, brother. But remember, don't forget your friends when you're rich. You owe me. Jiang Han swung his sword down. Slash. Of course. System notification. You have slain player Master Hu. Congratulations. Level up. You are now level 63. He scanned the battlefield. The threat was gone. No one left dared to challenge him. Jiang Han turned his gaze to the church's army. The XP bonus timer is still ticking. I need to maximize this. For the next 10 minutes, it was a massacre. The soldier's eyes bulged in horror. Why is he still leveling up? He never stops. We can't fight him. We're just feeding him experience. Jiang Han watched the church's army scatter in terror. Small fry. Waste of energy to chase them down. He turned back to the objective. Time to wipe out the remaining shrine guards. Then, this siege war is finally over. Jiang Han's kick was a death sentence, obliterating the cowards attempting to flee. He turned to his exhausted brother in arms. Fei Qi, take a breath. I'll handle the slaughter from here. Fei Qi nodded, trusting him completely. Jiang Han carved a bloody path through the church's forces, his blade singing a song of death. As the last enemy fell, a magnificent golden aura erupted around his body. System alert. Congratulations. You have completed the exclusive main scenario quest. Rewards granted level increased by 3. Reputation increased by 100,000. Super rare. Item acquired. The Peerless Stone dropped into his inventory. But the system wasn't done yet. Congratulations on clearing the main quest. Difficulty SS rank rewards level. Plus 3 reputation. Plus 30,000. And the rare item Pet Ascension Stone. Jiang Han threw open his status window. Level 75. The penalty from the dark reincarnation hadn't just been paid off. It was a total jackpot of godly gear. He grinned at the sky. I really have to thank whichever deity sent this divine punishment my way. High above the Pope, watched in silence, teeth grinding together. That little animal. Luo glanced at him with a sneer. Watch your language, old man. Someone of your age shouldn't be spouting such filth. It was just a tiny 6-winged angel after all. Do you really think God cares about something so insignificant? The Pope was so furious he couldn't speak. Elvis clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. Damn you, Luo, but I can't make a move against him right now. He's covered in vile curses and wicked tricks. Killing him is nearly impossible, and with his vengeful nature, he'd stick to my holy court like a leech and bring down a calamity upon us all. The Pope scoffed in frustration. Suddenly, A blinding light enveloped the two powerhouse figures. Jiang Han looked up, startled. What the hell is happening now? Do they want to keep fighting? Jiang Han stared at the sky. Whether it's the main line or the exclusive quest, the system has already calculated and delivered my rewards. There shouldn't be any reason for more trouble. But then Uriel's broken body began to float. Uriel, why is he condensing energy for a rebirth? A blinding flash consumed the sky, and just like that, the figures were gone. The Pope's eyes widened in horror. What cold sweat trickled down Elvis's face. Damn it, Lord, Uriel's divine body was too fragile to suppress the 9 orbs any longer. He turned sharply to Quinn. Quinn, we can't stay here. Retreat. Quinn nodded instantly. As they fled like rats, Luo watched with a mocking grin. Oh, looks like the mighty Pope got scared. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes, focusing on the 9 beads hovering in the void. Those orbs. After Mentor Daniel died, didn't one of them look exactly like that? System announcement. The judgment of the gods has been shattered by the Dark Swordsman. The faction of light has paid a heavy price and failed to stop the inevitable. The prelude to the catastrophe has silently begun. Adventurers have started to wake from the confusion. The era of chaos is upon us. This twist is exactly what you'd expect from a top-tier awakening manhwa. Suddenly, the 9 orbs beamed pillars of light down to the earth. System alert. The second open beta of Eternal is now live expansion pack, The Betrayal of Justice. Players across the world receive the notifications simultaneously. System reminder. Eternal Open Beta 2 has officially launched. A streak of light tore through the firmament. Jiang Han watched it pass, muttering the Betrayal of Justice. He analyzed the name. Judging by the title alone, it's impossible to guess the content. I'll probably have to wait until the main story triggers to get any answers. Suddenly, Li Yi appeared out of nowhere, his voice urgent. Disciple, you've really outdone yourself this time. Uriel is a higher dimensional being. Since you managed to kill him, you're bound to receive some incredible treasures. Jiang Han smirked. I haven't seen the good stuff yet, but I'll take your word for it, Master. Still, I have to thank you for coming to back me up. Li Yi shook his head. Think nothing of it. Protecting my disciple is only natural for a master. I need to return to Haishin City immediately. Before I go, do you have any questions? Jiang Han voiced the doubt lingering in his heart. Master those 9 beads. Li Yi's eyes narrowed. Those are condensed artifacts. They appeared after the Necromancer fell, and now that Uriel has perished, the 9 orbs will absorb elemental energy, drifting in the air at an unknown location. Once charged, they can bring the adventurer back to the mortal realm. Jiang Han paused, then asked, what about Daniel? Li Yi stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Daniel is a fragment of the adventurer's power. Even if he awakens, he won't forget you. But until the time is right, don't burden your mind with it. Your priority now is to get stronger. Jiang Han nodded, understanding the assignment. Purple energy swirled around Li Yi as he turned to leave, but he glanced back one last time. Speaking of which, you defeated Uriel thanks to the strange power in that necklace you're wearing. Jiang Han opened his system interface. There's a strange power inside this thing. Item Oath Necklace. Rank Earth. HP plus 200000. Attack plus 20%. Max HP plus 30%. Special skill The Oath. Jiang Han pondered. Did the origin of belief and oath transform into this oath necklace? The attributes haven't changed, but the one-time special skill attached to the belief part is gone. When did I use it? Did it activate automatically when Fei Qi died? Li Yi's voice turned serious. Only because you fought Uriel with the resolve to die combined with that strange power were you able to grasp the true meaning of the dark reincarnation at death's door. Even I broke out in a cold sweat watching that. As Li Yi vanished into the teleportation gate, Jiang Han cupped his fists in respect. Thank you for your care, Master. A final whisper echoed back. Tell no one. I hope the next time we meet, you will have become even more powerful. Watching the smoke dissipate, Jiang Han felt a knot of unease. Luo is gone too. He didn't make a move against me. Does he really plan to fatten me up and kill me in 2 years? Well, that's a problem for the future me. Right now, it's time to count the spoils. He pulled out the Peerless Stone. The first item has to be the ultra-rare drop from the exclusive quest system Peerless Stone. Rank, SS. Description: Peerless proves the power within is absolutely unique. Effect: allows the user to fuse characteristics from other classes, exponentially increasing potential and talent. Reading this, Jiang Han literally jumped for joy. Whoa, that is insane. I must have saved a country in my past life to get this lucky. This is the kind of overpowered drop that makes a system manhwa so addictive. I was torn between the Dark Swordsman and the Godslayer Holy Angel paths, and now you hand me a treasure like this. Jiang Han stared at the interface, a scene straight out of a tension-filled system manhwa. Thank God I didn't confirm the class transfer earlier, or I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. The screen flashed with a blinding notification. Do you wish to change your class to the unique hidden class Godslayer Holy Angel? Resting in his palm, the SS rank Peerless Stone pulsed with an ethereal light. Godslayer Holy Angel. I have to admit, it sounds way more domineering than Dark Swordsman, but my current dark skills are too powerful to just throw away. Still, this stone appeared at the perfect moment. The system chime rang out again. Do you wish to consume the SS rank Peerless Stone? A grin tugged at the corner of his lips. An insane idea began to take root in his mind. The Dark Swordsman and the Godslayer Holy Angel. Two legendary unique hidden classes. If I merge the ultimate light with the deepest darkness, just what kind of monster will be born? System alert. You are using the ultra-rare SS rank Peerless Stone. Please initiate the class transfer within 10 minutes. The system will automatically synthesize your current class traits with the new transfer attributes, generating a completely new, evolved class lineage. Staring into the stone's brilliance, Jiang Han didn't hesitate for a second. Class transfer. Target Godslayer Holy Angel. The stone floated up and drifted slowly toward his chest. His eyes snapped wide capillaries, bursting as a feral growl tore from his throat. The stone phased into his body, forcing him to his knees. Suddenly, massive wings ripped through the skin of his back. Agony racked his entire being. It felt like two titanic forces were waging war inside his veins, tearing him apart from the inside out. Jiang Han's skin turned obsidian, cracking like a broken porcelain doll. Massive black wings unfurled, blotting out the light while a blinding radiance erupted from his chest. He threw his head back and let out a roar that shook the heavens. 10 minutes later, the transformation subsided. His body returned to normal, the wings vanishing into mist. Exhausted but alive, Jiang Han stared at his trembling hands in disbelief. I actually did it. He instantly pulled up his status window, the hallmark of any top-tier leveling manhwa protagonist. A new name glinted on the screen. Supreme Angel. The description sent chills down his spine. Supreme Angel. The one and only, unique hidden class. An entity of light, willing to plunge into the abyss of eternal darkness. A celestial being born within the void, possessing power that transcends thousands of mortal lives. None can say if his arrival brings salvation and hope or absolute catastrophe and terror. Look at these stats. Strength, 14 stars. Attack, 18 stars. Defense, 14 stars. Speed, 16 stars. A savage grin spread across his face. Whoa, this is insane. Most hidden classes cap out at 32 stars total. Even the legendary Dark Swordsman only hit 42, but the Supreme Angel, a staggering 62 stars. That is a 20-star difference. And the craziest part, this is only the second class transfer. Just imagine the power spike when I hit the third and fourth awakenings. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully transferred to Supreme Angel. Your latent physical potential has been fully unlocked. Your skills have evolved. Frenzied Slash has upgraded to Swordbreaker of the 8 Directions. Death Spirit Slash is now Annihilation Slash. Spirit Grasp has ascended to Holy Spirit Grasp. The notifications kept flooding in. Your body is overflowing with potential. New skills acquired. Power of the Dead has evolved into Ultimate Power. Evil Spirit has been purified into Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit Black Flame Armor has transformed into the Armor of Annihilation. Jiang Han scanned the list, his eyes dancing with delight. This is just too sweet. Not only did I keep all my Dark Swordsman abilities, but they have all been supercharged with new names and terrifying power. The system continued its barrage of rewards. Congratulations on becoming a Supreme Angel. Skill, acquired Art of Slaughter, has evolved into the Ultimate Sword Art. System notification. Congratulations. Latent potential unleashed. The Forbidden Technique Dark Reincarnation has ascended to Forbidden Technique Ultimate Reincarnation. One final notification chimed. You have comprehended the skill Inside of Light. You now understand the essence of radiance. Jiang Han tapped the interface. With a transformation this massive, my combat power is going to break the charts. Time to see exactly what these evolved skills can do. First up, the A-rank skill, Swordbreaker of the 8 Directions. Description. An enlightened technique of the Supreme Angel born from the chaos of Frenzied Slash. Power has been drastically increased. It summons a phantom to obliterate all enemies within a 10 by 10 meter range, scaling with the number of targets. The phantom possesses 80% of the user's stats, lasts for 10 seconds, and has a cooldown of just 1 minute. Next is the A-rank Annihilation Slash. Description: a technique realized through the Supreme Angel's transcendent perception, evolved from Death Spirit Slash. It deals a massive 400% of base attack damage to a single target and slows them by 30%. Duration: 2 seconds, cooldown 15 seconds. Third on the list, the S-rank skill Holy Spirit Grasp. Description: as a Supreme Angel, your manipulation of the elements leaves mere mortals in the dust. By dominating the energy flow, you can freeze all enemies within 20 meters in a state of absolute stasis for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 1 minute. Fourth is the passive skill Ultimate Sword Art. This is an S-rank exclusive passive. From the moment of birth, the Supreme Angel commands the power of destruction through innate transcendent swordsmanship. Effect increases base attack by 500 points and total attack power by 50%. Fifth is the A-rank passive Holy Spirit. Description: your presence consecrates all supernatural beings, turning them into holy spirits. Effect increases attack power by another 40%. Sixth is the S-rank passive Ultimate Power. Description: the abyss cannot bury you. Destruction is your constant companion. Those who escape death today will be erased in the blink of an eye tomorrow. Effect regenerates 1% of max health per second when out of combat. Even in combat, regeneration continues at 0.2%. Jiang Han was floored. It wasn't just a cosmetic name change. The raw intensity of every skill had ascended to a level worthy of a top-tier manhwa recap highlight. Just looking at the two passives, Ultimate Power and Holy Spirit, my base attack has already jumped by 500 points. On top of that, my total attack percentage is boosted by a massive 90%. And with the evolution of Death Power into Ultimate Power, my health regeneration has become absolutely broken. The system wasn't done yet. Seventh, the S-rank skill Inside of Light. Description: the Supreme Angel wields the element of light with devastating firepower, a classic trope of any awakening manhwa. Effect ignores all prerequisites, allowing you to learn any light element skill in existence. And finally, the eighth skill, Armor of Annihilation, rank S. Item description: it condenses pure destructive energy from the surroundings to form an impenetrable barrier. The stats are insane. Defense increased by 50%, and tenacity boosted by 20%. But look at the passive effects. Resistance to both light and dark elemental attacks is up by 20%. Duration is 2 minutes with a cooldown of only 8 minutes. Staring at the armor stats, Jiang Han immediately clicked. Next. It went without saying this, Destruction Armor didn't just tank hits, it boosted his elemental resistance and slashed his cooldowns. This was the definition of a comprehensive power-up, a true leveling manhwa dream item. As for the light movement skill, he'd have to test the specifics later, but it likely involved healing properties. Now it was time for the main event, the highly anticipated upgrade to the Dark Samsara. The 9th skill slot, the Ultimate SS rank, Forbidden Rebirth. Description: originally, the Dark Swordsman's trump card, now fused with the Holy Seraph's power. It has evolved into the ultimate power of destruction. Upon activation, all attributes skyrocket by 60%. This godlike buff lasts for 30 minutes. But the real broken mechanic lies in the passives. If he falls in battle, the Ultimate Rebirth triggers automatically. He revives instantly, and all his stats get another 60% boost. All negative status effects cleansed. Cooldowns reset. This effect stacks up to 10 times. The only downside is the death penalty, losing 3 levels per death. After the buff ends, cooldown is 7 days. Reading the panel, a wild grin spread across Jiang Han's face. This was beyond high tier. This was invincible. It wasn't just a skill upgrade. The death penalty was practically non-existent now. 10 extra lives. Attributes boosted by 660% at max stacks. Who in this world would dare to hunt him now? Jiang Han swiped to the next page. Skills were done, now it was time to check the loot drops. Heh, the harvest from this boss fight was absolutely massive. His eyes landed on the Sky Cloak. Oh, a rank S fashion item, the Sky Cloak. Description: A masterpiece crafted by Pope Elvis himself for the god of light Ariel. Inscribed with countless special runes to negate equipment weight. Effect: it hides your actual gear appearance, replacing it with this stylish outfit. Bonus effect: movement speed increased by 20%. He pulled the cloak out and draped it over his shoulders, admiring the texture. Fashion, huh? Let's see how it looks. The cloak transformed his jagged armor into elegant purple robes. He chuckled to himself. Heh, I look like one of those pay-to-win whales dumping cash into the game. But honestly, I prefer the raw look of the armor. Still hiding his gear, while keeping that 20% speed boost, was too good to pass up. With his inventory sorted, Jianghan suddenly began to fade from the world. What the hell? A sudden red notification flashed before his eyes. System alert. Dear player, we apologize for interrupting your session without permission. Due to the 100% pain setting you endured during combat, your mental state is critical. For your safety, the system mandates a forced logout for 8 hours. Back in the real world, Jiang Han blinked, stunned by the sudden disconnect. He removed the VR helmet and let out a long, heavy sigh. Phew. He thought to himself, it's only 3 in the afternoon. But after that deathmatch with Ariel, I'm drained. Body and soul, I'm completely spent. I really do need this rest. Later at 11 p.m., his phone started buzzing. Hello, it was Wang Kai on the other end. Hearing Jiang Han's voice, the panic in Wang Kai's tone vanished. Jiang Han, I called you like a dozen times. I thought you died of a stroke in your gaming chair. Jiang Han replied lazily, relax. Thanks for checking in. I was just exhausted and passed out. Wang Kai burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Only you, man. The entire server is losing its mind talking about a war starting because of you. Are you secretly the developer's son or something? Jiang Han shot back. No, you're the son here. Want to grab food? I haven't had dinner yet. I owe you for the help last time. Let's get a late-night snack. Wang Kai agreed instantly. Deal. Same old place. Jiang Han rubbed his messy hair, still groggy from sleep. In the blink of an eye, winter had arrived. His hair had gotten long without him noticing. To keep his lead in Eternal, to maintain that overwhelming advantage, he had practically lived inside the game recently. Walking to the meeting spot, he reflected. I've made a fortune from the game, but I really need to touch grass more often. Wang Kai was already seated, waving the moment he saw him. Jiang Han. Over here, the table was already piled high with food. In such a short time, the unemployed guy he knew had become a world-famous celebrity. Wang Kai raised his glass for a toast. Life is just like a dream, isn't it? Jiang Han clinked his glass against his friend's. Cheers. I never imagined things would turn out this way either. At first, I just wanted to grind gold and make a living. But the opportunities in the world of Eternal kept snowballing. Before I knew it, I had drifted far from my original goal. Wang Kai grinned. You kid? You might not have gone down in history as a hero yet, but you're definitely the 1,000-year scourge of the server. Jiang Han laughed. Seriously though, thanks for last time. If you hadn't rallied the players to leak info to Low, relying solely on me to lure the boss to Tienh High Town wouldn't have worked. My plan would have failed. He thought deeper. Without that setup, without Daniel, I might have ended up just another average player. Wang Kai shook his head, dismissing the praise. Small stuff. Between brothers, there's no need for thank you. Tonight, we celebrate no going home until we're wasted. Jiang Han nodded. You got it. The restaurant owner watched the two guys toasting aggressively with confusion. Aren't those kids drinking soda? Why are they acting like they're slamming tequila? 9 a.m. the next morning. The weather was perfect, a crisp, beautiful day. Jiang Han logged back into the virtual world. Time to hide the fashion set. During the final clash with Ariel, his armor had taken a beating. First, stop the blacksmith. Gotta repair my gear. He walked up to the NPC. Boss, I need a repair job. The blacksmith nodded. Sure thing, wait a moment. A few seconds later, the blacksmith handed the gear back. Done. That'll be 1,200 gold. Jiang Han equipped it, satisfied but wincing. Didn't expect repairs to cost a fortune. I guess the rarer the equipment, the higher the maintenance fee. But compared to the loot I got from stomping Ariel, this is pocket change. Ariel. I still haven't even checked the set items he dropped. Suddenly, Fei Qi came running from the distance. Brother Jiang Han of the river. The NPC ran over, beaming with joy. Brother, thank the gods for you. If you hadn't turned the tide single-handedly, Tienh High Town would have fallen for sure. Jiang Han smiled humbly. Don't mention it. I made a pretty profit from it myself. His expression turned serious. But I probably won't be returning to Tienh High Town for a while. He internalized his reasoning. Now that my territory has been exposed to the player base, I can't stay here. If I do, the major guilds will organize a raid. A massive army of players would descend on this place just to get to me. Fei Qi seemed to understand, nodding with a smile. I get it. I won't bore you with polite goodbyes. Just know this. Tienh High Town will always be your home. Jiang Han paused for a moment, his thoughts drifting back to the recent battle. Ah, that's right. Lee remained behind with Scylla, the fallen angel, didn't she? Fei Qi nodded solemnly. Indeed. Lord Scylla intends to train my little sister personally. She won't be returning anytime soon. With those parting words, he turned to leave, and Jiang Han did the same. I was merely asking Jiang Han, murmured to himself. I hope our paths cross again. After all, we've both become legends in our own right. Suddenly, Fei Qi halted and roared his name. Jiang Han. He clasped his hands in a grand salute, his voice booming. On behalf of every soul in Sky Sea Town, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tears shimmered in his eyes. Until we meet again. Jiang Han offered a silent knowing smile, and nodded. With the calamities of Sky Sea Town finally eradicated, I trust that under his leadership, this place will rise from the ashes stronger than ever. He mounted his blue Kirin beast, galloping into the distance. Now, which city shall serve as my next resting point? Ha! When will a vagabond like me ever claim a city of my own? Then realization struck. Right. In the heat of battle, I didn't even have a second to inspect Uriel's armor. The system interface materialized with a hum. Item Divine Gauntlets. Rank Spirit Defense 450 to 480 HP. 24,000 effect. HP plus 60%. Level requirement 80 description. The Holy Church of Light summoned their greatest Grandmaster Smiths to forge this Spirit tier set for Uriel. Its sole purpose, to grant absolute victory against the Dark Swordsman. Jiang Han's eyes widened in shock. A complete Spirit tier set. That is absolutely insane. Damn. The level requirement is 80. I'm still 5 levels short. The true power of the set remained locked. I'll have to grind until I can equip it to see the full potential of this system Manhwa gear. Suddenly, a peculiar item caught his attention in the inventory. Huh. Is this the reward from the city defense quest? Item S. Rank, Pet Evolution Stone Description. A stone pulsing with mysterious energy. Using it triggers a mutation evolution in pets, forcefully elevating their aptitude. Success rate. 100% for spirit rank pets and below. 50% for earth rank. 10% for heaven rank. Ineffective on immortal rank entities. Jiang Han rubbed his chin, a plan forming. So it's finally time to power up my companion. Aside from summoners, the pet capture system should be unlocking for everyone else soon, probably around level 80. Suddenly, a video call popped up. It was Wei Chando. Yo brother, you busy? If you're free, come help me with a quest. Jiang Han paused. Wait, isn't this the Dragon Knight from the global tournament? It was rare for someone like Wei Chando to reach out first. What kind of quest? Jiang Han asked. I need to forge a magma bead, Wei Chando explained hurriedly. But I'm missing a core material, the demon heart. The monsters guarding the heart are insane. I can't break through their defense alone, and the quest timer is ticking down. Jiang Han nodded instantly. Got it. I'm on my way. Send coordinates. I'm outside the super scorching volcano way, Chando replied. Coordinates 74845440. The call ended. Jiang Han vanished from his spot. Equipped with the sky cloak, his movement speed had surged by 20%. He was a blur of motion across the landscape. System alert. You have entered the super scorching volcano region. As he arrived at the foot of the volcano, Wei Chando was already pacing. Whoa, that was fast. The Dragon Knight clasped his hands in respect. Thanks, brother. This quest is hellish. I looked through my entire friends list and realized you're the only one capable of pulling this off. Wei Chando. Level 57. Hidden Class Dragon Knight. Jiang Han unsummoned his mount and stepped forward. Don't mention it. I'm looking to gain some EXP anyway. This is perfect for a leveling Manhwa grind. Wei Chando shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. Wei Chando never asks for charity. I'm sharing the quest rewards with you. System notification. Do you wish to accept the shared quest? Creation of the magma bead? Jiang Han blinked in surprise. Since when can quests be shared like this? He tapped accept. Quest forge the magma bead, difficulty rank A. Background story: Chang Feng, guardian of the dragon realm, sensed a faint draconic aura rising from Stability Lake. To rescue the trapped entity, he needs the magma bead. Only this artifact can evaporate the lake's waters without harming the suppressed dragon beneath. Furthermore, this mission serves as a trial for the young dragon knights of the realm. Mission objectives: deliver the magma beads to Guardian Chang Feng within 2 days. Rewards unknown. Jiang Han frowned. There's a dragon submerged in Stability Lake. Wait. When I was fishing there earlier, the water level dropping wasn't my fault. Wei Chando interrupted his thoughts. The mobs in this volcano have insane stats. Can you handle them without any buffs? Jiang Han drew his blade, the steel humming. Just lead the way. His fighting spirit was already burning brighter than the magma. Even gods have fallen beneath my blade. What can a mere monster possibly do? Sensing his confidence, Wei Chando grinned. Good, let's do this. The party ventured deep into the scorching heat. The demon heart is located at the volcano's rim, Wei Chando explained. But the path is blocked by magma vultures. We have to slaughter our way through. Suddenly, a piercing shriek tore through the air. A magma vulture swooped down its beak, gaping wide. Monster analysis target magma vulture rank, 4-star elite level 98 HP 33 million. Attack 14,000 to 14,500 defense, 6,050 to 6,500 skills, rending claw magma breath. Description: a terrifying predator of the volcanic outer rim. With immense attack power and aerial superiority, they are the nightmares of every adventurer. Jiang Han's face went slightly pale. Holy shit, since when does a trash mob have stats this high? Dealing with one is annoying enough. But if they swarm, their damage output rivals Uriel's Wei Chando. However, fearlessly charged forward. They're just overgrown chickens. I brought reinforcements this time. Even if you all attack at once, you're dead meat. The vulture seemed to mock him with a screech before diving. Hey, brother, charge, Wei Chando yelled. Slam. The talon struck him before he could even lift his spear. System alert, player Wei Chando has been slain. Jiang Han stood there dumbfounded. Seriously? Good game already. 5 minutes later, the Dragon Knight respawned in front of him. Jiang Han sighed. My guy. That was a nearly level 100 elite monster. Fighting one is dangerous enough, and you tried to aggro the whole flock. Do you have a death wish? Wei Chando scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. My bad. Jiang Han stepped to the front, shielding him. Stand back a bit. We're from different factions. If you get too close, my AoE attacks might kill you by accident. Wei Chando watched from the rear, pumping his fist. Ha, that's my brother. Absolutely magnificent. Jiang Han pointed his blade at the sky and roared, Descent of the Gods. Instantly, his attack power surged by 60%, and the terrifying avatar of the death god possessed him. He smirked to himself. Oh, this is going to be delicious. As if fate was smiling on him, the random buff granted him the death god's power, perfect for clipping the wings of aerial enemies with ranged attacks. Safety first, he muttered. I'll isolate a single target to test the waters. Jiang Han thrust his hand forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that lashed out like a viper, binding the magma vulture mid-flight. The beast let out a strangled squawk as Holy Spirit control took hold. It was paralyzed for 3 critical seconds. Seizing the moment, Jiang Han violently yanked the creature from the sky, shouting, Get down here. Enraged, the vulture scrambled to its feet, spreading its massive wings to unleash a windstorm. But before it could take flight, a shadow loomed over it. It was the sole of Jiang Han's boot, trying to leave so soon. With a thunderous crash, he stomped the beast's head into the dirt, crushing its spirit. Without missing a beat, Jiang Han swung his blade, unleashing the 8-directional sword breaker technique. Watching from the sidelines, W. Chando's jaw hit the floor. Holy smokes. So this is the power of the man who slaughtered a deity. The magma vulture was completely suppressed. Realizing it stood no chance in a one-on-one duel, the monster turned tail to flee. Jiang Han's lips curled into a cold sneer. Oh, you think you can escape? The creature let out one final desperate squawk, before a flash of silver silenced it forever. With a single strike of the star-shattering destruction, Jiang Han cleaved the beast cleanly in two. System notification: magma vulture defeated. Experience increased by 3%. Jiang Han rubbed his nose, basking in the glow of victory. Now, that felt amazing, truly the thrill of a leveling manhwa. He quickly ran the numbers. With the ultimate angel-based stats skyrocketing to 18 stars, combined with his evolved skills, exterminating these high-level monsters was far easier than he anticipated. Taking them out one by one is just wasting time, he muttered. Suddenly seeing their kin slaughtered, the rest of the flock shrieked in fury and dived straight for him. Screeches filled the air. Jiang Han didn't flinch. Perfect. 3 at once. Time to test the true limits of the ultimate angel's power. Beaks and talons rained down on him, but Jiang Han stood like an immovable mountain. Their damage is pathetic, he noted. My defense has already reached a staggering 14 stars. Moreover, his dark armor had evolved after the slaying of Ariel, ascending to the Earth rank. The system window flashed open. Item: Dark Armor. Rank: Earth. Defense: 2,000 to 2,100. HP: 280,000. Defense effect plus 100%. HP supplement plus 80%. Special skill Awe of the 8 Directions. Requirement level 75. Exclusive to Dark Swordsman and Ultimate Angel. Attributes: indestructible, soul-bound, evolvable. The system chimed again. Passive activated destruction armor. Defense increased by 50%. Agility increased by 20%. Light and elemental resistance increased by 20%. Suddenly, an aura of absolute power erupted from his body. The vultures continued their frenzied assault, but Jiang Han's health bar barely budged, dropping by negligible amounts. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. This defense boost is terrifying. Before I would have taken over 10,000 damage. Now, it's barely scratching 100. Waiting for the perfect second, he unleashed the 8-directional swordbreaker once more. 10 minutes of slaughter later, a golden light bathed W. Chando. System notification. Congratulations. You have reached level 57. Chando's eyes widened in disbelief. My god, the efficiency. It's insane. I've already recovered all the levels I lost earlier. Pumped with adrenaline, Chando cheered from the backline like a fanboy. Keep it up, brother. Don't stop now. I'm wiring you more cash as we speak. System notification. You have reached level 76. Jiang Han glanced back at the notification sound. You don't have to do that. Nonsense, I should be thanking you for this power leveling paradise I never want to leave. Before Jiang Han could protest, a ding echoed. System notification. You have received a transfer of 1 million yuan. Chando flashed a thumbs up. 50,000 per level. Keep grinding. Jiang Han stared at his balance. He just tossed 1 million at me like it was pocket change. Who exactly is this tycoon? Jiang Han wondered. As if reading his mind, Chando crossed his arms smugly. It's nothing. By the way, do you know how I managed to switch classes to the legendary Dragon Knight? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Wasn't it just a stroke of extraordinary luck? Finding the class change token by chance. Chando winked mischievously. Not exactly. While I was doing a side quest, I ran into Chang Feng, the guardian of the Dragon Realm. It turns out that NPC has a mechanic that scans your inventory for gold. The moment he saw my bank account, he practically begged me to become a Dragon Knight. Jiang Han was speechless. So the hidden requirement for the strongest class in this system, Manhwa, was just being filthy rich. And apparently, it was a bottomless pit for money. How much has he swindled out of you so far? Jiang Han asked. Chando shrugged. Every single skill costs tens of thousands of gold coins. That translates to tens of millions in real-world cash. That Chang Feng isn't a human, he's a vampire, Chando laughed. He bleeds my wallet dry every day. Jiang Han fell silent, processing the absurdity. This is literally a pay-to-win class, he thought. Though compared to the extortionate prices of skill books in the capital, maybe it's a bargain. 1 hour later, the massacre continued. System notification, you have reached level 79. Simultaneously, transfer received 1.5 million yuan. Chando pointed at the desolate battlefield. You've basically wiped out the magma vultures. Time to head deeper into the volcano, right? Jiang Han shook his head. Not yet. I have a set of gear in my inventory. Once I equip it, we can proceed safely. Chando stared at him, eyes bulging. Level 80 equipment. Is this guy even human? Chando immediately went into business mode. How much did you pay for it? I'll pay double right now. Jiang Han paused. Actually, I have a level 60 flame demon set I'm not using. How about 500,000 per piece? Chando didn't hesitate. Deal done. If I bought a black gold set from that scammer Chang Feng, it would cost me at least 5 million. Seeing the instant acceptance, Jiang Han felt a pang of regret. I should have asked for more. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light enveloped him. System notification. Congratulations. You have reached level 80. He immediately opened his inventory. It was time. He could finally equip the god tier set waiting for him. Divine Helm, Divine Gauntlets, Illusion Cape, Divine Boots. As each piece locked into place, his excitement reached a boiling point. System notification 3-piece. Divine Set bonus activated. Attack increased by 40%. Defense increased by 40%. Jiang Han exhaled a long breath. Whew. Even without checking the stats, he could feel the raw power surging through his veins. He pulled up his attribute panel to witness the transformation. Name Jiang Han. Title Dark Sovereign. Rank level 80 Dark Gold Boss. HP 15 million. Gaze. Upon these godlike stats, attack power soaring to 660,000. Defense locked between 29,000 and 31,000. Reputation hitting over 22,000. With luck, sitting at 4, a storm is brewing. But look at that health pool, over 15 million. Attack power at 30,000. Is he a player or a world boss at this point? The system chime rang out like a choir of angels. His strength had ascended to a new realm. He wasn't just a player anymore. He had achieved the status of a boss monster. His title evolved from Dark Expansion to the terrifying Envoy of Destruction. And the rewards kept coming. The pet system was finally online. Now he could tame beasts or buy exotic companions. The system flashed a congratulatory message. He had officially breached the top 100,000 in the Dark Faction's power rankings. Clearing the associated challenges would shower him with even more legendary loot. Jiang Han felt a rush of euphoria. Every 20 levels meant a tier breakthrough and a title evolution. That translated to a massive multiplier for his final health points. His heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Another 50% boost. It sounded small on paper, but with his base stats that was nearly 2 million extra health points in an instant. The Envoy of Destruction title was absolutely broken. It granted a staggering 350% increase to his final life value. He crunched the numbers. Combined with his ultimate passive leaving combat, meant regenerating 1% of his health every second. That's 170,000 health per tick. He could go from near death to full health in under 2 minutes. Chando stood there trembling in awe. Brother, your gear is worth a national fortune. With stats like that, I could slaughter the entire human world single-handedly. Jiang Han tilted his head, curious. By the way, why do you keep your helmet visible? Chando clenched his fists, lowering his gaze. Because my avatar looks exactly like my real face. If I take it off, I'm afraid people will judge my real identity. He looked up at the looming magma mountain. Shall we continue our conquest? He asked. Jiang Han nodded. Let's go. The system announced their arrival at the superheated volcano inner zone. The heat was oppressive. Jiang Han warned, the deeper we go, the faster our health drops from the environmental damage. Can you sustain this? I'm holding on, Chando replied. Jiang Han took point, glancing back. Brother, tell me which power does the dragon domain actually belong to? If our factions are hostile, the system won't let you share the quest rewards with me. Chando frowned thoughtfully. It's neutral territory. But if you lean towards the light, or used to be dark faction, it gets risky. Let me verify if our party sync still works for the rewards. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Jiang Han signaled a halt. Hold it. A colossal butterfly with wings of pure fire materialized before them, a classic encounter for a leveling manhwa. It was a blazing butterfly, a 5-star elite monster, level 102. It boasted 5 million health, with attack power peaking at 21,500 and defense breaking 10,000. Its defense maxed out at 10,800. Warning skills included Wild Wind Inferno and Flaming Wings. Born from the magma, these creatures controlled the fire element with violent tempers. When cornered, they were known to self-destruct, taking their enemies down with them. Chando stared in horror. A level 102 elite. I thought this area only had magma vultures. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed coldly. This thing poses zero threat to me. Stand back and manage your aggro radius. Don't draw its hate. Chando scrambled to safety. Jiang Han stood his ground, raising his blade as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Good luck, brother, Chando yelled. Jiang Han unleashed a sword tornado, activating Grasp of the Holy Spirit. He followed up with the 8-directional Swordbreaker, but the butterfly tanked the hit. It soared upward, circling for a kill. Jiang Han realized the pattern instantly. Damn it, it's initiating a self-destruct sequence. A massive explosion rocked the volcano. Jiang Han Chando screamed. But as the smoke cleared, the protagonist stood untouched. The system log blinked, hit by blazing wings. Damage taken 12 points. System notification, congratulations. Blazing butterfly, defeated. The experience bar jumped by a juicy 1.5%. Chando's jaw hit the floor. Are you kidding me? A level 100 self-destruct attack dealt 12 damage. That level 80 gear set has turned you into a literal monster. 10 minutes later, the massacre was over. Jiang Han sheathed his weapon. I've wiped out the butterfly swarm. Let's keep moving. Still recovering from shock, Chando nodded. Right. They ventured deeper into the magma core, heading straight for the objective. Up ahead, a pristine white flower glowed amidst the chaos. There it is, Chando pointed. The heart of the demon. Jiang Han reached out, thinking the quest was in the bag. But just as his fingers grazed it, the flower vanished into thin air. He looked up sharply. A figure in a black cloak was now holding the prize. What the hell was going on? The stranger smirked. It was the legendary mysterious merchant. Resting a hand on his hip, he greeted them. Greetings, disciple of the explorer. The system tag confirmed it: mysterious merchant, normal NPC. Description: an enigma, wandering the eternal continent. He carries countless treasures in his inventory, a wandering vault of god-tier items. Acquiring them is simple, the description read, provided you have the coin. Jiang Han analyzed the situation. He called me disciple of the explorer. This guy's power level must be unfathomable to see through my status. Jiang Han bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior. Suddenly, the merchant tossed the flower back to him like it was trash. A mere dark gold rank material. Boring and worthless. Here, take it back. System alert obtained, heart of the demon, dark gold rank. Jiang Han caught it relieved. Finally, the quest was complete. The merchant wasn't done. Since fate has brought us together, young hero, would you care to browse my wares? Jiang Han paused, intrigued. What do you have in stock? May I take a look? The merchant nodded, waving his hand to summon a holographic display of pure luxury. Naturally. And since you bear the title of the explorer's disciple, I'll offer you a special privilege, a 10% discount. The list materialized. Blood Drinker, sword, immortal grade, price, 100 million gold coins. Thunder Armor, immortal grade, price, 120 million. Reaper's soul-shattering blade, divine grade. Price, 990 million gold. Jiang Han pursed his lips, utterly speechless. This was the legendary mysterious merchant of the eternal world. It was terrifying. Every single item was immortal grade or higher. There was even a divine artifact. He had never even laid eyes on immortal gear before this moment. Chando's jaw practically hit the floor, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you kidding me? My family's sitting on a gold mine, but I couldn't even afford a single shoelace in this place. The merchant scoffed. Acting like this was totally normal. The specific attributes of these artifacts, those are sealed from your prying eyes. It is the rule of the trade. Demand fluctuates high, low, or non-existent. Ambiguity. That is what gives you room to haggle. But be warned, once the deal is struck, there are no takebacks. He nodded smugly. Top-tier goods demand top-tier prices, even if they sting a little. The cheapest immortal grade item is 100 million gold. Are you running a shop or a highway robbery? Chando did the mental math in horror. 100 million gold wasn't just pocket change. At the current exchange rate, that was over 10 billion in real cash. The mysterious merchant looked down at him with a gaze full of disdain. Do you truly not understand how this world works? It is a fundamental law of this leveling manhwa world. As your power rises, the price of equipment naturally falls to meet your status. Jiang Han rubbed his chin, the realization dawning on him. I see, he thought to himself. So, according to this guy, because our combat power is trash right now, the system deems us unworthy of fair prices. Basically, he's just flexing his inventory at us. Aloud, he shrugged. Since I'm broke, I'll skip the window shopping. Let's see what I can actually afford. He flipped through the system interface until a specific item popped up. High-grade, recycled oil, rank A. Apparently without this sludge, no dish could ever be considered truly gourmet. Effect upon consumption. All stats plummet by 100% for 10 minutes. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Next up was the miraculous burger, rank A. Description: one bite and you become a full-blown pacifist. Effect: attack power drops by a staggering 1,000%, but movement speed skyrockets by the same amount for 2 minutes. Price: 10,000 gold coins. Jiang Han's lips twitched in amusement. No wonder he's called the mysterious merchant. Even his trash items have absurdly unique properties. Chando nudged him urgently. One river cold? Look at this insane thing. It was the god's favor. An SS rank treasure. Description: you are beloved by the divine. Your luck will shatter the heavens. Effect: 100% success rate when capturing pets or mounts of heaven rank or lower. 50% chance for immortal rank beasts. And for god rank entities, a 10% shot at glory. The price tag, a cool 1 billion gold coins. Then there was Destiny's Blessing, another S rank masterpiece. Description: with the goddess of fate on your side, failure is impossible. Effect: success rate for your next action increases by 10,000 times. Price: 1 billion gold. Even Jiang Han couldn't hide his shock. He had to admit the power of these items defied all logic. Chando whispered, "This mysterious merchant is a monster. His inventory isn't just valuable, it's game-breaking. It's practically illegal." The merchant crossed his arms, looking bored. "Given your pathetic wealth, I doubt you can afford my treasures." Suddenly, he paused, his eyes narrowing as he sensed something. However, he ignored Chando and locked eyes with Jiang Han. "Dark swordsman? No, not yet. But you carry the aura of one who walks that path. Forget the gold. Hand over the treasure you are hiding, and I will let you choose any item from my stock. Jiang Han feigned ignorance. What treasure? The merchant raised an eyebrow. Make a guess. Jiang Han's expression darkened. He knows about the moon fragment. Seeing Jiang Han's reaction, the merchant snapped his fingers. Clever boy. He leaned in. The moon fragment is useless trash in your hands right now. Give it to me, and I'll let you pick a tool as compensation. What do you say? Jiang Han asked skeptically. Do I have the option to say no? One item? In exchange for a moon fragment? That's not a trade. That's a scam. This is a classic forced transaction event in an awakening manhwa. The merchant's eyes glowed ominously as he raised a hand. Let's not make this ugly. I don't wish to be enemies with adventurers. I'm only trying to assist. Boom! A weapon made of pure energy surged from behind, forcing the merchant to dodge. The legendary figure Rio had arrived. Lightning crackled around the old man as he roared, "Do you never learn? Bullying the weak into a sale?" The merchant glanced back, letting out a frustrated huff. Ch! The mysterious merchant turned to leave, brushing past Rio. Old man, you've lived too long for your own good. Seeing him retreat, Jiang Han called out. Wait a second. The merchant paused, annoyed. What now? I already said the deal is off. Jiang Han smirked. Oh, I wasn't talking about the trade. He gestured casually. My friend, you're walking around with a treasury on your back, leaving without sharing the love. That's just bad manners. The merchant pointed a trembling finger. What are you plotting to rob me? Jiang Han turned to Reo with a pitiful face. Senior, you saw it. If you hadn't shown up, he would have killed us and looted our corpses. The merchant screamed. You little brat, don't spit blood on my name. Rio watched the two bicker speechless. Finally, Rio sighed, stepping in. Enough. He looked at the merchant. You were in the wrong first. Give One River Cold a 50% discount on his purchase as an apology. The merchant's jaw dropped. What I have never operated at a loss in my life. Rio merely narrowed his eyes, the pressure in the air dropping instantly. I have spoken. Or perhaps. If you wish to test the might of the 10 great demon gods. Sensing the lethal intent, the merchant gritted his teeth and threw open his system interface. Fine. Hurry up and choose. Only one of each item. Jiang Han rested his chin on his hand. Relax. With my wallet, I couldn't buy you out, even if I wanted to. He stepped up to the interface. Sure, the recycled oil and miraculous burger have nasty side effects, but in a system, Manhwa high risk means high reward. The oil is perfect for debuffing enemies and the burger. That speed boost is the ultimate escape card. System alert. You have acquired rank A item. High-grade recycled oil. System alert. You have acquired rank A item. Miraculous burger. Item secured. Jiang Han waved cheerfully. Thanks a bunch, boss. Hope we get this same discount next time we meet. The merchant stormed off fuming. Dream on. You're ruining my reputation. And if you tell a soul about this 50% discount, I'll hunt you down. Chando watched from the back, shivering in awe. Insane. This guy actually has the backing of one of the 10 great demon gods. Jiang Han bowed respectfully to the old man. Thank you for saving us, senior. Reo shook his head calmly. No need for formalities. And I didn't save you. He wouldn't have actually taken your life. Do not mistake my presence for salvation. I merely stumbled upon you by chance. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes and asked. Then, what business do you have with me? Rio crossed his arms, an arrogant aura surrounding him. Bad news. Or good news. Which poison do you want to swallow first? Jiang Han felt a spike of irritation rising in his chest. Chemph, looking at his grim expression, nothing good was coming. Jiang Han decided to rip the bandage off and chose the bad news. Reo's eyes turned cold as ice as he gritted out. The guardian of the dragon domain, Chang Feng, has discovered that the dragons of Lake Anding are mobilizing to rescue you. Once that rescue happens, the entire dragon domain will shift its allegiance toward the light faction. It is practically guaranteed that they will join the light, and it is all because you awakened that dragon beneath the lake. Hearing this catastrophe, Jiang Han remained unmoved, his expression like a still pond. He pressed on. And the good news, Reo replied, the good news is that we are sending 2 unparalleled heroes to flip the board. Jiang Han asked, and where are these legendary heroes? Rio paused, stroking his beard as he let out a heavy dramatic sigh. Far in the horizon, yet standing right before my eyes. Wan Qianda panicked instantly. Wait, hold on, I am not part of the dark faction. Rio pierced him with a stare. But you are a dragon knight of the dragon domain, are you not? Your destiny is tied to the shadows. Suddenly, the system chimed. System alert main quest triggered. Mission the Great Persuader. Difficulty, double S rank. This was a classic manhwa recap moment, where the stakes skyrocket. If you can convince the Dragon Domain to join the Dark Faction, you will be hailed as a supreme hero. Objective, shatter their alliance with the light. Mission rewards, access to the Demon God's treasury, to claim 2 legendary items. Bonus reward, inheritance of the forbidden skill, the Wind of Wrath's annihilation. Time limit 30 days. Failure, penalty. You will be hunted to the ends of the earth by the dragon race. Jiang Han stood in disbelief. You want me to walk into the dragon's den and turn them to the dark side? If they refuse, I'm dead meat. Rio spread his hands casually. Fear not, Chang Feng is surprisingly reasonable. With that, he pulled a mysterious ring from his robes. System quest item received. A spatial ring heavy with gold. Jiang Han slid it onto his finger, eyes widening as the stats appeared. Item spatial ring of wealth. Contents 100 million gold coins. Status quest item locked. Non-tradable. Jiang Han's mind raced. 100 million gold. This was insane. If I could just launder these coins into real cash, I could delete my account and retire to a private island right now. Seeing the greed burning in Jiang Han's eyes, Reo crossed his arms. I can hear your gears turning. Do not even think about embezzling those funds. This tribute is for him. Chang Feng loves money more than life itself. I trust that with this bribe, he will not make things difficult for you. Jiang Han nodded. Understood. Reo's face turned grave. We chose you because you slew Ariel, the light of God. Your infamy rings loud and clear. However, your current power level is pathetic enough that they won't view you as an immediate threat. This mission shows our sincerity, while serving as a subtle warning to the Dragon Domain. The rest depends entirely on your silver tongue. We have calculated every variable. Do not disappoint us. Jiang Han clasped his hands in a martial salute. Consider it done. Reo smiled, satisfied. Then I shall take my leave. May fortune favor your journey. He dissolved into a stream of azure light and vanished into the ether. His voice echoed one last time. Remember, release the dragon in Lake Anding first. Wan Qianda stared in awe. A mission from one of the 10 demon gods personally. Brother, we are absolute legends. Jiang Han looked at him sideways. Aren't you afraid of losing your Dragon Knight class if we fail this negotiation? Wan Qianda flashed a thumbs up and a grin. No worries. If I get kicked out, I'll just join the Dark Faction and throw money at the problem until I win. I'll just pray to the 10 demon gods for a super rare hidden class. Jiang Han opened his mouth, then closed it. Money really was the ultimate superpower. As long as he was happy, Wan Qianda plotted the course. First, we hit the Light Faction's city. Then we warped to Lake Anding to meet Chang Feng. Fine by me. Let's see if any trash mobs want to die on the way. I need the EXP to hit level 81. After a massacre of monsters. System level up. You have reached level 81. Wan Qianda shouted from the backline. Brother, the map is clear. Let's descend the mountain. Jiang Han led the charge. Moving out. Scene shift to Guhe City, a tier 2 stronghold. Wan Qianda pointed ahead. Light Faction territory. I need to forge some magma beads at the smithy. Can you get inside? Jiang Han nodded. Easy. I need to dump some extra gear at the auction house anyway. System alert. Stealth arts activated. Please enter a new alias. Appearance will be randomized. Jiang Han muttered. Plenty of cash. He needed a fresh identity, one that the old authorities wouldn't recognize. Visual effect applied. This saved him the trouble of manually swapping equipment sets. Hidden identity active. New ID, plenty of cash. His face morphed into a stranger's. Jiang Han checked a mirror and grinned. Huh. Finally, I have hair. I'm not bald anymore. This look isn't bad. Wan Qianda gasped in shock. Is that the skill you used in the tournament? That's broken too OP. It even changes your physical structure. Jiang Han scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, let's head in. They stepped into the lion's den. Wan Qianda said, I'm hitting the smithy over there for those beads. Jiang Han replied, let's split up then. I'll find the auction house. Meet at the teleporter later. They went their separate ways. Moments later, Jiang Han stood before a grand building. This had to be the auction house. The interior was buzzing with activity. Next item. Level 50 silver rank armor. Starting bid 800 gold. Finally, he was in the right place to make a killing. That treasure is mine. As Jiang Han stepped forward, a staff member intercepted him. Welcome, sir. We offer premium auction services here. Whether you seek rare tools or skill books, you will find them here. Jiang Han spun a quick lie to gain access. I have high-tier equipment to consign for auction. The staff nodded politely. Very well. Jiang Han opened his inventory. It was time to sell the boss drops from Tienh High Town. Jiang Han made up his mind. Might as well go all in. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, that's right. His insight skill, from the previous class change, could bypass any restrictions related to the light element. It was time to raid the shop for light attribute skill books. 3 items appeared on the interface. First, Light Healing Rank D. Restores 100 HP per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Basic trash. Requirement Priest class. Price 5 silver. Next, Light Protection Rank C. Increases defense by 15%, heals 200 HP plus 10% attack lifesteal per second. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Class Priest. Price 10 gold coins. Finally, the third item, Light Blessing Rank B. The description was tantalizing. Infusing light elements makes you stronger, increases attack by 20% for the caster, and restores HP equal to 20% of damage dealt. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Class Priest. Price 500 gold coins. Jiang Han's finger hovered over the holographic screen. The rank D skill was garbage, but protection and blessing were solid. The grade wasn't god tier, but the utility was insane offense, defense, and healing all in one package. I'll test the waters with one first. Ding system notification. You have learned the rank C skill Light Protection. Shopping complete. Now to find W. Chando. But suddenly, the auction house erupted into chaos. A massive announcement shook the players. Dark gold equipment. Level 70. Starting bid 2,000 gold. The crowd went wild. Holy crap. Hold my spot. I need to withdraw cash. Guild leader. Get over here. It's a god tier drop. Ignoring the commotion, the two met up as the teleportation circle hummed to life. W. Chando asked, "Ready. Let's go find Chang Feng." Jiang Han nodded. The magic array flashed, transporting them instantly to Lake Anding. Chando stepped forward, waving at the figure by the water. The man turned, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. System I active Dragon Domain Guardian, Chang Feng. Normal NPC. Chando stood on the bank holding up the quest item. "I brought the lava bead you asked for." Chang Feng took the bead, a satisfied smirk crossing his face. "Well done. Ding system notification. Congratulations quest. Create lava bead complete. Difficulty A. Rewards level +1. Rank B item Dragon Scale. 10 copper coins." A golden light bathed Jiang Han as he hit level 82. This is exactly why people love a good leveling manhwa. But Jiang Han frowned. "I can't stay silent about this. An A-rank quest. Sure, the XP is juicy, but what the hell is this loot? 10 copper coins. Beggars in the rookie village give better tips than this cheapskate." Ignoring the internal complaints, Chang Feng tossed the lava bead straight into the lake. The moment the bead hit the surface, the calm water began to boil. Ripples turned into waves, forming a massive whirlpool. Jiang Han realized the truth. The intense heat of the bead was evaporating the entire lake. The water level was dropping visibly by the second. This wasn't the first time the lava bead had been used here. "I can vaguely see dark energy flowing at the bottom," Jiang Han thought. That must be the seal that Ariel mentioned. But before he could analyze further, cold steel pressed against his throat. It was Chang Feng. His eyes were cold as he held the blade steady. "Dark Swordsman, you have exactly 1 minute to explain why you are here before I end you." W. Chando panicked. "Instructor, what are you doing?" Chang Feng didn't even glance at him. "The dragon domain does not tolerate the presence of dark swordsmen." Calmly, Jiang Han raised his hand, revealing the ring on his finger as he pushed the blade aside. Chang Feng's eyes went wide. Even Jiang Han was shocked as the ring suddenly vanished from his hand. "What the? Did he just rob me?" Chang Feng turned his back to Jiang Han, examining the stolen ring. "Very good. Not bad at all." The NPC's voice changed. "This excuse is actually worthy of praise." Ding system notification. Due to your generous display, affinity with Guardian Chang Feng has increased by 500. Current status friendly. The ring's light illuminated the Guardian's face. He glanced back, eyes intense. "Speak, hero. What is your purpose here?" Jiang Han didn't hesitate. "I want the Dragon Domain to join the Dark Faction." W. Chando stood in the background, jaw on the floor. "Bro, my guy is being that blunt. Really? The play here. Shouldn't we discuss benefits first? Maybe some negotiation tactics." But Chang Feng looked at Jiang Han with admiration. "I have to say, you have guts." Jiang Han nodded respectfully. "Thank you. Now can you give it to me straight?" Chang Feng held up 3 fingers, his tone turning serious. The difficulties are astronomical. First, food. Dragons have voracious appetites. A single meal requires tons of meat. The dark faction simply cannot sustain that supply. Second, gold. To maintain the eternal spring climate of the dragon domain and purchase supplies requires a mountain of wealth. We bleed money every second. Currently, we rely entirely on the light faction's subsidies. We cannot just walk away from our bankroll. Chang Feng's expression darkened. Third, safety. A dragon's body is a walking treasury. The dark faction is chaotic. Order is non-existent. Even within the light faction, countless people hunt us for materials. If we join the dark faction without protection, the dragon race would face extinction within a month. Jiang Han fell silent. Food, money, security. These weren't problems that could be solved by just punching things hard. No wonder the system Manhwa designated this as an SS rank quest. Seeing his silence, Chang Feng continued. However, if you can solve these three problems, the dragon domain might consider your offer. He paused, then turned to W. Chando. Not bad, kid. Your strength has improved. I can teach you a level 60 class skill. Interested? I want it, Chando stammered, eyes lighting up. But, is it expensive? Chang Feng smirked. Dirt cheap, just 20,000 gold coins. Chando's soul left his body. He wanted to curse. 20,000. Are you a guardian or a bandit? That was equivalent to 2 million in real cash. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't burn money like that. He frantically opened the system interface. Let me see the stats first. This technique surpasses everything else, exclusive to Dragon Knights. Others couldn't learn it if they begged. Chando stared at the panel, drooling. It was broken, overpowered. Can we get a discount? Chang Feng raised an eyebrow. Listen, kid, 20,000 is the family discount. Put this on the market and the price would triple. Chando laughed nervously, scratching his head. Yeah, but my wallet is a little light. Chang Feng put hands on his hips, pointing accusingly. Top up, kid. As the guardian of the dragon realm, take my word for it. In this leveling manhwa world, wealth is the only way to power. Jiang Han stared at the pair, completely at a loss for words. Was this guy a holy guardian of the dragon realm, or just a glorified scammer exploiting it? Pushing the thought aside, he cleared his throat. Ahem. Oh, great guardian, could you perhaps spare a hint regarding those 3 questions? Chang Feng shook his head slightly. Young man, the path lies beneath your own feet. You must walk it yourself. But just then, a heavy pouch containing 10,000 gold coins materialized before him. Chang Feng grabbed the pouch, his eyes practically glued to the glimmering gold. A greedy grin spread across his face. Ah, adventurer, your generosity commands my utmost respect. He rubbed his chin, his gaze shifting to the blade at Jiang Han's side. That bloodthirsty sword you carry. It was the weapon of the legendary shadow swordsman of the past, a truly divine artifact. However, time is a cruel mistress. Its edge has dulled, and its glory faded. In this era, only the master craftsman of the dwarf race can restore it to its former magnificence. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed in thought. In most fantasy lore, dwarves were known for one thing above all else, their obsession with hoarding treasure. Could the dwarf race be the key to breaking this deadlock? Jiang Han immediately asked, where can I find the dwarf race? But the guardian remained silent, offering no reply. Seeing Chang Feng play dumb, Jiang Han's mouth twitched in annoyance. Is the payment still insufficient? Here's the remaining 50,000 gold from slaying Ariel. He slapped another heavy bag onto the table. Senior, please, show me the way. But this time, Chang Feng raised a hand to refuse. It is futile. The dwarves have lived in seclusion for thousands of years. Even I do not know where they have vanished to. Jiang Han bowed respectfully. Regardless, I thank you for the information, senior. In his heart, he calculated the cost. 10,000 gold was a steep price for mere information, but establishing a connection with the dragon realm, that was a bargain at any price. Although Chang Feng was a gold-obsessed miser, he wasn't without purpose. He gathered wealth to fund the duties of his station. Chang Feng offered a final piece of advice. I only wish to tell you that the dwarf race is the only hope to restore your bloodthirsty sword to its peak condition. No need for formalities. But listen well, little brother, whatever you plan to do, do it quickly. While I appreciate your generosity, aligning with the faction of light is currently the safest bet for the dragon realm. Jiang Han clasped his hands again. Thank you for the warning, senior. Suddenly, Wei Chando stepped forward, producing yet another bag of gold. Mentor, I've topped up my account. Teach me the skill. Hurry, Chang Feng chuckled. No wonder I took a liking to you, adventurer. I have a superb level 60 weapon, starting price is 10,000. Care to take a look? Wei Chando let out a pained wail. Mother of God, that's extortion, but I'll pay it, he stammered, handing over the gold. I'll head out to find information on the dwarf race first, Jiang Han said, bidding farewell to the pair. Walking away, he opened the system interface. A headache began to throb. Damn it, there isn't a single thread about the dwarves on the forums. This meant that until this very moment, not a single player had triggered a quest related to the elusive dwarf race. Jiang Han rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Should I ask the sword god no? It's been too long, and I don't know her current situation. I can't. I've already caused her enough trouble in the past. After I killed Ariel, the faction of light hates me to the bone. I cannot drag her into my mess again. Suddenly, a notification flashed on his screen. Wei Chando was calling. Jiang Han here. I found a lead on the dwarves. Jiang Han was stunned. That fast? The voice on the other end confirmed. That's right. What's your location? I'll come to you. We'll talk face to face. Moments later, Wei Chando materialized before him. Jiang Han asked, Where did you get this intel? Wei Chando grinned. I paid good money to query the official forums of multiple nations. It seems a player in the American server managed to change his class to a unique hidden profession. This diviner can likely use divination arts to locate the hidden sanctuary of the dwarves. Jiang Han clicked his tongue. Money really can make the devil turn a millstone, can't it? Jiang Han shrugged. Can we contact this diviner and pay him to find the dwarves for us? Wei Chando frowned deeply. I already tried. It didn't work. This diviner seems to come from a wealthy family. He doesn't lack money, and he's one of the top 10 rankers in the American region. I sent him a private message offering 10,000 gold as a starting fee, but he completely ignored me. Hearing this, a spark of interest lit up Jiang Han's eyes. Oh, in that case, it seems I'll have to pay a visit to the American server personally. Wei Chando looked flustered. The national borders aren't open yet. How could you possibly cross over? Jiang Han rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I can try. Success isn't guaranteed, but it's worth a shot. If it were any other nation, I'd be helpless, Jiang Han thought. But in the American server, my mentor Cheryl is the city lord of the Tier 1 main city Oceanheart. I still have an undead summoning scroll. I can summon him to me. Wei Chando looked worried. You only have one life. Traveling to a hostile server, isn't that too dangerous? Jiang Han turned to him, his gaze steely. This is a Manhwa recap-worthy quest clue. Do you think I can just let it go? Wei Chando sighed. Fair enough. You make a point. Jiang Han added, I will handle the trip to the American server alone. You stay here. Keep a close eye on Changfeng and find out how long it will take to rescue the giant dragon sealed beneath Lake Anding. Understood. Wei Chando nodded and departed. The scene shifted. Jiang Han stood amidst the endless grasslands, gazing at the horizon. He pulled out the undead summoning scroll and tore it in half without hesitation. System notification: you have used the undead summoning scroll. Your mentor, the undead swordsman, Cheryl, is responding to your call. System notification: the dark gold rank rock spear you listed has sold for 5,147 gold coins. System notification: the spirit rank salvation cloak has sold for 3,070 gold coins. Jiang Han was astonished. Sold already, that was fast. Adding the loot from Ariel, he now sat on a fortune of over 90,000 gold. In the real world, that was equivalent to $9 million. A brilliant golden light tore through the air, and Cheryl materialized from the void. He stepped forward, his aura imposing. Disciple, why have you summoned me? Mentor Jiang Han greeted him eagerly, quickly recounting the situation. Cheryl listened intently, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. I see. So, the Dark Faction seeks to ally with the Dragon Domain. A bold move, but one fraught with difficulty. Although the relationship between the Temple of Light and the Dragon Domain is strained, their interests are intertwined. They are inseparable. Jiang Han posed the critical question. Mentor, do you believe relying on divination to find the whereabouts of the dwarves is a viable strategy? Cheryl paused. He clearly hadn't considered that angle. Li Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. As long as the dwarf race hasn't been wiped from the face of the Tienh High continent, and since seers still exist here, we can use the ancient art of divination to pinpoint their exact location. Jiang Han's eyes lit up with excitement. That's perfect. Master, can you take me to the United Rui Zone? Li Yi simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers with flair. Naturally. In a flash of light, Li's majestic mount materialized. He grabbed the reins and commanded, Ride with your master today. That blue-scale beast of yours moves at a snail's pace compared to this. Jiang Han's eyes widened, fixated on the magnificent creature. A Pegasus. Did such a legendary beast actually exist within the Purple Flame Bamboo Grove secret realm? I swear, once this mission is over, I'm getting myself a high-tier mount no matter what, he vowed internally. Nodding, he replied, "Understood. The situation is urgent. Let's move." He gripped Li Yi's waist tightly. Ready. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, the beast soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice rang out. "Warning. You have entered a disputed zone within foreign territory. In this brutal leveling Manhwa world, the death penalty is now doubled." The Pegasus tore through the air with such terrifying speed that it nearly blew the hair right off Zhang Han's head. Sensing a shift in pressure, Zhang Han asked, "Master, has your cultivation base increased again?" Li Yi looked back in genuine surprise. "How could you possibly tell?" Zhang Han explained. "When you first brought me across the national border, you relied on a teleportation scroll. But now, you're tearing through the spatial barrier of the border with just your own raw power." Li Yi glanced back with a knowing smile. "So you noticed. Your observation skills are sharp. Indeed, you are correct. Back then, I wasn't strong enough to roam freely. Now I am but a half step away from the divine rank, so tearing space is child's play." Suddenly, the Pegasus screeched to a halt, letting out a wary cry. Zhang Han peeked forward. "What's happening?" Li Yi furrowed his brows, his voice dropping low. "Stay calm. I just never expected to run into that little mongrel here." Zhang Han blinked in confusion. "Mongrel." Li Yi pointed a finger toward the ground, where a creature was wagging its tail. "Look closely. Is that not a dog down there?" The system window popped up. Target Wang Kai. Grade none. Level HP. Attack defense unknown. Description: a miraculous puppy that brings fortune. It carries countless treasures on its body, enough to drive even god-tier powerhouses into a frenzy. Its origins are a mystery. It answers only to the name Wang Kai. Zhang Han's jaw dropped. Wang Kai. Seriously? Li Yi warned sternly. Do not let that crude name deceive you. That dog is exactly what the legends say, a divine creature that heralds immense fortune. It possesses a terrifying sense of smell for wealth, able to unearth treasures buried deep within the Tienh High continent that no one else can find. As Wang Chai busily dug into the earth, Li Yi steered the Pegasus to circle around it. "Let's flank it from behind." The Pegasus touched down silently. Li Yi drew his sword, his eyes locking onto Wang Kai as he marched forward with killing intent. Countless divine rank experts have tried to capture it, hoping to use it as a treasure-seeking slave. But alas, not a single one has ever succeeded. That beast is so fast that even the demon god Rio, known as the Wind of Destruction, couldn't catch its shadow. Zhang Han watched his master's aggressive stance. "Master, are you planning to rob a dog?" "Absolutely," Li Yi replied without shame, instantly bursting forward with gale force speed. Wang Kai sensed the aura, spun around and barked. Woof. Li Yi showed no mercy, swinging his blade down in a lethal arc. But the steel slashed through empty air, smashing into the ground with a deafening boom. Li Yi gasped. "Its speed is truly monstrous, but those treasures belong to me." Suddenly, Wang Kai appeared perched on Zhang Han's shoulder. "Master, look out!" Zhang Han cried. The dog yapped in agreement. Woof. Li Yi cursed in rage. "Damn it, be careful. That mutt is a master thief. Even the artifacts of a divine-tier powerhouse can disappear in the blink of an eye if you let your guard down. I only have 2 treasures on me, so I'm safe. Disciple, you'd better pray for your own inventory." Zhang Han stood there dumbfounded. "Master, did you just abandon me?" Zhang Han turned to look at Wang Kai, who was baring its fangs. A thought struck him. Wait, isn't this the perfect chance to tame it? He thrust a capture stone into the dog's face. System capture failed. Seeing Wang Kai wag its tail innocently, Zhang Han sighed internally. "I guess I was overthinking it." Walk without warning, a paw smashed directly into his face. Alert Wang Kai used SS rank skill Miraculous Hand. It successfully stole the S rank item Jade Waterfish from your inventory. The theft was detected. Zhang Han's eyes bulged with fury. "You dare steal my fish? You damn mutt, I'm turning you into stew." His hand erupted with a green aura as he slapped Wang Kai. System through Plunder Hand, you have successfully learned the S rank skill Lesser Miraculous Hand. Description: a unique skill derived from the mysterious beast Wang Kai. This is the broken ability every system Manhwa protagonist dreams of. Its stealing technique is so exquisite that no master thief in the world could ever hope to match it. Although acquired via Plunder Hand, the proficiency is slightly lower. Effect: silently steal items from the target's inventory. There is a small probability of detection. Cooldown 3 seconds. Note: The higher the item's value, the higher the risk of being caught. If the target is distracted, detection rate drops. Minimum risk, 5%. Maximum risk, 80%. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He slapped the dog right across the muzzle. Wang Kai yelped. A Wu system. You used Lesser Miraculous Hand. Success. You stole the S-rank skill book, Blessing of Dawn, from Wang Kai's inventory. Jiang Han stared at his hand in awe. An S-rank skill book, just like that. This thieving skill is insane. He glared at the dog. So, you like stealing, huh? I've got hundreds of capture stones in my bag. Let's see who steals who dry. Then the slapping battle began. Whack, whack, whack. The system notifications flooded in. Alert: Wang Kai used SS rank skill, Miraculous Hand. Stolen pet capture stone. Theft detected. System: you used Lesser Miraculous Hand. Success: you stole the S-rank item Pet Evolution Stone from Wang Kai. Alert: Wang Kai used SS rank skill Miraculous Hand. Stolen Mount Capture Stone. Theft detected. System: you used Lesser Miraculous Hand. Success: you stole the S-rank item Premium Dog Food from Wang Kai. Watching the chaotic scene, Li Yi shouted in panic. This is bad. Get away from it, disciple. It's targeting the treasures in your inventory. Just as Li Yi prepared to charge in, Jiang Han raised a swollen hand to stop him. Hold on. Jiang Han's face was beaten black and blue, completely deformed. Master, how could you have the heart to leave such a cute puppy behind? Li Yi was speechless. He stared at the man and dog tangled in a brawl. Then a realization struck him. Wait a minute. My disciple has never been a saint. Since when does he sit still and let himself get beaten? I remember now. Back in Tienh High Town. Didn't this brat learn a forbidden skill called Plunder Hand? Jiang Han casually turned his back on the beast to play with Wang Kai. Li Yi's warning cut through the air. Disciple, if you don't distance yourself, that mutt is going to strip you of every rare treasure you own. Jiang Han turned his swollen face toward Li Yi, a smirk hidden beneath the bruises. No rush, master. I'll settle the score with this cute little dog first. Then we leave. Internally, his mind raced with a darker truth. Master is sharp, but he doesn't realize the full picture. This stupid dog has no idea how much I've already stolen from its inventory. But the moment he finished that thought, Wang Kai lunged, slapping Jiang Han across the face with renewed fury. System alert warning: Wang Kai has activated the SS rank skill Divine Hand of Theft. Success. The item, Mount Capture Stone, has been stolen from your inventory. System alert. Wang Kai has activated SS, rank Divine Hand. Success: high-grade healing potion stolen. But then the tables turned. System alert. You have activated Lesser Divine Hand. Critical success. You have stolen the God-tier material, Black Obsidian Star Crystal, from Wang Kai. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He swung his hand, delivering a thunderous slap right back onto Wang Chai's snout. System alert. You have activated Lesser Divine Hand. Success. You have stolen the consumable item Scroll of Revelation from Wang Kai. As the notification rang out, Jiang Han's eyes went wide, his heart hammering against his ribs. God, tier, he stammered internally. But as he glanced at the dog, Wang Kai was glaring back, baring its fangs with murderous intent. Oh crap, Jiang Han realized. It knows I robbed it blind. Still, trading a simple S-rank bluefish and some capture stones for this haul. This was the ultimate win in any leveling manhwa scenario. Totally worth it. Wang Kai growled a low rumble of impending violence. Jiang Han grabbed the beast and slammed it ruthlessly into the ground. You thieving fish-eater, get lost. Wang Chai landed on its feet with cat-like grace eyes burning with rage. It charged on all fours, ready to kill. But suddenly, Li Yi stepped in, blocking the path with an imposing stance. Woof woof, the dog barked frantically. Li Yi raised his hand, summoning a swirl of dark energy. His eyes rolled back, leaving only pure white. Secret Art Undead Aegis. A pitch-black barrier enveloped them instantly. Golden light from the dog's attack pierced the darkness, followed by a barrage of countless energy beams slamming into the shield. Li Yi exhaled sharply, clutching a torn scroll in his hand. Close one. That dog has insane agility and terrifying defense, but luckily, its attack power is unbalanced and low. I have to ask, disciple. Li Yi shouted over the noise. What on earth did you steal to make it this angry? Below them, Wang Kai was barking its lungs out, completely losing its mind. Woof system alert. You have entered the map Gale Forest. Li Yi glanced at Jiang Han, his voice dripping with suspicion. Judging by that grin, you made a fortune, didn't you? Jiang Han opened his hand, revealing the glowing dark crystal. Check this out, Li Yi gasps. Oh, system item description. Black obsidian star crystal. A supremely rare ore. A treasure powerful enough to make god-rank warriors wage war. It can be smelted into weaponry. Even if fused with a legendary divine weapon, it dramatically increases sharpness and durability. The only downside is the weight. The weapon becomes so heavy that no ordinary mortal can wield it. Li Yi's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Black obsidian. That mutt was carrying a treasure of this magnitude. Jiang Han scratched his head, feigning modesty. Pure luck, master. I snatched it off Wang Kai. If you need it, Li Yi, consider it a gift. Li Yi waved his hand, shaking his head frantically. No, I can't take that. He leaned in closer, his voice serious. You might not believe this, but the dwarven race is obsessed with forging. If you find them and offer this god-tier obsidian, they wouldn't just thank you. They'd treat you like their reborn ancestor. It's an unimaginable favor. Jiang Han blinked stunned. Reborn ancestor. Isn't that a bit dramatic? Li Yi ignored him, pressing his face almost against the crystal in awe. Stealing this from Wang Kai? Wasn't just luck, Li Yi mused. It's destiny. A twist of fate. I originally planned to give you a hellish quest to earn a mere immortal grade ore just to bribe the dwarves out of their mountain. But this changes everything. If you show them this black obsidian, the entire dwarven clan will go absolutely insane. Jiang Han clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you for the guidance, master. Internally, he beamed. Having a mentor with such high morals is the best cheat code. I definitely owe him big time. Li Yi summoned his mount, signaling it was time to move. Hide your wealth. Aside from the dwarves, tell no one you possess this. Otherwise, you're inviting a catastrophe. We aren't far from the border, and Wang Kai can track us. We need to put distance between us and that dog immediately. Jiang Han nodded firmly. Understood. With the agreement said, master and disciple wasted no time vanishing into the distance. Sitting behind his master on the mount, Jiang Han opened his interface. Time to appraise the goods, he thought. This was the best part of any system Manhwa, checking the stats. Item Scroll of Revelation. Rank, SS. Description, Enlightenment from the Heavens, creates uniqueness. Effect Battle Pet Capacity +1. Jiang Han grinned from ear to ear. Whoa, this scroll lets me add another pet to the roster. That's breaking the laws of the summoner class. It's basically stripping the limitations off the job. This shouldn't be SS rank. It's easily SSS rank. The system clearly glitched when rating this, because it doesn't know what it's looking at. System alert. Do you wish to use the SS rank item Scroll of Revelation? Jiang Han nodded instantly. System alert item, consumed successfully. Battle pet slot, expanded by 1. Jiang Han scanned the interface again. Next up was the skill book, Blessing of Dawn. Since it's an S-rank skill book from Wang Kai's private collection, it has to be broken. System alert. Skill Blessing of Dawn rank S. Effect. Single target receives 20% attribute boost for 10 minutes and instantly recovers 20% HP. Afterwards, restores 500% of the caster's HP over 5 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Class requirement. Holy Priest. Light Priest. System notification. You have successfully learned Blessing of Dawn. System warning attention. You have entered the Merry territory. Within this foreign faction's jurisdiction, the death penalty is doubled. Li Yi turned back, shouting over the wind. Do you want to head straight to the Diviner? Or stop by my city Ocean Heart to rest first? Jiang Han smiled. Let's visit your turf first, master. A tour of Ocean Heart City sounds perfect. He calculated internally. I just arrived in the Merry Zone. Wandering around enemy territory blindly is a death sentence. Better to secure a base at the master's stronghold and assess the situation. Li Yi nodded in agreement. Very well. The city lord himself will escort you to Sea Heart City for a viewing. System alert. You have entered the map, Sea Heart City, a Tier 1 main capital. This is a rare paradise, a true resort for the weary. But alas, it has fallen into the hands of the ultimate shadow swordsman, the legendary Terry. It was now firmly under the Dark Faction's dominion. The two of them descended from the skies, their mounts touching down with grace. As his boots hit the pavement, Jiang Han scanned the bustling streets. Mentor, your management of Sea Heart City is impressively orderly. People flooded the crosswalks, the city alive with noise and energy. Despite the regime change, daily life flowed like water. Terry replied, light or dark. The common folk never really have a choice, do they? After conquering this place, I granted them rest. I rule with a light hand, allowing free trade to flourish unchecked. That is the secret to this prosperity. Jiang Han's expression turned serious. Do you really think we can pull this off? Can we defeat the light faction? Terry rubbed his chin, his eyes darkening. It will be difficult. The demon god is powerful, yes, but the light faction possesses top-tier powerhouses ready to rival us right now. The only reason the dark faction has swept through these lands is because the light faction is rotting from the inside, with infighting and conspiracy. They segregate their nations, refusing to unite. Seeing his mentor's heavy thoughts, Jiang Han let out a long sigh. Very well, Terry shrugged. What is your next move? I need to find a fortune teller, Jiang Han replied. I must locate the hidden dwarf race. System alert. You have automatically joined Seaheart City. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Han felt a headache coming on. He was utterly speechless. Joining Seaheart. This is a disaster. This is a Tier 1 capital. The defense forces here are leagues above Gloomy City. If I get besieged here, super tier experts will descend upon us instantly. He smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. Sorry for the trouble, mentor. The main city event here is suicidal, he thought. I probably couldn't even scratch a normal soldier. It's best to lay low and avoid the event altogether. System World Announcement, US Server Warning. The Eastern Player and World Destroyer, River Cold, has invaded. The Spirit Tier boss has entered US territory and joined Seaheart City. Bounty rewards level, +5, +100 free attribute points, and a junior national weapon. Jiang Han's mouth twitched uncontrollably. All that, just for killing me. Seriously, he turned to leave. Well, mentor, I'm off. Go then, Terry cautioned. Stay safe out there. Use the communication bracelet if things get ugly. Jiang Han mounted his blue Kylan beast and dialed Ochando. The other side sighed. I never expected it to escalate to this level. Your head is now worth a unique hidden class ultra-rare skills. And now, they've added a national weapon to the pot. The players are going to go absolutely insane. Jiang Han scoffed. If it's just players, the pressure is manageable. More importantly, where is that fortune teller? Ochando explained. On weekdays, she runs activities in the Tier 2 city, Blue Moon, and her guild territory. Right, I'm sending you the light faction map of the US sector, and her photo now. Jiang Han nodded. Got it. Thanks. 40 minutes later, he arrived at the outskirts of Blue Moon City. He gazed at the towering walls from a distance. That's Blue Moon City ahead. He rubbed his chin, calculating his odds. To avoid unnecessary drama in this Manhwa recap, I shouldn't enter the city just yet. I'll head straight to the guild territory. That's where the fortune teller usually operates. System info: Blue Moon City is primarily an NPC stronghold. However, players can establish their own territories nearby, with enough members, resources, and rare items like village or city creation tokens. Becoming a city lord isn't just a dream, it's a mechanic in this leveling manhwa. System alert. You have entered player-controlled territory, Evil Dragon Town. The moment he stepped in, the guards approached, shouting in English. Spotting his Eastern attire, their eyes widened in shock. It's him, the Eastern player, River Cold. The whole US server is hunting him, and he just walked right in. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, blocking Jiang Han's path. He was a burly blonde man with a jagged scar across his face. This was Wallace. Hey there, Easterner, he sneered. We US players aren't like those weaklings back in your Eastern server who get crushed easily. You have some nerve coming to the Evil Dragon Guild. I guess I'll have to send you straight to God personally. Jiang Han didn't flinch. His eyes shone with amusement. He smiled coldly. Ha! Let me teach you an Eastern proverb. He guided the blue Kylan forward, its massive hoof hovering inches from Wallace's face. Scram. Boom. The hoof slammed down, shaking the earth and sending shockwaves through the crowd. System notification. You have slain US player Wallace. Plus 2,000 EXP. You have slain US player Green Hatman. Plus 900 EXP. The bystanders stared in horror, trembling. What just happened? One stomp killed 10 players. That's insane. The videos weren't fake. He's a monster. Another man scrambled away, shouting, Get the guild leader now. Only an expert like her can handle a monster like this. Jiang Han watched him run, making no move to stop him. It seems the US server has no concept of what a spirit tier boss can truly do. He shouted after the fleeing man, Go ahead, call your backup. I'll just clean up the battlefield while I wait. Moments later, a blonde woman parted the crowd, radiating power. She clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with fury. You Eastern player, why have you invaded my territory without provocation? Target analysis name Deadly Rose. Class Fortune Teller level 63. HP 14 million. Attack 3,800 to 4,000. Defense 550 to 5,700. Skills Fate Break Mirror Flower. Water Moon Light Sacrifice True Sight. Seeing her stats, Jiang Han grinned internally. A fortune teller. Finally, I found the right person. Jiang Han stated his purpose calmly. I'm here for you. I need you to read my fortune. Just once. Deadly Rose raised an eyebrow, confusion mixing with her anger. A fortune reading? You, an Eastern invader, want me, a US player, to help you? Jiang Han smiled innocently. Is that a no? She tapped her temple mockingly. Of course not, you idiot. Is this the IQ of the East's #1 player? Hearing the insult, energy began to crackle around Jiang Han's hand. If you won't agree, then get lost. Time waits for no one, and I'm done wasting mine on you. I'll just borrow that divination art of yours by force. Jiang Han's hand shot forward like a viper, activating his plunder skill. But the system Manhwa interface flashed a warning. Divination is an exclusive class skill. It cannot be stolen. Deadly Rose stood unharmed, looking at him as if he were an idiot. What do you think you're doing? Are all of you players from the East this amusing? Jiang Han was stunned. An exclusive skill that couldn't be plundered. This was going to be trickier than he thought. He switched tactics instantly. I can offer you benefits beyond your imagination. The players I just slaughtered, I'll compensate them fully. I'll even help them power level 10 times over. I'll pay 10 times the damages. Is that enough to prove my sincerity? She threw her head back and laughed. Ha! You must be in a real bind. Without my divination to guide your path, you're walking straight into a death trap, aren't you? If that's the case, go back and wait for your funeral. Jiang Han's eyes flashed with a predatory light as he grinned. Ha! Don't get ahead of yourself. Did you ever consider the price you'd pay for constantly mocking me? Deadly Rose looked at him like he told a bad joke. Pay the price. Let's see if you have the strength to back up that threat. Sneering internally, she didn't believe the rumors of his invincibility and cast a scout spell. The system window popped up, and her blood ran cold. Harbinger of destruction. Jiang Han. A spirit rank boss. His level, health, attack, power, and defense, everything was a sea of question marks. There was only a brief description, an adventurer who fell into the abyss of darkness, yet remains the most terrifying existence among all adventurers. He possessed combat power that defied logic, capable of annihilating enemies far above his own level. Even when the Church of Light summoned their gods to chain him, those deities perished by his hand. Before she could process the horror, he was already airborne, his sword crashing down like a meteor. Seeing Jiang Han's devastating move, the crowd behind her dropped their jaws in shock. Holy Mother of Guild Leader, look out. A single strike sent the elite guards flying like ragdolls, and she was no exception. The shockwave slammed into Deadly Rose, burying her shoulder deep into the earth. Jiang Han turned, his voice dripping with ice. If that kick had been aimed at you, your avatar would have been deleted from existence. I'll give you one last chance. Will you help me or not? She sat up, gritting her teeth in defiance. You dared to step into the U.S. server zone. You're destined to pay with your life here. This feud between us will never end. He didn't hesitate. His blade slashed through Deadly Rose in a blur of motion. Wrong answer. System notification. You have killed the U.S. server player Deadly Rose. System notification. Congratulations. You have captured Evil Dragon Town. Please choose destroy or occupy. Jiang Han smirked. So that's how it works in this leveling Manhwa world. When all enemies in a player-created town are eliminated, the territory falls to the victor. He muttered without hesitation, occupy. The scene shifted to the resurrection point in Blue Moon City. The guild leader Deadly Rose slowly materialized. Guild leader, are you okay? Her subordinates asked. She ground her teeth, eyes burning with hatred. That bastard. Her mind raced with fear and rage. He was strong. That scumbag was terrifyingly strong. System notification, attention. Your territory, Evil Dragon Town, has been occupied by the level 81 spirit rank boss Harbinger of Destruction, Jiang Han. You have lost administrative rights. Hearing the voice, she froze like a statue. The players around her panicked. What? Boss, what do we do now? Deadly Rose's eyes turned savage. He dares to steal the town I spent countless hours building. Summon everyone. I want every single member of the guild online right now. She clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. I'm issuing a server-wide announcement immediately. Every top guild in the U.S. sector will know about this. The bounty on Jiang Han's head is massive. Whoever kills him might even loot a national weapon. That alone will make them frenzy. Furthermore, killing the #1 player from the Eastern server will crush their morale. No one will pass up this chance. The crowd nodded in unison, bloodlust rising. Good. A system window appeared with the announcement from the Evil Dragon Guild leader. Greetings to all players in the U.S. server. I am Deadly Rose. The Eastern player Jiang Han is currently occupying my guild's base Evil Dragon Town and mocking every single player in our region. Now the Evil Dragon Guild humbly requests that all true patriots rise up and restore the glory of the U.S. server. A player reading the chat frowned. Jianghan is at Evil Dragon Town. Another sneered. We need to teach that Eastern clown that the U.S. server is #1. Message received. I'm heading there immediately. The #1 guild from Sin City assembled their entire force. Perched atop the town wall, Jianghan checked the system map and laughed. Ha! The so-called heroes of the world are coming to siege my town. Jianghan crossed his arms, waiting with calm arrogance. I'm just afraid you'll make a big scene only to humiliate yourselves in the end. Suddenly, a blade materialized from the shadows aimed straight at his throat. The assassin struck, but Jianghan sidestepped effortlessly, countering with a brutal backhand. Sneak attack. Stay down. System notification. You have killed the player. 7 Deadly Sins Envy. You received 3,500 experience points. 2 more figures emerged behind him. #2. Damn it, we're busted. Jianghan laughed with delight. You arrived fast. Are you all in such a hurry to die? Seeing their comrade instantly deleted, the newcomers roared in anger, charging forward for the glory of their server. Without wasting breath, Jianghan unleashed 4 sword beams. Sword breaks 8 directions. The strikes were so fast the attackers died before they hit the ground. He glanced around the battlefield. These few are just the vanguard. The main force is still approaching. Jianghan leaped from the wall. If that's the case, I'll meet them at the main gate. After all, I only want to make Deadly Rose submit. If I actually destroy the town they worked so hard to build, it would be a pity. Looking ahead, he saw the dust rising. The army had assembled. A massive horde stood ready, their commander shouting for the glory and greatness of the U.S. server. Kill. A burly warrior raised his greatsword and bellowed. Stick to the plan. Do not let Jianghan regenerate health or repair his gear. Archers use concussive shots. Assassins focus on armor penetration and blinding skills. Anyone who lands a skill gets a $500 reward. Jianghan stood his ground, smiling at the sea of enemies. No wonder, it's the U.S. server. Their execution is impeccable. Come then, let's see if a single one of you has the spine to threaten me. He roared as Sim barked the order to fire, unleashing a sky-darkening storm of arrows aimed straight at Jianghan's heart. Without hesitating, he triggered the ultimate defensive technique, Armor of Destruction. As expected of a high-tier system Manhwa, the blue window flashed. Skill activated. Defense increased by 50%. Durability up by 20%. Added effect. Light and dark resistance boosted by 20%. Duration, 2 minutes. Jianghan became a one-man army, charging headfirst into the fray. With a single devastating swing of his blade, he shattered the formation of archers, scattering them like leaves in a hurricane. He didn't stop there. Unleashing the sword, breaking 8 directions, a wave of pure energy exploded outward, slashing directly toward Sim and his terrified legion. The soldiers were blasted backwards, screaming in terror. Oh God, where is the Snow Emperor? We need him now. Suddenly, a powerful figure mounted on a beast burst through the crowd, shouting, "Out of my way." A spear tip gleamed with killing intent, aimed right at Jianghan's skull. But Jianghan merely pivoted his eyes, locking onto the weapon as he sidestepped with supernatural grace, spiritual threads shooting out to counter. Steel sang against steel as Jianghan parried. The spiritual threads coiled around his blade. He glanced at the newcomer, his instincts screaming that a true master had arrived. It was the legendary Ice Emperor. The newcomer stared daggers at him. Jianghan, I've waited an eternity to test your strength. We both hold unique hidden classes. We are both the national martial arts champions of our worlds. Let's see who truly reigns supreme. The interface popped up, revealing the enemy's terrifying stats. Ice Emperor. Class King of Ice. Level 70. Power level. 179,900. Attack power. Over 9,000. Defense, over 4,000. Skills, Body of Ice, and Snow Frost Protection. Extreme Ice Blade, World of Ice, and the Forbidden Spell Ice King. Jianghan analyzed the data with a cold smirk. A unique hidden class. And a champion. Fate really does love its drama. He knew there was a level gap, but fear was not in his vocabulary. Among players, he is undoubtedly an elite, Jianghan thought. And he even possesses a forbidden technique. This won't be a walk in the park. Jianghan stared at the opponent's power gauge and scoffed. You're still debuffed by my War Stomp and Tyrant's pressure, yet you think you have the stamina to dance with me. The Ice Emperor gathered energy in his palm, laughing maniacally. Ha! Don't celebrate too early, boy, the system chimed with a warning. Alert. The Ice Emperor has used the innate skill plunder. He has stolen your talent Tyrant. Because your Tyrant skill is rank SS, the enemy captures 75% of its effects. A golden aura erupted around the enemy. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. It seems this plunder ability works just like my own copy skill. He can mirror his opponent's greatest strength. The Ice Emperor grinned drunk on stolen power. So this is the Tyrant skill. Attack power increased by 37.5%. Ha, luck is truly on my side today. Jiang Han just tightened his grip and charged. It's only a 37% boost. Jiang Han mocked, his voice calm amidst the chaos. I don't know what you're so proud of. Furious, the Emperor raised his spear. Forbidden spell Ice King. The atmosphere froze. The system announced forbidden spell activated. All debuffs cleansed. Health fully restored. All attributes boosted by 80%. Duration 10 minutes. Penalty? Upon expiration, level drops by 10, and the user enters a weakened state for 3 days with all stats reduced by 50%. The Ice Emperor grit his teeth, eyes glowing blue. Now? Are you ready to die? Jiang Han didn't flinch. He accelerated to a blur. Survive one of my hits, then we'll talk. He launched himself into the sky, leaving the Ice Emperor looking up in sheer shock. What? How is his cooldown so fast? Panic flared in the enemy's eyes as he desperately dismissed his mount to dodge. But it was too late. Jiang Han was already descending like a meteor. Jiang Han extended his hand, golden energy swirling. Where do you think you're going? Skill activated. Grasp of the Holy Spirit. The Ice Emperor was instantly paralyzed, unable to move for 2 seconds. Suspended helplessly in midair, the Emperor struggled against the invisible chains. 2 seconds. Damn it. Jiang Han smirked, his hand closing around the enemy's throat. You like stealing skills. Let me show you how it's done. System. You used the inferior Wonder Hand. Success, you stole the spirit-grade item Ice Streamer Sword. The spectators watched in stunned silence. The Ice Emperor is being completely humiliated. Is this really happening? Humiliated and enraged, the Emperor screamed, Bastard, you'll pay for this insolence. But before he could twitch, Jiang Han unleashed the Shattered Star Slash, followed immediately by the Annihilation Slash. The damage numbers filled the sky. A critical hit. The enemy's health plummeted by 2,048,710 points. The minions trembled. This. Oh my god. An instant kill. The Ice Emperor was one-shotted. Even the entity known as Death watched from the shadows, sweating nervously. Impossible. He killed our world champion that easily. Is this guy really a player? It felt like watching a leveling manhwa protagonist, breaking the game's logic. Is he a boss NPC in disguise? Sim, however, refused to break. Don't panic. Chain your crowd control skills. Keep him locked down, Sim shouted. Jiang Han smirked, impressed. Even after I slaughtered their top dog, their morale holds. Their commander actually has a brain. But in that moment of distraction, a shadow loomed behind him, a blade raised for a treacherous strike. Cyclops drove his weapon into the back of Jiang Han's neck. System. You were hit by Cyclops' sneak attack -1 HP. You are stunned for 0.1 seconds. System. You have been hit by a concussion arrow -1 HP. Stunned for 0.1 seconds. A hail of arrows turned him into a pincushion. The enemies cheered, seeing their tactic work. It's working. Don't stop. Keep him permanently stunned. Sim held up a scroll, his face twisted in a victorious grin. It is time. He tore the scroll and the air turned cold. A figure in black robes radiating death materialized from the void. The Reaper roared, Eastern player, your arrogance ends here? You will pay the ultimate price for your hubris. The black-robed entity fired a beam of necrotic energy. System warning you. S region player has used the S-rank item Death Scythe. Affect your lifesteal is reduced to 0. Health regeneration reduced to 0. All stats reduced by 10% for 30 minutes. Jiang Han looked at the debuff window and simply let out a curious sound. Oh. So you've stripped my lifesteal and regen. He thought, his expression unreadable. I guess it's time to bring in some reinforcements. In a flash of light, Jiang Han summoned his mount. System, you were hit by Robin's concussion arrow. -1 HP. Stun status immune. Sim's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What is mount has that much tenacity? Our crowd control is useless against it. Jiang Han didn't waste breath on words. He spurred the blue Qilin beast forward, thundering towards Sim. Die, Sim sneered, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand. The sphere expanded rapidly, encasing Sim in an impenetrable barrier just as Jiang Han's blade struck. Clang. The attack bounced off. Jiang Han frowned, analyzing the shield. I don't know what kind of artifact that crystal ball is, but I have to admit that defense is absolute. Jiang Han unleashed his sword, breaking the 8 directions, raining down a storm of slashes upon the barrier. Sim stood inside, smirking in arrogance only to freeze in horror as the protective film began to fracture. A cold grin curled Jiang Han's lips. After a dozen relentless strikes, that indestructible crystal shield was now covered in spiderweb cracks. Just as he prepared the finishing blow, a golden beam of judgment descended from the heavens. It struck Jiang Han directly, instantly suppressing his overwhelming power. The system rang out. God's Forbidden Realm had activated an S-rank Forbidden Scroll Doomsday Judgment. 5 million fixed damage exploded onto him instantly. The player named Forbidden Zone stood nearby, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. He stood arrogantly before Sim's barrier, arms crossed over his chest. The bounty on Jiang Han's head. We split it 50-50. Sim heard the mockery in his voice and let out a cold snort. Humph. Consider it payment for that scroll. Hands on his hips, Forbidden Zone roared the command. Members of God's Forbidden Realm, charge. The army behind him screamed in unison. Kill. Jiang Han was still standing, but his power had plummeted, leaving him staggering. The enemy stepped forward, blocking the path with a provocative sneer. Hey, Easterner. How does the taste of a forbidden curse treat you? Jiang Han chuckled. Mediocre at best. The power is lacking. Why don't you throw 4 more scrolls and try to kill me for real? Forbidden Zone grit his teeth in fury. 4 scrolls. Are you kidding me? Just 1? Cost a fortune and was already out of stock, let alone 4. He roared in anger. What are you acting so tough for? Without your lifesteal ability, do you really think you can fight an army of thousands? Suddenly, a brilliant azure aura erupted around his body. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? The system window popped up. You have activated Light Guardian. Defense increased by 15%. Recover 3,250 HP every second for 10 seconds. This is the broken power of an awakening Manhwa class. You have activated Holy Light Blessing. Attack power boosted by 20%. Recover 6,030 HP every second for 10 seconds. The enemy soldiers began to panic. What the hell? He can heal himself. He has pre-skills too. This game is broken. That guy isn't a player. He has to be a boss. NPC. Jiang Han gave a provocative smile. Even without lifesteal, I can still restore my health. In a flash, he charged forward, sending the soldiers flying like bowling pins. Forbidden Zone watched in stunned silence, cold sweat pouring down his face. The soldiers were terrified, scrambling to escape. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? The entire God's Forbidden Realm guild began to retreat. Seeing his allies abandon him, Sim stood inside his barrier, grinding his teeth. How the hell did you learn pre-skills? Jiang Han raised his sword high. Because yours truly is known as a melee priest. He rained down slashes, and the barrier groaned under the pressure. Sim panicked. Osha, it can't hold on. Before he could react, the shield shattered completely. A single clean sword arc cut through the air and through Sim. System, you have slain the U.S. server player Sim. Jiang Han smirked in satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Is there anyone left who can stop me? Suddenly, a massive presence approached from the rear, shaking the ground with every step. What's happening back there? It was Gao wielding a massive axe and riding a beast. You bunch of trash, embarrassing the entire U.S. server. Out of my way, I'll handle him myself. He glared coldly at the protagonist. Brat, you came all the way from the east just to die by my hands. Consider it an honor. The system I activated. Target City Lord of Thunder Flame. Boss Gao. Rank Heaven. Level HP Attack Defense. Everything appeared as question marks. Jiang Han analyzed the situation instantly. A heaven rank boss with unknown attributes. His level must be at least 50 higher than mine. Fear, not a trace of it on his face. Nice speech, but I'm only here for one thing, your head. Enraged, Gao swung his colossal axe in a vicious arc. Oomph. A sharp tongue won't save you from death. The axe crashed down on Jiang Han's position, throwing up a massive cloud of dust and debris. But strangely, the soldiers behind Gao were the ones sent flying. Eyes widening, the city lord whipped his head around. You little rat, do you dare to fight me head-on? The particle effects faded, but the protagonist was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? He vanished. One of the soldiers shouted out. He used this same trick in the Roman zone. Watch out. He changed his ID and blended into the crowd. Gao roared in frustration. Damn it, this guy has too many dirty tricks up his sleeve. Come out, you spineless coward. Have you no honor? In the middle of the crowd, Jiang Han, now disguised as a curly-haired soldier, timidly raised his hand. Lord City, Lord, he spoke up with a trembling voice. I heard that when Jiang Han fought in the Eastern Zone, he looked like a bald monk in a cloak. Why don't we start by checking the bald guys first? Except for you, of course. Sir, a soldier with a shiny bald head nearby suddenly yelped, drawing everyone's attention. Ha Gao didn't hesitate. Everyone, full force. Kill that bald bastard. Whoever takes his head gets 100 gold coins from Thunderflame City. I refuse to believe he won't show himself. The mob turned like a pack of wolves, chasing the poor bald soldier. Stop right there. The soldier sprinted for his life, screaming, It's not me, bro. I'm Sim from the Sin Guild. Don't you remember me? Watching the chaos, Jiang Han snickered internally. Ha ha ha. Look at them fighting each other, hook, line, and sinker. He slipped behind the distracted city lord. A boss of this level surely has some incredible treasure on him. Up ahead, Gao was still screaming orders, ignoring his blind spot. Kill him. Better to kill the wrong person than let him escape. Suddenly, Jiang Han struck, slapping the city lord right across the face. System. You have activated the skill, Dimensional Miracle Hand. Theft. Successful. You have obtained an S-rank item rare treasure map from City Lord Gao. Gao whipped his head around, eyes bulging with rage. You bastard. System City Lord Gao has used the skill True Sight. Your camouflage has been nullified. Jiang Han froze for a split second, staring back at the furious boss. Brat, today is the day you die. Jiang Han regained his composure, a confident smirk returning as he raised his sword. Actually, I think you're the one who's going down. System the Destroyer, Jiang Han, has activated the skill Daydream. Next attack boosted by 1000%. Damage increased by 1000%. Critical hit guaranteed. Gao's face twisted in horror. What the? As the sword descended like a guillotine, he desperately dismissed his mount to dodge. Jiang Han chuckled. Ha ha ha, you lucky old geezer. Without missing a beat, Jiang Han turned and bolted. Well, catch you later, system. You have activated Sprint. Movement speed increased by 30% for 10 seconds. Seeing him hit and run, Gao nearly exploded with fury. You shameless little scum, you dare mock me again? He summoned his mount, thundering after Jiang Han. Stand still and die. Jiang Han summoned his own mount, the Blue Keelan. Soldiers blocked the road ahead, forming a wall of bodies. Jiang Han swung his blade without mercy. Out of my way, block me and you die. His pursuers were relentless, fueled by the sheer humiliation of the chase. Don't run if you have the guts, they screamed. But Jiang Han, he just turned around and laughed in their faces. Brother Go, what a tragedy we met so late in life, Jiang Han shouted back with a smirk. I know you can't bear to part with me, but I have a date with destiny. I need to grab that treasure first. Let's catch up later. And just like that, he vanished like a phantom in the wind, leaving Go staring at empty air. The blockade team stood frozen, their mouths agape. The power gap was an absolute abyss. His speed was beyond comprehension. Trying to stop him was like trying to catch lightning with bare hands. Damn it all, Go's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, veins bulging with pure rage. You slippery bastard. He raised his massive battle axe and roared to the crowd. Listen up. Whoever kills that brat becomes the hero of the US region. Then the system voice boomed across the sky. System announcement, attention US region players. The Eastern Destroyer Jiang Han has violated our borders and breached Seahart City. System A bounty has been issued. Slaying this invader grants the following rewards. Reward level +8. Free attribute points +200. 1 intermediate national weapon. As Jiang Han sprinted into the forest, he scoffed. Only an intermediate weapon. They won't even offer a high-grade weapon. The disrespect is real. Suddenly, a golden notification flashed before his eyes. Congratulations. You have triggered a hidden world quest. Quest Promise of Triumph. Difficulty SS. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. A hidden quest. This was the classic twist of a leveling manhwa. He opened the panel immediately. Objective. Achieve a legendary feat in the US region and return to the East alive. The stakes were set. Quest reward, 1 Eastern National Weapon Intermediate. Failure penalty level -10. Additional penalty, permanent attributes -500. Jiang Han laughed out loud. Now that's what I call high risk, high reward. It was hilarious that the US players got loot for killing him, but he had to gamble his life. I'm the one walking into the lion's den, yet I have to work for my prizes. He started calculating his next move with cold precision. The battle had cooled down. He needed to give Deadly Rose time to recover and prepare to retake Evil Dragon Town. I'll pay them a visit later. For now, let's see what good old Brother Go left me. He pulled out the glowing scroll. System. Do you wish to use the S-rank item rare treasure map? Is it rare? You bet it is. He nodded. The map dissolved into light, projecting a holographic mountain range. System location identified, White Star Mountain. Coordinates, 7584 by 884. Warning, the treasure will vanish in 3 days. White Star Mountain, huh? Since there were no skull icons or danger warnings, this looked like an easy loot run. Classic Manhwa recap logic. He wasted no time. Speed is key. 2 hours later, the scenery shifted. System, you have entered the White Star Mountain map. He finally reached the peak. Is it right in front of me? But as he stepped forward, a massive spiky shadow blocked his path. Boss alert Porcupine Beast. Rank, Ghost Realm. Level 100. HP, 6,500,000. Attack, 26,000. Skills Damage Reflection, Spike Rush. This was the overlord of White Star Mountain, a beast whose power far eclipsed any standard elite monster. Warning, do not engage unless you wish to be turned into a human pincushion. Jiang Han's eyes widened. Ghost Realm. That's a tier above elite. Even at level 100, this thing was statistically stronger than the level 102 monsters he faced before. It's even stronger than the fire butterfly. He unsheathed his blade, his aura exploding. Star Shatter. He charged forward on his steed, unleashing Destruction Slash. Boom. The beast took 176,000 damage, but the system chimed instantly. Reflection. Triggered. You take 25% of damage dealt. Jiang Han groaned as he lost nearly 300,000 health in a split second. He stared at his trembling sword. Reflection damage. Nasty. Thank the gods for my Blood Devour skill, giving me 15% lifesteal, or that hit would have ended me. Suddenly, the Beast King screeched at the sky. Chi-Chi. Behind it, the smaller beasts rolled into armored balls, forming an impenetrable wall of spikes. Jiang Han blinked. What kind of formation is this? Suddenly, thousands of quills launched from their bodies like a rain of arrows. The sky turned black with spikes. Jiang Han gasped. You have got to be kidding me. The attack was unavoidable. He instantly activated Destruction Armor and leaped off his mount. War Stomp. He crashed down onto the beast's back. System Reflection triggered. The recoil shook his very bones. You have lost 254,689 health. System Reflection triggered. Another wave of pain. You have lost 135,000 health. His health bar was hovering at 50%. He exhaled sharply. Damn. If I didn't have these defensive skills, I would have literally kicked myself to death just now. Regaining his composure, he unleashed his ultimate move. 8-direction Sword Breaker System Victory. Porcupine Beast slain. Experience plus 1.5%. System enemy defeated. Experience plus 1.5%. The notifications flooded in as the mob fell. System enemy defeated. A golden light enveloped him. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 83. As the monster corpses dissolved into digital particles, he sighed in relief. An hour later night fell, and a golden moon hung high in the sky. Jiang Han checked the map again. X marks the spot. He stabbed his sword into the ground and began to dig. He dug deeper and deeper until Clang found it. He pulled out a dusty ancient box. The last rare treasure map gave me immortal ore. Surely this won't be trash, right? His heart raced with anticipation. He cracked the lid, and a brilliant light blinded him. System, congratulations. You have received an S-rank item, the Orb of Fortune. Just as the name implies. It was a mystical gem capable of altering one's destiny. Effect. Luck stat plus 5. Jiang Han stared at the orb, knowing this was the ultimate item in a system manhwa. The luck stat. I recall seeing a heated discussion about this hidden mechanic on the official leveling manhwa forums. Players claimed high luck could manipulate the RNG, forcing rare items to drop with ease. It doesn't stop there. Critical hits, drop rates, and even the triggering chances for special skills are all tied to this invisible attribute. In short, luck is a vague concept, but obtaining it is harder than ascending to heaven. You don't even get it for a first blood kill, making it a priceless treasure. Jiang Han peered into the wooden chest. Wait. It seemed there was something else hidden beneath the false bottom. As he pulled out the parchment, the system chimed. Congratulations. You have obtained an S-rank rare treasure map. Jiang Han unfurled the scroll, his eyes widening in pure shock. A rare map hidden inside another rare map. Well played. Are you trying to play Russian nesting dolls with me? But the power of the luck stat. It's kicking in already. The system prompt appeared. Do you wish to use the S-rank item rare treasure map? He studied the parchment for a moment, then gave a decisive nod. System notification item used. Treasure location revealed Thunder Shadow Canyon. Coordinates 168739. Warning, the treasure will vanish in 3 days. Better keep an eye on the clock. He muttered to himself. It's getting late. I'll grind some nearby mobs for a bit, then log off for the night. Mind made up. Jiang Han stashed the map and leaped onto his blue-scaled beast. He dashed off like the wind, but suddenly froze. A golden pillar of light erupted around him. Level up. System notification. Your level has increased to 84. Jiang Han exhaled in satisfaction. Finally hit level 84. Time to log off. The real hunt begins tomorrow. The next day arrived. System notification. You have entered the Thunder Shadow Canyon map. Jiang Han stared in awe at the ravine, where arcs of violent lightning danced across the air. He whistled in appreciation. Looks like a death trap. I'll need to watch my step. Suddenly, bolts of electricity coiled around the blue-scaled beast's legs like vipers. System alert. You are under lightning suppression. Attack power reduced by 20%. You are losing 2,000 health points every second. He gripped the reins tighter. With the power of the final end, my health regeneration far outstrips this damage tick. The health loss is negligible, but that 20% attack debuff, that's a significant nerf to my damage output. Shaking it off, Jiang Han ignored the danger and pushed deeper into the storm. Suddenly, his senses flared. Something was blocking the path ahead. A massive beast lay in wait. System analysis. Purple Lightning Tiger King. Spirit Tier Boss. Level 105. Health 25 million. Attack power 30,000 to 31,000. Defense 17,000. Skills: Skyfall Thunder Lightning Claw. Violet Armor Super Bloodlust. Description: the king of beasts lurking in Thunder Shadow Canyon. Warped by the endless lightning, it has mutated, grasping the very essence of the storm. It has mastered the lightning element, becoming a terrifying existence. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. To think a spirit tier boss with such insane stats was guarding the treasure point. Wait a minute. Don't I have hundreds of capture stones sitting in my inventory? What if I tame this monster and make it my pet? He weighed his options, watching the beast slumber. Time to strike before it wakes up. In this world, the one who strikes first wins. Closing the distance, Jiang Han spurred his mount and unleashed his sword aura. War Stomp. He swung his blade roaring into the storm. 8-direction slash. Jiang Han calculated rapidly. First, I need to drain its health bar. Standard gamer logic: low HP equals higher capture rate. That's the golden rule of grinding. The Tiger King sensed the killing intent. It spun around jaws, parting in a deafening roar. Suddenly, lightning materialized from the void surrounding Jiang Han. The bolt slammed into him and the blue-scaled beast. System alert: Purple Lightning Tiger King. Used Skyfall Thunder. You took 541,456 damage. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Han smirked unfazed. Ha! Only 500,000 damage. For someone with my stats, that's barely a scratch. We might both be powerful entities, but even at level 84, my stat board crushes this Tiger King. I am in a league of my own. He rained sword strikes down upon the beast. Jiang Han checked the health bar. 80% remaining. The Tiger King roared in fury. He kept counting the damage. 60%. 50%. System alert: the boss has activated Super Bloodlust. Attacks now carry 20% lifesteal. Attack speed increased by 20% for 2 minutes. The Tiger King charged, eyes glowing with bloodlust. It swiped its massive claws directly at Jiang Han's head. Jiang Han sensed the shift in momentum and gritted his teeth. Not good. If it heals off me, my capture success rate is going to plummet. He steered the blue-scaled beast into a charge. That self-buff skill was impressive. It knows how to maximize its own damage output. Not bad. Not bad at all. This beast is definitely worthy of being my pet. Jiang Han activated Grasp of the Holy Spirit, a golden aura exploding around him. Roar. Seeing the beast standing its ground, he unleashed his ultimate combo. 8-direction slash destruction cut. The Tiger King panted heavily, its health bar reduced to a sliver. Jiang Han grinned, holding a capture stone like a prize. HP is under 10%. Now is the moment. He tossed the stone at the beast's forehead. It shattered on impact. The tiger stood there confused. System capture failed. Jiang Han pulled out another stone, his voice dripping with menace. Still want to play hard to get? I have hundreds of these stones. Let's see who runs out of patience first. Submit. He rode in circles around the exhausted boss. Hey tiger, stop struggling. Come with me. Unlimited food. Look at my mount. He evolved into a spirit tier boss just by hanging out with me. No matter how hard he tried to negotiate, the result was the same. System capture failed. The Tiger King, insulted by the mockery, let out a soul-shaking roar. System alert warning. The level 105 spirit boss feels deeply humiliated by your repeated capture attempts. Its hidden bloodline has awakened. Evolution triggered. Evolution complete. Level 110 Earth tier boss. Thundercloud Sky Tiger. Zhang Han blinked in disbelief. It evolved just from getting angry. System analysis. Thunder Cloud Sky Tiger. Earth tier. Level 110. Health, 25 million out of 38 million. Attack, 63,000. Defense, 38,000. Skills remain Skyfall, Thunder Lightning Claw, Violet Armor, Super Bloodlust. But the power scale has shifted completely. Description. A powerhouse evolved from the Purple Lightning Tiger King. Fueled by infinite rage, its mastery over lightning is now absolute. Touching it guarantees death. Zhang Han clutched the stone, stared at the beast, and smiled. With the Forbidden Zone boss, 2 evolution stones, and my 9 points of luck, hitting heaven rank should be guaranteed right. He didn't hesitate, hurling the stone with a pitcher's form. Submit to me, I'll raise you to the heavens themselves. The Thundercloud Sky Tiger roared in fury as the object struck. System alert capture failed. Seeing the beast break through its limits only spiked Zhang Han's adrenaline. This awakening Manhwa scenario just got complicated, stronger, but harder to tame. He drew another stone from his inventory, eyes narrowing. You want to play hard to get? Fine. Just like before, he smashed the capture stone against the tiger's skull. Go high tier capture stone. System alert capture failed. He grit his teeth. 9 points in luck and I'm still getting played by the odds. The tiger's aura exploded, signaling a rank advancement. Zhang Han analyzed the data quickly. Its stats are skyrocketing. That defense is becoming impenetrable. If I miss this window, I'm dead meat. He channeled every ounce of his strength into the stone, gripping his palm. My final high-tier stone. Don't make me regret this, kitty. As the tiger lunged with razor-sharp claws, Zhang Han let the stone fly. Catch. The stone met the beast in midair, expanding into a vortex that swallowed the tiger whole. System, congratulations. You have captured the level 110 Earth rank boss Thundercloud Sky Tiger. He caught the stone, letting out a long breath. Whoosh. Finally. Inside the crystal prison, the terrifying beast now sat as obediently as a house cat. System Thundercloud Sky Tiger. Rank Earth Boss. Level 1. HP 10500. Attack 100. Defense 80. Skill Tiger Pounce. Truly a rare specimen, the apex predator among tiger-type beasts. Zhang Han raised an eyebrow. Those base stats for a level 1, that's actually insane. Of course, the system nerfs pets compared to their wild counterparts. They'll never reach that same raw power again. He summoned the tiger. Now for the main event. The once ferocious boss materialized, looking less like a monster and more like a kitten. Meow. Zhang Han gazed at the evolution stone in his hand. Time to see what this baby can really do. System. Do you wish to use the pet evolution stone? Absolutely, he confirmed without hesitation. Please select the target pet. The stone floated into the air, radiating energy. Thundercloud Sky Tiger, you're up. The stone shattered into stardust, bathing the tiger in golden light. Its eyes snapped open, a primal roar tearing from its throat as lightning bolts hammered its body. The beast writhed in agony. Zhang Han smirked. 50% base success rate plus my luck stat. The math is in our favor. Massive wings erupted from its back. System evolution successful. Earth rank boss has evolved into heaven rank boss Dark Thunder Sky Tiger. Zhang Han nodded, pleased. A heaven rank boss pet, now we're talking. And it comes with wings. That's a massive upgrade from my blue scale beast. I've essentially got myself a heaven rank flying mount. In this game, pets and mounts were interchangeable. He gripped the remaining stone, a dangerous thought crossing his mind. Should I push for a rank beyond heaven? But a 10% success rate? Is the power spike even worth the risk? Too many variables. He moved to stow the stone away. Forget it. Betting on those odds isn't bravery, it's stupidity. Only a complete moron would rely on Lady Luck for a 1 in 10 shot. Truly idiotic. System alert. Use pet evolution stone. Before he could stop himself, he nodded. Confirm. As the stone floated up, Zhang Han froze. Wait, did I just say that out loud? Damn it, my greed took over. It was too late. The evolution stone's energy was already blasting into the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger. The tiger howled. Zhang Han rubbed his chin, watching the spectacle. If this works, we're looking at immortal rank, or at least half-step immortal. A thunderstorm of energy bombarded the beast. Its wings trembled violently. Jiang Han leaned in, eyes wide. Did it actually work? The lightning faded, and the tiger slumped in exhaustion. System failure. Your Dark Thunder Sky Tiger failed to reach king rank. Jiang Han's jaw dropped. It failed. He looked at the beast, feeling cheated. But its physical form clearly changed. How is that not a breakthrough? The system is definitely rigging this against me. Or maybe my luck finally ran out. System update. Congratulations. Due to the evolution stone, all attributes have increased by 20%. The pet now possesses king rank potential. Jiang Han blinked. Well, that's a plot twist. He stared at his pet. I guess that's the power of an S-rank item. Even a failure isn't a total loss. System. Do you wish to convert the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger into a mount? Warning: conversion triggers a 7-day cooldown. Do it, Jiang Han commanded. In a flash of light, the tiger vanished into his inventory. A mount upgrade boosts my personal mobility way more than just having another combat pet right now. It wastes the extra pet slot from the Apocalypse Scroll, but I can make up for the lack of firepower later. Speed is key. He checked the new icon in his menu. System conversion successful. You have obtained Heaven Rank Mount Dark Thunder Sky Tiger. Status Cub. Level 140. Speed plus 80%. Attack plus 20%. HP plus 50%. Toughness plus 20%. Passive skill: high tier resilience. Description. A rare tiger forced to evolve by the fallen adventurer Jiang Han moves with the speed of a lightning strike. Jiang Han grimaced at the numbers. The stats are kind of trash, honestly. I'm hoping that's just because it's still a cub. There are 3 ways to level up a pet in this system: Manhwa, feed it, make it fight, or spam growth items. He sighed and summoned his old mount. Sorry, Blue Scale. Looks like I'm stuck riding you for a little while longer. Listen well, brother. Wait until you're strong enough to join the fray, and I'll grant you freedom. Just try not to get captured in the future. Jiang Han mounted the beast and vanished like the wind. Now to claim the hidden treasure and complete this quest. Ahead, a dirt mound marked by a wooden cross stood like a grave marker. This must be the spot. He began to dig, realizing the loot was buried deeper than before. Suddenly, his blade struck something solid. Clang. Got it. He inspected the artifact. It was the S-rank Grace Scroll. The description read, a gift from the strong offering infinite benefits to the weak. Effect: unconditionally upgrades any skill of rank B or lower by 1 full tier. Jiang Han grinned. He certainly wouldn't say no to this, though the quantity didn't match the last haul, securing a high-tier mount, and this scroll was a massive win. This is exactly why I love this leveling manhwa world. The rewards are sweet. He opened the system interface. Which B-rank skill deserves this evolution? He rubbed his chin, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Ah, this one is perfect. Without hesitation, he crushed the Grace Scroll. A broken skill like this deserves to ascend to godhood. System notification. You are using the S-rank Grace Scroll. Please select a skill to upgrade. Jiang Han made his choice instantly. Daydream. System notification. Congratulations. The active skill Daydream rank B has evolved into Fantasy Domain rank A. Fantasy Domain rank A. The power of imagination is fake yet terrifying. Absurd dreams birth miracles. Effect creates illusions matching the skill's name to deceive enemies. Bonus. The name can be changed once every 30 days. Current name none. Cooldown 2 hours. He gave a thumbs up. Holy crap, unlike Daydream, this domain actually manifests illusions based on the name. Once the effects of Daydream became public knowledge, its utility plummeted. But Fantasy Domain allows for constant reinvention, making defense nearly impossible for my enemies. Jiang Han pondered. I need a name that screams dominance. Something arrogant. How about Heaven's Burial? Wait, I don't know what burying heaven looks like. Maybe Skyfall. No, Heaven's Burial is good. Actually, let's go darker. Forbidden Heaven Burial. System notification skill Fantasy Domain has been renamed to Forbidden Heaven Burial. A smug laugh escaped his lips. Heh. With a Defiance of Heaven name like that, players will tremble just hearing it spoken aloud. He quickly hopped onto the blue-scaled beast. Time to power level the Iron Eater and help the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger mature. By 4 p.m., he reached a mountain peak. He and the tiger slaughtered the swarm of insectoid beasts. System notification. You have reached level 85. Jiang Han laughed. Not bad for a mount's combat power. Suddenly, the beast radiated light. System notification. Your pet Dark Thunder Sky Tiger has entered the growth stage. Growth stage Heaven tier boss mount. Level 140. Speed plus 250%. Attack plus 150%. HP plus 180%. Defense plus 60%. Buff endurance plus 80%. Skills super endurance rapid march. He checked the panel. Even in its growth phase, the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger completely outclassed the blue-scaled beast in every metric. Speed increased by a massive 250%. Plus 2 passive skills. System notification. Super endurance S-rank passive. Mount stamina increased by 30%. Rapid march S-rank passive collision force significantly increased. Knockback effect upgraded. Jiang Han turned to his companion. With that size, you're finally ready to ride. He leaped onto its back. No wonder it's a heaven-tier boss. My stats just skyrocketed. Attack and defense have reached a whole new realm. And 20 million health points. Simply beautiful. System notification destroying Angel 1 River Cold Water Spirit tier boss. Level 85. HP 20,271,500. Attack 25,000 to 37,000. Defense 25,000. Reputation 625,000. Luck 9. Description: a rising terror of the dark faction. The fate of the Dragon Realm may rest in his hands. Since it can fly, it finally meets my expectations, he mused. Take to the skies. At his command, the tiger bolted like a gale, leaving Jiang Han impressed. So fast. With a powerful leap, it ascended into the clouds. Jiang Han roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha, finally true flight. Incredible speed. It's exhilarating. System notification. Due to growth stage flight, with a rider lasts 30 minutes. Max altitude, 200 meters. Cooldown 5 hours. Hearing the restriction, he nodded. Fair enough. 30 minutes at 200 meters is plenty. It's the perfect counter for Earth-tier bosses that can't fly. Half an hour is more than enough. As the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger soared, he smirked. Time to pay a visit to an old friend in Evil Dragon Town. At Evil Dragon Town, players on the ground squinted at a dark shadow streaking across the sky. What is that thing? As the figure clarified, panic set in. Shit, it's One River Cold Water. Why is he back? Do we need to call the US sector players again? He descended like a god of war. The players stared in horror at the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger. Where the hell did he get a flying mount? Damn it, that Eastern player plundered all the resources from our US zone. Death, the guild leader, stepped forward, furious. You again, we aren't finished yet. He raised an eyebrow, smirking shamelessly. Just give me a fortune reading, and I'll leave. It's a high-reward quest, shame to waste it. Her face flushed red with rage. Losing her temper, Death summoned a massive golden orb of energy in her hands. You force my hand, the golden sphere expanded, radiating destruction. Bystanders whispered in fear, she's using that move. Even the Ice Emperor was one-shotted by this skill. One River Cold Water might not survive this time. Jiang Han observed calmly, arms crossed. Interrupting her chant now would just leave her unsatisfied, so he decided to let her play her hand. Suddenly, she gathered her spiritual power and launched herself at him, screaming, "Go to hell." A blinding flash consumed his vision, forcing him to squint against the glare. Damn, that light is intense, he muttered, shielding his eyes. When the light faded, Jiang Han had vanished from his original spot. He opened his eyes to find himself in a completely different environment. Just then, the familiar blue screen of the System Manhwa interface popped up. System message player Death Rose used guiding light to teleport you to the target location Mad Python Cave. Coordinates 458499990. The cost for this spell was steep. Death Rose lost 20 levels instantly. Yet she stood before him laughing maniacally, before gritting her teeth with cold malice. I might not be able to kill you, and neither can the players in the American region. But let's see if you can survive against an Earth-rank boss with your so-called true power. She gestured behind her, revealing a colossal serpent looming over Jiang Han, its tongue flickering with deadly intent. The system analyzed the threat: Black Nether Giant Python. Rank Earth. Level 110. HP 33 million. Attack 50,000. Defense 30,000. Skills: Python's Calamity, Poison Mist, Soul Spikes, Light of Destruction. Description: the terrifying ruler of the Mad Python Cave, possessing strength that makes mortals tremble. Contrary to her expectation of fear, Jiang Han burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Death Rose looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. What's wrong? Finally, realized how hopeless your situation is. Jiang Han smirked. The Ice Emperor must have used some special reconnaissance skill to peek at his stats and sell the info to the American players. They thought they had him figured out, but they were dead wrong. Even an Earth-rank boss couldn't compare to his monstrous attributes in this leveling manhwa world. He sneered, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Despair. Oh, absolutely. But I'll show you just how wide the gap is between me and the trash trying to compete with me. Without hesitation, Jiang Han activated his ultimate technique, Samsara's End. The system chimed instantly. You have activated the forbidden skill, Samsara's End. All attributes increased by 60% for 30 minutes. Witnessing his aura explode, Death Rose broke into a cold sweat. What the hell? 60% stat boost with 0 penalty. Is this guy even human? Suddenly, a prompt appeared in front of her. Destruction Envoy Jiang Han invites you to join the party. Accept? Jiang Han called out. Come forth, Dark Thunder, Sky Tiger. Death Rose watched in shock, her mind racing. What is he planning now? Forget it, let's see how he handles this mess. Driven by curiosity, she clicked accept. Jiang Han mounted his celestial tiger and charged straight for the giant python. He channeled his spiritual energy soaring into the air before crashing down onto the beast's head. A massive damage number floated up -2,317,000. Her eyes widened in realization. So that's why. If I hadn't joined his party, the splash damage from that attack alone would have killed me instantly. Jiang Han unleashed a flurry of sword strikes against the serpent's belly. Soul Grassbone Severing Strike. 8 Direction Swordbreaker Destruction. Slash roaring in pain. The python spewed a cloud of purple toxic mist. System warning. You are affected by the black nether python's poison mist. Attack reduced by 20%. Movement speed reduced by 30%. You lose 1% HP per second for 30 seconds. Jiang Han just smirked. This skill is useless against me. The attack reduction was negligible thanks to the massive buffs from his War Stomp passive. And as for the health drain, his lifesteal attribute would top him off in a second. He continued to hack away at the beast without mercy. The boss's combat power plummeted. Desperate, it gathered energy in its maw. System Black Nether Giant Python activates Destruction Light. Deals damage equal to 30% of target's HP within range. The beam of destruction fired straight at Jiang Han. But it hit nothing but air. Jiang Han's agility was off the charts. He hovered in the sky, looking down with disdain. As expected, once you can fly kiting, a boss becomes child's play. He descended to face the monster, its health bar now flashing red. Once I slay this Earth-rank beast, Death Rose's attitude should soften up considerably. Die, Jiang Han shouted, diving from the heavens on his Dark Thunder Tiger to deliver a catastrophic critical hit. The system announced his victory. Congratulations! You have slain the level 110 Earth-rank boss Black Nether Giant Python. Reward level +1. Reputation +8,000. Death Rose, standing nearby, was nearly knocked over by the shockwave. System teammate Destruction Envoy Jiang Han has killed the boss. Shared experience received. Level +3. Her jaw dropped. What? The #1 expert of the East can solo an Earth-rank boss that easily. Jiang Han landed the Dark Thunder Tiger and smiled smugly. Seems your divination failed to predict that I could crush this boss. He flashed a friendly, yet dangerous smile. Now are you ready to help me find what I'm looking for? Death Rose remained stubborn. Keep dreaming. Jiang Han held up 3 fingers. Don't be so quick to refuse. Help me with a divination, and I'll give you 3 benefits. He had this planned out. Threats would only backfire, but greed, that always worked. The carrot and stick approach was the golden rule. She frowned, clearly fighting an internal battle. Jiang Han raised the first finger. First, I'll power level you to restore your lost levels. I can even help you break into the top 10 of the American region rankings. He raised a second finger. Second, I'll cover all losses your guild members suffered today. I'll even sell you high-tier equipment, including a supreme spirit-grade weapon. How does that sound? Death Rose's eyes flickered with interest. And the third thing? Third, the 3 items this Earth-rank boss just dropped, whether I can use them or not, I'll give you priority to buy them. She stroked her chin, still skeptical. How do I know you won't break your promise? The moment I give you the divination. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. He raised his hand toward the sky. Simple. I swear to the God of Oaths. As long as you perform the divination, I will fulfill all 3 conditions. I also promise to compensate you for any backlash caused by the spell. Sensing his sincerity, Death Rose nodded. Fine. She pulled out her crystal ball. She gazed into the glowing sphere, anxiety etched on her face. Moments later, she exhaled in relief and revealed the coordinates. The target you seek is in the Carefree Plains. Coordinates 8,400, 3,314. System player Death Rose used divination. Penalty level reduced by 10. Weakened state for 2 days. Jiang Han looked at her with a mischievous grin and swore one final oath. I swear to the god of oaths. If I am lying, may my tongue be torn out, and may I bleed to death. She gritted her teeth, scolding him fiercely. You've crossed the line. How can you stand before a lady and swear such vile oaths without a shred of shame? In truth, Death Rose was merely testing his resolve. Seeing Jiang Han actually swear to the heavens, she finally revealed the truth. Han Feng High Palace. Coordinates 116777894. Jiang Han smirked internally. As expected of this server's top player, she wears a mask. Outwardly, he gave a cold smile. Oh, so you lied to me once already. If you deceive me again, well, you know the price. She placed a hand on her hip, gesturing confidently. My divination is complete. It's your turn now. Jiang Han stepped forward, glancing back over his shoulder. Patience. We'll handle the conditions one by one. First, I'll power level you. Don't worry, it won't take me any effort at all. Death Rose scrambled to catch up. Damn it, wait for me. As they ventured deeper, a hissing mass blocked their path, a pit of venomous vipers. Jiang Han charged in with a grin. I've already slaughtered the boss. These little worms pose zero threat to me. His blade danced a whirlwind of steel, slicing the serpents into ribbons. She stood frozen, watching Jiang Han's solo performance as golden lights of leveling flashed continuously. System notification. Your party member, the destroyer Jiang Han, has slain the dark nether snake. Shared experience gained. Level up. System notification. Your party member, the destroyer Jiang Han, has slain the dark nether snake. Shared experience gained. Level up. Death Rose bit her lip, calculating. Usually doing nothing would reduce my shared XP, but this speed? I've never seen a leveling manhwa pace this insane in my entire life. Moments later, Jiang Han turned back, standing amidst the carnage. The trash mobs are cleared. What's your level now? She checked her status, stunned. Level 63. I'm back to rank 10 on the American server leaderboards. She couldn't believe it. My sacrificial divination dropped me to level 40. Yet in mere minutes, I've surpassed my peak. This is absurd. He opened his system interface. Good. Condition 2, I'll sell you my high-tier gear to cover your guild's losses. Death Rose's eyes lit up, scanning the goods. I want it all. 10,000 gold. Jiang Han scowled at the robbery. 10,000 woman, are you kidding me? These items would start at 10 times that amount in any auction house. She smirked, playing her trump card. So what? You swore an oath to the system god. Break it, and the system will strike you dead. Condition 3. Sell me those Earth-tier boss drops, and I expect a friendly price. Jiang Han forced a stiff smile, trapped. Fine. But inside, his mind raced. If she wants to play dirty, she can't blame me for being ruthless. Watching him open the trade window, Death Rose gloated internally. Bound by his oath, this Eastern fool is easy to control. I'll crush his prices to avenge the raid on Evil Dragon Town. The 3 Earth-tier boss items shimmered into view, radiating power. First, the Dark Nether Staff. Attack 2000 to 2150. Cast speed plus 50%. Passive increases HP by 20%. Special skill Poison Mist. Requirement level 95. Second, Dark Nether Fang. Attack 2400 to 2600. Attack efficiency plus 60%. Attack speed plus 50%. Passive poison damage strips 30% of enemy physical attack per second. Skill, Advanced Mastery. Requirement, level 100. Third, Dark Nether Gauntlets. Defense 700. HP 44,000. Effect HP plus 70% defense plus 200. Level 100 required. Her heart pounded in her chest. Oh my god. All 3 were high-level treasures with god-tier stats, but the dagger was the true prize. Advanced Mastery reduces the level requirement by 30, making it usable at level 70. This is the ultimate artifact for any assassin right now. She began fantasizing. With this gear, my guild will dominate the entire American server. But Jiang Han's voice snapped her back to reality. Name your price. She smiled sweetly, dropping a bombshell. 5,000 gold. For everything. Jiang Han roared. 3 Earth-tier items, including 2 weapons for 5,000. Are you insane? Death Rose shrugged nonchalantly. You said you'd prioritize me. A discount is expected, isn't it? Or do you want to face the system's wrath? Jiang Han stopped arguing, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Fine. Just don't regret it. She placed hands on her hips. I hold all the cards. Haha, your threats are empty. I can always abandon the town. Come find me in the level 1 main city if you dare. She glanced around slyly. The NPC guards in the main city are invincible monsters. He can't touch me there. I don't believe he can flip a main city upside down at this stage. She justified the scam. We took heavy losses in the Manhwa recap-worthy battle at Evil Dragon Town. But buying this gear for pennies won't just restore us. It will let us crush every rival guild in the game. After the system chimed, you received 15,000 gold. Jiang Han closed his eyes. Done. All 3 conditions met. Goodbye. Suddenly she reached out. Wait. In the West, a deal isn't sealed without a handshake. Whatever bad blood we had, let's bury it. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. You sure? Her eyes glinted with hidden greed. Of course. He grabbed her hand, grinning like a predator. Pleasure doing business. Thank you. Truly. While she stood confused by his enthusiasm, a green light flashed between their palms. System skill Lesser Divine Hand activated. Successfully stole gold tier item White Bone Armor from Death Rose. Death Rose stared at him, bewildered. What is happening? I ripped him off, so why is he grinning like he just won the lottery? System skill Lesser Divine Hand activated. Successfully stole gold tier item Boots of Heat from Death Rose. Jiang Han beamed. If you ever need another divination, come find me first. She yanked her hand back, cold as ice. No need. I hope I never see you again. Goodbye. Jiang Han clasped his hands together, bowing slightly with a mischievous grin. Not so fast. In the East, holding hands a bit longer is just a sign of deep friendship. Deadly Rose mimicked his movements, confusion written all over her face. Like this, Jiang Han shook his head, correcting her posture with the arrogance of a teacher. Wrong. Left hand over the right. Perfect. System alert. Deadly Rose has activated a teleport scroll. You will return to the nearest main city in 8 seconds. System alert player, Jiang Han has cast Soul Grasp casting interrupted. Unaware of the sabotage, Rose asked impatiently. Is this finally good enough? She ripped the teleport scroll, turning her back on him with cold disdain. Fine, Easterner. I pray I never see your wretched face again. Bye. But fate had other plans. System alert player, Jiang Han used Soul Grasp casting, interrupted. Jiang Han reached out, a devilish smirk playing on his lips. Hold on a second. His hand glowed with a golden aura. In his mind, greed swirled. I haven't recovered my losses yet. How could I let a fat sheep like you escape so easily? Deadly Rose saw her own body enveloped in that same ominous golden light. Her eyes widened in shock. What the hell? System alert. Soul Grasp successful. Casting interrupted. She realized this man was no saint. Panic rose in her voice. You bastard. What are you trying to do? Her mind raced. Wait, he's been acting strange this whole time. She remembered rumors from the forums about a player with a legendary stealing skill. A chill ran down her spine. Could it be? Trembling, she opened her system interface, muttering a prayer. Seeing the empty slots in her inventory, Rose screamed in pure rage. Jiang Han patted her head, his voice dripping with mock gentleness. You are a girl. Watch your manners. You should learn from your brother. A refined gentleman like me sets the standard. System alert. You have used the Divine Hand skill. Successfully stole Earth tier equipment, the Tiger Fang, from Deadly Rose. She slapped his hand away, fury exploding in her eyes. Get lost, you shameless, despicable lowlife. Jiang Han shrugged, feigning hurt. How can you say that? Do you know what other players call me? A flawless jade. A peerless young master. Ignoring his nonsense, Deadly Rose clenched her fists, veins popping. Force logout. Jiang Han stopped her immediately. Wait, if you want the Earth tier gear back, I can sell it to you. For a reasonable price, of course. She scowled. You steal it and make me buy it back. You go too far. He switched to a serious business tone. Let's do an honest trade this time. I swear upon the god of contracts. Rose hesitated, gritting her teeth. Damn you. First, swear that after this sale, you won't cause me any trouble for a year. Not even a little bit. Jiang Han countered. Only if you swear the same. No trouble for me for 1 year. She nodded, defeated. Fine. He opened the trade window. I'm keeping the tiger gloves. But the dagger is yours. Rose asked. How much? Jiang Han flashed a greedy merchant's smile. 250,000 gold coins. The number hit her like a lightning bolt. What are you dreaming? For 1 Earth tier and 1 gold tier item. How can one human be this shameless? No deal. She turned away. He employed the classic, hard-to-get strategy. Is that so? These items might seem expensive, but your American server has suffered heavy losses in the last 2 days. This gear will put you miles ahead of other guilds. The Tiger Fang reduces level requirements by 30 levels. It is basically a free power-up. Seeing her silence, Jiang Han turned to leave. If you don't want it, I'll just visit the God's Forbidden Zone Guild. I'm sure they have money. Deadly Rose reached out in panic. Wait. She closed her eyes, swallowing her pride. You win, you devil. 250,000. Deal. Internally, she cursed him 18 generations of ancestors. Damn it, he hit my weak spot. It was an absurd amount, but compared to her guild's future in this leveling Manhwa world, it was a drop in the bucket. Jiang Han gave a thumbs up. Generous boss. System alert. You have received 250,000 gold coins. Jiang Han waved goodbye with a cheerful grin. Travel safe, boss. Hope our next deal is just as refreshing. Her response was a single icy word that cut through the air. Scram. He sighed, counting his coins. After all that drama, I can finally focus on finding the dwarf race. Suddenly, his system screen lit up. A call from W. Chando connected. Brother, we have an emergency. Chang Feng says he can rescue the giant dragon within 3 days. Jiang Han instantly summoned his Dark Thunder Sky Tiger. Leaping onto its back, he barked orders. Keep watching him. I have the dwarf coordinates. Report any changes immediately. Understood. They shot out of the cave like an arrow. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape buried in white. The Dark Thunder Sky Tiger trudged through the heavy snow. System alert. You have entered the high wind cold plateau. Jiang Han felt his mount slowing down its breathing, heavy and labored from the harsh environment. He exhaled a cloud of mist. I've been grinding for hours. I'm starving. Time to log off and fuel up. The scene transitioned to the real world. Slurping instant noodles, Jiang Han muttered, I need progress within 3 days. Time is everything. If only I had a cultivation body in real life. He glanced at his phone, realizing something. That's right. When I started, I was broke, so I bought the cheap gaming helmet. But there is advanced gear for a true immersive experience. He browsed the store. Gaming pod. Enhanced synchronization. Maximum continuous online time 3 days. Price 3 million. Jiang Han grinned. Thanks to the gold from Deadly Rose, I have 25 million in cash now. Time to whale out. He dialed the seller. Hello, I want to buy a gaming pod. After the installation, he shouted in excitement. Order complete. Link start. He dove back into the digital realm. Back in the game. Jiang Han soared over the snowy mountains on his tiger. According to the coordinates, it should be right here. His eyes lit up. Found it. He landed in front of a dilapidated ruin. Walking in, he questioned the surroundings. Is this really where the legendary dwarves live? Scanning the desolate debris, he muttered. Just broken walls and silence. He approached the center and tried to push a massive boulder. Humph, it won't budge. It is sealing something underneath. If force won't work, brute force will. Jiang Han leaped into the air. War stomp. The boulder shattered, revealing a glowing magical formation beneath. System alert. Congratulations. You have discovered the hidden teleportation array of the dwarf race. Jiang Han stepped into the magic circle with caution, muttering to himself. Could this ancient rune actually lead to the legendary dwarven sanctuary? The moment his foot made contact, a blinding light erupted from beneath him, and in a heartbeat, he vanished into the void. Moments later, Jiang Han materialized in a completely different location. The blue screen popped up. System notification. You have entered the instanced map, the Mystic Passage. His expression shifted to one of surprise. These dwarves really know how to hide their tracks. Jiang Han scanned the area. It looked like a labyrinth, designed specifically to trap any uninvited guests in this leveling Manhwa world. Meanwhile, deep underground, the Dwarven Forge was buzzing with activity. Suddenly, the central core pulsed with a warning light. One of the workers gasped in shock. What is that? An intruder in the maze, another dwarf questioned, his voice thick with suspicion. After all, these centuries has someone finally found us? Or did they just stumble upon the array behind the stone statue by sheer luck? The dwarf beside him sighed. We have no idea what the outside world has become. A majestic figure with flaming red hair strode forward, his aura commanding absolute respect. The crowd immediately bowed. The brandy is here, Lord Suo. This was Suo, the patriarch of the dwarf clan. He waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Suo manipulated the glowing orb, levitating it into the air before letting it settle in his palm. The holographic image expanded, projecting the scene for everyone to see. On the screen, Jiang Han was moving through the tunnels. A dwarf gasped in horror. By the ancestors, it is a human. The dwarf stroking his beard next to him was Bowen the Master Builder. Bowen smirked with overflowing confidence. With a puny human brain, I don't believe he can solve my masterpiece. It took me 2 whole years to construct that labyrinth. 13 paths leading in every direction, but only one leads to salvation. One wrong turn, and he will be forced back to the very beginning. A dwarf behind him clapped a hand on Bowen's shoulder in awe. Classic Bowen genius, another chimed in, giving a thumbs up. Haha, that human kid is in for a world of suffering. I can't wait to see the despair on his face when he realizes he's been walking in circles for hours. Bowen stroked his beard, feigning humility while bursting with pride. Let us watch, Suo rumbled. Perhaps this boy has a hidden talent. Who knows? Maybe he can actually solve the puzzle you worked so hard on. It feels like a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa. The crowd watched the screen, continuing to flatter the builder. Impossible. We all know Bowen's craftsmanship is divine. Suddenly, Jiang Han took a sharp turn at a fork in the road. Bowen, watching like a hawk, saw his eyes light up. Wrong way, he cheered internally. But Jiang Han stopped, looked around, and made a decision. I don't have time to play puzzle games. This young master is very busy, and I have no patience for mazes. Jiang Han lifted his leg and unleashed a devastating kick, smashing right through the labyrinth wall. I'll just use War Stomp every 30 seconds and smash a straight line through, Jiang Han declared. Down in the control room, Bowen screamed as if he'd been stabbed. What a single kick! And the reinforced wall crumbled like paper. Bowen clutched his face, wailing. No, my maze. My life's work. The dwarf beside him shouted in anger. Shameless. That human is cheating. Bowen turned to the brandy, begging. Lord Suo, throw him out. He is destroying my masterpiece. Suo hesitated, stroking his chin. Although his method is reckless, it is a valid strategy. On the screen, Jiang Han stood amidst the rubble of the broken maze. He looked up as the system interface flashed. Notification. You have successfully cleared the trial. Transporting to the next stage. His body began to glow with teleportation energy. Already, Jiang Han yawned, surprised by the speed. Space warped around him again. System notification. You have entered the Mystic Space instance. Jiang Han repeated the name, confused. Mystic Space. He nodded to himself. I guess there isn't just one trial. That maze was probably just the tutorial level, right? He didn't even notice the pitch-black orb rocketing towards him from behind. Yet his body reacted on pure instinct, dodging the projectile by a hair's breadth. He froze, watching two more black orbs hover in front of him. They launched a coordinated attack. Jiang Han leaned back, dodging effortlessly. He whispered, now, this is getting interesting. The number of attacking orbs began to multiply. Instead of fear, a thrill of battle rose within him. He smirked, sending more fodder. Suo stroked his thick beard, a hint of surprise in his voice. Oh, it seems he has already grasped the attack pattern. The dwarf beside him asked, the second stage, isn't that your creation, Brandy? It's over, the dwarf muttered. He got randomly assigned to the Brandy's difficulty level. That human kid is dead meat. Back in the arena, Jiang Han moved like water, dodging the assault of 4 simultaneous orbs. He frowned. They are increasing in number. The difficulty is ramping up. 8 black orbs encircled him. Jiang Han's eyes widened. Why so many all of a sudden? He stomped the ground and leaped high into the air, drawing his sword to unleash a war stomp shockwave. The black orbs collided with each other from the force, creating a deafening clang. Suo raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Child's play. The orbs will only multiply, and once you jump into the air, you enter my kill zone. Jiang Han floated amidst the swarm, while Suo watched with glee. A human in midair cannot change trajectory. How will he dodge the barrage now? The sound of wind tearing apart filled the room as the orbs converged on Jiang Han. But Jiang Han swung his blade, choosing a head-on collision. If I can't dodge them, then why bother dodging at all? Jiang Han unleashed his ultimate move, Sword Art 8 Directional Breaker. Countless streaks of sword light exploded in the air, smashing into the black orbs. Suo's jaw dropped in disbelief. What? Suo gasped. Those orbs are made of rare star metal. The system chimed, congratulations. You have successfully cleared the trial. Transporting to the next stage. Jiang Han looked at the shattered metal raining down and laughed. A bit harder than the first one, but the designer seems a bit naive. Did they not think an intruder might just break these toys? Suo clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Arrogant brat. My orbs cannot be destroyed by normal steel. He stared intensely at the weapon in Jiang Han's hand, realizing the truth. That sword. It is no ordinary artifact. Suo pointed a trembling finger at the screen, barking an order. Bowen forcefully teleport him to the final stage, the one we built together. Bowen hesitated. You mean, that place? Suo's eyes glowed with a golden light, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. Yes, we must teach this damn human the true terror of the dwarf race. Bowen nodded in agreement, 2 golden spheres of light forming in his hands. Agreed. That human is too arrogant. Let's see if this system manhwa protagonist can survive our ultimate punishment. 2 blinding spheres of light collided in a shower of golden sparks. As the particles settled, Jiang Han found himself teleported to a solitary island in the center of a vast lake. System alert. You have entered the ultimate difficulty trial. The bird hunting expert's voice echoed. Your mission is to annihilate every airborne creature within the time limit. Jiang Han froze as the blue screen flashed before him. Warning. Due to unknown forces, flight over the lake and swimming are strictly prohibited. The restrictions kept piling up. System warning mounts and summoned beasts are disabled in this zone. High above the 2 architects watched Jiang Han's confusion with smug satisfaction. I designed this lake personally, Bowen boasted. The air is a no-fly zone, and the water is deadly. Not a single drop can be touched. I made sure no challenger could ever cheat their way closer to the target. And my mechanical bird is a masterpiece of artificial intelligence, Brandy Xiao added proudly. It moves with lifelike unpredictability, capable of dodging even the fastest arrows. Truly a work of art, Xiao mused, though a frown creased his brow. But this challenger is only at the spirit rank. Unless his archery transcends mortal limits, this trial is impossible. Bowen scoffed, dismissing the concern. Look at his grip. He wields a sword. He's a melee fighter. His archery skills will be average at best. Suddenly, pixelated light gathered in Jiang Han's hand. System item, received worn wooden bow. He stared at the flimsy weapon in disbelief. Is the system seriously telling me to rely on my archery skills? Jiang Han scanned the distant forest, calculating the odds. The target is over 100 meters away. Even a master sniper in this leveling manhwa would struggle with this junk weapon. Splash! A ripple broke the water's surface. He looked down to see a small fish leaping happily. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed. Oh, a plan formed in his mind as he gripped the bow. They call me the Flying General, but to clear this stage, I need to think outside the box. Xiao frowned at the screen. What is he doing? The projection showed Jiang Han sitting cross-legged holding a makeshift fishing rod with zen-like calm. He's fishing, Xiao shouted in disbelief. He turned to his partner. Why did you put fish in the lake? You added too many unnecessary details. Bowen scratched his face awkwardly. I wanted the ecosystem to feel realistic. Meanwhile, Jiang Han waited with a predator's patience, a smirk playing on his lips. Good thing I kept this rod from my duel with Rio. Tug. The line went taut. Jiang Han yanked back, pulling a thrashing fish from the water. The creature struggled violently in the air. Go! Jiang Han roared, whipping the rod with all his might. The force tore the fish from the hook, sending it soaring skyward. Gravity took hold, but Jiang Han was faster. He launched himself into the air, skill activated, war stomp. His boot slammed onto the fish's body in mid-flight. System notification. You have killed Bowen's decorative fish. Experience gained 0.1. Using the fish as a stepping stone, Jiang Han vaulted across the deadly water and landed in the forest. Success, he cheered, pumping his fist. Back in the control room, Bowen screamed. What? Xiao ground his teeth, his face twisting in shock. That's impossible. Jiang Han locked eyes with the mechanical bird perched high above. Now, you're mine, he whispered. He slashed his sword, the sheer pressure startling the bird into flight. Squawk. As it panicked, Jiang Han released his arrow. Thwack. The shaft pierced its core, instantly. System notification trial cleared successfully. Jiang Han held his pose, a mocking grin on his face. So much for ultimate difficulty. Is that the best the system has to offer? The 2 creators watched in stunned silence. The image of the destroyed bird froze on the screen. Xiao was the first to explode. This is your fault, Bowen. Your level design is garbage. Who puts a useless fish in a trap? You gave him the perfect tool to cheat. Bowen turned red, his anger reaching a boiling point. Me? Look at that stupid bird you designed. The enemy was right there, and it just sat there tweeting, don't lecture me. Xiao stepped closer, veins popping in his forehead. Your lake is trash. I've held my tongue for centuries, Bowen spat back. Your bird couldn't even fly straight. It's a pile of junk. What did you say? You want to fight. Before the brawl could escalate, a teleportation circle engulfed Jiang Han. System notification. You have cleared all trials. Teleporting to the dwarf settlement. Light swallowed him whole. System notification. You have entered the underground palace. The moment he materialized, the sounds of chaos assaulted his ears. What's going on? Jiang Han blinked. The 2 legendary figures were rolling on the floor, punching each other. Xiao groaned in pain, but kept cursing. With skills like yours, you are a disgrace to the dwarf race. Bowen was fuming with rage. And your so-called master plan turned us into a laughingstock. Jiang Han watched the brawl confused. Is this a civil war? He stepped forward, raising his voice politely. Excuse me, seniors, is there a problem? Let's not damage the peace. Peace, the two dwarves snapped in unison. They glared at him with pure venom. System alert. Your rudeness has offended the dwarf clan. Hatred increased by 2,000. Relationship, disgusted. Jiang Han broke into a cold sweat. What did I do? I just tried to stop a fight. Brandy Xiao stood up, dusting off his robes to look majestic. Human, you are not welcome here. We dwarves have lived in isolation for thousands of years. We do not want our peace disturbed. A status window appeared. Dwarf Brandy Xiao. Rank Immortal Boss. But his level, health, attack, and skills were all masked with question marks. The power gap was immeasurable. Jiang Han tried to keep his tone friendly. Hello. I came here for two main reasons. Xiao cut him off instantly. Leave now while I still have my rationality. Jiang Han persisted. First, I need the dwarves to forge a weapon for me. Second, I hope you can. Xiao turned his back, waving a hand. See our guest out. But suddenly, Bowen gasped. Human weight. His eyes were locked on the object in Jiang Han's hand. Hold on. What is that? A dark, mysterious light pulsed from the stone. Xiao paused, his suspicion turning to shock. That. His eyes glowed with desire. The legendary black obsidian crystal. Xiao rushed forward, his voice trembling with excitement. You are willing to give us black obsidian in exchange for forging a weapon? Jiang Han nodded firmly. That's right. The brandy's demeanor flipped instantly. He rubbed his hands together like a greedy merchant. Haha, honored guest. That was just a misunderstanding. The dwarf clan welcomes you with open arms. Suddenly, a blue screen flashed before his eyes. A classic system Manhwa moment. System notification. Due to your sincerity, affinity with the dwarf clan has increased by +10. Total affinity, 10,000. Current status friendly. Jiang Han pressed his lips together to hide a smirk. All this fuss over a single divine tier stone. The power of materials in a leveling Manhwa was truly terrifying. But the peace didn't last. Bowen and the others roared in protest. Old man Xiao, don't get arrogant. You think you can monopolize the glory of forging that obsidian. Even if you are the brandy, you can't hoard this opportunity. The boy needs our help to forge his weapon, not just yours. Your greed is sickening. Xiao turned red with fury as his subordinates defied him. Rebellion, this is a mutiny. The dwarf clan has gone mad. Ignoring him, Bowen stepped forward with an offer. O brave and honorable warrior, entrust the obsidian to me and I shall grant you a divine weapon in return. I'm talking about a true masterpiece of destruction. A blade that slaughters gods and annihilates Buddhas. If Xiao stands in your way, cut him down too. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A divine weapon, you say? Nanla jumped into the fray, unwilling to be left out. Young man, don't listen to his lies. My forging skills are peerless under the heavens. If you let me forge it, I'll even throw in a king-tier gemstone as a bonus. Jiang Han was stunned. He was bouncing from one windfall to another. A king-tier stone. Was this guy serious? Xiao scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. You dare try to bribe him with a measly king-tier rock. Pathetic. He turned to Jiang Han, eyes burning with obsession. Give the obsidian to me. I will fuse it with immortal tier ore. I'll add rare earth and heaven tier crystals to sharpen the edge. Jiang Han couldn't hold back his shock. Immortal tier. His mind raced. That material was priceless. As expected of the clan brandy, his treasury was bottomless. Bowen narrowed his eyes, exposing the lie. Wait a minute. Didn't you claim we ran out of immortal ore over a century ago? Did you embezzle the clan's supplies? Xiao lied without blinking. How would I know? Maybe the heavens blessed me. I just happened to find one in a crack in the wall last night. It was a lie a toddler could see through, but Bowen knew he couldn't prove it. He choked on his rage. You shameless old. Words failed him. Xiao ignored him and extended a hand. Young warrior, do we have a deal? Trust me. We dwarves never joke when it comes to the sacred art of forging. System alert. Would you like to accept the quest? Request sword difficulty D? Jiang Han didn't hesitate for a split second. Absolutely. Quest accepted. The interface expanded. Description. The dwarf brandy will personally forge a divine weapon for you. This was a classic trope in any manhwa recap. This is a destiny found, by chance not sought. Requirements. Pass 3 trials designed by the dwarves and submit 1 obsidian crystal. Reward. 1 custom weapon of your choice. Jiang Han handed over the obsidian. Xiao accepted it with trembling hands, treating it like a fragile newborn. Finally, Xiao whispered, "My chance to ascend to a god-tier blacksmith has arrived." Jiang Han interrupted the moment. "Roughly, how long will this take?" Xiao frowned, calculating. 2 days. The melting point of obsidian is insanely high. To craft a peerless divine weapon, I need at least 48 hours of non-stop work. He glanced sideways. "And I'll need Bowen's assistance." Bowen gasped, his eyes going wide. "Brandy." Xiao grunted, looking away. "Your mouth is filthy, but your hammer skills are decent. If we succeed, the experience will benefit you too." Bowen looked down, humbled and ashamed of his earlier outburst. "Thank you, Brandy." Xiao immediately pivoted to his next victim. "Nan La, hand over that king-tier ore. I'll pay you back later." Caught up in the excitement, Nan La nodded. "Take it." Jiang Han analyzed the haul. God, immortal king, heaven and earth materials, all combined into one. In this awakening manhwa world, this level of fortune was unheard of. Seizing the moment, he pulled out his current blade. "Master Xiao, is it possible to use this weapon as a base material as well?" Xiao grabbed the hilt. "Let me see." His expert eyes scanned the metal, reading its history like a book. "Not bad. Forged from heavenly blood, divine crystal. But years of battle have eroded its spirituality." The surrounding dwarves gasped in unison. Heavenly blood crystal and obsidian. Who exactly is this guy? Xiao narrowed his eyes, his mind assembling the recipe for destruction. The sword has 3/10 of its power left. If I fuse it with the obsidian and the wind spirit immortal ore. He slammed his fist into his palm. 100% chance. We will create a transcendent divine weapon. Jiang Han did the math. He only had 3 days left. Time was the enemy. Then can we begin immediately? Xiao nodded vigorously. "Yes, my hammer is itching to strike. I can't wait another second." He barked orders like a general. "Bowen, stoke the furnace. I'll prep the catalyst," Bowen roared back. On it, watching the sparks fly, Jiang Han smiled. The dwarves were reliable. Since he knew nothing about blacksmithing, staying here was pointless. It was time to log out and rest. Scene transition to the real world. The next day, a voice chimed from his door. "Hello, your delivery has arrived." He looked at the heavy crate. "I didn't expect the gaming pod to get here so fast." The technician handed him a tablet. "Please sign here, sir. We'll have it installed in no time." Staring at the sleek, brand new gaming pod, Jiang Han exhaled. "Finally installed. Let's fire this beast up." He climbed inside the comfort wrapping around him. This was luxury. The immersion level was leagues above that cheap helmet he used to wear. Plus, the cryogenic sleep technology extended his gaming sessions indefinitely. The logo for Eternal flashed. In a heartbeat, he dived back into the digital realm. Back in the forge, the dwarves were still hammering away with intense focus. "Still at it," Jiang Han noted. "Might as well go grind some levels while I wait." Stepping into the teleportation gate, his mind wandered to the main plot. 2 days left until the giant dragon under Lake Anding is released by Changfeng. How would the main quest conclude? Ri had mentioned that progress was required before the dragon could be saved. But the lingering question remained. Could he successfully bring the dwarf clan back to the surface world? The situation at this moment, let's just say the odds weren't exactly looking optimistic. The scene shifts to the bitter cold of the Hanfeng Highlands. Jiang Han rode atop the Dark Thunder Tiger, pushing through a blinding blizzard. The deeper they ventured, the more the temperature plummeted, and his health points began to tick down from the sheer cold. But honestly, it didn't matter. With his massive health pool and insane regeneration rate, let the environment do its worst. After traveling a bit further, he encountered a herd of wild boars. Seeing him, they let out threatening grunts. Jiang Han gasped in mock surprise. "Oh ho!" The beast stared him down with glowing eyes and razor-sharp tusks. The interface popped up. System info: Wind Chill Boar. Rank Ghost Domain level 105. Health 7,500,000. Attack power 27,000 to 28,000. Defense 19,500 to 20,000. Skills included Cryo, Immunity, Ice Spike, Ambush, and Frenzied Charge. Description: survivors of the harsh highlands, these boars have mastered the ice element. Their terrifying adaptability has crowned them the undisputed kings of the deep tundra. Jiang Han raised his hand out of habit, eyes lighting up with excitement. A ghost domain monster at level 105. This is the perfect grinding spot for a leveling manhwa protagonist like me. But seeing his empty hand, Jiang Han froze. Ah, crap. The Bloodguard sword is still being forged. I don't have a weapon right now. He hopped off his mount, staring at the wind chill boar while muttering to himself. Well, this is awkward. Jiang Han charged forward anyway, deciding to settle this the old-fashioned way. Behold the technique of the Fist King Jiang Han. Prepare to be schooled. He slammed a heavy punch straight into the beast's face. A damage number popped up. The enemy lost 24,500 health. Jiang Han clenched his fist again, winding up for another strike. Not bad. At least I can break its defense even if the DPS is a bit tragic. The wind chill boar's expression turned vicious as it pawed the snowy ground, ready to retaliate. System alert. The wind chill boar has activated the skill Frenzied Charge. As the beast barreled toward him like a runaway train, Jiang Han leaped high into the air to dodge. He landed a solid kick right on its rear, activating the warrior's stomp skill. 10 grueling minutes later, the notification finally chimed. System, you have slain the wind chill boar. Jiang Han let out a long sigh. Phew, farming mobs without a weapon is seriously no joke. The boar's corpse faded away, leaving behind a glowing magic staff. He blinked in surprise. Seriously, it dropped a mage staff. Whatever, I'll just use it as a club for now. A weapon is a weapon. Suddenly, his system interface lit up. It was a call from Wichando. His voice sounded frantic. Brother, we have a major crisis. Jiang Han frowned. What happened? Wichando's voice trembled with anxiety. That giant dragon under Lake Anding. I think it's a dragon god. Jiang Han was stunned. A dragon god, are you absolutely sure? Wichando replied, with total certainty. Zhang Feng confirmed it himself. Jiang Han rubbed his temples, a headache forming. So on one hand, we're suppressing a dragon god. On the other, we're trying to recruit the dragon domain to the dark faction. He sighed. All right, I got it. Thanks. Then a question struck him. Wait, didn't the dragon domain already have a dragon god? Wichando nodded. They did. Jiang Han's voice echoed from the screen. So, the one I'm suppressing, is that the previous generation's dragon god? Wichando shook his head grimly. No. The current dragon god sitting in the dragon domain is actually the 9th demon god, the dragon of atrocity Articus, in disguise. The real dragon god is the one trapped under Lake Anding. Jiang Han's eyes widened in shock. Are you telling me this entire narrative was a setup to fool me? His mind raced, piecing together the puzzle. Suppress the real dragon god, let a demon god impersonate him. This is basically pushing the entire dragon domain into the enemy's hands. And here I was thinking I could recruit them. Wichando asked nervously. What should we do now? Jiang Han forced himself to stay calm, analyzing the situation like a true tactician. When soldiers come, send a general. When water rises, build a dam. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. He held on to a sliver of hope. Zhang Feng told you the prisoner is the dragon god, right? But the system hasn't declared the mission a failure yet. That means there's still a chance to flip the board. Wichando sighed, defeated. All right then. Jiang Han gripped the magic staff tightly, giving it a test swing. My main weapon is still in the forge. The only thing I can do right now is grind and max out my stats. Jiang Han swung the staff violently at another wind chill boar. The beast squealed in pain, oink, before vanishing into pixels, leaving a sword lying in the snow. He looked at the blade with satisfaction. Finally, a sword dropped. Now I have a proper melee weapon to work with. The scene shifts to the holy sanctuary of the Light faction. The high-ranking members were gathered. Elvet spoke, his voice dripping with rage. He is just a lowly dark swordsman, yet he has destroyed years of the church's hard work. An archbishop stepped forward, bowing. Your Holiness, this is not our fault. Lord Uriel simply underestimated that dark swordsman. Our benevolent lord will not blame us. Elvet clenched his fist, his eyes murderous. Regardless, that dark swordsman must die. Leaving him alive will only bring endless calamity. The crowd of archbishops chanted in unison. The Pope's words are absolute truth. The dark swordsman exists only to cause chaos and suffering for humanity. We must eliminate him immediately. Elvet scanned the room. So do any of you have a plan to kill him? The room, previously buzzing with righteous fury, instantly fell into a dead silence. Elvet's voice turned stern. With our power, killing a dark swordsman isn't difficult, but we cannot hunt him without cause. The rules restrict us. How can we kill him while maintaining our righteous image? One archbishop spoke up. Your Holiness, the dark swordsman is currently allied with Ocean Heart City, and the dragon domain is seeking to join the Light faction. Elvet's eyes lit up with realization. Oh, he understood immediately. You mean, we borrow a knife to commit the murder? Elvet sneered, a cold smile forming. We shall let those greedy fools in the dragon domain punish him for us and cleanse the world of his sins. He stroked his beard, pleased with the scheme. Not a bad plan at all. Meanwhile, back in the snow, Jiang Han was a blur of motion, sword in hand. A familiar golden light enveloped him. System notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 88. Jiang Han panted heavily, exhausted. After 2 straight days of genocide on these boars, I finally hit level 88. I think I'm gonna puke if I see another pig. My god-tier weapon should be finished by now, right? Time to head back. He stepped into the teleportation circle, returning to the base. System notification. You have entered the underground palace map. Inside, the dwarves were watching the forge with bated breath. The anticipation was palpable. The materials are heavenly blood god, crystal black jade, spirit stone, and wind spirit immortal ore, plus a heap of king-grade minerals. I can't even imagine what kind of system Manhwa artifact this will create. If the brandy becomes a god-tier blacksmith today, we will restore our ancestors' lost glory. Cao raised the hammer high, a silent prayer running through his mind. With this final strike, I will not fail my ancestors. I will become a god-tier blacksmith. The hammer struck the glowing red steel, with the force of a meteor, sending a cascade of sparks erupting into the air like fireworks. A deafening boom shook the cavern as a blinding light swallowed the room. The impact was so catastrophic, it sent the elder flying backward, a sharp cry escaping his lips as he tumbled through the air. The shockwave knocked the surrounding dwarfs off their feet. Jiang Han threw his hands up to shield his eyes, his heart racing. That power was insane. Was this a success, or had the forge just exploded? As the dust settled, the dwarves gazed at the radiant blade and erupted into cheers. This holy aura could only mean one thing: the clan leader had succeeded in birthing a divine artifact. Elder Shao burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. The ancestors had truly blessed them. The dwarf clan had forged an invincible god-tier weapon once again. Bowen turned to Jiang Han, urgency in his voice. Human, hurry. Drip your blood on it, and bind the blade before the energy disperses. Jiang Han nodded, his expression serious. Understood. He stared at the weapon floating before him, feeling a strange mix of familiarity and awe. Who would have thought a weapon forged by dwarves would possess such a dense, overwhelming presence? He stepped forward and pressed his hand against the razor-sharp edge. Crimson blood welled up instantly. With this blood pact, the ritual of ownership should be complete. Jiang Han gripped the hilt with both hands. Strange. Despite its colossal appearance, the weapon felt light as a feather in his grasp. Suddenly, a blue window appeared. System alert. Congratulations, you have obtained the nameless weapon and successfully bound it. This item has become your exclusive soul-bound artifact. It cannot be traded, dropped upon death, or discarded. The system notifications continued to flash. Congratulations, you are the first player in the entire world of Eternal to obtain god-tier equipment. Luck attribute increased by 1. Jiang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. God-tier equipment. Seriously, it really was god-tier. Was the game logic broken? For a player to get an endgame item this early, it felt like a cheat code in a broken system. Manhwa. System alert. Please name your unique weapon. Elder Shao shouted a warning to hold on tight, but Jiang Han just stared blankly. Suddenly the sword in his hands became impossibly heavy, dragging him down. The tip of the blade slammed into the earth, sinking deep into the rock. Jiang Han gasped, completely baffled. What the hell? Why did gravity just increase tenfold on this thing? Elder Shao stepped in to explain. It is made of black obsidian star ore, a supreme divine material. However, it has a flaw, or perhaps a feature. It makes the sword incredibly dense, making it nearly impossible for ordinary mortals to wield. Jiang Han nodded finally, understanding the mechanics at play. So that was the catch behind this overwhelming power. He gripped the hilt again, his knuckles turning white. Summoning every ounce of strength in his body, he roared. I am Jiang Han. I am not some average nobody. Rise for me. With a grunt of exertion, he finally managed to rip the heavy blade free from the ground. Jiang Han exhaled sharply, sweat beading on his forehead. He never expected a sword could be this heavy. Just lifting it was a workout, let alone swinging it in battle. He decided to store it in his spatial ring for now. The massive sword vanished from his hand. He muttered to himself, realizing he hadn't even checked the stats yet. Time to see what this beast could actually do. Looking at his inventory, Jiang Han was floored. The sword took up half the grid. This thing occupies 50 slots. Thank God his spatial ring was spirit grade with 100 slots, or he wouldn't even be able to carry it. Any other player would have been crushed by the burden. System details: nameless god-tier weapon. Attack power 4,800 to 5,200. Attack bonus 180%. Current movement speed minus 500%. Additional effects: attacks have a 10% chance to ignore 30% of the target's defense. Lifesteal effect: increased by 20%. Critical hit rate increased by 20%. Critical damage increased by 50%. Special skills, Super Lifesteal, Divine Phantom Slash, and God's One Strike are currently locked. Special effect, Heart of Obsidian. Level requirement 80. Fame requirement 200,000. Bound player, Jiang Han. Additional restrictions apply after bloodbinding cannot be traded, dropped, or discarded. Description: a divine weapon forged from countless rare minerals. It is destined to shake the heavens and drink the blood of the strongest, or perhaps end in loneliness, forgotten by history with no one to wield it. Jiang Han laughed awkwardly. This was ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. A divine weapon indeed. The passive effects and lock skills were utterly broken. The base stats were unreasonably high. Every piece of gear, skill, and stat point he currently had combined didn't even come close to the raw power of this single sword. He noticed the Heart of Obsidian on the screen, along with a passive skill that functioned like a growth-type ability. System info: Heart of Obsidian, passive rank SS. This weapon possesses a soul and will evolve alongside its master. For every 10 levels, the master gains a portion of the sealed power will be released. This continues until the master is strong enough to unleash its full potential, revealing its true form. Jiang Han rubbed his chin in thought. The raw damage was insane, but that speed penalty, minus 500% movement speed, was basically crippling. Elder Shao approached and offered an explanation. With your current strength, wielding this weapon at will is indeed too difficult. Jiang Han turned, scratching his ear. Is there any way to lower the difficulty requirement? Even if the sword is god tier, it's useless if I can't swing it. Elder Shao looked hesitant. There is a way, but it involves a secret formula of the dwarf clan, usually reserved only for core members. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. Are you talking about the Great Strength Pill? He recalled seeing a description of the Great Strength Pill in the Demon God's treasury before. So it really was a secret treasure of the dwarves. Bowen stepped forward, shocked. You're just a human, how do you know about that? Jiang Han quickly came up with a cover story. Oh, I just read about it in some ancient history books. Bowen nodded slowly. Ancient books, I suppose that makes sense. Elder Shao suddenly barked. Bowen, that's enough. Do not speak of it further. Jiang Han realized they were hiding something. If they didn't want to talk about the pill, he needed to pivot. Time to change the subject. Changfeng had hinted that recruiting the dragon tribe might be linked to the dwarves. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Han asked. By the way, why do you all hide in this underground palace? You have such skill, yet you isolate yourselves from the world. Elder Shao fell silent, his expression darkening. You wouldn't understand. Our seclusion is not by choice, but out of necessity. Jiang Han smiled warmly, pressing gently. Please, I would like to hear the story. Elder Shao stroked his beard, sighing deeply. It is a long story. Jiang Han cut in. You can give me the short version. The elder began to recount the history. Simply put, long ago during the Great War between light and darkness, the faction of light emerged victorious. But victory bred arrogance and their ambition swelled uncontrollably. The dwarf clan was reduced to mere tools for forging oppressed, until our spirits nearly broke. We could not fight the humans of that era, so our only choice was to vanish into the shadows. And it wasn't just us. The elves were forced into the same fate. Male elves were handsome, and the females were breathtakingly beautiful. However, after the war, many became mere playthings for the corrupt nobility. Unable to bear the humiliation, they vanished into the star-secret realm, to lick their wounds, a tragic backstory, typical of a dark manhwa recap. They hadn't been seen in the mortal world for 1,000 years. Seizing the intel, Jiang Han immediately voiced the suspicion that had been gnawing at him. All right, if that's the case, he began, you all clearly despise the light faction with a passion. So why haven't you joined the dark faction yet? Suo narrowed his eyes. I know you're an envoy from the darkness. I also know you're here to recruit us for the resistance against the light faction's tyranny. The dwarf Brandy paused, his expression tense. But your hesitation is making me lose my patience. What is holding you back? Suo finally revealed the secret. Our ancestor set up a barrier. Unless we defeat his remnant soul, no one can leave this underground palace. We can endure the darkness, but that phantom is terrifying. Its power has reached the divine rank. We simply cannot defeat it. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, surprised. Do you have to fight it one-on-one? Suo nodded grimly. Exactly. Although I have ascended to the divine rank myself, defeating that phantom is just a matter of time. He hesitated, conflict written all over his face. A matter of time. The problem is, time is a luxury we don't have right now. Jiang Han's eyes lit up with an idea. What about long-range support? Is that allowed? Suo looked unsure. If you don't deal direct damage, maybe. But we dwarves are born for melee combat, and judging by your build, you seem to be a close-quarters fighter too. Jiang Han laughed, shaking his head. Wrong. You couldn't be more wrong. Jiang Han pointed at himself, a smirk playing on his lips. I haven't told you the truth yet. I am actually a battle priest. Suo was thunderstruck. Are you serious? His face darkened with suspicion. A battle priest. You have the aura of a melee berserker, yet you claim to be a healer. Who are you trying to fool? Without a word, Jiang Han summoned a holy flame in his palm, letting the warm light wash over the cavern. The two dwarves stood frozen, jaws dropping like statues. Jiang Han explained. This skill is called Dawn's Blessing. It boosts all your attributes by 20%, heals 20% of your HP instantly, and provides continuous regeneration. Suo shook his head, still grim. It's not enough. I just entered the divine rank. My power has increased, but I need more than that to crush my ancestor's phantom. That small boost won't bridge the gap between us. Jiang Han snapped his fingers casually. Not enough, you say. This is the Fallen Feather. It can boost all your stats by another 20%. The dwarf Brandy trembled. You have so many treasures on you, boy, but regrettably, even a 40% total increase isn't enough to close the distance. Jiang Han looked genuinely shocked. Are you really that weak? Suo denied it instantly. It's not that I'm weak, it's that my ancestor's phantom is too overpowered. Then, Jiang Han remembered something. I have a bound, god-tier weapon. Would borrowing it temporarily help? Internally, he calculated. Usually a soul-bound weapon is exclusive to the player, but lending it to an NPC. In this leveling, Manhwa logic, the rules might be different. Suo froze, eyes widening. That might work. If you lend me a weapon forged from dark obsidian, combined with a 40% stat boost, I can definitely defeat the ancestor. Deal. Jiang Han pulled out the sword and slammed it into the ground. The blade hummed with energy, its edge gleaming with a cold, lethal light. Jiang Han set his terms. I can lend you this god-slaying weapon, but I have a condition. I want one strength pill as my reward for helping you clear this trial. Agreed. Suo rejected it instantly. No. Absolutely not. Jiang Han didn't flinch. He just shifted his approach. Oh, and what if I say I must have the strength pill? Suo's voice turned icy. Human brat, know your limits. But Jiang Han's reply was dripping with menace. I know my limits perfectly well. It is you who doesn't understand the situation. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. I'm not some soft persimmon you can crush whenever you please. That remark sent Suo into a rage, pointing a trembling finger at him. What do you mean? The dwarf clan has treated you with the utmost respect. Jiang Han coldly reminded him. I gave you the dark obsidian. Because of me, you ascended to the divine rank, and I got a divine weapon out of it. Don't you feel like we're even? You think you don't owe me? I gave you a massive amount of ore. Isn't that generous enough? Jiang Han cut him off. A divine weapon you can't use is just a piece of scrap metal. Besides, I'm not here representing just myself. I represent the entire dark faction. It seems you're blind to the bigger picture. The Great War is coming. Suo scoffed. So, what? Jiang Han pressed on. Do you plan to join the light faction? To go back to being their slaves and beasts of burden? Suo fell silent, the words hitting a nerve. Sooner or later, a winner will be decided, and I don't believe either side will let a neutral party sit back and reap the benefits. Even a superpower like the Dragon Domain had to pick a side. What makes you think the dwarf clan is special? Realization finally dawned on Suo. He's right. We can't join the light, and neutrality is a death sentence. Our only option is the dark faction. Jiang Han smiled, placing a heavy hand on Suo's shoulder, his tone laced with a warning. I came here representing the darkness. I'm willing to use my ore to make you a god and help your people escape this prison. The price is merely one strength pill. Yet you'd rather hide in a hole and wait for power that might never come. Let me make it clear. Adding flowers to a brocade is nice, but offering charcoal in snowy weather saves lives. Which one earns more loyalty? I don't think I need to explain further. Suo broke out in a cold sweat, unable to speak. After a long pause, he bowed his head. Thank you, brother, for waking me up. I was a fool. We will gladly give you the strength pill. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface chimed in. Ding hidden branch, quest triggered. Quest liberation of the dwarves. Difficulty rank A. Briefing. Use your silver tongue to successfully persuade the dwarf Brandy. Objective: assist the dwarf Brandy in defeating the ancestral phantom. Rewards: 1 strength pill. Dwarf clan affinity increased by 10,000 points. Penalty, none. Jianghan grinned internally. Mission accomplished. Who knew I was such a genius negotiator? Outwardly, he waved it off. No need for formalities, Brandy, as long as you understand. Jianghan urged him. Now let's cut the chit-chat and get out of this hellhole as fast as possible. To be honest, after I'm done here, my next stop is the Dragon Domain. Suo's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The Dragon Domain is rebelling too. Bowen stepped in, his eyes gleaming with strategic intent. If the Dark Faction can secure the Dragon Realms alliance, our hope for victory doesn't just grow, it becomes absolute. Saul made a firm decision. Before we depart, you must grant your weapon a name worthy of its power. This blade will be your partner for eternity. I foresee it walking the path of destiny with you for a very long time. Han stroked his chin, gazing at the cold steel in deep thought. He had planned to save this masterpiece for the endgame content, but with the timeline accelerating, there was no need to wait. The only question remained. What should he christen this instrument of destruction? Finally, he settled on a name that echoed his own legacy, General Han. The system interface chimed instantly. Success. Weapon christened as General Han. Sol then turned to address the sea of soldiers behind him. Brothers and sisters of the dwarf race, his voice boomed through the hall. I have monumental news. The majority of our people will abandon this underground cage. Today we march to join the Dark Faction. A roar of approval erupted from the crowd. Finally, we can leave this hellhole. We should have severed these chains years ago. The Light Faction has treated us like dirt beneath their boots for too long. We must rise up. We will show them that the dwarf race is not a sleeping dog they can kick without consequence. Han watched the scene unfold, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. One command, 1,000 echoes. It seemed the dwarves' hatred for the Light Faction ran deeper than the earth itself. Perfect. Saul led the group toward a looming ancient structure. This is the trial hall of our ancestors. Prepare yourselves. We are going in. Stepping across the threshold, Saul explained the rules. The ancestor spirit demands a fair duel, no armor allowed. I need you to support me and keep my status stable. Han nodded confidently. Consider it done. Inside, a stone altar held a gem pulsing with an ominous purple light. Sol extended a hand. Brother, I need to borrow the fallen feather and your divine weapon, General Han. The system interface flashed before Han's eyes. Do you agree to lend your exclusive weapon, General Han, for 2 hours? Without hesitation, Han summoned the blade and handed it over to Sol. Sol weighed the massive sword in his grip, frowning. This form is unwieldy for my fighting style, he roared, focusing his mana. Transform. Flames erupted along the blade's edge. The system analyzed the phenomenon. Passive skill activated SS rank godly illusion transformation. The weapon's form shifts and its attributes evolve to match the user's will. Warning. Incompatible class results in 50% efficiency. In a flash of blinding light, General Han reshaped itself into a heavy warhammer, resting perfectly in Sol's grip. Confidence radiating from him, Sol approached the altar, admiring the weapon. Incredible. I can alter its shape to fit any combat scenario. Need range. It becomes a bow. Need crowd control. A polearm. There is no doubt this is a system Manhwa skill of the highest caliber. Sol's hand grazed the gem. Violet light exploded outward, illuminating the dark corners of the chamber before coalescing into a radiant form above the dwarf Brandy. Jindu, a god-tier entity, materialized from the light. Impressive. You have finally ascended to the divine realm. Perhaps now, you actually stand a chance of defeating me. Han analyzed the entity from the sidelines. The status board was hidden, but the pressure in the air was undeniable. This was true, unadulterated power. Sol raised General Han high, his aura flaring. I won't wait for the future. I end this today. Jindu snorted, unleashing a terrifying purple energy before slashing down with catastrophic force. Jindu acknowledged the weapon's sharpness, but he slammed his palm into the ground, sending a shockwave of spiritual energy rippling outward. That weapon is strong, but your strength is lacking. Jindu scoffed. Suddenly, artificial wings burst from Sol's back as he swung the hammer to meet the challenge. Metal screamed against metal. As the hammers collided, the sound piercing eardrums. Han watched the duel intently as Jindu launched a vicious strike aimed directly at Sol's face. Do not think a pair of fake wings and a minor power boost will bridge the gap between us, Jindu declared, his true trump card still hidden in reserve. Is that so? Sol shouted over his shoulder. Brother Han, aid me. Han grinned, his palm glowing with concentrated energy. You got it. A verdant aura enveloped Sol instantly. Healing output plus 20 billion. The number was so absurd, it left Jindu dumbfounded. What in the heavens? The old god pointed a trembling finger at Sol. You cheat. You brought a high-level priest into a duel. Han interjected smoothly. Senior, watch your words. I am no priest, Han said with a shrug. I am just your average melee fighter. Jindu shifted his gaze to Han, eyes narrowing. Oh, now that is interesting. If you are a melee fighter, Jindu proposed, then take one strike from me. If you do not retreat a single step, I will grant you a supreme opportunity. Han's internal sensors lit up. A hidden quest reward, he had to take it. Han stepped forward, his stance solid as a mountain. Senior, give me your best shot. As energy surged, the system screamed a warning. Emissary of Destruction, Han activates. Forbidden skill, Heaven's Funeral. Next attack amplified by 1000%. Damage boosted by 10,000%. Guaranteed critical hit. Warning, attack speed reduced by 100%. Severe backlash imminent upon impact. The sheer absurdity of the stats left both elders frozen in shock. Jindu's mind raced. 10 times the attack. 100 times the damage. Is there no law, no balance in this world? How does such a broken skill exist? It's illogical, Jindu thought frantically. The only saving grace is its slowness. It cannot lock onto me. I can retreat. System alert. Dwarf Brandy Jindu activates forbidden skill Aurora Shadow Flash. All attributes increased by 30%, movement speed up 200%. But before Jindu could move, Han punched the empty air. A gust of wind howled. And Han vanished. Jindu blinked, confused. What just happened? Jindu wondered, looking around. Was that the terrifying attack? A strike of that magnitude should have reduced this hall to rubble. Instead, it felt like a gentle summer breeze. Han reappeared, exhaling a long breath. I yielded, he admitted. If I hadn't pulled back, this entire underground palace would be nothing but dust. Realization dawned on Jindu. So, that was it. He bowed his head. To have such power and control. Thank you for sparing my people's home. A purple orb manifested in the god's palm. As promised, this destiny is yours. The system chimed. Congratulations. You have technically repelled Dwarf Brandy Jindu. Reward obtained S-rank passive skill Herculean Might. Han watched as the violet energy flowed into his brow, feeling the surge of power. A free S-rank passive. Today is a good day. Han clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you, Senior. But Jindu wasn't finished. If I'm not mistaken, Jindu noted, eyeing the hammer, that divine weapon belongs to you. To possess such an artifact at the spirit stage. Young man, your future in this leveling Manhwa world is limitless. I shall impart my extraordinary vigor to you, allowing you to withstand the crushing weight of that divine weapon. Suo glanced behind him, his fighting spirit fading. There is no need for us to continue this duel. The terrifying might of the celestial burial has completely nullified my lightning aurora. I am outmatched. Furthermore, you haven't even unleashed your full arsenal, yet your vitality points still exceed mine. I cannot win. Suo's voice softened into a plea. Human lad, if my dwarf race ever faces calamity in the future, I beg you to watch over them. I am willing to assist. That goes without saying, Jiang Han replied firmly. Suo descended, landing heavily before the protagonist. My brother, thank you for lending a hand. Because of you, the dwarf race will finally see the sun again. Jiang Han politely dismissed the thanks, but Suo insisted, handing him a glowing orb. As agreed, please accept this Herculean strength pill. A system window popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest, Liberation of the Dwarves. The rewards were legendary. A fairy-grade Herculean strength pill, and plus 10,000 favorability with the dwarf race. Excellent. Another notification chimed. Due to favorability reaching 20,000, the dwarf race's attitude toward you has shifted. Current status revered. Another prompt flashed. You have consumed the fairy-grade Herculean strength pill. Your base attack is permanently increased by 1,000. You have acquired the rank S passive Extraordinary Strength. Description: possessing immense power. Your physical limits have been shattered. However, infinite strength does not mean omnipotence. If you encounter an object that defies the laws of physics, you still won't be able to lift it. Base HP increased by 50,000. Base attack increased by 500. Jiang Han quickly calculated his stats, combining this buff with the blessing from the dwarf ancestor. With the boost from the Herculean strength pill, wielding the General Han sword should be a breeze. Suo handed the legendary blade back to him. Brother, give it a try. Jiang Han grasped the hilt and slashed the air, screaming in protest. The interface updated immediately. Angel of Destruction, Jiang Han Shui. Boss template, spirit rank, level 88. Health points 21,371,040. Attack power 94,790. to 98,918. Defense 24,894. Reputation 625,300. Luck 10. Introduction. A rising figure representing the dark faction. The dragon domain's choice may decide his ultimate fate. Jiang Han's eyes lit up as he analyzed this leveling manhwa stat sheet. My attack is approaching 100,000. He recalled that the Earth rank boss Ariel of the Holy Light was level 100, but capped at 82,000 attack. I'm only a spirit rank boss at level 88, and I haven't even completed my third class transfer yet. My damage output is already 16,000 points higher than his. Suo suddenly interrupted his thoughts. If I wish to join the dark faction, where should I lead my people first? Jiang Han replied, Sea Heart City. The city lord is my mentor. Just mention my name, and he will receive you. Suo clarified his stance firmly. I must state this beforehand, the dwarves will not submit to anyone. In the future, we intend to establish our own independent domain. Jiang Han smiled, completely unbothered. No problem. We can plan for that when the time comes. Besides, you haven't sworn loyalty to the dark faction yet, so you retain your autonomy. Very well, I will follow your lead for now. Turning to his people, Suo announced, everyone I will lead a vanguard to the surface. The elders and children shall remain here to preserve our ancestral flame. If you receive no news from us for a long time, you are authorized to appoint a new chieftain. The dwarves roared in unison. Understood. As Jiang Han teleported away toward the frozen wastes, the system chimed, You have entered the map, Cold Wind Highlands. He turned to the dwarf leader. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must go ahead. Please lead your people carefully, and try to avoid attracting the light faction's attention. Suo nodded solemnly. It shall be done. As Jiang Han summoned his mount and took to the skies, a message arrived. Brother, the dragon god will emerge in 30 minutes at most. Recruiting the dragon race is looking statistically impossible. Jiang Han's expression hardened with determination. There is still a chance. I'm rushing back now. Buy me as much time as you can. I'll do my best to turn the tide. Moments later, he arrived at Sea Heart City. Jiang Han landed and waved to his mentor. Teacher Lear, I need you to transport me to the Eastern District immediately. Lear realized the gravity of the situation. So you really intend to persuade the Dragon Domain to join the Dark Faction? Jiang Han nodded. It's a gamble worth taking. Lear mounted his horse, preparing to depart. Very well, get on. The two of them soared across the sky on the mystical steed. 20 minutes later, Lear pulled the reins. We have arrived. A massive magical formation has appeared below. Jiang Han looked down surprised. I didn't expect the light faction to be one step ahead. Below them, holy guards were already fueling the energy matrix, a classic scene in any awakening manhwa. Lear frowned, his voice laced with worry. Cleaning this up won't be easy. The Church of Light arrived first to aid the dragon god's escape, using this gesture to curry favor. Seeing a familiar face approach, Jiang Han called out, Brother, you finally made it back. The horse carried them down to the snowy ground. Jiang Han clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. Senior, I am. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from behind, and a translucent silhouette manifested in midair, its aura shaking the heavens. The dragon god materialized in his true draconic form, his thoughts echoing like thunder. At long last, I am free. A figure bowed deeply to the floating entity. We pay our respects to the dragon god. A portal opened, and Elvis stepped out. Congratulations, dragon god, on breaking the demon god's trap and reclaiming your freedom. Elvis cast a scornful glare at Jiang Han's group. Dark swordsman, your crimes are unforgivable. I want to see just how long you can keep dancing before you fall. Jiang Han ignored the taunt and spoke clearly. Senior Dragon God, I have come with sincerity to invite the Dragon Domain to join the Dark Faction. The Dragon God scoffed. The Dark Faction. Don't make me laugh. If not for your wretched faction, how could I have been imprisoned beneath Serenity Lake for thousands of years? And now, you ask me to join you. You are courting death. Lear instantly pointed his blade at the deity. Dragon God, if you wish to vent your anger on my disciple, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand first. The Dragon God growled, his voice dripping with disdain. Even a half-step god rank like you is unworthy. Jiang Han realized the grim reality. The Dragon God had already decided to side with the light. Chang Feng bowed respectfully. Lord Dragon God, this young man represents the Dark Faction as an envoy. If the Dragon Domain attacks him now, I fear it will invite ridicule from the world. The Dragon God turned his fury on his subordinate. Chang Feng, you still have the audacity to stand before me. Tell me, why did it take you years to locate my prison? With your strength, it should have taken you a dozen years at most to find me. Chang Feng explained frantically. The evil dragon Articus impersonated you. He used special artifacts that even I couldn't see through. When I first arrived at Serenity Lake, I truly thought it was just an ordinary dragon trapped there. Lord Dragon, God, do you intend to use me as a scapegoat for your rage? The dragon god fell silent at Chang Feng's report, but the crushing pressure he emitted signaled a storm was brewing, typical of a high-stakes manhwa recap. Climax. Chang Feng stood his ground, like an immovable mountain, radiating an aura that refused to yield. Watching from behind, Jiang Han's eyes widened in shock. Chang Feng wasn't buckling under the dragon god's pressure. Did this mean their power levels were actually equal? If there was a significant gap in strength, the dragon god would have simply obliterated anyone daring to oppose him by now. Elvis quickly stepped in to mediate, hoping to soothe the ancient beast's fury. Since the dark clouds have parted and the sun shines once more, surely that is a sign of good fortune. Why not put the unpleasant past behind us? What do you say, Your Excellency? The dragon god is the supreme leader of our race. Naturally, he speaks for the entire dragon domain. But outside the flames of war were already spreading. The dragon domain cannot remain neutral. Before he could finish, the dragon god roared, cutting him off. Of course, we joined the light faction. Would you have me aid the very villains who kept me sealed? Are you mad? Chang Feng tried to reason with him. Dragon god, you have been imprisoned for 1,000 years. You do not understand the complex geopolitical shifts of the outside world, nor the internal struggles we face in the dragon domain. You cannot make such a hasty decision based on ancient grudges. The dragon god glared, his aura flaring. What did you just say to me? Chang Feng, do you honestly believe siding with the darkness is the better path? The dark faction suppressed me for a millennium. They impersonated me to control my people. It is despicable. And yet you still hesitate. Chang Feng fell silent, conflicted. Deep down, he knew that logically, the light faction was the safer bet. After all, regardless of the reasons, the dark faction's actions had crossed every line of tolerance. Jiang Han stepped forward, trying to salvage the negotiation. Dragon God, guardian of the domain, please reconsider. But the dragon god snapped. There is no place for you to speak here, he sneered. If we join the light, then a dark swordsman is nothing but a calamity, a villain straight out of a leveling manhwa that needs to be purged. The dragon god raised his massive blade-killing intent, flooding the area. This filth must be eradicated immediately. Even if history reviles me for it, I will bear that burden. The sword slashed down toward Jiang Han with the force of a natural disaster. Dai Jiang Han's heart stopped. Crap. It's too fast. My stats aren't high enough to dodge this. Just as death seemed inevitable, a dark barrier materialized, blocking the strike with a deafening boom. The dragon god's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? It's you. The one who orchestrated all of this. Articus turned to Ariel with a smirk. I told you your diplomatic approach wouldn't work. We should have just killed that old fool Elvis and Dominic from the start. That would have saved us a lot of headache. Ariel sighed. You ruled as the dragon god for 1,000 years, yet you still couldn't convince this stubborn lizard clan to join the darkness. You really are a piece of work. Standing there was the 9th demon god. Articus the Sin Dragon shrugged. Can you really blame me for that? Joining the darkness requires motivation. How was I supposed to convince a stick in the mud like Chang Feng? Jiang Han looked at the two terrifying figures. Thanks for the save. Over on the light faction side, Elvis was sweating bullets. 2 demon gods, have we been surrounded by the dark faction already? The dragon god trembled with rage. You two bastards, he pointed his blade at Articus. I hereby declare that the dragon domain severs all ties with the darkness. We pledge our allegiance to the light faction. System notification warning. Your main storyline quest, the diplomat, is on the verge of failure. Jiang Han's expression turned grim. What is this standard system? Manhwa brutality. All my effort over the last 2 days is about to be wasted. I have to do something to turn this around. Jiang Han shouted. Wait, Chang Feng, please listen to me. Articus laughed, mocking the ancient dragon. Oh, I'm so scared I might die. Come on then, let's test your strength. Jiang Han whispered urgently to Chang Feng, I've already secured the dwarf race's alliance. But Articus wasn't done provoking them. He raised his middle finger high in the air. You know what it felt like to be the dragon god. Let's just say the females of the dragon domain agreed that I was the only true dragon capable of satisfying them. Chang Feng's face turned purple with rage. Shut your mouth. What was wrong with this demon god? Was he trying to get them all killed? The dragon god ground his teeth, completely triggered. You absolute scumbag. System notification. The Sin Dragon Articus has successfully generated maximum aggro, causing the dragon domain to view him with absolute hatred. Jiang Han felt despair wash over him. That's it. It's over. There's no coming back from that insult. Articus, you truly deserve the title of Sin Dragon. You really messed this up. Elvis, seeing an opening, whispered to the dragon god. Please, your excellency, listen to reason. Attacking Articus now will only result in mutual destruction. But that dark swordsman, he is critical to the dark faction's future. Intelligence reports he and his master are currently in Seaheart City, American sector. The dragon god grinned savagely. Excellent. Elvis stroked his beard. Revenge is a dish best served cold, but swift elimination is efficient. That dark swordsman is cunning and malicious. We must eliminate him before he grows into a true threat. The dragon god glared at Articus. Just you wait. I will repay you double for the 1,000 years of imprisonment you gifted me. Articus scoffed. Is that supposed to be scary? Who exactly is afraid of who here? The dragon god turned his burning gaze to Chang Feng. Are you still going to stand there and consider joining these degenerates? Chang Feng shook his head, remaining silent, his stance ambiguous. Seeing Chang Feng land on the ground, the crowd gasped. It's over. The alliance is shattered. Jiang Han frowned in deep thought. Everything has gone to hell, so why hasn't the system declared the mission a failure yet? Is there still a hidden route? Chang Feng hesitated. He didn't speak. He is the key to this breakthrough. The dragon god pointed a claw at Jiang Han. Dark swordsman, go wash your neck and wait. You will be the sacrificial offering for our entry into the light faction. Elvis nodded. This is divine judgment for daring to test the gods. With a roar, the dragon god transformed into a colossal fire dragon flames, erupting around his body as he ascended. Rio watched them leave and sighed. What a pity. Jiang Han nodded, exhausted. Yeah, a real shame. Jiang Han glared at Articus. If you hadn't opened your big mouth, I might have actually convinced Chang Feng. Articus looked confused. I was helping. What do you mean? Jiang Han rubbed his temples. Don't complicate things. Just listen. Didn't you see Chang Feng hesitating? He was wavering. Articus snorted. If I hadn't stepped in, you would be dead meat right now. You had zero control over that situation. Not necessarily, Jiang Han countered sharply. First, I have skills to survive a one-shot kill. Second, Chang Feng wouldn't have just watched me die. If the dragon god killed me in front of him, it would have been a direct insult to Chang Feng's authority. That disrespect would have sparked a rebellion. It might have actually worked in our favor. Articus stammered, looking embarrassed. But, without me? Maybe. Jiang Han cut him off. Who knows? Articus thought to himself. I am a magnificent demon god. So why do I feel like I just got scolded by a mortal? Jiang Han raised a hand. I don't want to talk to you right now. Stay away from me. Rio looked concerned. Is there any chance to salvage this? Jiang Han confirmed with a nod, leaving the figure behind him in total shock. Really? The man gasped. Jiang Han smirked. The mission is on the brink of failure, sure, but the system hasn't declared it failed yet. That means the game isn't over. However, Rai interjected, his voice grave. This plan has 2 fatal choke points. He stared them down. Just say the word. Don't worry, I will unleash my full power to make it happen. Jiang Han laid out the strategy. First, during the defense of Oceanheart City, you two must go berserk. Use every ounce of your strength to carve out a path. I need a private audience with Windwalker, and you need to buy me that time. Articus and Rai committed the plan to memory. Understood, Rai grunted. And the second condition, Jiang Han pointed a finger directly at Articus. The second and hardest part, you cannot speak a single word while defending the city. Articus blinked, pointing a claw at himself in disbelief. Me. He paused, realizing his big mouth was indeed a liability. Admittedly, that is the toughest challenge yet, he grumbled, before finally nodding in agreement. Fine, I'll zip my lips, Articus sighed. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen materialized before everyone's eyes. System alert, attention, adventurers. The Dragon Kingdom has declared war. They will launch a siege on the level 1 main city Oceanheart, in the American server, at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The notification continued, flashing red text. This is a high-difficulty siege event. Only players who have surpassed level 50 may participate in the defense. It was a classic leveling Manhwa restriction to raise the stakes. Adventurers below level 50 are redirected to the Dragon Realm. New quests for material collection and high-tier rewards are now available. The system voice boomed in the minds of every player online. Repeat, the Dragon Realm has initiated a siege protocol against Oceanheart City. The timer is ticking. At exactly 1000 hours tomorrow, the battle begins. The difficulty rating is Nightmare. Players must be level 50 or higher to enter the combat zone. Low-level players head to the Dragon Realm for support missions. Li Yi's eyes went wide. Tomorrow at 10. That is far too soon. Jiang Han's expression darkened. Those cowards from the Church of Light. They're making their move. They want to catch us off guard, Jiang Han growled, launching a full-scale siege before we can even organize a defense. They're trying to blitz us. Rai stepped forward, his aura flaring. Rest assured, tomorrow I will hold the line. I'll make sure you and Li Yi get your chance to negotiate. As for the Dragon God and Articus, leave the heavy lifting to this old man. Articus bristled at the comment. Old man Rai, watch your mouth. Who are you calling baggage? I'm part of the family too, you know. Jiang Han nodded, cutting the banter short. Good. I'm counting on you. Li Yi looked at his student with deep concern. Disciple, are you truly intending to join the battle at Ocean Heart? With your current stats, facing the dragon army is suicide. You can't even protect yourself. In the chaos of war, Li Yi continued, I cannot guarantee your safety. Jiang Han raised a hand, stopping him. Master, save your breath. You can't chase me away. Jiang Han's voice was steel. I won't stand by and watch you walk into a death trap. Don't worry. I'm not bluffing. I am 100% certain I can persuade the Dragon Realm. Besides, a mysterious smile played on his lips. When we return to Ocean Heart City, I have a massive surprise waiting for you. He vaulted onto his mount in one fluid motion. Time is of the essence. Let's ride back to Ocean Heart and prepare for war. Jiang Han turned to his ally. You take my master's mount. The ally shook his head, stepping back. I'll pass. With my combat power, I'd just be cannon fodder. Besides, I'm technically factioned with the Dragon Realm. My presence would only complicate things. Rai nodded in approval. Sensible, young warrior. If the Dragon Realm joins the Dark faction later, your quest contribution will still be calculated by the system. The player clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you, senior. The group spurred their mounts, shooting into the sky like arrows. Let's move. The player watched them go, muttering, I never expected a simple persuasion quest to turn into a world-ending event. Articus flew alongside them, the wind whipping past. I'll be honest, he shouted over the gale. Persuading the Dragon Realm to defect to the darkness. This isn't a job for someone of your standing. Who gave you the suicide mission anyway? Articus raged. Total lack of brains. A diplomat for the Dark faction needs status power. Sending a rookie is an insult. Whoever assigned this to you must have ulterior motives, Articus theorized, narrowing his eyes. I bet he's a spy for the Light faction trying to sabotage us. Tell me his name, Articus hissed, flexing his claws. I'll tear his head off myself. Rai's voice cut through the air, colder than ice. It was me. I arranged it. Do you have a problem with that, Articus? Articus nearly fell out of the sky. What, it was you? He stammered. You're the old fool, Rai scoffed. Use that pig brain of yours. I gave this mission to the Dark Swordsman for a reason. There is always a method to my madness. Jiang Han, though confused, bowed his head slightly. Please enlighten me. Rai explained, his voice echoing with power. First, your god-slaying achievement shines too brightly. You are a thorn in the eye of the Light faction, yes. But in times of chaos, geniuses rise in both factions. Your very existence threatens the ambitious ones on our side too. Jiang Han realized the implication immediately. You mean, there are people within the Dark faction who wouldn't mind seeing me fail or die? Precisely, Rai confirmed. Making you the negotiator wasn't just my whim. It was a political maneuver. Jiang Han nodded. That's the first reason. What is the second? Rai's expression softened, looking weary. The second reason is that I am old. I have lived too long, but even I cannot cheat death forever. If you can complete this impossible mission, I can use it as justification to take you under my wing. I want to teach you my ultimate techniques, your war trample skill. It intrigued me. Realization dawned on Jiang Han. I see. He thought to himself, war trample is powerful but crude. Rai saw me slaughtering armies on the battlefield and decided he wanted me as his successor. This is a huge hidden benefit. Articus crossed his arms, snickering. Old man Rai, you cunning fox. You just want to secure a legacy for yourself before you kick the bucket. The group descended toward the coordinates of Ocean Heart City. Li Yi looked down and gasped. What in the world is that? Jiang Han grinned, gesturing grandly to the ground below. Master, that is the surprise I promised you. The dwarf race has agreed to join the Dark faction. They are temporarily garrisoned at Ocean Heart. Li Yi screamed, completely losing his composure. Oh my god. Ding system notification. Undead swordsman. Li Yi's affinity with you has increased by 50,000 points. Current status, best teacher, best friend. Ding, the 7th demon god, Rai, Wind of Destruction affinity, increased by 10,000. Current status close ally. Ding, the 9th demon god Articus Sin Dragon affinity, increased by 5,000. Status buddy. Articus grabbed Jiang Han's shoulder, shaking him. Is this real? The dwarves joined us? For the entire dark faction, Articus stammered, this is news that will shake the heavens. Jiang Han raised his sword, confirming it. It's true. They are even forging a god-tier weapon for me as we speak. Articus's eyes sparkled with greed. A god-tier weapon, how powerful is it? Seeing the group land, a dwarf waved enthusiastically. It was, so Ben, brother Jiang Han, you've returned. The horses touched down, with a heavy thud, dust swirling around their hooves. Jiang Han stood in the center, gesturing to the two powerhouses. Let me introduce you. These are the 7th demon god Rai and the 9th demon god Articus. So Ben bowed low, trembling with respect. I pay my respects to the demon gods. Rai nodded regally. Since the dwarf race has joined the dark faction, rest assured you will be highly valued in the coming era. Jiang Han then turned to Li Yi. And this is my master, the legendary undead swordsman. Li Yi was not just a powerful cultivator. He was the absolute ruler of Seaheart City. In terms of hierarchy, he outranks you, Jiang Han noted. But you must understand, in this world where strength is law, power isn't defined solely by violence. He stepped forward. Welcome to our domain. Suo immediately dropped to one knee. I pay my respects to the city lord. Li Yi gently raised him up, his aura radiating calm authority. No need for such formalities. With your strength, the dwarf race will never bow to anyone again. Seaheart City is merely our launchpad, Li Yi declared, his eyes set on the horizon. But first, let us enter. We have much to discuss. Suo nodded respectfully. Tomorrow's battle is the crucible, Suo vowed. It will prove to the world that the dwarves have chosen the path of darkness. Just then, the notification rang out, a classic Manhwa recap moment, where the rules of engagement were revealed. Jiang Han analyzed the battlefield with tactical precision. The situation is perfect. Even if the dragon domain refuses to listen to my disciple and forces a fight, our combined combat power is nothing to scoff at. Yet a shadow of worry crossed Jiang Han's face. However, I fear it won't be that simple. The Pope himself might descend, bringing god-rank powerhouses from the light faction. Suddenly, boom, a massive sword plummeted from the sky, piercing the earth. A figure stood perched upon the hilt, looking down on them. Your intuition is sharp, the stranger remarked. A holographic status window popped up, typical of a system. Manhwa Swordmaster Ye Wuchen, NPC. Level HP. His stats were a complete mystery. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed. He's riding a flying sword, and his attributes are all question marks. Is he an envoy from the legendary sword pavilion? Li Yi was stunned. A god-rank powerhouse from the light faction, Articus, growled, his dragon aura flaring. Excellent. A light faction god dares to walk right into his own grave. Wuchen ignored the threat, focusing solely on the protagonist. River of cold water. Jiang Han. Tomorrow the light faction comes for your head. If you doubt your survival, I can take you away. I guarantee your safety. Ding, the system chimed. Triggered option, abandon main quest. Jiang Han frowned. You want to take me away? Correct. Wuchen replied coolly. I am here representing only myself, not the sword pavilion. This is a personal offer. Reo stepped forward, his pressure immense. You seem confident, stranger. Do you really believe you can simply walk out of here with him? Wuchen smirked. If I wish to leave, none of you have the power to stop me. Articus's eyes glowed crimson with rage. Such arrogance, he unleashed a devastating strike, but Wuchen was already gone, leaping into the air with supernatural grace before the blow could land. Jiang Han had to admit the man's movement technique was god tier. He bowed slightly. I appreciate the goodwill. However, I have my own methods to survive this calamity. System notification. You have refused the offer. Main scenario. The persuader continues. Wuchen didn't press the issue. So be it. I won't waste any more words. As Wuchen prepared to fly off, Reo blocked his path, dark energy swirling. You think you can leave just like that? Do you take this old man, the 7th demon god, for a joke? Wuchen looked at him with utter disdain. If you were a few thousand years younger, I might hesitate. But now, get lost. Unless you have a death wish. Reo was struck speechless by the sheer disrespect. Jiang Han suddenly realized something. Wait, are you the legendary sword god? Wuchen let out a cold, amused laugh. You mean the invincible sword god Dongfang Yishen, the most beautiful, powerful being in history? He shook his head. No, I am not her. You've got the wrong person. Articus scratched his head, completely confused. He's not her. Then why is he hyping her up like a fanboy? What is wrong with this guy? Jiang Han cupped his fists. Regardless, thank you for the attempt. Wu Chen nodded and vanished into the sky like a streak of light. Reo stroked his beard thoughtful. It seems just a misunderstanding. Articus suddenly panicked. Reo, bad news. That guy is escaping. Why aren't you chasing him? Reo shot him a glare. Why didn't you attack him? If you keep talking, I'll slice that dragon head off yours, Reo threatened. Jiang Han looked at the two titans. With your combined strength, could you not defeat the sword god? Jiang Han recalled being saved by the sword god back in Blizzard Town. Even then, Reo hadn't gained the upper hand. Reo sighed. Articus has defense. I have speed. And the dwarf Brandy has incredible offensive power. If the three of us coordinated perfectly, we might survive. But the sword god has incredible talent. She's been in seclusion, likely leveling up like a character in an awakening manhwa. She is far stronger now than ever before. Jiang Han was shook. Dongfang Yishin. She's reached that level. He swallowed hard. If the sword god joins the battle tomorrow, what are our odds of winning? The two legends remained silent. That silence was the answer. Jiang Han rubbed his temples. It seems the key to tomorrow lies entirely in Li Yi's decision. Reo broke down the strategy. In a battle between god-rank entities, determining a winner is easy. But killing one, that is incredibly difficult. Articus, your scales are tough. If the sword god appears, you will be the meat shield. Articus pointed at himself, offended. So I'm just going to get beaten to a pulp, that's the plan. Reo ignored the complaint. I will intercept the Pope. Suo, you handle the dragon god. Suo hefted his hammer. Consider it done. Li Yi and the dwarf elites will handle the immortal rank enemies on the battlefield, Reo commanded. Li Yi nodded. Understood. Then Reo turned his gaze. Jiang Han, Cheng Feng. The rest is up to you. Jiang Han accepted the burden without hesitation. Understood. Reo's voice turned grim. Time is short. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we break the Light Faction's spirit. By afternoon, news had spread. The forums on the US server were exploding with hype. It was global chaos. They are all screaming for your head, an ally messaged. Jiang Han scoffed. Players are just trash mobs. They pose no threat. What about Cheng Feng? Is he locked in? I sent him 5,000 gold coins, the reply came. Money talks. He will definitely show up tomorrow. Consider the gold my personal support for the war effort. Jiang Han smiled, touched by the gesture. Thanks, brother. The next morning, the sun rose over a tense battlefield. An ocean of enemies had gathered outside the city walls. Li Yi stood on the ramparts, his cape fluttering. Look at that formation. The church and dragon domain really emptied their reserves for this. Jiang Han approached. Master. Li Yi didn't look back. Go talk to the men. I have prepared a simple defensive task for you. Ding system notification. As part of the Sea Heart City faction, you have received the side quest, Do Your Duty. Difficulty A rank. Description. Laziness is not a virtue. You cannot represent Sea Heart City if you just stand around watching the show. Quest objective: act as the boss of the second wave and crush the enemy offensive. Reward 1 piece of Earth tier equipment, suitable for a leveling manhwa protagonist. The penalty for missing the mission, level -10, and all attributes slashed by 500. He scoffed internally. The Wave 2 boss, hardly a challenge. At 10 o'clock sharp, the system announced the official start of the battle for Sea Heart City. Below, a legion of centaurs charged forward, their bloodthirsty war cries, shaking the very heavens. System alert. Please be advised. The Thunder Legion, led by the level 65 Dark Gold boss, Thunder Knight Benson, will launch the first wave of attack. Prepare for battle, Jiang Han noted with amusement. Level 65. The system really nerfs the stats of the early waves for both sides. On the city walls, Li Yi shouted the command. Sally forth and intercept. The Centaur squad breached the city. For the glory of Sea Heart City, kill, they roared, coordinating their tactics mid-battle. Hey, you healer nannies, pay attention. Don't let me flatline, damn it. Even though the defenders are weaker, these mobs are surprisingly tough to handle. Jiang Han observed from the high vantage point. These soldiers are battle-hardened. Excellent. He sighed. This is the immersive experience a normal gamer should have. Unlike me, I can barely relate to the struggles of ordinary players anymore. I'm surrounded by immortal and god-tier NPCs. Every time I show up, it's as a boss. It really kills the simple joy of gaming found in a typical manhwa recap. System alert. Please be advised. The Dark Army, led by the level 89 spirit rank boss, the Angel of Destruction, Jiang Han, will command the second defense wave. Prepare yourselves. The players below erupted in curses. What the hell? That Eastern player again. Why is the Eternal Sun showing up in the second wave? This is absolute bull. Li Yi stepped forward. Disciple, it's your turn. Be careful. He replied calmly. Perfect timing. I'll use them to test my new weapon. The enemy general screamed. What Eternal Sun? Your city's general is already dead by my hand. Come down and accept your fate. Jiang Han leaped from the heights, landing with a heavy thud. Is that so? The moment he struck, the system chimed. Congratulations. You have slain the level 65. Dark Gold boss Thunder Knight Benson. Experience plus 0.5%. A massive shockwave blasted the soldiers away like ragdolls. Panic set in immediately. What on earth just happened? A melee attack dealing over 100,000 damage. He was only hitting 30,000 a few days ago. No character in a standard leveling manhwa scales this fast. Jiang Han sneered at the crowd. Players of the American server, try working together. I'm not invincible. And don't forget killing me might drop the national weapon. In an instant, a mass of players was forcibly logged out by the god of death. Jiang Han laughed. What's wrong, Guild Master of Sin? The #1 guild in America. Come out and play. Jiang Han, you're finally here. His opponent materialized before him, the guild master known as Sin. Everyone fall back. Sin thought grimly. I didn't expect him to take the field this early. I wanted to farm more XP first. Above, Articus observed the scene. One side dominates with power, while humiliating them with words. He truly is the king of trash talk. Rio replied, trash talk is a martial art in itself. Suddenly, Jiang Han received a notification. System alert, please be advised. The Radiant Legion led by the level 80 spirit rank boss. The pitiable hand Barnett will launch the second attack wave. Please prepare. He wasn't even mentally ready yet. I just cleared the first wave, and the second is already here. The enemy army flooded in blades, shining the general on horseback, roaring charge. I shall protect you all from death. Jiang Han moved like a phantom, instantly closing the distance. Before the general could react, a boot was already stomping toward his face. Bam! The enemy was crushed underfoot. Jiang Han laughed maniacally. You want to protect them? Can you even protect your own life? The boss raged. You dare kill me. My lord will punish you. He will tear you into pieces. Jiang Han prepared the finishing blow to send him logging out. Then, do me a favor. Pass a message to your lord. Tell him Jiang Han is right here waiting for his divine punishment. System alert. Congratulations. You have slain the level 80 spirit boss Barnett. Experience plus 30%. Reputation plus 3,000. A skillbook and a pile of gold coins dropped. Jiang Han paused. A skillbook dropped. He picked it up, realization dawning. I see. Forcing me to learn a new skill is the severe penalty to distract me from sword mastery. But this time, the system calculated wrong. Item info Prayer of Light rank A. Skill effect randomly removes negative status effects from a single target. Increases all attributes by 10% for 1 minute. For the next 10 seconds regenerates health by 200% of attack power per second. Cooldown 2 minutes. Requirement, Priest class. He held the glowing book up to his face, smirking. Thank you, Lord, for the blessing. System alert. You have successfully learned the skill. Prayer of Light rank A. Watching remotely, Pope Elvis ground his teeth in fury. That filthy brat, I never expected him to be this shameless. A subordinate behind him spoke up. Your Holiness, that kid is dead for sure today. Do not let such trash trouble your mind. He will suffer eternal torment in hell. Jiang Han knew exactly how angry the old pope must be right now. In the distance, the enemy soldiers were confused. Why did he appear in the second wave? If I'd known this, I would have taken a gathering quest instead. At least there are ranking points. Otherwise, this trip would be a total waste. Articus watched with satisfaction. That kid's true power has already reached the Earth rank. That divine weapon provides him with terrifying buffs. That weapon. It's enough to make anyone jealous. Shao stepped in, cutting him off. That is my masterpiece after all. However, you two demon gods. If you think Jiang Han's power stops there, you are sorely mistaken. Reo listened intently as Shao continued. Shao revealed, days ago, in the underground dwarf palace, I witnessed him unleash an invincible attack. The Forbidden Heaven Burial. It forced a god-rank ancestor's projection to flee, to avoid a direct hit. The two observers were shaken. A spirit rank forcing back a god rank. Just who is this kid to possess such terrifying means? System alert. Congratulations. Mission accomplished successfully. Adherence to mission difficulty rank A. Mission rewards will be distributed after the siege concludes. Jiang Han blinked. I have to wait until the siege is over. Makes sense. If we fail the defense, there's no reward anyway. Suddenly, a new update. System alert: the Raging Flame Legion, led by the level 115 Earth rank boss. Holy Light Fury William will launch the third wave. Please prepare for battle. Thundering hooves approached, accompanied by a voice filled with rage. Jiang Han, you damned traitor, pay with your life. Kill him, the fanatic roared, his voice dripping with bloodlust. The system Manhwa interface flashed an urgent warning. Boss detected William the Holy Wrath. Level 115. Health points 40 million. Attack power 70,000 to 73,000. Defense 40,000 to 42,000. Active skills: Divine Spear, Sacred Shield, Grace of Light, Knight's Honor, Forbidden Curse, Wrath of the Holy Light. This man was a prodigy of the Church of Light, a genius born with a divine affinity for the elements. He had been the Church's golden child, nurtured for greatness, until the day his younger brother Asa, the Holy Oath, was slaughtered. The grief shattered his composure. Now he abandoned all plans and strategy, appearing on the battlefield with a singular maddening obsession to execute the Dark Swordsman and avenge his fallen brother. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. Asa, the Holy Oath. Right. That was one of the boss monsters I crushed during the siege of Oceanheart Town. Who would have guessed? I kill the younger brother, and the older one pops up like a bad weed. On the city walls, Li Yi barked an order. Disciple, pull back now. But Jiang Han stood his ground, his voice firm as steel. I cannot retreat. Behind me stand tens of thousands of innocent citizens. I will defend this city until my last breath. The statement stunned Li Yi into silence. Tens of thousands of citizens, he thought. As the city lord, even I am ashamed that he values them more than I do. You dare speak of justice? William scoffed, his face twisted in disgust. A shameless traitor preaching about righteousness. Don't make me laugh. Pope Elvis's voice cut through the air, warning him. William, do not be reckless. Arrogance is your greatest enemy when facing Jiang Han. William gritted his teeth. Rest assured, Your Holiness, I will use everything I have. The system chimed again. William has activated the forbidden skill Wrath of the Holy Light. All attributes increased by 80%. Attack speed increased by 100%. Duration, 10 minutes. Warning. After the skill ends, the user will enter a weakened state. All stats will drop by 30% for 2 days. A terrifying mix of fire and lightning erupted from his spear as he lunged. Die. System alert. William uses Divine Spear. Damage of the next attack increased by 300%. Jiang Han was stunned. All stats up by 80%. Attack speed doubled. With a leveling Manhwa buff like that, no wonder he's confident enough to think he's invincible. He's different from Ariel. Jiang Han realized. He's not testing the waters. He unleashed his ultimate trump card right at the start. He's trying to trade his life for mine. A smirk tugged at the corner of Jiang Han's lips. He yanked the reins of his mount, turning away. Didn't anyone tell you I'm really good at running away? William snorted coldly. He had anticipated this rat-like behavior. Suddenly, a transparent cube slammed down from the sky. System alert. William has used an S-rank item. Sealed space activated. You are trapped in a 20 by 20 cubic dimension. Escape is impossible unless the barrier is destroyed. William stepped forward, eyes glowing. I don't need to chase you. I just need to cage you. Jiang Han sighed, shaking his head. Why are you in such a rush to die? I have the Dark Samsara skill. Even Ariel fell before me. Do you really think you can kill me? William summoned another orb of blinding holy light. I know all about your Dark Samsara. It allows you to resurrect and grow stronger with every death. The holy energy slammed into Jiang Han, engulfing him. What Jiang Han gasped, genuine shock coloring his face. The system's red alert screamed in his ears. Warning: William has used the forbidden SS rank scroll Heaven's Punishment. All healing effects are nullified. Passive regeneration, lifesteal, leveling recovery, and resurrection skills are permanently disabled. Watching from the high walls, Li Yi's face went pale. This is a catastrophe. We were so focused on the dragon domain that we forgot the church has deep roots and ancient artifacts. Li panicked. What do we do now? Pope Elvis emerged from the shadows, sneering at the panic. Did you truly believe that after slaying a god, our Church of Light would just stand by and watch you get away with it? William charged his spear, radiating death. Kneel and repent before my brother's soul. But even in the face of death, Jiang Han's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. William paused, unsettled. What? Why are you smiling? They say the Dark Swordsman is cunning. What is he planning? "What are you laughing at?" William screamed, his fury spiking. Jiang Han looked him dead in the eye. "I'm laughing because you're an idiot. You and your brother, both eager to be cannon fodder." William ground his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. "What did you say?" Jiang Han stopped running, dark energy beginning to swirl around his body. "You still don't get it. You two were just pawns sent to force me to use my dark samsara. But here's the thing. That's not the only ace up my sleeve. Even without healing, even trapped in this cage, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." Jiang Han tossed a sphere of dark energy straight at William. Elvis watched, his eyes widening in horror. "Impossible. Does he have a move more broken than resurrection?" Beside him, Suo gasped. "It's that skill. He's going to use that." Jiang Han's voice dropped an octave, resonating with doom. "My power is vast enough to bury the heavens themselves." System Sky. Burial activated. Jiang Han uses forbidden skill Sky Burial. The attacker's attributes are reduced by 120%. Attack speed reduced by 100%. Movement speed reduced by 100%. Duration 10 minutes. However, during this time, the caster is immobilized. William frowned, confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere. It reduces the attacker's stats by 120%. Does such a broken skill even exist? Suo was baffled. "Wait, something's wrong. The effect of Sky Burial is different from the last time. Is it a skill variation?" Articus muttered, impressed. "That brat really has a bottomless bag of tricks." Li Yi let out a long breath of relief. "That kid has guts of steel," Li Yi thought, realizing the ploy. "As his teacher, I know exactly what kind of dirty game he's playing." Jiang Han beckoned with his finger, a provocative gesture. "Come here." William stood frozen, trembling with rage, but unable to move. From the back, the Pope screamed, "William, attack him now." "I can't," William shouted back. "If I attack now, I lose instantly." Pope Elvis didn't care for excuses. "You fool. He's bluffing. I order you to strike immediately. Do you not know the penalty for disobeying the church?" William hesitated, caught between fear and duty. Jiang Han poured oil on the fire. "See, they don't care if you live or die. If you want to be a sacrificial pawn, go ahead. But I wonder, how do you compare to Ariel? I am far stronger now than I was when I slaughtered that so-called god." William's face drained of color, the fear of death finally piercing his rage. Pope Elvis yelled desperately, "Don't listen to him. Have you forgotten that your brother Asa died by his hands?" Jiang Han nodded solemnly. "That is true. Asa died fighting me. But in war, death is inevitable. In my eyes, your brother died a warrior's death. At least he had the spine to fight like a hero. Instead, the Holy Church has used you as cannon fodder time and time again. Your death means absolutely nothing to them. You are just a disposable pawn. Tell me the truth, William. Who is the real culprit behind Asa's murder?" Pope Elvis watched with bated breath, terrified that his puppet was slipping from his control. "Enough, William. If you don't act now, the church will excommunicate you." Veins bulged on William's forehead as rage consumed him. "You senile old fool." He turned his spear point directly at the Pope. "I have tolerated your arrogance for far too long." The believers gasped in horror. "Disaster, William has been seduced by the dark swordsman's lies. Your Holiness, watch out." Pope Elvis glared with bone-chilling coldness. Absolute foolishness. A burst of holy energy erupted effortlessly, blocking the attack. Jiang Han watched in awe. A level 115 Earthrealm boss. Even with attribute-enhancing skills, his attack was stopped dead in its tracks. This old monster's power is truly unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, the Pope obliterated William with a single strike. "Wait, who gets the boss kill reward? Don't tell me I get nothing." Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Due to your successful instigation, William, the Light's Fury, and Pope Elvis have turned against one another. William, the Light's Fury, has been slain. You received 2 light potions, a luck orb, a separation scroll, and all of William's dropped equipment. System alert. Because your manipulation triggered a miraculous outcome, your reward level has increased by 2, and you have gained 20,000 reputation points. So that is how it works. It makes perfect sense." A smirk played on his lips. "This is the legendary art of war, winning the battle without ever drawing a blade." The soldiers below trembled in sheer terror. He stopped the third wave with just his tongue. "That Easterner isn't a player. He is a devil in human skin." High above Articus, threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Magnificent eye. Articus, admit defeat. This kid's tongue is far sharper than mine." Rio nodded. This move didn't just eliminate an enemy. It shattered their morale. Seeing his plan crumble, Pope Elvis cursed under his breath. "You filthy animal." But suddenly, Li Yi sensed a shift in the air. Disciple, retreat to the city immediately. You cannot survive the battle that is coming. Zhang Han didn't hesitate. Understood, I'm moving. If not for the game's rules, that Pope would have insta-killed me. Time to run. Meanwhile, the subordinates pleaded with the enraged Pope. Your Holiness, please calm yourself. With the Dragon Realm attacking, killing him will be as easy as breathing. The old man's eyes burned with malice. Quen, prepare the army. I will flatten Sea Heart City and crush that ant with my own bare hands. Jiang Han reached the upper level. Master. Li Yi nodded in approval. You did well. He gazed at the horizon. But the true war begins now. System announcement. The Legion of Light, led by the level 200 God rank boss Pope Elvis and the level 180 immortal rank boss Archbishop Quen, has launched the 4th wave of attack. Please prepare for battle. System alert. The Dragon Realm forces led by the level 215 God rank boss Guardian of the Dragon Realm Changfeng and the level 225 God rank boss the Dragon God himself will launch the 5th wave. Defenders, brace yourselves. Jiang Han's expression darkened. 3 God rank powerhouses attacking at once. This battlefield is about to become a slaughterhouse. But where is the Sword God? The players below panicked. Are you kidding me? Multiple God rank bosses? Why did the difficulty spike to hell mode so suddenly? Stop thinking and just focus on the mission. This feels like the climax of a Manhwa recap video. Look, the dragons are here. A massive crimson dragon tore through the clouds. And there's the water dragon. And the green dragon. Zhang Han analyzed the sky. Fire, water, wind. The elemental dragons have assembled in massive numbers. This is a full-scale invasion. Ryo's eyes flashed with fury. Do they really think the Dragon Realm's aura can suppress us? He stepped forward, radiating immense pressure. Articus Suo, follow me into the fray. Red warning lights flashed across everyone's vision. System announcement. Attention all players. The Sea Heart City Defense Force led by level 198 immortal rank undead swordsman Li Yi and level 200 God rank dwarf Brandy Suo will initiate the 3rd line of defense. Get ready. System alert. The Dark Legion, commanded by level 210 God rank boss Rio, the Wind of Destruction, and level 205 God rank boss Articus of the Evil Dragon Clan, will deploy the 4th line of defense. Prepare yourselves. The players gasped in disbelief. The demon gods have descended, and there are 2 of them. What is going on with this storyline? Is the scale of this Sea Heart City event huge? Or what? A maniacal laugh echoed through the heavens. Articus descended gripping a massive spiked shield. Who dares to test their might against me? Boom! He slammed into the ground, sending debris flying like shrapnel. Pope Elvis narrowed his eyes. The demon god's intervention was within his calculations. That demon god Articus possesses impenetrable defense. Engaging him directly would be nothing but a foolish waste of time. Articus sneered, scanning the battlefield. The so-called elites of the Dragon Clan and the Holy Church are all present, yet not a single coward dares to step forward. Suddenly, a chilling aura locked onto him. I dare. A voice rang out as a sword slash of pure light tore through the air. The ground beneath Articus shattered, exploding into a cloud of dust and rubble. System announcement. Due to the presence of 2 demon gods, the hidden god rank boss of the Light Faction Sword God, Dongfang Yixin, has joined the battle. The earth around her was reduced to a wasteland. Jiang Han's face went pale. 1 slash nearly split the city. Is the sword god really this overpowered? Articus gulped. Hey, I want to swap opponents with Ryo. On the wall, Ryo barked back. Stop whining, I will handle the Pope of Light and Suo will hold off the Dragon God. We stick to the plan. Articus looked unsure, but he had no choice. Yixin, the sword god, was already launching her next assault. He spun around, slamming his shield down to intercept the barrage of blade aura. Power surged from his body. Do you truly believe I am just a meat shield who cannot bite back? Articus roared, charging his shield straight at Yixin like a battering ram. I'll take you down with me. Seeing them locked in combat, Elvis seized the moment. The sword god has pinned down the demon god Quen with me. We enter the city and execute that dark swordsman. Behind him, Ryo's mocking voice drifted through the wind. Half your forces are already in the grave, yet you still want to throw away your lives. Why not dance with this old man first? A terrifying energy began to gather. System alert. The Wind of Destruction. Ryo has activated the forbidden skill winds of Calamity attack, increased by 300%. Attack speed increased by 500%. Movement speed increased by 1000%. Duration: 30 minutes. He vanished, reappearing instantly before the Pope, his body wreathed in blinding lightning. Elvis raised his holy staff to conjure a shield of light. Ryo sneered. opening with a forbidden curse. Well, this old man isn't exactly a weakling. The distance closed to 0. With a thunderous boom, Ryo caught the holy staff with his bare hand, stopping the divine attack cold. Jiang Han gazed up at the swarm of dragons darkening the sky. His demon gods were already fully committed to the fray. It was high time for Changfeng and the Dragon Realm to make their move. Suddenly, Suo spoke up. "Hey brother, that fallen feather of corruption I lent you, I'm gonna need that back. With that relic in hand, I can take the battle to the skies and face the dragon god head on." Right on cue, the dragon god descended his presence, suffocating and arrogant. "Dark swordsman," he sneered. "Your support has crumbled. Let's see how you drag yourself out of this despair." An immense claw, formed from pure energy, crashed down. But Suo didn't flinch. He launched himself from the wall, soaring to intercept the blow. The dwarf race is here to greet you. With a thunderous boom, his hammer blocked the dragon's claw. The dragon god's eyes widened in shock. "The dwarves. You short stacks dare interfere in this?" Suo scoffed, his aura flaring. "If the dragon realm can play, why can't we? Call this the power of a giant dragon. It feels softer than the iron I strike on a bad day." The dragon god summoned his divine blade, fury burning in his eyes. "Insolent insect. I will teach you the true meaning of strength." Jiang Han watched from below, realizing the 3 god-tier fighters were buying him precious seconds. In the distance, he saw Mentor Li Yi unleashing a devastating assault on the Holy Church's legion, turning the battlefield into a chaotic masterpiece. Yet, Changfeng hadn't moved an inch. Was he waiting for the perfect excuse? Jiang Han flew his beast toward the Guardian. "Protector of the Dragon Realm. We need to talk." Changfeng's voice dripped with icy sarcasm. "Talk, things have reached this point. What is there left to say?" Jiang Han owned up to it immediately. Suppressing the dragon god was indeed the dark faction's mistake. But we chose suppression over execution. That proves we never wanted to be enemies with the dragon realm. Changfeng narrowed his eyes. "Is that so? Then let me ask you, if we join the dark faction to hide Articus's identity, will you kill the dragon god to bury the truth forever?" "No," Jiang Han answered without hesitation. "Articus cannot masquerade as a dragon for eternity. The truth will eventually come to light. I believe the Dragon Realm's elders are just giving us a window of opportunity to show our sincerity." Changfeng fell silent, the logic weighing on him. Seizing the moment, Jiang Han pivoted. "But let's put that aside for now. Let's discuss business. You said the Dragon Realm needs 3 things: supplies, wealth, and safety." "Correct." Changfeng looked skeptical. "That is correct. Don't tell me you can actually provide these things." Jiang Han shook his head. "Forget 3. I can't even promise you 1. But neither can the Light faction. If they could, you would have led your people to join them long ago without a second thought." Changfeng pondered. The logic was sound. The Light faction could offer some scraps better than nothing, but it was still just a bandage on a gaping wound compared to the risks of the Dark faction. Wrong. Jiang Han cut through his thoughts sharply. Based on the Light faction's style, whatever meager supplies they give would only be temporary. But with us, we feed war with war. We take what we need. Relying on your own strength to seize resources, isn't that the ultimate security? I know plenty of adventurers who, when hitting a wall, simply use their wallets to solve the problem. They buy better gear and breeze through. Changfeng paused, confused. "Wait, are you suggesting we rob the players?" Jiang Han nodded. "Correct. Most of them belong to the Light faction. Like the broken economy of a system Manhwa, they generate gold from thin air. Their purchasing power is terrifying." Jiang Han continued his pitch. "As for supplies, the low-level players of the Light faction hoard massive amounts of resources in the rear lines. We attack them, and we take it all." Realization dawned on Changfeng's face. "I see. Plunder the wealthy to feed the strong." "There's one more benefit," Jiang Han added. "Thanks to your hint earlier, I found the dwarves. They've also decided to cast their lot with the Dark faction." Changfeng frowned. "What benefit does the dwarf race offer the Dragon Realm?" Jiang Han smiled. "Everyone knows dwarves are master smiths, and they have been drooling over your dragon crystals for centuries. If you provide the crystals, and they provide the forging, in the near future, every dragon will be clad in dragon crystal armor. Your aerial combat power would be unstoppable." His mind raced as he analyzed the artifact. Dragon crystal armor. This legendary gear was forged from the petrified heart of an elder dragon that perished thousands of years ago, boasting defense that is absolutely impenetrable. Since the crafting difficulty is essentially hell mode, my dragon domain rarely utilizes such equipment. However, if I can acquire the master dwarven forging arts, we could transcend simple armor and construct a magnificent colossal steel dragon. Meanwhile, the battle raged. The dragon god slashed through the air. Get lost, he locked onto his target. Dark swordsman, your time is up. Die. Suo shouted from behind Jiang Han, watch out, but suddenly a shadow moved. Clang Changfeng blocked the lethal strike. The dragon god gasped. Changfeng, do you realize what you are doing? I know exactly what I'm doing, Changfeng replied coldly. The light faction is full of hypocrites. The dragon realm will no longer associate with that filth. The dragon god stared in disbelief. You're betraying the light. Changfeng adjusted his grip. Betrayal. That's the wrong word. Even if I am branded a traitor, history will remember this as a betrayal for the sake of true justice. The dragon god ground his teeth in fury. If you're this obsessed, then I'll slaughter you right alongside that dark swordsman. He tried to pull his sword back. It didn't budge. What? Why won't it move? Changfeng's eyes glowed with intense power. Haven't you realized it yet? While you were rotting at the bottom of that lake, I surpassed you in every single way. Crack. The sword in the dragon god's hand shattered into fragments. He stared at his empty hilt, trembling. Impossible. Dragon god, the era has changed, Changfeng declared. The light is corrupt. The wealthy rule while the people suffer. The dark faction is the new justice. I do this to save the world from ruin. Silence. The dragon god roared. I am the master of the dragon realm. From now on, there is no guardian dragon clan. Hear my order. Kill these traitors immediately. But the dragons in the sky hovered in silence. Not one moved. The dragon god looked up, stunned by the betrayal. What have you stripped me of my authority over the last few thousand years? Changfeng shook his head. No. You've guessed wrong. I have no desire to control the dragon realm. The only reason they follow my command is because they know I'm the one truly fighting for their future. The guardian of the dragon domain stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. I, Changfeng, hereby declare that the dragon god Dominic has betrayed the interests of our sacred land. Effective immediately, his title is stripped and his authority revoked. The dragon god roared in fury. You dare, but the system's cold mechanical voice cut through the chaos. Attention, Guardian Changfeng has seen through the hypocrisy of the light faction. He has severed all ties and initiated a righteous betrayal. The players witnessing this event were stunned. This wasn't just a game anymore. It was like the shocking plot twist in a top-tier leveling manhwa. No way, is this actually happening? A righteous betrayal. Does this mean the dragon domain has stabbed the light faction in the back at the most critical moment? One player gasped. Did Jiang Han defeat Changfeng with just his words? That's insane. Impossible. But Dominic isn't one to forgive. The fallen god hissed, venom dripping from his words. Changfeng, wash your neck. And wait. I will never swallow this humiliation. With a final threat, the dragon soared away. I will make you all pay for this. Jiang Han watched the retreating figure and asked calmly. You're just going to let him leave? The guardian sighed, the weight of history in his eyes. After all, he was my former lord. I will not stain my hands with the title of Kingslayer today. However, if he ever dares to harm the dragon domain again, I will personally execute justice. Changfeng pointed toward the horizon. Now, sir, could you assess the battlefield situation over there for me? Jiang Han shook his head. My level is too low. The system won't let me view the Pope's health bar. Changfeng analyzed the chaos with a warrior's gaze. The battle is intense, but Reo holds the advantage. The Pope has less than 20% of his life force remaining. Dominic fled too early. But why does this concern you? A rare flush appeared on Jiang Han's face. The sword god. She has saved me many times. I need to repay that debt. The guardian looked surprised. You know the sword god, strange. With her power, even the demon gods combined couldn't scratch her defense. Yet she's stuck in a stalemate with Articus. It makes no sense. Jiang Han bowed. Thanks for the tip. In a flash, he descended next to the evil dragon Articus. Brother Articus, switch out, let me handle the sword god. The dragon scoffed, disbelief written on his face. Are you insane? A weakling, like you can't even scratch her defense. Dongfeng Yixin, the sword god, stood silent, observing the new arrival. Jiang Han smirked. Relax. Everything is proceeding exactly according to my calculations. Just do me one favor. Slaughter every player and light faction soldier here. What happens next must remain a secret. Articus grinned, his jagged teeth glinting. Now you're talking like a true demon god. Consider it done. System alert, evil dragon Articus. Activates forbidden meteor. 10 million damage erupted, obliterating the earth in a cataclysmic explosion that felt straight out of an awakening manhwa climax. Players screamed as the sky fell. Why is the demon god targeting us? Run. The ground shattered under the relentless assault, creating a living hell. Jiang Han marveled at the destruction. One shot, total annihilation. So this is the power of a god. Dongfang Yixin's cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Focus. Why are you here? He looked her in the eye, stripping away the pretense. I know the truth, sword god. You aren't fighting this war because you want to. The sword pavilion stays neutral. You wouldn't be here unless the light faction threatens something or someone precious to your sect. Dongfang Yixin's expression hardened. Speak your mind. Jiang Han didn't flinch. I'm going to help you eliminate Pope Elvis. Impudent, she shouted, feigning rage as her sword flashed out to strike down the arrogant newcomer. System notification. You have been slain by the sword god. But death was just a mechanic. Skill activated Samsara's end. All attributes increased by 60%. As he revived, she scolded him, playing her part perfectly. The Holy Church sees everything. Their spies are everywhere. How dare you spout such treasonous nonsense? Jiang Han grinned internally. She gets it. Her threats were actually a code leaking vital information to him. He played along with the act. The Pope is losing against Reo, and with Guardian Cheng Feng on my side, the scales have tipped. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take his head. Another slash cleaved him in two. Delusional fool, Dongfang Yixin cried. The Pope is a god-tier entity. You think he lacks a trump card? You're too naive. Jiang Han respawned instantly. Even a god bleeds. When surrounded by wolves, I don't believe he's invincible. Then came the real intel. Dongfang Yixin whispered through the clash of blades. He possesses light confinement. It can freeze everyone for a full minute. He saves it for the moment of death. You dark faction filth have zero resistance to holy light. Attack him, and you'll only find your grave. But Jiang Han raised his hand, gathering a brilliant white energy. Weak to light. You mean like this? Dongfang Yixin's eyes widened. That's priest magic. How can a demon use the light? I slaughtered the archangel Ariel and devoured his class, Jiang Han revealed. My affinity with the light is absolute. Hope sparked in Dongfang Yixin's chest. Could this be fate? Is he the one who can finally find a sanctuary for the sword pavilion in this chaotic world? Hurry up. Kill me a few more times. I need to stack my stats. Meanwhile, the battle between Reo and the Pope reached its climax. Old man, the dragon domain has defected. Surrender now or die, screaming, Reo taunted. Elvis gritted his teeth. Don't celebrate yet, demon. Curse that spineless dragon god. The Pope's mind raced. My divine wings are expiring. I must escape before I'm surrounded. Reo, mark my words, I will ensure you have no grave to rest in. Suddenly, Jiang Han appeared, delivering a brutal kick to the Pope's spine. System alert, war trample activated. 1,987,659 damage dealt. Teleportation interrupted. However, the sheer difference in their levels negated the stun effect. Elvis exploded with humiliation. You filthy little beast, you dare. He blasted Jiang Han downward. Get lost. Reo watched in horror. Damn it. The Demon King caught the falling boy. Kid, you finished your mission perfectly. Why risk your life for this madness? Jiang Han replied with ice in his veins. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must end his life today, or he will scheme against me for eternity. Pope Elvis scoffed, finding the notion absolutely absurd. You destroy me. You think you can rely on mere dark reincarnation to stack your stats? Even with that, you are light years away from being worthy of standing against me. Jiang Han gestured to the carnage around them. Open your eyes, old man. The army you brought has been slaughtered to the last man. Both the dragon domain and the dwarves have betrayed the light faction to join our shadows. With so many god-tier powerhouses surrounding you, even if you sprouted wings, you couldn't escape this net of death today. The Pope shot a glare at Yixin, the sword god. I command you to activate the forbidden art immediately. She turned away coldly, feigning ignorance. Apologies, Your Holiness. I seem to have gone deaf to your commands. Elvis gritted his teeth, rage boiling over. What rebellion? Everyone is rebelling. He gripped his staff, his knuckles turning white. Fine. To hell with the dragon domain. To hell with the sword pavilion. I swear by the divine spirits, after today the dragon domain will cease to exist. A blinding pillar of light erupted, tearing through the fabric of space. The system announced Pope Elvis has cast forbidden light confinement. All units within the light are immobilized for 1 minute. Penalty. After the skill ends, Pope Elvis's level will decrease by 1/3. Reo panicked, shouting, What? Since when does that old fossil have a skill like that? They rushed to block the encroaching prison of light. while Yushin, trapped inside, struggled against the overwhelming pressure. Elvis seethed with hatred. He never imagined he would be pushed to the brink, forced to unleash a desperate move typically seen in a high-stakes awakening manhwa climax. Damn dark swordsman. Killing all these powerhouses in 1 minute is impossible, but it is more than enough time to obliterate you before I teleport back to the holy city. But when he looked for his target, the spot was empty. Where is he? Suddenly Jiang Han descended from the heavens, heavy sword raised. Right here. Elvis's eyes widened in horror. What? A beam of light pierced his chest instantly. The system announced, "You have been killed by Pope Elvis. Forbidden cycle has triggered. All attributes increased by 540%. The Pope sneered, his arrogance returning. "I don't know how you slipped my confinement, brat, but this old master never falls for the same trick twice." Another staff strike crashed down. "Let's see how many times that dark reincarnation can save you." Jiang Han received a flood of notifications. "You have been killed by Pope Elvis. Forbidden cycle triggered. All attributes increased by 600%. The system announced, "Your forbidden cycle resurrection count has been exhausted." Elvis let out a breath of relief, sensing the life force vanish. Finally, the rat is dead. He calculated rapidly in his mind. The light confinement is fading. I must teleport back to the Holy See immediately. But at the critical second, Jiang Han materialized from the void, launching a devastating attack. Elvis was thunderstruck. "What? How are you still alive? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Rio watched in pure awe. His dark reincarnation is limited to 10 lives. Does he have another hidden resurrection method? The system chimed in, marking the end of the skill's duration. The system announced Pope Elvis's forbidden light confinement has ended. Penalty applied. Pope Elvis's level has been reduced by 1/3. Seeing the Pope collapse to the ground, Jiang Han smirked. Perfect. His level has dropped to 140. One strike is all I need to slaughter a god-tier boss now. Elvis groveled in the dirt. "Wait, I surrender. Spare me, and my fate is yours to decide." Jiang Han showed zero mercy, his sword swinging down like the Reaper's scythe. Die. A cascade of notifications filled his vision. The system announced light faction god-tier boss Elvis has been slain. Achievement unlocked, server first god-tier boss kill. Reward level increased by 10 and 1 national treasure obtained. This was the ultimate prize in any leveling manhwa. He exhaled a long breath, the tension leaving his body. It's finally over. His master looked at him curiously. "Disciple, what exactly saved you from that final death just now?" Jiang Han pulled out a shimmering fragment. "It was Mentor Daniel. His moon fragment protected me one last time." Li Yi nodded in realization. "So that explains it." Ryo roared with laughter, slapping Jiang Han's back. "Well done. If not for you, that old snake would have escaped back to the Holy See." Yisun approached Jiang Han, a rare blush coloring her cheeks. "Thank you. Finally, our sword pavilion is free from the church's control. I believe that soon, we can completely sever ties with the light faction, leave the wars behind, and focus solely on the way of the sword." Jiang Han replied humbly. "Without the sword god's timely warning, I couldn't have done it." Suo interrupted the moment, his voice grim. "Elvis's death will surely enrage the Light Emperor and his 4 kingdoms. We absolutely cannot underestimate the fallout." Articus the Dwarf King scoffed dismissively. "Oh, shut up, old man. We just won a legendary battle. Let us celebrate first." His eyes lit up as he remembered something important. "That's right. I will let you all taste the dwarven race's finest strong spirits." The crowd cheered. "Well said. Let's go." To celebrate Changfeng, leading the dragon domain to our side tonight, we drink until the world spins. No one goes home sober.